This is the multi-voice text-to-speech podfic reading of Inner Voice by starling011, composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk. Chapter 1. Meet the Neighbors. Sirius glanced around the neighborhood he was moving into. It was small and quiet. Perfect, he thought. He needed small and quiet after everything that had happened. His ribs still ached. He parked in front of the house he had toured the month previously. It was a small, green, ranch-style house, 2 small bedrooms, a bathroom, and an open kitchen and living room. Just enough room for him with a tidy garden and a tree. The paint was slightly weathered, but not in too rough of shape. The trim was white, or had been at one point. He will need to get it pressure washed before deciding to repaint it or not. For now, it would do. He climbed out of the car and looked around. This was as different from his old place as was possible. Tiny cupboards stacked on top of other cupboards, as they all struggled in the city. He was ready to have more room and less struggle in all aspects. There were a couple of kids running around and shrieking happily in a sprinkler. A few houses away, a couple of old men sat on lawn chairs in the open garage and drinking beers. They were eyeing Sirius with curiosity. He had no desire for that conversation. He quickly popped the trunk, grabbed his bags, and went inside. The house had the distinctive feel of being unoccupied for a long time. Slightly musty. At least he didn't have to worry about lugging in heavy boxes and unpacking. The moving company was surprisingly efficient. He would likely rearrange the furniture at some point, but for now, it worked. That was all he needed for right now. He needed things to work. He would worry about being happy with the function later. The floor was a light-colored hardwood. He would get rugs to keep his toes warm in the morning. The walls were a lovely blue color with accent walls of a light gray color. It wouldn't have been his first choice, but his first choice had been a complete failure. He dropped the duffel bag on the floor and set his computer bag on the nearby recliner. He spent 30 minutes going through the house and opening the windows to try and air the place out, then another 30 trying to decide if he wanted to order in, find a place to eat, or chance a trip to the grocery store. He sighed. He should not hide in the house. It was a bad routine to start now. A quick trip out to the car that he still hated, and he was on his way to the store his GPS guided him to. It wasn't very far away. If he got into the right habit about things, he could walk it. He missed his motorcycle as he parked the car. The smell of the grocery store was heavy and familiar in his nose. He gathered a trolley and made his way through the aisles, trying to summon up some sort of appetite or motivation. It was not going well. The smell, the noise, and the bright lights were all immediately overwhelming.
You are an adult. You cannot have a panic attack every time you have to do adult things.
He internally scolded himself. He forced himself to pep up a little and look at what they had on offer. He eventually settled on spaghetti. Not particularly adventurous or difficult, but always a crowd pleaser. He did spare himself one derisive thought as he picked up a can of sauce instead of heading to the produce section. He shoved the negative thought down. He was allowed to make his life easier. He did not want to spend the next hour making spaghetti sauce. He picked up wine and cigarettes on his way out, back to the car he hated and the small house. He opened the back door, leaving the screen closed to keep the bugs out. Soon he was sitting at his table with a plate of noodles. The computer was open and he clicked on his email. Before he looked at the subject line, he forced himself to take a bite and actively taste the food. It was passable. He shook off the errant negative thought that spoke in a voice that wasn't his. It was passable. He'd had better, but he had also had worse. This was edible, and that was all that counted. Another bite, and he checked the emails. Junk, spam, and ads were all deleted. His editor telling him of the new deadline, and his agent telling him all the dates of everything that had been moved. At least he didn't have to deal with all that on his own. He knew he had caused a problem by suddenly uprooting his life, but all of his carefully laid plans had been demolished. He clicked over to the word processor, another bite of spaghetti, and he stared at the blank page. It was mocking him at this point. Another bite, and he shut the laptop. It was completely hopeless. He had the outline. He had sent it to his agent and the editor. He had to write the book. His advance had been used to move him. It was a surprise when the fork scraped against an empty plate. He got up and dumped it into the sink. He was just beginning to poke through the kitchen to find Tupperware when the doorbell rang. It jangled in his head. He reminded himself to find the painkillers and also disconnect the bell. He checked through the peephole. A young woman with red hair and a covered plate in her hands. Next to her was a man with untidy black hair and glasses. He had a baby on his hip. Sirius considered pretending to be out. He didn't like social situations.
What if he's not home?
The man asked.
I can see his car and smell the food. Hush up.
The woman snapped. He added, replacing the door with a decent one to his list of tasks. This one was far too thin. No way out then. He sighed and unlocked the door. The woman's face split into a wide grin when the door opened.
Hello?
She spoke warmly as though there was nothing she would rather be doing than talking to him. It took Sirius a moment, but he found the muscles to smile. She was already speaking again.
I'm Lily. This is my husband James and our son Harry.
She gestured to the two dark-haired members of her family. Sirius nodded along. He briefly glanced over at the man holding the baby. Easy to remember names, but he would still forget them.
We live just up the way. I saw the moving van a few days ago and thought I would welcome you to the neighborhood.
Sirius took the plate more out of ingrained manners than actual desire. It was cookies.
I'm Sirius.
He responded when she paused expectantly. It was awkward standing on the stoop.
Would you like to come in?
He asked. His manners were also to blame for this. He didn't want them in his house. He didn't want anyone in his house. He wanted to be left alone so he could stare at the computer screen fruitlessly for 8 hours. The small family stepped in, and Sirius closed the door behind them.
Please have a seat. Would you like anything to drink?
He asked. James and Lily settled on the couch. Both gave a negative to the drink, and Sirius dropped the cookies on the kitchen counter. He would wash the plate and return it in a few days. He doubted he would eat the cookies. He wasn't big on sweets. He settled on the chair and felt the awkwardness creep back in. What was he supposed to say? Idle chit-chat was not his strong point.
How long have you been married?
He asked and immediately wished he hadn't. He didn't want to hear about their happy marriage. Too late to take it back now.
7 years now. We got married right out of high school. I thought my parents were going to kill James. They thought I was pregnant.
Lily laughed. James made a face while bouncing the baby. She obviously hadn't been. The baby her husband was bouncing was too little to be the product of an unplanned pregnancy 7 years ago. Maybe one.
I offered. You said it would be inappropriate.
James responded. She smiled and shushed him. Sirius knew in a different life that easy affection would have made him smile. After everything, it made him uncomfortable to watch. He felt like the spaghetti was burning him up. Felt like heartburn. He knew he shouldn't blame the spaghetti, but it was easier than admitting the truth.
Where did you move from?
Lily asked as she crossed her ankles. She was wearing a light flowery dress and strappy sandals. She was very pretty with the smattering of freckles across her pale skin and her easy smile. Her red hair fell over her shoulders in waves, highlighting her green eyes and making her look very soft.
London.
Sirius answered. It was vague, and they all knew it. London was a big place, even bigger when one considered all the interconnected suburbs and such. He didn't want to get into this. His moving was not a topic that he would allow to be turned into fodder for the neighborhood gossip. His business was his own. He was already wondering how to ask them to leave. Maybe he could feign being tired. His eyes found his phone sitting on the coffee table. It was only 7. Not even the baby was tired yet. He bit back his sigh.
Oh wow, I grew up in the suburbs of London. James and I actually rented a flat there for a while. When we talked about having kids, we decided not to have them in London. Noisy and dirty.
She commented, wrinkling the small nose that decorated her face. James was watching her with affection on his face and a baby drooling all over his wedding ring. The family unit was happy and stable. Sirius wanted to hit something. Sirius was unsure of how to respond. He was aware she had given him an opening for why he moved, but he wasn't about to tell her. She seemed friendly enough, but Sirius just wasn't interested. He had come here for peace and space, not nosy neighbors. He should have left them on the stoop.
Children who are raised in the country have fewer allergies.
He commented instead. He saw it, the smallest little furrow of her brow. He didn't bother glancing at James. If he could convince them he was an antisocial ass, maybe they would leave him to his self-imposed isolation.
Why did you give up the sparkling nightlife to come to this sleepy town?
James asked when it became clear Sirius wasn't taking the opening. They were not easily deterred. That was annoying.
Change of pace.
The silence hung heavy, and Sirius was becoming tired of the conversation. He decided to finish it so he would be left to his brooding. He was already terribly behind.
I'm a writer. London has too much to offer. There wasn't enough self-control in me to say no, and not enough hours in the day to live there and beat deadlines. Small town, with no nightlife, and my books will come out on time. My manager won't have to chain me to the computer.
It was only half the truth. The problem with London had never been its sparkling nightlife. This, however, opened a whole new topic. Sirius was annoyed he hadn't foreseen the follow-up to this information.
Oh, you're a writer. What kind of books do you write?
Lily asked, seeming happy to have found another way to worm into Sirius's life. She took the baby from James when he fussed unhappily at her. She checked the diaper. If she undressed that semen demon in his house, Sirius was going to insist they leave. He didn't like babies. It seemed for the moment all the clothes were staying on the baby. Sirius considered how to answer the original question. Maybe it would shut them down and they would leave with polite platitudes. Presto, no more pesky neighbors. They could spread it far and wide that Sirius was an immoral heathen.
Gay erotica, I am finishing the Dark Prince series.
Sirius answered. His voice held the obvious question, his eyebrows arched sardonically. A sense of foreboding crept up his spine. He didn't get the blank looks melting into understanding and then horrified politeness.
Shut up!
Lily laughed and James snickered.
No, that's the series that Remus is reading. He lent them to Marlene, and she called him a dirty, thirsty boy.
That did not bode well for Sirius being left alone. Of course, they knew some of his fan base. James screwed up his face like he was trying to remember something deeply unpleasant.
I don't talk to Marlene much these days.
James reminded Lily. She rolled her eyes, adjusting the baby. He had the same sepia-brown skin as his father and dark inky hair.
She was joking.
Lily pointed out, and James fixed her with an unamused look.
She nearly cut it off.
He shot back horrified. Sirius watched the two argue. He wasn't annoyed. It was amusing in a distant kind of way. Maybe he could use it if he wrote a book where he had a married couple. Married people had a very distinctive way they talked to each other.
She was drunk.
Lily defended, and James waved his hands as though that didn't make a difference. She flapped her hands at James as though he was being ridiculous and turned back to Sirius.
I'm sorry to say I have not read them, although Remus keeps trying to lend them to me. It's hard to find time to take a shower these days, let alone leisure read.
My books are not for everyone. I don't mind the people that don't read them.
Sirius shrugged this off. He wrote what he wrote. If someone didn't like it or didn't read it, he didn't care. He made money from the people who did. He was killing it in ebook sales these days. As soon as he finished this book, he would be on tour again. Sirius found himself against his will relaxing. The baby was not too loud, and his neighbors seemed friendly enough. He was used to people being polite when he told them what he wrote. He was also used to them having a pressing reason to leave shortly afterward and just sort of blowing him off. He was not used to people who knew his work and knew people who enjoyed it.
What do you two do for a living?
Sirius asked.
I'm a sports journalist and make my husband's life difficult.
Lily spoke in a fake tone of innocence while shooting James a playful grin. He reached over and kissed his son on the cheek.
Your mother is mean.
He told the small boy who burbled happily.
I help the local coaches develop the strategies that my wife then tears apart in her articles.
Sirius wasn't sure how that would work, but it sounded legitimate and not at all disrespectable. Begrudgingly, he was starting to like them. They were warm and open.
That sounds dreadfully dull.
Sirius finally answered, opting for honesty. He found himself glad he had gone with honesty. James tipped his head back and laughed. He had a nice laugh and Lily giggled at him.
Oh, it is. I spend most of my day staring at diagrams with X's and O's and squiggly lines on them. When it's late and I'm tired, those lines move on their own, I swear.
James ruffled his hair and adjusted his glasses. His eyes were a deep hazel color. Sirius found more respect for the man sitting in front of him with an arm around his pretty wife. Most people wouldn't admit their jobs were dreadfully dull. Even as such, he seemed happy in his life, fulfilled in a way Sirius had only ever written about. Lily checked her watch.
We need to get home, feed the cat, and put the womb fruit to bed.
She stood up suddenly. James hauled himself to his feet and Sirius stood as well. Lily handed the baby back to James and dug into the pocket of her dress.
I would love to get to know you when I am not juggling a million things. Here, put your number in my phone. We'll go out for coffee sometime.
Sirius thought briefly of rejecting this offer, but these two seemed harmless. He took the phone and entered his details. He passed his phone for her to do the same thing.
Awesome.
She said, saving the information and tucking her phone back into her pocket.
Oh, do you want to come to our barbecue this weekend? It won't be many people, just sort of a farewell to the summer type of deal.
Sirius was thrown by her jumpy thought process. James seemed like this was usual. Sirius cast around for a decent excuse. He liked Lily and James, sort of the same way one might like a coworker. He didn't want to spend an afternoon rubbing elbows with everyone else. It sounded like a lot of work, and crowds still set him off. Add to the list of reasons he was glad to be out of London. He couldn't think of a reason that would satisfy him blowing this off.
Sure, just text me.
He answered instead. Her answering smile was blinding. Sirius walked them to the door. He locked it behind them. The silence mocked him. He finished packing up the leftovers. He moved his computer to the coffee table and opened the document while he popped the cork out of the bottle of wine he had bought. It was not helpful. He opened the outline he had written. It seemed horribly trite now. He wasn't even into the main character anymore. He was a year ago when he had planned out the final book. He was 9 months ago when he sent it to his manager, and 6 months ago when it had been forwarded to his editor. It was a brilliant finale to the series that had made him popular in the first place. Now the main characters just seemed ick. He hated the whole thing. He wondered if it was possible to write a love story about people that were disliked. His Dark Prince series had gone over like fire and gasoline. He couldn't just leave it unfinished. The fans would burn his house down with the same fire and gasoline he had given them. He wasn't sure he could write about a kinky relationship between an alpha and omega when 2 months ago, the alpha he'd based the character off of had broken all the careful groundwork they'd been laying for a happy life. He wasn't sure he could write about a loving relationship between an alpha and omega when his whole being recoiled from the thought of ever even speaking to an alpha again. Lily and James had been reassuringly beta at his door. If one of them had given off that scent that made his lungs feel useless, he would have shut the door in their faces. How was he supposed to finish a story loosely based on his own love life when it had so recently gone sideways? His hands sat uselessly on the edge of the keyboard, the blank page and the cursor mocking him. The wine ran out, as did his self-pity. He got up, closed the laptop, did the dishes, and showered. He lay in his bed that night, letting the wine lull him under. As much as it was nice not to tense when another person entered the room and wondered if he would be expected to put out, he did miss the warmth of sharing a bed with another person. He rolled onto his side and made a mental note to order a noise machine from Amazon. It was too quiet without the deep snores rolling on like a chainsaw. Chapter 2, Damien and Nathan. Sirius rang the bell, feeling a bit annoyed about the whole thing. He'd been here 2 whole days and 3 nights. So far, he was only managing a few hours of broken sleep a night, barely finished trips to the store, and absolutely no work. His editor was going to skin him alive. He didn't want to be at this gathering. He wanted to be at home with a bottle of wine, too many cigarettes, and a blank page mocking him. He had tried everything he could think to break this block. He had even gone back and started rereading the series. 5 years ago, it had been amazing. He wasn't just using his imagination, he was putting his own love story down on paper. He was loving his partner through his pages and his words and prose. Now it just all seemed like garbage. Trite, controlling, and abusive garbage. He wished he could go back and stop himself. He didn't want anyone modeling their relationship on those books. Some of it was dramatized. Happy relationships were boring stories. Still, some of the things he had unconsciously included were red flags in a real-life relationship. No wonder some of the readership said the boyfriend of the main character was manipulative. It made him feel worse. If it was that obvious to the rest of the world, how had he been so blind and stupid? Why hadn't he seen it? Oh right, love blindness, and hindsight was painfully 20/20. The door swung open.
You made it.
Lily happily took in his appearance.
You're going to stand out here, London boy. Come on.
Sirius glanced down at his outfit. He didn't put much thought into what he wore these days. Were the distressed black jeans and white t-shirt unusual? He followed her through the house. It wasn't much bigger than Sirius's, but was much cozier and lived in than Sirius's. They made their way out to the tidy back garden. It was the same square that Sirius had, but they had a large tree in their garden, and hanging from the tree was a tire swing. James was standing next to a large grill on a brick deck that was clearly added after they had bought the house. It was beautifully done, though. The grass was green and sprinkled through with clover flowers. Around the edges, they had planted a flower garden. Petunias and lilies grew in the dark soil, turning their delicate petals toward the last bit of sun. Along the fence were lights that were coming on as the sun sank. They kept the area from getting too dark. There was a large folding table in the grass with chairs positioned around it, and food was already placed in the middle. Sirius noticed it was all covered to keep the bugs out. Several lights sat on the table, as well as a citronella candle on one end. It was a beautiful setup and a wonderfully mild night. The sky was already streaked through with dark patches of navy blue. The edges were bright yellow and pink. The few small clouds looked like they were on fire as they were painted with an orange brush. He noticed Harry in the grass chasing a ginger cat. Chasing meant the baby would get close enough to touch a paw, and the cat would get up and move a few steps away before sitting back down. The cat didn't flee, so obviously liked the game. Harry seemed content to chase the cat. Sirius didn't want to think about the grass stains on the knees of the onesie he was wearing.
Look at who decided to show up.
Lily led Sirius over to the grill. Sirius noticed the sandy-haired man James was talking to almost immediately. He was wearing a pair of slacks and a button-down shirt in a similar beige color. Harmless, his brain supplied. Nothing stood out about him except for a series of scars across his face. Those didn't look harmless. They made Sirius curious, but he carefully made sure not to stare. He didn't want to be rude. His staring would have been twofold. The man was very handsome.
Ah, good to see you, mate. Did the wife offer you a beer?
James asked, and Lily tossed a pair of tongs at him. He caught them easily.
Thanks, hon.
He said, twirling them around his finger cockily.
James Potter, if you keep acting like a tosser, I'll make you sleep outside.
She shot back. It was clear it was all banter. James would never treat Lily like less of an equal, and Lily was completely confident of that.
I'll bring out those stupid steaks. Marlene is running late.
She complained. Sirius saw James' face. He was glad the other was running late. His eyes tracked Lily as she walked up the small garden path into the house. As soon as the door closed behind her, James turned back to the grill.
Beer.
James offered, kicking a nearby blue cooler. Sirius nodded and bent down to get a cold bottle. He reminded himself not to pull out more than one. If James or this other man wanted one, they could get one. He would not allow the old habits that had been trained in him to peek out here. He was not less than. He was not expected to serve, and he would not fall into a subservient role. He wanted to be equal, and he would make sure that happened in this town.
This is Remus. Remus, this is Sirius. He's the one who moved in down the street.
James made introductions, gesturing with the tongs.
Ah, yes. Lily blew up my phone the night you moved in. Don't worry, I won't go all fanboy and fawn over you.
Remus held out his hand for Sirius. He took the hand. It was warm and slightly dry. It was the type of hand that in the past he would have surreptitiously studied. Warm, large hands always played well in erotica. Now he just shook the strong hand with similar scars and released it. He was disappointed to lose the contact, but couldn't even put together enough motivation to actually think of how to describe them. Normally his brain would throw adjectives at him. It seemed the writer's block had progressed to stifle his own inner monologue.
Oh, she mentioned you read my books and pushed them on unsuspecting lady friends. That's not who usually enjoys my books.
Sirius pointed out, twisting the cap off the bottle and tossing it into a nearby bin. Remus nodded and chuckled a bit dryly.
They are good for everyone, whether we have those parts or not. I mean, Damien is kind of a jerk, and he plays with Nathan's feelings, but I expected that. His name literally means demon.
Remus mentioned. Another person who had seen the obvious issues. Sirius tried not to let it bother him.
I was surprised when they announced the last book. I was hoping Nathan would find someone kinder.
Sirius was unsure of how to have this conversation. Before he would have explained the problems most people saw were just a limited view of the world. Remus was wearing a scent blocker that smelled like laundry, so Sirius couldn't be sure, but someone so harmless had to be a beta. He would have then given away teasers about his new book without any real information. Now, however, he couldn't do any of that. Damien was based on an ex that had jerked him, the real-life counterpart of Nathan, around. He couldn't offer any teasers because the blank screen was still mocking him. Lily came out with a plate of steaks.
No remark about how I am misinformed on the dating of alphas and omegas.
Remus asked, seeming to notice how Sirius didn't have a response.
I've been saying that for years. If you failed to do your research, it's not on me to make you understand.
Sirius responded finally. That put the blame squarely in Remus's court. Green eyes examined his face.
That would make sense if you believed a word of it.
Remus responded. He finished off his bottle of beer.
And if the alphas I knew really behaved as Damien does.
Sirius watched as Remus went into the house to get rid of his bottle. Sirius turned over the conversation in his head. As such, he missed James's question twice.
Dude, did you get high before you came over? How do you want your steak?
James asked again, and Sirius shook himself out of his stupor.
Oh, sorry, medium is fine.
He muttered, and James nodded, turning back to the grill. Lily's eyes searched his face, but she didn't say anything. She ran a hand over James's shoulder before going to retrieve her little one from the grass as the sun completely sank.
I'm going to put him to bed.
Lily carried the small boy inside, and Sirius sat down on a nearby chair. He was glad James didn't seem to need to fill every moment with meaningless chit-chat. It gave him time to think and possibly overanalyze. He had never had anyone see through him like Remus just had. Or, if they had, it was usually not commented on. Not only had Remus seen through the lie, but he had also called Sirius out on it and the underlying belief. The worst part was he was right. He was still trying to decide if he wanted to argue with him when Remus came back out and retrieved another bottle. He came over and sat next to Sirius.
Think of a rebuttal yet?
Remus asked. Sirius shot him a dirty look.
I own a bookstore, and as a result, I have read a lot. Take it as a compliment that I still like your work even with problematic characters.
Better problematic than Mary Sue's.
Sirius responded, and Remus tipped his head to the side with a small frown before nodding. He had worked hard to keep Damien from being a Mary Sue because his ex had been perfect. It turned out he needn't have worked so hard. The true flaws, not just the ones he had fabricated, had come out.
Can you explain Nathan's motivation to me? Even being manipulated, the kid is still smart. What draws him to Damien when all the signs point to no?
Remus asked. He seemed so genuine in his question. Sirius swallowed. He hadn't anticipated this. He had anticipated beating people away from him. Why had he come here? Why hadn't he just blown it off? He looked down at the green glass bottle sweating in his hand and cleared his throat.
I don't know that they are all that obvious when you look at it from the inside. Sure, we can sit here and have no emotional attachment and say that Nathan deserves better, or is being manipulated, but in the middle of it, maybe it doesn't feel that way, or he doesn't see it. To him, Damien is a Mary Sue. He's perfect.
Sirius had to work to keep his voice steady. He didn't look up at the other. He kept his eyes on the bottle. It was easy to dismiss a reporter who asked such questions. It was harder to dismiss someone who could see through his mask.
And add in the crippling fear of being alone, and nothing as well as Nathan's family history and…
Sirius shrugged. Had he put too much of his soul into the series? Was that why he was so stuck? Remus was silent for so long that Sirius looked up at him. He was watching Sirius intently. Sirius swallowed. Those green eyes felt like they knew all his secrets in a second.
I'm sorry that you went through whatever you went through. I will mention again that Damien has red flags all over him. You, and Nathan, deserve better.
Sirius swallowed as he sat down at his computer. Could he do this? Could he flush this down the toilet? What would the fanbase think? He couldn't think like that. He had to write for himself first. For the first time in weeks, the words came to him. He deleted the happy ending outline he had and set about making a new one. Nathan could do better. Nathan deserved better. He, as the author, could give Nathan better. Better felt more authentic. Not all relationships ended happily ever after. In fact, most ended in some getting hurt. He could use his own hurt to give Nathan a better ending. The outline was sparse. Essentially, it was the beginning. Damien pushes too far and hurts Nathan mentally and physically. Sirius briefly winced as this reminded him his ribs were still tender. Nathan left. It looked so small on the computer, but felt like the biggest thing in the world. He was acknowledging the end of the thing that had been so important to him for so long. He was acknowledging that he wasn't the same person as he had been a year ago. A year ago, he'd been working on the happy ending he was planning on writing. A year ago, he'd been living with his boyfriend. A year ago, he had ignored all the beeping, glaring red flags. He had been afraid of being alone and unloved. He had been afraid of being nothing. He had believed him when he had told Sirius he would be nothing if they broke up. He had believed all his toxic lies about no one else wanting him. Sirius wasn't the typical Omega. He didn't roll over and submit for any Alpha that asked. He hadn't allowed himself to be marked, claimed, or any of that other crap. It had driven his ex insane, but the boundaries had been grudgingly accepted, or at least not broken. How had that been enough? Sirius knew the stories of people who found partners who respected every part of them, including their boundaries. He had thought that was a work of fiction, similar to the ones he produced. Could there be people like that? Could he write a work that believed in people like that? It was a paragraph, a large paragraph, but a paragraph nonetheless, but it felt like so much more. He opened the blank document that had mocked him for weeks. It took a minute to stifle his nerves. He brought his fingers to the familiar keys and let the words carry him away. The familiar click was strangely nostalgic. Finally, putting words to a page made him feel better, not less stupid, not less like he was going to die alone, but better. As he put down on paper what had happened with obvious gaps and altered details, it felt like poison being drawn out of a snake bite. Every pass of the words and the events made the pain easier to bear, made the horror of that night a little less. His face was wet, his fingers sore, but his heart was light. This was cathartic. The first section flew by, and Sirius felt accomplished. He had put something down on paper that didn't feel like trash or inauthentic. He would send the updated memo to his people in the morning and prepare for the arguments. He couldn't write the happy ending story anymore. A happy ending with Damien no longer existed. Sirius was unsure where Nathan's happy ending was, but he looked forward to finding out. He closed the laptop feeling sleepy for the first time in a while, without the aid of wine. The cool morning air burned his lungs and his throat. Last night had been so different. For the first time since the breakup, he had fallen asleep without being wine drunk and managed to sleep well. As a result, he hadn't woken up hungover or badly rested. Now he was doing something else he hadn't done in a while, jogging. It shouldn't be as hard as it was. He had run through the smog-filled air of London. The clean country air should be better. He could feel every cigarette, and every morning he hadn't jogged in each pull of the muscles. They all were straining in a way he hadn't faced in a long time. It was hard to keep going. He wanted to get back to it, though. He wanted to get back to enjoying his life, not just watching it pass by with idle fascination. He was about halfway through the loop he had decided to take this morning. His breathing was starting to change to deeper lungfuls when he heard it. Steps behind him. Normally this wouldn't be a problem. He lived in London. There were people everywhere. However, he was on a path early in the morning cutting through some deep woods. His heart hammered not just with exertion, but fear. His fingers closed around the small bottle in his pocket. He stopped dead and turned around with his pepper spray in his hand. Remus froze and held up his hands.
Whoa, hold your fire.
He immediately took a step back.
Fuck.
Sirius dropped his hand and forced himself to take a deep breath. The fear was quickly running out of him, leaving him shaking slightly from the adrenaline.
Do you have any idea how close you came to being maced just now? Jesus, you cannot sneak up on people like that.
Sirius tucked the bottle back into his pocket and uncapped his hydro flask. The cold water soothed his throat. He would have felt bad for macing Remus, although it might have taught the other man a lesson about sneaking.
Wasn't trying to sneak. This path is normally abandoned in the morning. When I heard someone else, I sped up to see if it was anyone I knew.
Remus's Welsh accent was soothing in the early morning air.
Turns out sort of.
Sort of.
Sirius repeated, clipping the bottle back to his shorts. Remus nodded, leaning on a tree. He wasn't even breathing hard, the bastard. The ease with which he carried himself made Sirius irrationally angry. He couldn't remember a time when he hadn't wanted to climb out of his skin and just be another person for a while. He sort of wanted to punch Remus for no real reason.
We have been introduced and had a very insightful conversation. I would not go so far as to say I know you. I believe there are many layers to you, and I've only seen one or two. Come on, I'll race you to the top of the hill. We can watch the sun come up.
Remus lightly tapped his shoulder, then took off before Sirius could respond.
Not fair.
He yelled as he started up the path. He got an answering laugh through the trees. He forced himself to go faster and managed to get close enough that Remus was visible through the trees, but nothing could match the strong, graceful lope of the other man. He looked perfectly at home running through the forest in the golden pre-dawn hour. Sirius never managed to close that last little bit of distance. He met up with Remus at the top of the small hillock. The other man was breathing a little heavier, but nothing like Sirius.
You run like you know what you are doing, but the breathing has me concerned. Don't pass out, okay?
Remus commented when Sirius reached the top of the hill. Sirius shot him a dirty look, but only got a sweet smile in return. He ignored the tightening in his stomach. It was probably just nausea. He should force it down so he didn't puke on Remus's shoes. Eventually, his breathing eased. He rubbed his sore ribs as he straightened and pushed some stray hair out of his face. It settled back where it was supposed to be easily. He made his way to the very top of the hill. It was a small clearing, but they could just see over the top of the forest stretching away from them. The sun rose slowly over the trees, blinding them both. The sky was painted in beautiful shots of gold and pink and bright blue. It was shaping up to be a beautiful day.
Bet I can beat you down the hill.
Sirius commented, and before Remus could make heads or tails of the comment, he took off down the path. He heard Remus's steps behind him. He ignored the small part of him that liked it. Chapter 3, Life in Color. Sirius was tempted to ignore the bell when it rang. Who stops by without texting first? He thought annoyedly and got up from the table. He checked through the peephole. It was Lily, just the redhead by herself. He briefly considered blowing her off. He needed to work. His editor and manager were both all over for the new direction of the book. He was being informed if it wasn't the best book of his life, he was done. He didn't want to go play nice with someone for a few hours.
Sirius, I can hear you breathing behind the door. Open up already.
Lily called through the thin particle board that they were ludicrously pretending was a door. He held back his groan and opened his house slowly. She smiled at him as happy and chirpy as ever.
Good morning, love. Heard you ran with Remus this morning.
She invited herself in. Sirius shut the door, not in the mood to argue with her about social convention. He doubted it would faze her anyway. She did not seem like the type to care that she was breaking all sorts manners and rules. She probably actually enjoyed that aspect of it.
Did he also tell you how he nearly gave me a heart attack?
Sirius asked, walking over to his laptop. He closed the lid and picked up his plate. A turkey sandwich may not be the conventional breakfast, but the protein and carbs helped so much after a long run.
Ah, yes. A cute meeting on the trail involving Mace, a heart attack, and a cute little race up and then back down the hill.
She sat on the couch easily. It was like she didn't care that she was invading Sirius's space. She wasn't going to go away.
Sounds like a good start to a relationship.
Sirius shot her a sharp look and she wiggled her eyebrows at him.
Not likely.
Sirius argued immediately, and she sighed. Sirius was not looking for a relationship. He wasn't even looking for friends, but there was currently no procedure to remove red heads determined to be friends with the weird hermit.
Not interested.
Lily looked like she might argue for a moment, but dropped it after a quick glance at Sirius's face.
Well, whatever, we're going to get coffee, come on.
She stood up abruptly.
Don't argue. I am not going to let you sit in your house all day. If you want to work, bring your laptop.
Sirius noticed she was carrying a slim black case that was likely her computer. He remembered she was a journalist. She probably knew the perils of writer's block. He packed up his laptop and followed her outside. After making sure to lock the door, he made his way down the path. She was wearing jeans and tennis shoes today. They made their way down the sidewalk in silence for a bit.
Did you like the cookies?
She asked as they passed the playground and waited for the walk sign. Sirius had eaten some of them. They had been pretty good, not too sweet.
What did you do to them, because those were not chocolate chips?
Sirius asked instead of giving her an answer. She pushed the button again. She was clearly not a patient person.
I never said they were. They're called kitchen sink cookies. Anyone can make chocolate chip cookies. I am a cool mum. My little fawn is going to have the coolest birthdays when he gets older.
Lily met Sirius's eyes and smiled.
We're not meant to be boring, Sirius. Life is fleeting. It's up to us to make it wonderful and weird.
Sirius knew this in theory, but the execution always eluded him. He followed her across the road to the cafe. It was a nice local place, not a chain like he was used to. The smell of coffee and baked goods filled his nose. It was delightful. His favorite part of going out for coffee was not the actual drink. It was that first moment of stepping into the fragrant air loaded with coffee, sugar, and the smell of pastries. He had bought far too many candles over the years that claimed to be a coffee shop or something. They never were. It was too much sugar, or they smelled synthetic. Nothing could beat the actual real smell of a coffee shop. She made her way to the counter and greeted the girl behind the counter by name. Small-town Sirius reminded himself. She looked like she would not be out of place in the London scene, though. She had bright pink hair, a cute heart-shaped face, and artfully distressed clothes.
Watcher,
She greeted him after chatting with Lily for a bit.
you're causing quite a stir in this sleepy town. A big-name author moving here.
She shook her head. Sirius wanted to dislike her. He wanted to dislike everyone. The sunny disposition would crack anyone, though. It was nearly impossible to hate someone with bright pink hair.
What can I say? Life got chaotic. I think I may have overcorrected. Things are too quiet here. Your hair, on the other hand, is not.
Sirius pointed out. She reached up, smoothing a hand over it. She looked pleased since it was obvious he was complimenting it. He liked the look of her. She seemed like a fun, bright spot in this tiny town.
It used to be purple, but it made me look a bit peaky. I like the pink.
She agreed.
I'm Tonks, by the way. What can I get for you?
Sirius glanced at the menu written in chalk behind her head. He was planning on picking something familiar and was brought up short. There was no coffee or tea. Instead, he was met with something completely abnormal. Some of them, like butterbeer and pumpkin juice, were self-explanatory, sort of. Others, like lobe blaster and giggle juice, sounded like something he would order at a bar. Who in the world knew what was in amortentia, skelly grow, pepper up, and liquid luck? He shuddered to think of what Verida serum, polyjuice potion, and wolfsbane were.
A small vanilla latte.
He chanced. The pink-haired Tonks looked unimpressed.
Muggle.
She muttered before hitting a button on the computer.
For future reference, that is called a wide-eye potion with vanilla.
Sirius paid with his credit card and slunk over to the seat where Lily was.
I think I just got insulted.
Sirius explained, and Lily smiled indulgently.
Tonks has a different way of running things, but she's awesome. She looks after Harry for us occasionally.
Lily spoke of the woman with obvious warmth and affection. Sirius guessed he should have been prepared for the weird. They had walked into a place called the Three Broomsticks. Sirius went up to collect his vanilla latte, or wide-eye potion as it was called. Lily seemed content to sip her drink and watch the patrons come and go. Sirius thought it might be a bit rude if he pulled out his computer, so sat at the table watching the patrons as well. It seemed the Three Broomsticks attracted all types of clientele, and Tonks knew them all by name. Lily seemed to know everyone, too. Many people stopped to talk at the table. She introduced them all to Sirius. Finally, he leaned across the table.
I am an introvert, and I have already forgotten most of the people you introduced. My social battery is empty.
He informed her. He was beginning to hate this. He didn't like crowds or people or being out in general. This was the worst thing he could think of. She seemed to take pity on him.
Come on, we'll go crash out in the park and enjoy the sun.
Sirius figured arguing with Lily would be like beating his head against a brick wall. They gathered up their things. Lily waved to Tonks, and they made their way back outside. A park was a block away. They settled on the soft grass. Lily lay back immediately. The sun shone over her fiery locks, highlighting the brighter reds and blonde streaks. Sirius was a bit more hesitant. Bugs lived in the grass. Still, the sun felt nice on his skin. He didn't spend nearly enough time outside these days. The wind stirred his hair and the leaves of a tree nearby. The rustling of the leaves was familiar. He could smell the grass, bright and green under them. He could smell the heavy sap from the tree. Kids were playing a little way away. They were shrieking in the bright day. It was a happy, innocent sound. A sweet flower scent also reached him. He guessed it was Lily's perfume. There was a stream nearby. He could hear it and smell the sharp, clean scent of the water. This was more his speed than the cafe, just sitting back and letting the sensation run over him. He did eventually lay back, letting his hair loose to spread over the grass. He focused on the warm sun brushing over his face. He ignored the fact that he was likely to get a sunburn. Birdsong reached his ears, coming from the opposite direction from the loud children. He couldn't remember the last time he had just chilled out. He didn't think of his deadlines or what he was going to write next. He didn't worry about what time it was or how much time had passed. He didn't concern himself with someone being upset because he wasn't home. He let himself lie in the soft green grass and enjoy the sun on his skin. It was wonderful and relaxing until a cloud came by and ruined his hit of vitamin D. He opened his eyes to glare at the offending cloud. Lily sat up next to him.
I love living here, but the weather is generally so cruddy. It will probably rain this afternoon.
She stood brushing off the grass. Sirius stood as well, brushing the grass off his clothes. Lily led him up the other side of the town, pointing out different shops and things he could visit.
And that's Remus's bookstore.
She gestured to the bookstore on the corner. It had a large wooden sign over the door. Flourish and Blots, selling new and used books, was advertised right under it. He moved to the window. His series greeted him in a large display with other up-and-coming authors.
I have to go pick up Harry from daycare.
Lily glanced at her watch with an apologetic tone.
You go. I can find my way back.
Sirius assured her, and she smiled at him happily. He was only aware of what was happening when it was almost over. Lily hugged him. He remembered how to hug back. He placed his hands on her shoulders and patted them awkwardly.
I know you're not totally thrilled to be here, but I am really happy to have met you. I hope we'll be good friends.
She pulled back and gifted him with another smile before walking away. Sirius tried to remember when a friend had last hugged him. He was coming up blank. He couldn't remember the last time someone had hugged him in general. That thought made him a little sad, but made the warmth of her hug all the more valuable. He stepped into the bookstore, setting off the bell over the door. The magical smell of old books washed over him. He would never be able to decide what he liked better, the coffee shop or the bookshop smell. He saw the sandy-haired man at the desk look up at the bell sound. He carefully avoided looking at him and made his way down a nearby aisle. It was the self-help section. How ironic. He spent a while figuring out the layout of the store and found himself in the used book section. Sirius started browsing the titles and the authors to see if anything caught his interest. He knew the adage of not judging a book by its cover, but something had to catch his attention. Everything looked boring. He was feeling uninterested in everything.
You could try this one. It's one of the healthier alpha-omega dynamics I have read.
A familiar voice with a soft Welsh accent suggested. Sirius glanced over at the hand offering him a book. Remus was wearing a lightly teasing smile, and Sirius gave him a dirty look. He took the book anyway. He liked books and other people's recommendations. It was like sharing a piece of their soul. He liked reading recommendations of other people. He liked figuring out what they liked and finding the things he liked in a story. He also enjoyed the conversations that followed. He ignored Remus for a moment to flip the book over and read the blurb on the back.
You have to offer me something to read, since you want to sell me a book.
Sirius commented even as the book seemed right in his wheelhouse.
That book is not for sale. It is a book I brought with me to work and finished earlier today. It is a loan. Take it home, read it, bring it back, and we'll go grab lunch and talk about it.
Remus suggested. His voice was smooth and confident. Sirius hesitated. He didn't want to lead anyone on, and that could easily be an invitation for a date.
As friends,
Remus clarified when Sirius didn't answer immediately. Sirius relaxed slightly. He wasn't up for much these days, but Lily was determined not to leave him alone. What could one more friend hurt?
All right.
Sirius relented and tucked the book into his computer bag. He felt slightly awkward now. All he wanted to do was go home and read the book, but Remus was standing between him and the exit. It also seemed rude to come into a store and not purchase something. He also wasn't sure he wanted to leave.
I took your advice about Nathan deserving better. I'm not sure it will be a better person, but Damien is one walking red flag. I wouldn't want any of my readers to think that's a healthy relationship.
He wasn't sure why he told Remus this. It just seemed important to share with the man who had reminded him it was his story.
good for both of you.
Remus commented. Sirius wasn't sure he liked the way Remus could read him so easily. He wasn't a book, and Nathan wasn't his ink and paper doppelganger. He was different from Nathan, but Remus seemed to pick out the pieces of the two that were the same. He had never met someone who could do that so easily. He wanted to run and escape those probing green eyes, but he also wanted to sit and talk with Remus. Wanted to hear about what he thought of the world and books and the people around him all the time. He wanted to hear about Remus's views in life. He wanted to know what those arms felt like giving a hug and how he sounded when he had just woken up. Sirius stopped that thought cold. He couldn't go there with anyone ever again. He had his shot at life, and it proved he was bad at making decisions. He wasn't going to go through all of that just for another pushy partner who didn't like that he stayed up until 2 a.m. writing gay sex scenes. He glanced around as a soft patter started on the roof of the store. He glanced through the front door to find it was raining. Fantastic. He was not wearing a jacket or anything that would keep his laptop and the book dry even for the short walk home. He made a face at the moisture falling from the sky.
I have an umbrella by the front desk.
Remus gestured for Sirius to follow him. At the large table with a cash register on it, he pulled out a rainbow umbrella and presented it to Sirius with a flourish.
Everyone in this town is so bright. Lily with her clothes, Tonks with her hair, and now you with the pride umbrella.
Sirius sighed, and Remus smiled in a way that said he was trying not to laugh at Sirius.
Life should be lived in color.
Remus said with complete and total confidence in his assertion. Sirius gave him a look that said he wasn't convinced, but took the umbrella anyways.
Thanks for the umbrella and the book. I'll bring both back in a couple of days.
Sirius suggested. Remus glanced out at the storm, and Sirius realized if Remus was lending him the umbrella, he might not stay dry himself.
If it's still raining around 8 tonight, come back so I don't have to walk home in a wool jacket with no umbrella.
Remus amended, and Sirius was nodding without even thinking about it. Remus settled into the chair behind the cash register, satisfied with that. Sirius stepped into the downpour, protected from the cold water by the bright umbrella. The light slanting through the fabric made him smile. He hated it. When he got home, he placed the wet umbrella by the door. He needed an umbrella stand and an umbrella. He was bad about umbrellas. He always lost them or misplaced them. He should just buy like 10 and when he ran out, order more. That was something an adult could do right. He could lend his umbrellas out as Remus had done. Was that a reasonable excuse for losing umbrellas?
Oh, I must have lent it to someone.
It sounded daft in his head. He shed his shoes and placed his bag on the couch. He lounged on the couch, not doing much of anything, as he finished his vanilla wide-eye potion. He knew he should try to get something done on his story. His editor was likely waiting for the first few chapters, so she could tell him everything that was wrong with having Damien and Nathan fall apart. Instead, Sirius fished out the small paperback book and opened the front cover. In pretty calligraphy that would have made his parents proud, was penned, "From the personal library of Remus Lupin." Sirius admired the swirling letters and ran his fingers over them. It was a stamp. The ink was fresh, but didn't smear under his fingers. He flipped to the beginning, bypassing the title and the table of contents. A flash of color had him flipping back. On the dedication page was something written in red ink. The print was simple, with rounded letters in an easy-to-read print. Still pretty, but much more like an actual person would write.
Text me when you finish.
Followed by a number and signed with a small R. Sirius fought the smile. He had to stop encouraging Remus. It was a dangerous game to play. Still, this made him feel all tingly and warm, like a blanket. He settled more comfortably on the couch to read the book. He could worry about leading on cute bookstore owners later. Chapter 4, Water Bottle Thief. The thud of his shoes against the packed dirt, the smell of the damp earth and dew on the grass, and the soft sounds of the forest waking washed over Sirius as he jogged along the path. The forest was still damp from yesterday's downpour. It had ended long before 8, which had left Sirius more disappointed than he wanted to think.
Not sneaking up on you again?
A familiar voice called out before Sirius had even picked up on the sound of another person. He didn't slow much. Remus drew up next to him, falling into step easily. Sirius kind of hated how even Remus's breathing was compared to his own. It was completely irrational to be angry that Remus was in shape, but there it was.
Did the umbrella keep you dry?
Remus asked when it became apparent Sirius wasn't going to start the conversation. In all honesty, he was trying to regulate his breathing.
I would hope so. It was functional after all.
He paused, allowing Remus to look pleased.
It also made me look like someone who believes in miracles, magic, and nice alphas.
Sirius finished. Remus seemed to consider this for a moment with a serious look on his face.
Well, I have a solution.
He started himself. Sirius made a noise to indicate he was listening.
Bring your own umbrella next time.
Sirius should have known this was coming. It was a fair point. He definitely should have his own umbrella.
I lent it to someone.
He replied as though this was a valid reason for an adult who lived in a rainy part of the world to not have an umbrella. He kept his face blank, as though he didn't recognize how daft this made him sound.
Well, I am more careful with my things when I lend them out. How are you liking the book?
Remus asked innocently as they started the ascent up the hill. Sirius wondered if this was a trick question. Was Remus testing him to see if he read it? Was it too needy to say he had stayed up late finishing it?
Your theory about kind alphas may hold in the fictional world, but I think the Omega character is a little stupid.
Sirius finally decided. It was a neutral answer. It could be that he had started the book, but had yet to read the end.
I do agree with him on one point. Dogs are easier than partners. I was thinking I should get a dog.
He didn't understand the laugh until he remembered the dog comment came at the end.
I have the second book when you want it.
Remus suggested as they started up the steepest part of the path. Sirius was glad to see the other man was starting to sweat and breathe a little heavier now. He looked forcibly away from the tan skin, starting to glisten in the rising sun.
Why would I want to read about someone I believe isn't real, and a character who makes me want to shake him?
Sirius asked sardonically as they reached the top of the hill. He leaned against the large rock to catch his breath and take a long drink of water. Remus stretched out, and Sirius forced his eyes away from the way his shirt stretched tight over his shoulders.
Because you finished the first one in less than 24 hours. Something must have intrigued you about the characters.
Remus pointed out coming over. Once again, Sirius was trapped by those green eyes. Remus was close, too close. He wasn't sure what he was expecting, but it was not for his water bottle to be stolen.
Hey,
He protested as Remus lifted the bottle to his mouth and took several deep gulps.
give it back.
Sirius demanded, and Remus simply shook his head.
Shan't.
He answered in a teasing tone. Sirius reached for the water bottle. Remus used their height difference against him, holding it just out of his reach. Sirius strained for it on his tiptoes and overbalanced. His breath left him in a huff as he stumbled against Remus. Remus didn't even stumble. His reflexes were fast, though. He was steadying Sirius automatically. Now that they were close, Sirius could feel Remus's warm breath over his face. He could smell his toothpaste and laundry detergent. He swallowed as he pulled back. A warm arm was around his waist. It felt nice. Every part of him wanted to stay there all day. It was a split second as their breaths mingled, and then Sirius was off like a shot. There was no sound of pursuing footsteps behind him. He pushed his disappointment down where he wouldn't have to look at it.
You know I'm going to start wearing headphones.
Sirius told Lily when he opened his door. At least this time she had waited until the evening to come bursting his bubble. He'd managed to get some work done, at least when he wasn't reliving that morning in the forest. The bright sun spilling over them, Remus so close, so warm. It would have been easy to close that gap and taste the hidden toothpaste. He pushed that thought away. No kissing, no relationships, no cheesy scenes in the forest. Maybe he should find a new jogging path. He was regretting his hasty actions, though. That had been a nice water bottle.
You tell me to text before just showing up, so I do, and you leave me on red. All day. What gives?
She asked as Sirius stood aside to let her in.
You are aware I came out here to get away from the busy life that is London so I can work. That doesn't happen if I go out to coffee and to lay in the sun with you every day.
Sirius pointed out, and Lily raised an unimpressed eyebrow at him.
What happens if you miss a deadline? Nothing. It's not like your publisher can just drop you. They have too much money in advertising for your new book. You're young. I'm young. We have the rest of our lives to be responsible.
Lily pointed out.
Very rich coming from a married woman with a baby.
Sirius replied, and Lily simply sat on his couch looking very at home. He should have discouraged her more. He didn't want friends. He was pretty sure he wanted to be left alone.
James is a grown-ass man most of the time. He can look after himself, and when I am with Harry, I do hold myself differently. But that doesn't mean boring. Why would responsible parenting ever be showing our kids that life is boring? I want to live a life filled with adventure every day, and I want my husband to share that adventure with me. I want my son to have an adventurous spirit. I owe it to myself and the people in my life to be brilliant. You should look at what you owe yourself. It's not a lifetime of work and wanting.
Lily always had a good point. Sirius hated her for it. He wanted to be sad. Why couldn't everyone in this town just let him mope and work in peace? He also knew why he hadn't worked to discourage her. She was right, and she was good for him.
Well, maybe it means not letting perky redheads boss me around.
Sirius retorted, and Lily tutted at him. His brow furrowed. He hadn't had anyone tut at him since he was about 8. An affectionate nanny would tut at him for being loud or brash.
Everyone needs a perky redhead to boss them around.
She commented. Sirius did not argue there.
Remus told me he let you borrow a book yesterday. Is it any good?
She asked. Sirius wondered if there was some town group message he didn't know about. Did she and Remus talk every day? Did they talk about him?
It's a decent book.
Sirius answered. It was more than decent. It was on the table next to his computer and an open notebook. When not working or daydreaming, he had been taking notes on the book. Things he found interesting, annoying, exaggerated, or absolutely ridiculous. He was also gathering points to support his opinion of the main character being stupid. He wondered if it was needed anymore. After this morning, he should probably try to avoid Remus. If he couldn't stop himself from thinking about how that arm felt around him and wondering what Remus's lips tasted like, he could at least keep himself as far from the other man as possible. He really would need to find a new jogging path. He made his way to the table and picked up the book.
Here, give it a read and take it back to him when you're done. You see him more than I do.
Not even a small chance of that happening. First of all, Remus lent you that book. You offering it to anyone is a crime, so we won't mention it to the sweet man. Second of all, I know a dodge when I see one, and that was lame. He's not going to eat you, Sirius. Just go have lunch with him and talk about the book, or why his umbrella is by your door. And third, because I made this a list, you are ridiculous. Having his book is an excuse to see him more, and Remus is awesome.
Lily finished, seeming pleased with making a full list. Sirius dropped the book back on the table.
You're just no help at all.
Sirius accused, pointing a finger at her. She shrugged, seeming remarkably unoffended. Perhaps he could mail it back. That wouldn't work. He didn't know Remus's address. He let out a long breath and considered his options. It didn't seem like there were any. He was going to have to see Remus at least one more time.
On the contrary, I think I am exactly the type of help you need.
Lily replied. Sirius was tempted to kick her out of his house, but part of his traitorous brain agreed with her. She was exactly the type of help Sirius needed right now. Sirius knew he should have tried harder when the familiar steps joined him. It wasn't Remus sneaking up on him. They fell into step as they entered the forest.
Do you lend people your umbrellas the same way you lent me your water bottle? Because if so, I can see why you no longer have any.
Remus commented as the cool shade of the forest washed over them. It cut through the bright gray of the morning and cast them into something more akin to early evening.
I did not lend you my water bottle. That was thievery pure and simple.
Sirius disagreed, not looking over at the man. He didn't want to do something stupid. He had to cut this off. This weird thing they were doing. It was going to go too far, and then Sirius would have to move again. It was too small of a town to have awkward exes in. He didn't want to move. Despite the lack of space and quiet, he already liked the town. Hogsmeade was starting to feel like home.
I took it home, washed it, and used one of my lids to close it. It's refilled with fresh water and ice.
Remus promised. Sirius was glad about that. He liked his bottle. It stayed clipped to his shorts without pulling them down or getting in his way. It kept the water cold, and he had some cool stickers. Stickers he couldn't get again.
Bribery will get you nowhere.
Sirius replied. Just because he was grateful didn't mean that wall was coming down. He had to keep it up. It was for his own and Remus's protection. He hoped the silence would hold. They could jog up the hill, watch the sunrise. He could get his bottle back, and they would run down the hill. He could count the morning as a win if Remus was willing to run in silence. His lungs were starting to ache, but it was getting easier every morning to do this.
How about an apology? I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable yesterday, and I am sorry that I made off with your property. I also apologize for any emotional, mental, or physical distress I caused you.
Remus sounded sincere. This drew Sirius up short. He'd never really had anyone apologize to him before. When he reacted to something, he assumed he was the problem.
You could have just asked. I would have shared my water with you.
Sirius fired back. He didn't need Remus to know how his apology had affected him. He bit his lip as he thought of something else.
Or, bring your own.
I deserve that. I could claim I lent it to someone, but that would be a lie. I have a bottle that lives in my freezer. I always forget to bring it. Like even this morning, as I cracked ice into your bottle, I saw the bottle and was like, okay, bring it with you. It's sitting on my counter, melting.
Remus explained. Sirius couldn't help but laugh at that.
I have a purple sticky note on my door that just says water, so I remember to grab the damn thing.
Sirius laughed, but quickly cut off as the ground started to slope. He hoped he would be able to get through the flat part without breathing hard like Remus seemed to be able to.
I actually turned back to my kitchen before I remembered that my water bottle had been stolen.
Just because the apology had been pretty, didn't mean Sirius was about to let Remus off the hook.
It's ridiculous that you only have one water bottle.
Remus commented. Sirius scowled. He usually only needed one bottle. He worked at home. He filled it in the morning for a run, filled it again after his shower and usually around lunch, and again mid-afternoon. He liked having the one. It allowed him to keep track of his water intake. It also meant fewer dishes. If he had more than one, he was likely to neglect dishes more than he already did.
It's ridiculous that you forget your water bottle every morning.
Sirius retorted, feeling his temper flare a bit. That was new. Anger was something he usually didn't indulge in. It was a pointless emotion, more work than it was worth. It usually left the person experiencing the anger and the person it was directed at feeling worse. He had never come out of a situation where he let his anger get the best of him, feeling any better about himself or the situation. In his mind, anger was a lot of energy for a lack of results. Something about Remus made him want to indulge in more energy and intense emotions. He shoved that away, reminding himself that Remus had stolen his water bottle. He felt like this was an important point that they kept glossing over. It didn't matter that he had run off without waiting for it to be returned, or that it would be returned presumably today.
Touché.
Remus allowed. The temper burned out. He had expected an argument or excuse. Remus offered none of these. It was confusing. Sirius focused on the path as it angled steeply upward. The climb was familiar but made him regret smoking the night before. Maybe he should quit. They reached the top of the hill.
How does someone who seems nearly dead on the top of the hill run like a pro?
Remus asked as Sirius leaned against the large boulder.
Forgot to stay in shape. I'm a writer. I don't need to be able to run.
Sirius worked on evening out his breathing and getting actual effective air to his lungs. It was harder than he had thought it would be.
It's annoying that you barely break a sweat.
Sirius took his bottle when it was offered to him. He didn't have his cap. He would have to add the cap to the list of things he had to return to Remus.
I'll stop by the shop later to give you your book back.
Sirius offered. There was a stab of regret for the careful notes he had taken, but he ignored it. Seeing Remus in a public setting, returning the book, and moving on was probably the best plan. He should not be discussing romance novels with a man he wanted to taste.
Come by around 1. I'll close the shop and we can pop out for lunch at the Hogshead. Sounds kind of gross, I know, but they have a really good Yorkshire pudding sandwich.
Remus suggested. Sirius had been about to make some excuse, but he was intrigued.
How do you make something as gravy-heavy as Yorkshire pudding into a sandwich?
He asked, offering the bottle to Remus. The other man took it with a thankful nod and took a deep drink of the cold water. He handed it back immediately, giving no chance of a repeat of yesterday. Sirius capped it and clipped it back in its familiar place.
Guess you'll have to join me to see,
Remus said without a hint of remorse or uncertainty. He seemed to have the utmost confidence that Sirius would join him. Sirius was tempted to say no just because of the cocky attitude.
If you don't like it, they have fish and chips that are pretty good.
I would figure the Hogshead would be centered around, I don't know, pig-themed foods.
Sirius pointed out and Remus nodded, looking thoughtful for a moment.
They do have this amazing thick-cut bacon, but inviting you to breakfast could be a bit problematic, since you might still be sleeping, and inviting you to dinner for the ham is presumptuous. Perhaps if lunch goes well, we can talk about other meals. Come on, race you down.
Sirius was distracted on the way down. Remus won. So far, fair or unfair, Remus had won all the races. Chapter 5, Not a Date. Sirius sighed as he walked through town. He should have told Remus no and returned the book during a busy point of the day so there would be no chance of Remus catching him for a meal. As he made his way through the door, the bell jingled merrily to alert the owner that someone had arrived. The store was empty, however, causing Sirius to glance around a few moments, thinking he had gotten out of lunch before a mop of sandy hair popped up.
Sorry, I was sorting through some boxes of new books.
Remus called out, standing up and straightening himself as he brushed away some dust off his shirt, though the taller man missed a dust bunny in his hair. Sirius refused to think of it as cute.
I was beginning to think that maybe you had decided to bail on lunch.
Sirius shrugged. He stepped further into the bookstore, setting the book on the counter.
You probably should have, because I have well-researched points on the main characters being stupid.
Sirius held up his notebook. Remus grinned and reached back to his messenger bag hanging over the chair by the cash register.
That's all right. I have the second book for you.
Remus set the book on the counter and picked up the first book, tucking it into the bag. Sirius felt that the best way to distance himself from Remus would have been to turn down the book and the implied offer of future conversation, but the draw of the series was too much.
I will read this under emotional duress, I hope you know.
Sirius sighed teasingly but took the book. Remus ushered Sirius out of the store, changing the sign to closed and locking the door.
You have some dust in your hair.
Sirius would later blame the smell of clean laundry that wafted from Remus for causing him to reach over and brush the dust out of the other's hair. It was soft and silky under his hand, which he retracted like it had been burned as soon as he realized what he had done.
Thanks.
Remus reached up and smoothed his hair back down, making sure there weren't any other dust bunnies lingering. He led the way a block down to the restaurant named the Hogshead.
Charming.
Sirius pointed out dryly, taking in the faded sign with a severed wild boar's head leaking blood onto the white cloth around it.
Be adventurous, Sirius. I promise it's worth it.
Remus's voice made the adventure sound so tempting. A little trepidatious, he followed Remus into the slightly dingy pub. Despite the faded-out appearance, it was clean. They made their way through the small front area and settled at the polished wood of an old-fashioned bar. The stools were made of old cracked leather, and Sirius could practically smell the old cigarette smoke clinging to them. They were very comfortable.
Thank you.
Sirius responded when Remus passed him a paper menu. The special in bright red ink was the Yorkshire pudding sandwich. He wasn't sure he wanted to see Remus's smug grin when he ordered the thing he had recommended, but it did sound intriguing.
Hello there, Remus. Your usual, I presume.
A large man sidled up to them at the bar. He had a long white beard that looked like it could benefit from a comb-through, and his white hair hung down his back in the same state. His blue eyes were bright.
Sounds good, and whatever he is having. Aberforth, this is Sirius. Sirius meet Aberforth, the brilliant man who turned something messy and gravy heavy into a sandwich.
Remus gestured between the two of them. Sirius felt a bit like that blue gaze was x-raying him. He was being sized up. Sirius wondered what conclusions he was coming to, and what rumors would start circulating.
Nice to meet you.
Aberforth finally spoke, and Sirius nodded the same. He ordered the sandwich and a soda.
I bring you to a bar, and you ordered a soda. You're old enough to drink, aren't you?
Remus asked as Aberforth started banging away in a kitchen. Sirius gave him a dirty look but considered how to answer. He could blow Remus off by mentioning it was still early in the day, and he had to work later. But as he met those green eyes, he found himself blurting out the truth.
I've been using alcohol as a sleep aid for the last few years. I'm trying to get away from that and not become an alcoholic.
Sirius admitted. This somehow was hard to admit. He held the other's gaze. There was no judgment there. Remus seemed to be weighing his words and considering their merit.
It's good that you recognize the signs and work to correct the behavior.
Remus responded when he seemed to have found something in Sirius's face. Sirius was unsure how to respond, but Remus's acceptance and obvious approval made something warm bloom in his stomach. This distancing thing was not going well. Aberforth came back in a surprisingly short time with 2 very large sandwiches, each with a massive pile of chips. The bread was exactly what Sirius expected. He opened the sandwich and found the inside was hollowed out and filled with sausages and gravy. It tasted as good as it smelled, but it was messier than Sirius usually liked his food. They had called for takeaway boxes and washed their hands before starting the conversation. Sirius was glad to have written his points down, as he had a hard time focusing. Remus seemed content to dedicate his attention to Sirius. The attention and focus were distracting. It had been so long since he'd had an engaging conversation with someone. Most people didn't bother to try and hold intelligent conversations with Omegas. Remus seemed genuinely interested in what he had to say. Sirius had thought all his points would make Remus see the stupid ways of the main character.
Come on, I need to get back to work.
Remus suggested without giving in on the main point Sirius was trying to make. Sirius dug out his wallet while Remus passed over his credit card.
I invited you. This is on me.
He must have seen the protest on Sirius's face because he continued.
You can get the next one.
Sirius was past arguing even with himself about seeing Remus again. He couldn't distance himself from the fascinating man. So he let Remus pay but firmly reminded himself that it wasn't a date. The part of his brain responsible for logic gave him a look that said he was full of shit. He knew it, but he held on to his delusions. They stepped back into the bright summer sunshine.
All of your points would indicate that Ben is stupid, but I prefer to think of him as naive. He hasn't seen much of the world or people. Plus, add in a heaping scoop of the hormones he so clearly has, and you have a character who makes questionable life choices.
Remus pointed out as they walked along the sun-drenched sidewalk. Sirius found he liked the way Remus talked. He had this soothing timbre in his voice. It made everything sound enticing.
I think I have my own set of questionable life choices. I don't need to read about someone making similar ones.
Sirius argued as they reached the door of the bookstore. Remus faced him full on and the corners of his mouth twitched.
And yet you will. Besides, I don't think you're naive. You ended up in a bad situation and got out. There's no shame in that, just strength.
Remus spoke as though he was thinking over his words as they left his mouth. He leaned forward and brushed back a strand of loose black hair.
Have a good afternoon.
The place that Remus touched was warm like a burn with no pain. Sirius's mouth was dry. He could smell clean laundry and something that reminded him of the forest he jogged through in the morning. Remus let himself into the shop, turning the sign back to open. Sirius made his way home feeling a bit dazed.
The gossip of the day is you and Remus went on a date this afternoon.
Lily was talking almost before the door opened.
I should just give you a key.
Sirius snarked, closing the door behind her. He didn't bother to linger around. She would make herself comfortable. He returned to the tiny table and his computer. He wasn't going to let Lily derail a groove.
The gossip is wrong. It was not a date. It was a discussion about books.
But he paid for it.
Lily asked, and Sirius made an affirmative noise.
You are so dense. You went to lunch with a bookstore owner to talk about books and he paid afterward. How is that not a date?
Sirius sighed. He wondered why he let Lily torment him like this.
She's your friend.
His inner voice hissed. Sirius was sure a recent affliction wasn't a reason to suffer like this.
Because I am not dating right now. And even if I was, I don't think dating a beta would be a good way to start.
He closed his laptop. Lily was looking at him with something on her face. If he didn't know any better, he would label it calculating curiosity. He realized she could see this as an insult.
Oh, I didn't mean that negatively.
Shut up, Sirius, I get it. I wouldn't want to date an alpha or an omega. I was so glad when I hit 16 and nothing changed.
She answered. If she wasn't offended, what was the look on her face?
I think you should redefine your idea of a date.
He didn't ask for a date, so ergo not a date.
Sirius tried. This was a bit thin. He didn't think anyone asked like that, no matter what movies and books said.
It wasn't a date. I date with more purpose than lunch at a pub.
You're such a snob.
Lily answered. Sirius shrugged. Her face still held something on it, but Sirius was unable to place it. They moved on from the not date to talk about James and Harry, and eventually about Lily. When Sirius closed the door behind her, he realized what had been on her face. Sympathy, like she knew something he didn't and chose not to share to avoid hurting him.
What happened to the no friend, no relationships rule? Right. It was blasted off the hinges by a pushy redhead and a cute librarian.
Sirius muttered to himself. He sat back at the table and his eyes found the book. He was trying to be good and get some work done before diving in. He had gotten some work done. A chapter was enough, right? He picked up the book and flipped through the front. He made sure to look at each page, not wanting to miss a note that Remus might have left him.
I am so screwed.
Sirius told himself. There was a feeling of disappointment in his stomach at there being no notes from Remus in the book. Sirius crept into the dark kitchen. He winced as he eased open the door. For once, the creaky old thing didn't betray him. Every bone and muscle ached. He was cold and strangely hot at the same time. The last few days felt like they had aged him years. Salt from sweat and tears lingered on his face. He could feel the slick and cum still sliding out of him. It made him want to throw up. The Alpha, a man whose name he didn't know, hadn't let him shower before kicking him out on the streets. Every step was a fight of will. Just as he thought he might be allowed one night of peace, the lights clicked on. Orion was sitting at the bar with a glass of scotch in one hand and a leather strap in the other. Sirius blanched. He had known disappearing for a week would get him beaten. He had hoped to hold it off until tomorrow. The look on his father's face told him that wouldn't be possible.
So instead of staying in, you decided to go out during your first heat.
The tone was casual, but Sirius had survived 16 long years in this house. There was nothing casual about his father. He knew what was coming next. He swallowed and didn't answer.
I can smell it on you. Little slut, you can't even lock yourself away properly during your heat. You're going to end up barefoot and pregnant to some knothead who can't string two words together, which is more than you deserve anyway.
Sirius knew he'd gotten lucky. As rough as the encounter had been, and despite the bodily fluids he hadn't been allowed to wash off, the Alpha had given him access to emergency contraception and not bitten him. It could have been worse.
Take off your shirt.
Orion ordered. It took a lot and it tugged on his painful shoulders, but the shirt was off. Orion stood up, the leather strap gripped tightly in his hand. He walked around Sirius, inspecting the spots where mating marks were usually placed. His skin was blemish-free, and there were no bite marks. A hard hand descended on the back of his neck, forcing him to his knees. Of course, Orion would use that pressure point against him. It was the only pressure point an Omega could never ignore. His knees ached from where they slammed into the floor. The strap bit across his shoulders. He held back a cry. Regulus was sleeping. Sirius would protect him from this evil. The leather strap stung over his back and his shoulders over and over. He bit back every sound. He wasn't going to give his father the satisfaction of crying. The sound of the strap rang through the kitchen. Every strike added to the pain already racking through his body. Eventually, the strikes forced him down. He was lying face down on the kitchen floor. He was too tired to even cry anymore. He was nearly unconscious when Orion seemed to think he had paid for his sins. Sirius could feel sweat and blood running down his skin and onto the floor. He wondered if he would die from blood loss, which didn't seem like a bad way to go.
Clean this up.
Orion ordered, his voice hard. He left his son bleeding on the kitchen floor. Sirius spent 20 minutes getting his hands under him to push himself up. It cost almost all of his energy to get to a position to be able to crawl to the cabinet under the sink. Creature always kept extra cleaning supplies there. Sirius retrieved a bucket, sponge, and soap. He used the counter to haul himself up and fill the bucket with water. The mess looked horrendous on the normally sparkling floors. He sank down and started scrubbing up the floor coated with his blood. He had thought the pristine white grout might be the worst. In the past, getting any stains out of the grout had been a nightmare. The worst part was when new drops of blood would hit the floor. He scrubbed until his hands and arms ached with the effort, and the floor looked like it had never known a mess. The water was red and the bubbles pink as he poured it out and rinsed the bucket. He was careful as he made his way upstairs. He kept his shirt bunched against his back to avoid any drops of blood from getting on the carpet. He stripped carefully, tossing the bloodied shirt in the trash. The water along his back was like lines of fire. He bit his hand hard to avoid screaming. The water ran off him red. He briefly considered just rinsing off the blood and sweat, but a fresh gush of bodily fluids reminded him of the man who had pumped him full of baby batter and kicked him out. He didn't want any part of that man on or in him. He scrubbed himself down until not only did his back feel like he was still being flayed open, but all his skin was a little tender. He cut the water. It hadn't helped. He still felt soiled and dirty to the depths of his soul. He hobbled to his room. Regulus was sitting up in his own bed. He saw every wince and the limp.
I got some bandages when you disappeared earlier this week.
Regulus commented as Sirius paused. If he got the bed bloody, he would face another beating from his mother. He didn't want to expose Regulus to the extent of the abuse inflicted on him tonight, but there was no help for it.
Lay down.
Regulus took his silence as acquiescence. Sirius reluctantly lay face down on the bed. A moment later, his brother was rubbing antibiotic cream into the deep gashes. Regulus was going to be an amazing doctor one day.
Why did you leave? If you'd gone into a rut, you could have hurt someone.
Regulus pointed out.
One day, Reggie, you are going to understand that living by their rules is never going to garner approval or acceptance.
Sirius groused, but didn't pull away from the healing hands.
It was stupid. You can't afford to be stupid, Siri. You're an Omega. Stupid is a weakness. It will always be used against you.
Sirius sat bolt upright in bed, covered in a cold sweat. His back ached, the old scars tingling. He hadn't thought about that night in years. The night he had come home after his 16th birthday. He'd been gone for a week, so even if he had walked through that door smelling like an alpha, he would have been beaten. It had been worse because he was an Omega. It wasn't the worst beating he'd gotten over the years, though. Sirius pushed the blankets off himself in disgust and went to the bathroom. As he waited for the shower to warm, he examined his back in the mirror. Scars crisscrossed over the skin. Most of them were a light faded color. Orion had been very good at hitting them with the edge of the strap. Some of them were deep gashes with ragged edges. Sirius hated all of them. He stepped into the hot water. It would be nice to relax in the shower and let it unknot some of the tension, but his nerves were up tonight. He couldn't stand being in the water. He scrubbed down quickly and climbed out. He made his way to the kitchen and without much thought found a wine bottle, the corkscrew, and a glass. Chapter 6. Self-inflicted illness. The headache Sirius woke up with the next morning reminded him of one of the main reasons he had stopped drinking. It was never worth it later. He turned off his alarm and rolled back over in bed, intending to sleep the day away. However, a little while later, he was pulled from his slumber by someone ringing the bell. He waited the excruciating 30 minutes it took for them to lose interest. A text from Lily was his next disruption to sleep.
Stopped by earlier, but you didn't answer. Are you okay?
Sirius stopped himself from the initial part of him that wanted to be an asshole and tell her to bugger off.
She's your friend and is concerned about you.
He told his inner voice to stuff it.
Just feeling a bit below the weather. I should be fine tomorrow.
Sirius didn't add the part about this being a self-inflicted illness. He didn't owe anyone an explanation. He was a grown man. If he wanted to get wine drunk in his kitchen at 2 a.m, he was allowed to do that. He would also bear the consequences. He got out of bed after that and made his way back to the kitchen. His bender was on the counter, a dirty glass and an empty bottle. He tossed the bottle in the recycling and placed the glass in the sink to be dealt with later. He was just thinking about ordering food since nothing in his fridge looked good when the doorbell rang again. It clanged in his head. His phone dinged with a text.
Haul your butt out of bed. I brought you some homemade chicken soup.
Sirius groaned but went to the door anyways. He opened it and Lily took in his appearance.
I don't know why I continue to let you in my life. You're a pest.
Sirius commented. She sniffed as she stepped past him.
And you smell like you spent the night in a wine bottle. We all have our failings, Sirius.
She shot back perkily while making her way to the kitchen. Sirius closed the door and watched as she stuck the Tupperware in the microwave and tapped the keypad.
We always have some of this in the freezer. James's mum taught him to make her cold buster soup before she passed. It might not work on a hangover, though.
Are you always so sympathetic? Or is it just your gift that makes it feel like that?
Sirius asked, not bothering to ask what she was doing as she started to poke through his cupboards. He was beginning to realize it was just best to let Lily get on with it. She pulled out a glass and filled it with water.
Self-inflicted.
She chirped back, setting the glass in front of him.
But I guess you could say that it is my gift as well, at least from what I have seen. I've always been able to pick up on people's moods and try and help them out.
She shrugged, nodding to the water. The unspoken command of drink was there. He picked up the glass and chugged the cool liquid. It was actually lovely. It soothed his throat, settled his stomach, and cleared up some of his headache. He would not tell her that. She picked up his kettle and filled it with water before plugging it into the wall. She also pulled out a bowl, and when the microwave dinged, she poured the soup into it, shoving it at Sirius.
So why did you torture your liver?
Shits and giggles.
Sirius replied, dragging his spoon through the yellow broth. He looked up and met her unamused glare.
It's not a big deal. Wine makes it easier to sleep.
Her face turned sympathetic with an edge of disapproval. He ignored her for the soup. It was good. She made him a cup of tea when the kettle went off.
If you need help sleeping, you could always call.
She suggested as Sirius added milk and sugar to the tea. She drank her mug with sugar only.
I'm not going to call you at 3 a.m. Yeah, I had a nightmare. Read me a bedtime story. You have a child who will be doing that in about a year anyhow. You don't need a grown man doing it.
Sirius pointed out, and she considered this for a long moment. Sirius was wondering if he should have just let it lie. She was coming up with an alternative.
You could always call Remus. He's a bit of an insomniac.
She decided. Sirius was glad she hadn't commented on the nightmare thing. That was more information than he had intended to give out. Sirius made a face. The idea of Remus talking him out of a panic was appealing, but that was why it wasn't going to happen. The mention of the sandy-haired man also sent a pang through him. Remus was proud of him for admitting he had a problem and getting sober. In one night, Sirius had backslid into his old habits.
Calling up some random guy is worse than calling you. You're a mum. You're supposed to be good at nurturing without judgment. Remus will probably laugh at me. What 25-year-old needs help going to sleep?
Sirius questioned. Lily gave him an unimpressed look. She would be good at shutting down bad behavior as her womb fruit grew. He also knew, even as he said it, it contained an untruth. Remus would never laugh at him for something like that.
Lots of us. There's a whole market for it. Music, machines, and now apps that help you fall asleep. If I thought that would help you, I would recommend the one I use, but I think you require a human element to your insomnia.
Lily poked through her phone. Sirius finished the soup. It had helped.
Remus doesn't open up to people, but for whatever reason, he's sort of letting you in. Perhaps you should do the same.
Lily said and picked up a napkin from nearby. She copied something out for him.
If he asks where you got it, tell him it was delivered. Care of post by the pushy redhead you both need.
It was Remus's number. Sirius had never copied it from the note in the book. Sirius did not call Remus, but he also did not turn to wine. He refused to even buy another bottle. In the morning, he pulled himself out of bed with his alarm and changed into something suitable for jogging. He already hated it, but he grabbed his water bottle and headed out. He was just inside the trees when the familiar steps sounded. He didn't tense up or slow down. He simply shifted on the trail so Remus could run next to him.
Missed you yesterday.
Remus commented when they fell in step together. Sirius blamed the way his heart squeezed on the exercise and alcohol still lingering in his body.
Wasn't feeling well.
Sirius responded. It wasn't technically a lie, but it also wasn't the whole truth. Just because Lily knew he was a booze hound was no reason to bring it up with Remus. He didn't want to tell Remus. He didn't want that man disappointed in him. The path started the slope upward.
I'm glad you're feeling better now.
Remus commented. An awkward silence fell between them. Remus knew he was holding something back, and Sirius was unwilling to part with his secrets. They jogged along the path, the crisp early morning stillness broken by the sounds of nature, and their feet rhythmically thudding on the packed dirt. They reached the top of the hill, and Sirius leaned against the boulder drinking his water. Sirius hated the tension between them.
Lily mentioned that your illness was of the self-inflicted sort. Should I help you find a 12-step program?
There was no judgment or disappointment in that voice or on that face, but Sirius felt shame all the way to the bottom of his feet.
I've been to more counselors than I care to recount. I don't do well with things like group therapy.
Sirius was not going to a 12-step program. He had all the makings of an alcoholic, but he was working on not being that person anymore. Remus nodded and sat on the rock next to Sirius. The smell of clean laundry was stronger today, which was surprising. Sirius had expected to smell something through the scent blocker. They usually weren't 100% effective during rigorous exercise.
You could have called me.
Remus suggested next, and Sirius kicked at a small pebble. Clearly he and Lily had been exchanging notes.
Lily told me that. Even gave me your number. I didn't copy it out of the book.
Sirius confessed, and Remus shook his head with a fond smile.
I'm not going to bug you at 3 a.m. because I can't sleep. That's just...
Sirius didn't have a word. Weakness came to mind, but he knew Remus would blow that off or find some way to make it sound fine. Being weak was not fine, just like being stupid wasn't fine. He didn't have a word to replace it with.
If you're worried about waking me, first of all, don't. I should sleep a lot more than I do. Second of all, you can always shoot me a text asking if I'm awake. I would rather talk to you on the phone than lose my running partner because he fell off the wagon.
Remus responded. The sun was starting to break over the trees. Sirius felt himself warm at the word partner. He pushed that response down. They were platonic running mates, nothing more. Sirius didn't offer an argument. He offered the bottle to Remus, who took a long drink of the cold water. Sirius wondered if he should be offering Remus his water. It was obviously encouraging the other man to forget his water. Sirius couldn't find anything to regret, though. A small part of him thrilled at the idea of placing his mouth where Remus's had been.
What kept you up?
Remus asked. Sirius was not getting into that colossal mess this morning.
You ask all these questions and offer none of the insight into you. Tell me what keeps you up, and then I'll stick to keeping all my secrets and be mysterious.
Sirius teased. Remus knocked his shoulder against Sirius with a grin.
I have really vivid dreams, and sometimes they are a bit terrifying. My mind knows it's not going to get any true rest sleeping, so it shies away from it. It's a bit difficult to rewire your brain when the lack of sleep contributes to worse and weirder dreams.
Remus stated, leaning back against his hands on the rock. The sun shone over his face in soft streaks of yellow. It made his hair look like molten gold.
Maybe you should talk to someone about that,
Sirius suggested, and Remus gave him a contemplative look. Sirius felt like he was being sized up. Remus was deciding at that moment how much to share with him.
The shrinks I've seen have done what they can. The medication to help facilitate sleep doesn't stop the dreams. It just makes sure I don't wake up during them, and that's worse. So I don't sleep. I read, draw, paint, and walk. I know every inch of this town and the surrounding paths.
Remus looked away from Sirius now. A moonlit walk with Remus sounded amazing. Maybe Sirius would call him, and Remus could show him one of these hidden trails. They get a little turned around in the woods, and Sirius shut down that train of thought. This was not a romance novel, and he was not going to get into a relationship with Remus.
Sometimes I have nightmares or can't wind down enough to sleep without a chemical aid. The alcohol kills the dreams and turns off my brain enough to sleep.
Sirius admitted, looking down at his hands. It felt like admitting something deeply shameful, admitting that he had an issue that he couldn't figure out. He doubted he would have told Remus this if he was an alpha. He didn't need some asshole macho knothead telling him a good dicking would help him sleep. That had been his ex's solution, and it hadn't worked. It had made Sirius feel more like shit than he had before. He knew Remus might come back with some good advice.
Well, the first thing you should do is get rid of all the alcohol in your house. Call someone to help if you can't manage, then develop a routine. Before bed, I always shower, brush my teeth, and read a little to unwind. Sometimes it works. When it doesn't, you can call me. We'll chat until your demons are small enough to tackle without me on the phone,
Remus suggested. This was all perfectly reasonable, but Sirius wanted to hate it. He had spent most of his life fighting against order and routine. Still, Remus's voice made it sound deceptively easy and appealing.
The booze is all gone.
This felt like an important point. Sure, he had drunk it, but he hadn't gone out and bought more. That felt like progress.
Good.
Remus answered.
Next time, just call me. I would rather talk to you than sleep anyway.
Remus brushed back a stray hair of Sirius's, his fingers brushing Sirius's temple before his hand returned to the rapidly warming rock.
Want to race down?
Are you going to let me win for once?
Sirius asked. Remus grinned. This wasn't his normal reassuring smile. This was a teasing smile. It was a bad sign that Sirius already knew the difference. He was getting in way too deep with Remus.
Oh, absolutely not. If you want to win, you have to earn it.
Remus replied, and Sirius sighed but stood up.
I share my water and witty conversation, and he won't even cut me a break.
Sirius managed to sound heavily put upon and deeply dramatic. Remus stayed on the rock and raised an eyebrow at him. Sirius saw his opportunity. He took off while Remus was still lounging on the rock. A curse and the sound of footfalls behind Sirius prompted him to run faster. Sirius was resisting going inside. He had been in his backyard all day. It was nice, and he had managed to get a good chunk of writing done. Now, though, the clouds were moving in and looking like they were going to rain him out. When the sun no longer broke through the clouds, he packed up and went inside. He didn't need to tempt fate by having his laptop outside in inclement weather. He closed the door and sat at the dining table, tapping out another paragraph. He glanced up as the rain started coming down in sheets. He continued to work, putting some more detail into things. It was amazing how much progress he could make when not bothered by Lily. He already felt a certain degree of fondness for her, but she wreaked havoc on him working. He wondered if he should put a rain scene in his story, or if that was too cheesy. He discarded it as cheesy, even as he glanced over at the rainbow umbrella by his door. All at once, he remembered that was Remus's umbrella, likely his only one. It was raining buckets, and Remus closed the shop at 8. His eyes flickered down to the time. He closed his laptop and quickly slipped on his shoes and a light jacket. It was odd walking through the town in the evening with buckets pouring. The streets were nearly empty, and the sun was down, which made the whole town look different. The rain also added a sense of melancholy to the whole thing. This was Sirius's kind of weather. It matched what his mood was doing most of the time. He reached the bookstore and stepped inside, shaking off the umbrella and setting the bell off.
Oh, sorry, I'm just about to close up.
Remus called from around the corner, just out of sight. He popped his head around the shelf a moment later. He looked confused to see Sirius there.
I borrowed your umbrella and never gave it back. I didn't want you to have to walk home without some protection.
Sirius admitted. He felt a little silly having walked here in the rain just so Remus wouldn't have to. The answering smile settled his worries about being awkward.
Thanks, I was just about to ask James to drop by with his car.
Remus spoke with obvious gratitude.
Go ahead and sit by the register while I finish up the closing tasks.
Sirius nodded and made his way to the register. He sat on the stool with the woolen coat draped over the back. The familiar scent of laundry detergent greeted him along with an earthy tone like the forest. He wondered if Remus wore that jacket while exploring the forest.
Do you not have a car?
Sirius asked as he picked up the books Remus was obviously sorting through. He flipped through it idly, and when he spotted a gross stain on one of the pages, he made a face. He picked up a pack of sticky notes, brown stain on page 394. He set it in what appeared to be the discard pile. He picked up another book curiously.
I don't have a car, although I do have a license and can drive. It's not needed here. Everything is within walking distance.
Remus was sweeping now. Sirius flipped through the book. It was in good condition. He set it in the other pile. He knew he shouldn't be messing with Remus's work, but he couldn't help it. He was always doing something. He hated sitting still. It was why he had started writing in the first place, to have his hands constantly doing something. Remus came over and picked up the book Sirius had marked. He flipped to the indicated page and made a face, replacing it on the pile.
I'll do this in the morning. Come on.
Sirius held the umbrella while Remus locked up, and then Remus took over. It made sense. He was taller. They walked down the street, close because of the umbrella. Sirius was about to ask if he should start swinging by with his car when it was raining, but a small noise caught his attention. It was a tiny, miserable-sounding whimper. He paused, which led to a deluge of icy water as Remus kept moving, not noticing his distraction at first.
Sirius.
Remus started, but Sirius shushed him. Remus fell silent as the umbrella was returned to cover him. He heard it again and left the safety of the umbrella, heading toward a small stand of bushes.
What are you doing?
Remus asked, sounding confused and bewildered.
There is something small and sad over here. Now hush.
Sirius ordered. He poked through the brush carefully, pushing aside branches. Curled up in a tiny ball in the driest spot he could find was a tiny black pup. He was skin and bones and shivering. Sirius immediately peeled off his jacket, still dry on the inside, and picked up the small animal. The poor beast didn't fight, just gave another pitiful whimper as Sirius wrapped him up before rushing back to the relative dryness of the umbrella. Chapter 7. Padfoot and Crookshanks.
He probably has fleas.
Remus pointed out as Sirius checked for a collar on the thin neck.
You probably have fleas, but I still hang out with you.
Sirius shot back, finding no collar. He looked up at Remus. His own hair was damp and falling in his face. He gave him a quick smile.
Despite Remus's issue, I think you are coming home with me, buddy.
Sirius held the small, trembling body close.
What am I going to do with a man as ridiculous as you?
Remus asked fondly. Sirius shrugged.
Come on, I'll walk you home. Don't argue, Sirius. You're holding a puppy. You cannot defend yourself.
Sirius nodded. He had been about to argue. He was perfectly capable of defending himself, but Remus had a point.
I know it's because you want your umbrella back.
Sirius commented. He was grateful for the cover. It kept him and the puppy dry. The smell of fresh laundry mixed pleasantly with the smell of fresh rain.
Perhaps,
Remus replied, but his lips had quirked up. They walked to Sirius's place. Remus walked him right up to the door.
Are you going to join me on a run tomorrow?
Sirius looked down at the trembling form in his arms.
I don't think it would be wise to leave him alone.
Sirius stroked the small head. He ignored the part of his brain that was insisting on reminding him how much bigger his responsibilities just got. It was a cute puppy.
I'll come by with coffee and breakfast then.
Remus suggested, and Sirius smiled brightly at him. That was an amazing suggestion. Sirius tried to juggle the pup to one arm, but wasn't coordinated enough.
Can't get your keys.
They're in the right front pocket.
Sirius mumbled. He didn't want to set the pup down just to get his keys out. Remus stepped closer and the smell of laundry was heavier. Sirius swallowed as his eyes met green. A warm hand snaked into his pocket and tugged out the keys easily. Just when he felt as if his chest might explode, Remus stepped back and unlocked the door for him.
Thanks.
Sirius forced out despite his dry throat. Sirius stepped into his home and leaned against the door. Remus was going to kill him. He locked the door and watched through the peephole as Remus left. Once he was alone, he took the pup to the kitchen. He gave him a bowl of water, which he thirstily drank, and a bowl of milk. He was unsure if he was old enough for solid food, so he gave him a couple of cubes of cooked turkey. The puppy stopped shivering. Sirius ran lukewarm water in the kitchen sink and rinsed the pup off, using some dish soap to help clean him up. And while a lot of dirt came off, the puppy stayed jet black. Sirius could feel every rib through his skin. It made him glad to have stopped. He scooped up the pup in a towel and took the time to gently dry him, which is when Sirius noticed he was starting to look sleepy.
Come on, little one.
Sirius carried the now dry, warm, half-asleep puppy to his room. The dog curled up immediately and fell asleep. Sirius showered, getting rid of his own batch of cold. He set up some napkins in the corner of the room, hoping if the puppy had to go in the middle of the night, he would go there. A water dish was also set down for him, and Sirius climbed into bed. When he woke in the middle of the night, the puppy was curled up against his stomach, snoring softly. Sirius rested his hand on him and went back to sleep. It was surprisingly easy.
Oh, good morning.
Remus greeted with a chuckle when Sirius opened the door, and the little puppy tried to vault out the door at Remus.
He's feeling better, which he demonstrated by bouncing on me until I got up.
Sirius commented, letting Remus in and closing the door. So far, so good. The little one had actually waited until they were outside to go potty. He had an appointment at the vet later and would head to the pet store afterward.
You were the one that brought a wild animal into your home.
Remus handed off the bag he had brought. Sirius could smell pancakes and coffee. Remus knelt down and offered his hand to the pup. He was immediately assaulted with a wet tongue and a small body wagging a tail furiously.
You're much happier, all dry and fed. I would be happy too. Living with Sirius, you got it made, kiddo.
Sirius ignored the butterflies in his stomach. It was cute watching Remus interact with the pup. Remus's words also held a hint of attraction towards Sirius, which caused him to shake his head. Remus could do so much better.
I had Aberforth make us a couple of the breakfasts to go. It's not a full English, just some pancakes, eggs and bacon.
Remus straightened up and brushed invisible dust off his pants.
I smell coffee.
Sirius happily agreed. He led the way into the small kitchen and watched as Remus unbagged breakfast. It looked and smelled good, and the coffee was divine.
So what? You went on your jog, went home and showered, went to the Hogshead to get breakfast, then came here. What time did you wake up this morning, or did you even sleep?
Sirius asked, opening the to-go container and smiling at the perfectly cooked, still hot pancakes.
I eat at the Hogshead every morning before opening shop. But no, I did not jog this morning. You weren't going to be there to chase, so what was the point?
Remus stated, seemingly not to notice anything strange about this statement. It made Sirius flush and look down at his breakfast. He focused on unwrapping the plastic cutlery. Remus always made him feel so warm and bubbly. It was odd.
Oh no, I'm not a sucker.
Sirius laughed. At his feet was a little black fluff ball looking like his whole life depended on the piece of bacon in Sirius's hand. His eyes were a light blue, almost gray color. They reminded him of his family, of his little brother. The dog gave him up as a bad job and padded away towards Remus in hopes of getting something. A moment later, Remus dropped a piece of bacon.
Old softy.
Remus shot him a grin.
So what are your plans today?
Remus asked as Sirius added butter and syrup to the pancakes.
Little one here has an appointment at the vet at 9 and then the pet store. If he's not contagious, I was going to take him to see Lily, so she stops worrying about me.
Sirius commented, checking his watch. They had plenty of time. He hoped the dog wasn't contagious. He had shared Sirius's bed.
I can walk with you. It's on my way.
Remus offered, cutting his own pancakes into precise strips before turning the container and cutting each piece into precise squares. Sirius watched him, intending to make a snide comment about OCD, but was distracted by large, warm hands handling the plastic fork and knife. Okay, now he was being ridiculous. He dropped his eyes back to his own pancakes. He was just sort of cutting and scooping as he went. He knew what those fingers and hands felt like on his face. What would they feel like elsewhere? He pushed that thought aside violently.
Sure.
Sirius responded, only half remembering the question. He had to get himself under control. He wasn't interested in a new relationship, was he? He forced himself to take another bite of pancake. The butter and syrup were warm and melty, and the bread was soft. He wished he hadn't gotten so deep in his head.
Have you thought about what you are going to name him?
Remus asked, popping one of the perfect squares into his mouth. Sirius glanced down at the small floof by Remus's feet. He had not thought of anything. The small creature didn't even look like a proper dog yet. His feet were large, though. He would be a big boy.
Padfoot.
Sirius finally answered, and the small tail thumped on the ground as though he knew he was being talked about. Remus glanced down at the small animal, too.
I think he likes his name.
Remus responded, looking over at Sirius with a fond smile. It melted Sirius's heart as thoroughly as his butter was melted on the pancakes. He looked back down at his breakfast, trying to focus on anything that wasn't the man in front of him. When he looked back up through his lashes, Remus was still watching him with his head cocked slightly to the side. Sirius didn't ask what he was doing.
You cannot chew on the string.
Sirius told the small dog for the 1,000th time. They had been to the vet. He was all clear and given his first set of vaccines. The vet had told him to use puppy food, but he was old enough to eat solids. They had gone straight to the pet store to pick up the food, dishes, toys, a dog bed, harness, and leash, which seemed like the best toy ever. They weren't really making progress. Padfoot seemed more content to dance in a circle every few steps to try and catch the weird string that kept him from running off. Sirius knew for a fact that he had trained a dog on the leash before, but now was unable to pull on that information. It didn't help that he was so bloody cute. It took a while, but eventually, they made it to the Potter residence.
Sit.
Sirius said sternly. He got a happy tail wag and a tongue hanging out of his mouth back. The butt did not go down.
We'll work on that.
He briefly considered ringing the bell, but didn't want to wake the baby. He knocked on the door lightly. Lily opened the door a moment later, holding a very awake Harry. He had his mum's eyes, which was immediately obvious now that Sirius was looking at his face and not just the back of his head.
Hey, Siri.
She greeted him warmly, immediately stepping aside. Sirius leaned down and picked up the chaos generator masquerading as a dog.
I found a dog,
he explained, stepping into the house. Lily looked at him as though trying to decide if he was serious or not. Then her expression morphed into something else. Sirius realized she was trying not to laugh. Harry broke the silence with a happy shriek, reaching for the dog. Padfoot immediately tried to get out of Sirius's arms to inspect the squishy thing reaching for him.
We're about to lose our respective children. Let's move to the living room where your child can cover mine in saliva.
Lily suggested adjusting her grip on Harry. She led Sirius to the living room and set Harry down in his bouncy chair. Sirius got the leash off of the puppy, but held him.
You have to be gentle with the baby,
He told the dog calmly, looking into those bright eyes. He knew it was absurd the puppy couldn't understand him, but when he set him down, he approached Harry cautiously.
So explain this.
Lily gestured to Padfoot, who was snuffling at Harry's ear to the boy's never-ending delight. While Padfoot seemed to recognize that Harry was a baby and thus should be treated gently, it also seemed Harry had learned animals should be handled with care. He didn't grab fur or ears or tails. He would run hands over the fur clumsily. Sirius's eyes found the grumpy orange cat watching Padfoot warily. Harry had probably learned cats were sharp.
I was returning Remus's umbrella, and on the walk back, I heard this pathetic whining. It happened to be a cute puppy. Remus thinks I'm ridiculous.
Sirius commented, tucking his feet up under himself. Lily was watching as the orange cat stretched and jumped down from the perch. She inspected Padfoot, making sure he was safe for her baby. Sirius noticed the possessive way her tail curled over Harry, but she seemed ambivalent about the dog.
Remus has a rescue of his own. She came in a box of books. He tried to get in contact with the people thinking their cat had just crawled into a box. He took her home to keep her safe until her people returned. Mooney has lived with him for the past 3 years. She's a pretty cat, with perfectly beautiful white fur and bright green eyes.
Lily informed him. Sirius could see Remus owning a cat, the warm fur ball curled up in his lap while he read and drank tea.
Do you want any tea or anything else to drink?
Sirius took the offer of tea and stayed in the living room to watch the animals and baby interact while she put the kettle on. When Harry started getting fussy, Sirius picked him up.
You know I don't like babies.
He informed the small boy as he bounced him gently. Harry seemed fascinated and reached out to catch a curl of his hair. Sirius made a face as it was grabbed by a grubby hand and tugged towards a toothless mouth.
Knock it off, crotch goblin. Only one person gets to play with my hair, the cute sandy-haired bookstore owner.
He didn't really worry about his words. The baby was too little to rat him out. He settled on the couch holding the small boy close. He hummed a half-remembered lullaby, running his thumb over Harry's nose and rocking slightly. The last time he had held a baby had been at 16. It was after his back had finally healed from the brutal beating. He had been on heat suppressants and birth control properly after that. His parents had enrolled him in Omega classes to learn his position in life. It was basically house care, baby rearing, cooking, and serving an alpha. It still made him a little sick. They had been taken to a local daycare and made to look after the children. He had been taken on as a summer associate. Something about him had children responding to him. He had actually liked the job. He frowned. He had liked children and even planned on one day having them. When had that changed? He cast his mind back to when he stopped thinking about having a family. It wound back through that toxic relationship, shying away from some of the worst bits. He couldn't find a definitive answer, but he was sure it was something to do with his ex. He had never wanted kids, and had ridiculed Sirius when he had brought it up. He had turned it into not liking kids as a defense against the pain of never being a parent. Now, as he held Harry in his arms, he was reminded of that loss. It made his chest ache. Perhaps he could adopt in a few years. Single Omegas usually weren't considered good candidates, but he had a steady job with good pay that allowed him to work from home. He was also building up a support network of betas. He could always go the easier route, stop taking his birth control and let some knothead go at him. The thought made his skin crawl. Plus, alphas tended to get all pushy and aggressive, especially if an Omega gets pregnant. He pushed these dark thoughts aside and focused on Harry, who was warm and comfy in his arms. He would deal with his own issues when he was home. Padfoot and the orange cat were now playing. Well, Padfoot was playing. The orange cat was eyeing him as though daring him to come closer.
Whoa, did you drug him?
Lily asked, returning with 2 steaming mugs and gesturing to the baby. Harry was conked out in his arms, breathing softly with a pudgy hand wrapped in his shirt.
Just a natural, I guess.
He shrugged as she set the mugs down on the table.
Want to show me the crib so we don't wake him?
Lily nodded and led the way through the house. Harry was in the smaller of the 2 bedrooms. In Sirius's home, the smaller bedroom was being converted into an office eventually. Right now it had a half-assembled bookcase in it. He got the baby settled in the crib with a small stuffed deer and a blanket with cartoon lightning bolts on it. They moved back to the living room.
At least Crookshanks likes him.
Lily pointed out, Padfoot looked very grumpy as he was being sat on by the cat and groomed.
We're all whipped by feisty gingers. Get used to it, kiddo.
He told the dog. Lily laughed as he sat down next to her.
And don't you forget it.
She answered. Sirius smiled at her and leaned properly back on the couch.
My parents are coming by this weekend and taking Harry for a few days. James and I were going to use this opportunity to remember we are young people and go out to a club. Want to join?
Lily asked, tucking her own legs under her. Sirius shook his head, and her eyebrows went up.
I would have thought after being here a week, almost two, would have you itching to get back to the city.
I will give you that it is slow here, but no one lets me be bored for very long. If you had asked a week ago when I first got here, I probably would have said yes, but I'm trying to be a different person. As in, no more alcohol, no more clubs.
It cost Sirius a lot. Admit his faults like this. Would it ever get easier?
That's a good thing to admit to yourself, and I'm glad you figured it out before it ruined you. I would hate to see the light go out in my friend.
Lily responded. Her acceptance and happiness had his chest warming. It was nearly the same thing Remus had said to him. Now he had 2 and possibly 3 people, depending on what she told James, to hold him responsible. He wondered if this was a good or bad thing. Chapter 8, Walking. Sirius had already turned back twice. Padfoot was getting tired of walking in circles. He forced himself not to shy away. It wasn't raining, and he didn't have an excuse, but he was already nearly at Remus's shop, and it was nearing 8 o'clock. He chewed his lip as he rounded the corner and reached the shop. He pushed open the door, setting off the bell.
What's your policy on dogs?
Sirius asked as Remus looked up from the books he was sorting. That familiar face morphed into a smile, and his eyes flickered to Padfoot, who was chewing on his own leg. Sirius was beginning to think his dog was broken. He would have to dig up an owner's manual and see if he could reset him.
I don't know. Have you potty trained him yet, Padfoot?
Remus chuckled, looking back to Sirius after Padfoot gave Remus a dopey look.
Normally I wouldn't let such a scruffy-looking mutt into my shop, but Padfoot vouched for you.
Hey!
Sirius protested. Remus simply chuckled and returned his reading glasses to his face to finish what he was up to. Sirius wandered the aisles, letting his eyes flicker idly over the books. Occasionally he would pull one out to examine it closer. He was careful to return them to the same spot. Padfoot trotted along dutifully with him. He was getting used to the leash.
Are you ready to go?
Remus startled him with a gentle hand on his elbow. The jump had Padfoot woof a little and step up like he would defend Sirius. Remus immediately removed his hand and took a step back. The small dog settled happily onto his haunches, his tongue hanging out again. He looked up at Sirius with all the love in the world.
Are you going to be my big scary guard dog as you grow into those dinner plates you call feet?
Sirius asked, dropping down to scratch the pup under the chin and behind his ears.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
After a few good scritches, Sirius stood back up and walked with Remus out into the cool night air.
It's nice, this. You're walking with me.
Remus commented as they walked down the sidewalk. Sirius flushed slightly, but didn't respond. He was glad Remus hadn't asked why he had come by the store. Sirius didn't have an answer. He had just decided to come by.
Are you going to jog tomorrow?
Probably. I don't want to get out of the habit. I will set him up with toys and such and head out.
Sirius answered. He would take the pup with him when he was older and better trained on the leash. He thought Padfoot would like that. It would be a good way to burn off excess energy.
That comment you made earlier, about me being a mutt, is false, by the way.
Remus made a noise to indicate interest.
I am a purebred aristocrat of the noble and most ancient House of Black.
Sirius affected his best snob voice and tipped his nose in the air. Remus scrunched up his face like he was remembering something unpleasant.
I read about that family in the news. Your parents?
Remus asked, and Sirius nodded. He had opened himself up to that. He should have changed his surname when he moved or just not brought it up. He didn't like people associating him with his family.
And brother, I don't keep up on them anymore, but it is unsurprising they are in the news. Father always liked to splash his money about.
Sirius responded. He wondered what they were in the paper for this time. Remus nodded slowly.
You seem different from them. They look so formal in the pictures.
Remus was obviously trying to be diplomatic and kind. Sirius had no such qualms about the whole thing.
They look stuffy and uptight. You can say it. I distanced myself from my family on purpose.
Sirius corrected. There had never been a chance of him having a healthy relationship with his parents. It had been less likely he would ever witness kindness from his parents when he presented at 16. Regulus had presented as an alpha at 16, and when it became obvious he was also an asshole, Sirius had bolted. He didn't know what his brother and mother were doing at this point. He hated the whole lot of the Black family with the twisted, incestuous tree and old-fashioned ideas about alphas and omegas. His own mother had been forced by her parents and Orion's parents, her aunt and uncle, to marry. She had barely presented as an omega. The abuse carried through the generations. Sirius would be unsurprised to find she had similar scars on her back, both from her parents and Orion. Sirius knew if he stayed, he would have been matched up with a female alpha and likely be caring for 2 or more of his own children by now.
I read your father's interview with the Morals Committee. He has some twisted views on Omega rights.
Remus commented, and Sirius made a face. He had been subjected to that rant a lot growing up. He remembered praying to be an alpha, so his family didn't hate him or enslave him.
I heard a lot about that growing up. He seems to think Omega rights are leading to the moral decay of our world. Omegas are good for breeding and keeping house, nothing else. Something about my sensibilities not being good enough to live alone or vote or have any say in anything related to whether or not I want a baby.
Sirius confirmed. Orion had worked very hard to break Sirius's spirit. He glanced down at Padfoot, who attacked the leash, forcing them to stop so he could untangle the mongrel.
That's so bullshit.
Remus agreed. Sirius glanced over at him. The curse from the normally well-spoken man was a surprise. The condescension and disgust in his voice had Sirius struggling to remember how to walk or breathe. He cleared his throat and hoped his scent blocker would hide what Remus's disgust on behalf of Omegas did for him.
No one is less of a human because of their biology. You aren't just an incubator for tiny humans. I don't understand people who think that way.
Sirius actively tripped over his own feet because he was too busy feeling his heart and stomach fill with warm flutters. Remus believed he was an equal human.
You cannot fall for him. You have shit to do.
His brain reminded him forcibly. His inner Omega swooned and wanted to crowd closer as Remus reached out to steady him. A warm hand was on his shoulder and one on his hip.
Whoa there.
Remus commented. He was standing very close to Sirius. The fresh laundry smell was heavy in his nose. He could have counted the freckles dusting Remus's cheeks. Brilliant green eyes were intent on him. He noticed when they flickered down, when Sirius flicked his tongue out to wet his suddenly dry lips. Green eyes flickered back up to his.
I should get you home. Come along.
Remus shifted back. Sirius let out a pent-up breath as Remus stepped away from him. Remus kept a warm hand on his back as they walked through the town. That warm, large hand on his lower back had him struggling to remember how to put one foot in front of the other. Barely remembering how to walk and trying to lead an obnoxious puppy was not a good combination. He stumbled a few times. Remus always steadied him, but by holding onto his elbow instead of his waist. Sirius found himself disappointed.
Have a good night.
Remus wished as they reached the pathway leading up to his house. Sirius felt the warm hand leave his back and immediately missed its warmth. He didn't want to let Remus leave. He wanted to extend today and the wonderfully weird goodness of it for a while longer. He was unsure of how to.
Thanks, you too.
Sirius's wish was hollow, more an echo out of manners. He did want Remus to have a good night, but he didn't want them to do it separately. Remus reached over and tucked a stray curl behind his ear. He had to stop doing that. It was going to kill Sirius. He withdrew his hand in what seemed to be a reluctant manner. Sirius watched him walk away. He looked down at Padfoot, whose tongue was lolling out of his mouth and was wagging his tail happily.
Don't look at me like that. I did everything I could. If he wants to kiss me after the mess he has seen so far, that is his problem, not mine.
Sirius informed the incorrigible pup. He let the dog into the house and fed him before heading to the shower. What he didn't tell the puppy, and what he would barely admit to himself, was he wanted to kiss Remus too. He leaned his forehead against the cold tile and glared at the other problem, the one currently making itself known between his legs.
Oh, shut up. If I listen to you, we're all in trouble.
Sirius snapped. It had been thinking with his dick that had gotten him wrapped up with his ex. At least if he did decide to shag Remus, he wouldn't have to worry about the painful knot or a rut where his consent wasn't asked for. He tried to ignore it, but remembering that warm, large, strong hand on his lower back and the way Remus smelled, or at least his scent blocker, had Sirius throbbing. He finally gave in, wrapping his own hand around the flesh and tugging. His eyes slid closed, and he imagined instead of his own pale hand, a tan one, with thin white scars crisscrossing over the skin reached between his legs. It teased him with expert precision, driving him up and up. His head spun slightly as the pace was perfect, a thumb swiping over the head and a wonderful twist on the upstroke. Sirius cursed in the humid air as he came with green eyes watching him intently. At least they were in his own mind. He stayed against the wall, trying to breathe. When he withdrew his hand and opened his eyes to his empty bathroom, he was reminded that he was alone on purpose. He scrubbed down and cut the shower. Trying to preserve the heat, he wrapped the fluffiest towel he had around himself and walked briskly to the bedroom. Padfoot was already curled up on one of the pillows asleep. The harsh kisses weren't really doing it for Sirius, but he had never really been into kisses anyway. He was used to harsh, uncaring kisses from alphas. It was just how it went. Perhaps he should try kissing betas, although most wanted nothing to do with the omegas and alphas. He winced as the larger man pushed him a bit roughly into the door. Their teeth mashed into their lips, which would be sore for days. Clammy hands slid up his torso, tugging off his shirt. He really should have expected this. He had gone on a 4th date with this man. Wasn't there some rule somewhere about a certain number of dates and sex? He was honestly surprised it had taken this long. Most wanted to sample the product before investing 4 dates worth of time into him. So he allowed the shirt to be stripped off, and thankfully his reciprocity wasn't required as the other man pulled off his own shirt. He was strong like most alphas. Usually, this would have Sirius all over him. Now it made him nervous. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. This man had already been a bit rougher and more controlling than Sirius was comfortable with. It didn't really matter as hands found the front of his pants and opened them. Despite his mental hang-ups, the smell of pheromones had him hard and leaking slick. His hard dick was completely ignored. His ass was cupped with one hand, sliding into the slick crease and pressing into him. It felt good if a little abrupt.
"Go lay on the bed,"
he was ordered. He did as he was told, even though he wanted to object. The alpha voice meant he was powerless to do anything but obey. Maybe at some point in the future, he would have to mention he didn't like the alpha voice. Most omegas didn't. It was dehumanizing. For now, he would get this over with. He could handle a rough partner in bed. Wasn't that his purpose in life after all? To be obedient to an alpha. He laid down on the bed feeling thoroughly objectified.
"Roll over."
That same tone. He did so, his face now buried in the pillow. The scent of sweat and something a little more sinister made him wrinkle his nose. Hands gripped his hips and pulled him up onto his knees. A leg pressed his open. Sirius felt his face burn as the cheeks were spread. He was completely and utterly exposed. He gave a low whine when he felt the blunt head press in. Regardless of his current state, most alphas did offer at least a little prep. It stung, and Sirius bit down on the pillow. A heavy body pressed against him, and hard, restraining hands found his wrists, pinning them roughly to the bed. His shoulders were tugged on painfully with each motion. The springs squeaked in protest as the movement started. Sirius let his brain disengage from what was happening. He wouldn't get much out of it anyway. No need to be mentally present for the use of his body after all. His brain spiraled back in a panic when he felt teeth against his shoulder. He jerked from the mouth before his brain even processed.
No.
His voice was hoarse but clear. The body stopped, sitting in him, feeling uncomfortably large. He wanted to move to get rid of the object, but the tug on his shoulders from his trapped hands kept him in place.
No biting,
he finished. A heavy breath washed over his back. He felt perilously close to tears. He couldn't cry just because he was being treated roughly during sex. This was how it worked. The thrusts resumed at a punishing pace, but teeth were kept away from his skin. He could feel the disappointment from the other man with every movement. It made him want to give in just to get it to stop. His body was starting to ache all over like he had the flu. The sound of skin on skin was filling the air, and the heavy scent of alpha felt like it was crawling down his throat and choking him. Then he felt it, the thing he had forgotten to worry about. Now it was inescapable and painful. He was biting the pillow again as the knot stretched him. He wanted to run and hide to get away. He knew from experience that would hurt worse, so he laid still, trying to remember to breathe and not tense up as he was torn open. Every cell screamed for it to stop. He could feel the warm liquid sliding into him and felt like he wanted to crawl out of his skin. The heavy body collapsed on him, and Sirius didn't care enough to stay up. He let the weight collapse his body. He could feel every throb and every subsequent spurt of cum that filled him. A wave of nausea that made him sick to his stomach followed the hot, sticky feeling of wanting to escape. Eventually, the pain faded and the flesh left his body. The other man rolled off him with a satisfied sigh.
That was good.
Reaching over, the man gave a quick slap to Sirius's ass before getting up and off the bed. Sirius stayed still until he heard the man step into a shower. He let the pain roll through him, trying to determine if he would have to go to the hospital. As soon as he had assessed he had no injuries, he sat up carefully. He slowly gathered his clothes and was mostly dressed when his partner returned to the room with a towel drying his blonde straw-like hair.
Heading out.
He asked, and Sirius nodded. He wanted to be anywhere else. It was always the same. He never wanted to be touched after sex. He wasn't sure why everyone was on about it. He had never felt anything other than dirty and used afterward. Sometimes the other person would take time to get him off, but he knew more often than not his pleasure was not the point.
Well, all right. Be safe. I'll call you to arrange another date.
Sirius once again nodded mutely and made his way over when it was indicated. He was pulled in for a sloppy, hard kiss. It hurt the spot his teeth had mashed into earlier. A rough hand placed on his ass squeezed and he was released. He kept his silence going through the cab ride back to his apartment. Sirius squeezed the pillow to him tighter and wiped his face. Remembering the first encounter with his ex had him shaking. He hated that night. He hated most of the nights he had been reached for in the dark. He had never put that in the books, but they were fiction, mostly. He had written what was expected, an alpha who cared about their omega enjoying themselves. He had been mostly concerned. Maybe he was the odd one. His partner had enjoyed it. Shouldn't that make his omega happy? He rolled over on the bed. The sheets were too hot, and his skin was sticky. Padfoot looked at him in concern from the foot of the bed. He had moved when Sirius had tried to use him as a pillow. He was not going to be able to go back to sleep. He got up and made his way to the kitchen. He was steeping a cup of tea, and in his hand was his phone. He looked at the message he had typed. It was low-key. And even after having this number programmed into his phone for about a week, he hated the idea of reaching out. But the only other way he knew to kill these memories was copious amounts of alcohol. All the bars were closed, but he knew there was a 24-hour store down the road that sold alcohol. He was craving the sweet oblivion that a bottle of wine promised.
I can't sleep. How about you?
He hit send before he could doubt himself and dropped the phone on the counter. He sipped at his tea.
It would be better with rum or vodka.
Sirius told Padfoot, who looked up at him unconvinced.
Wide awake, want to go for a walk?
The quick response had him fumbling with his phone. He quickly typed out a response and went to put on some jeans. This was better than sitting in his kitchen waiting for his tea to go cold and the sun to come up.
Where should I meet you?
Chapter 9, Not Your Fault.
Want to talk about it?
Remus asked as Sirius came around the corner. He had left Padfoot at home. The pup had looked at him and the leash in his hand and trotted over to his bed to obstinately lay down. They had walked a lot today.
Nope.
Sirius answered, adjusting the hem of his sweater. Remus's eyes searched his face, brows furrowing slightly before he nodded. They fell in step together. Sirius let the familiar scent wash over him and soothe his frazzled nerves. At least Remus was a safe crush. He didn't have the characteristics that made sex so unpleasant. Sirius still doubted he would enjoy it much, or even all the time, but at least he wouldn't have to endure a knot. He pushed that away. He wouldn't be having sex with Remus. The town was completely empty at this time of night. The bright orange of the streetlights was weirdly warm and diffused as the fog started to crowd the air. All the cars were parked in silent driveways in front of dark houses. A few animals moved about, house cats settling territorial disputes, a raccoon in the trash can, and a fox nosing along the lazy stream for critters or discarded food.
Want to talk about what's got you awake?
Sirius offered as they walked along the road. He could hear the late summer crickets buzzing. The town was pretty, especially now after dark and being quiet. The fog was starting to coat everything in a fine layer of dew. Sirius could feel it working into his dark curls. He looked over at Remus. The wet air was causing his sandy hair to curl around his ears. It made him look younger and cuter.
I am an insomniac. I never sleep. There's no specific reason behind it, aside from the usual.
Remus responded with a shrug. He glanced over at Sirius, who lowered his own eyes. Remus's presence was comforting, but Sirius didn't want to look at him. Remus saw through him easily, and he didn't want to risk him staring too long, or else he would know what had happened to him. He didn't want Remus to think he was disgusting or a whiner. Sure, Remus thought Omegas should have rights and everything else, but that didn't mean he applied that to the relations of Omegas and Alphas.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
Remus didn't sound frustrated, just resigned. Sirius peeked at Remus through his hair and was curious about what he was complaining about.
You tip your head down, and your hair hides those mercurial, expressive eyes of yours.
Sirius brought his head up surprised. His face flooded with warmth at what he was sure was a compliment. No one had ever described his eyes like that, at least to his face.
It's intentional.
Sirius answered when he remembered he was supposed to contribute to the conversation.
You are a mind reader. I like to think if you can't see my face, maybe your powers would be hindered.
Remus paused and looked at Sirius properly. He reached over and shifted that dark curl off of Sirius's face. Sirius usually flinched when people reached for him after a nightmare. Remus was safe and not threatening.
I can't help it. You read to me like a book. It's harder not to see what's there.
Remus's hand was warm on his cheek. It took a lot to keep his eyes on the green ones after this comment, but Sirius couldn't look away. He was mesmerized. Remus's eyes searched his face and his brow furrowed in concern.
Tell me, what has you so sad tonight?
Remus's voice was soft. Sirius swallowed as the traitorous words attempted to escape. He was not going to talk about that. He would deal with his own issues. He shook his head.
Why?
Remus asked. He didn't seem frustrated, just curious. Sirius had a million answers that could be used. It was personal and his own business. He had made it Remus's business when he had called for comfort in the middle of the night. It didn't matter. Again, that excuse had gone out of the window. If it didn't matter, he wouldn't have had to have called Remus. So he went with the truth.
I don't want to lose the way you look at me right now.
Sirius answered. He closed his eyes and pulled away from that warm hand. He stepped away from Remus and started walking back along the path they had been following. He had made it maybe 5 steps before a hand closed over his wrist. He didn't try to free himself. He simply fell still, but didn't turn back to face Remus.
Nothing you ever say could change that, Sirius.
The soft voice held a promise that Sirius wanted to sink into like a comfortable bed at the end of a long day. He wanted to believe Remus. It would be so wonderful. That man with wonderful eyes and a handsome face comforting him would be like a soothing balm on his soul. Still, Remus might not mean it. He could think it was something minor, a past in petty crime or being abused as a child, not being unable to behave as a proper Omega should.
It's nothing, Remus. I'm sorry I bothered you this late. I should go home.
Sirius whispered. He wished Remus would let him go. He wished Remus would pull him close and shield him from the world.
If it's important to you, it's important.
Remus replied. He sounded perfectly confident in his response. Sirius felt the tension on his arm being released as Remus stepped closer. His other hand slipped under Sirius's chin. It was an intimate gesture that should have made Sirius pull away, but he felt rooted in place. He didn't want to run away from Remus. He was looking into those eyes that reminded him of a dappled forest, deep, rich green with golden hues breaking through and a shot of yellow right around the iris. Sirius could lose himself in those peridot depths, walk along the avenues of Remus's soul, like the forest path they ran along every morning. He looked back down before his soul was read by the other. Remus let his hand drop so Sirius could drop his head.
I'll walk you back if you want to go back, but I don't mind walking with you, even if we discuss nothing more interesting than the fog that is going to make my sweater smell like wet wool for a week.
They started back along the path, letting the sounds of the night soothe them. Sirius noticed with a small thrill that Remus's hand had moved from his wrist to his hand. He should shake him off, but it felt nice. They had only gone about another block when Sirius finally gave in to the desire for true comfort.
Let's sit down.
Sirius tugged on Remus's hand, and they made their way to a bench. Sirius let out the words that were trying to burst out of him with deadly intent. He didn't look at Remus, but spoke to the cold, damp ground, letting his dark hair form a curtain between himself and Remus. He didn't give away too much auxiliary information just that night when he had failed. The warm hand stayed wrapped up in his, but he could feel Remus stiffening and going cold. He had known this would happen, but once he started, he couldn't stop. He ran his free hand over his nose when he was done. The chill of the fog was starting to bite at his cheeks and nose. Surprisingly, he wasn't teary. It was hard to be teary with Remus holding his hand. As the silence lingered between them, Sirius's mind began to spiral. Watching a worm wiggle across the ground, he wished he had been able to deal with this on his own instead of bothering Remus. It was clear from the other man's silence that he was trying to live up to a failing promise. Sirius just wanted to pull his hand away and go back home. He couldn't, though. Sirius would rather take these last few moments of companionship with Remus before the sandy-haired man walked out of his life for good. When had he become so needy? Surely he wasn't like this before. When he had moved to this sleepy town, he had been determined to not let anyone into his life, especially this man. Perhaps this was Remus's gift. He had used it to cast a spell on Sirius to change his mind. Now, though, Sirius assumed Remus was regretting that choice as they sat out here on a cool, late summer night.
Your bloody hair makes me want to take scissors to it, but it's too pretty. Look at me.
Remus finally responded. His voice was tight, but not disgusted. Sirius forced himself not to flinch. He reached up and pushed his hair back and looked over at Remus. Every cell in his body braced for impact. Sympathy warred with something that looked like anger, but there was no disgust or disappointment on those handsome features.
I am sorry that you went through that, especially when you obviously cared for the person hurting you. But it was not your fault. No one should be forced to endure something they don't want or enjoy.
Remus spoke calmly. Sirius opened his mouth to protest. Remus placed a finger against his lips.
No, hush.
The stern voice took Sirius by surprise. It also took him by surprise how it flooded his body with warmth. The protests fled.
It doesn't matter what you are, man, woman, omega, alpha, or other. We all have a right to consent. You being hurt like that is not and never will be your fault. He was a horrible excuse for a human being and an alpha. I am glad you are here and not with him anymore.
Sirius felt the tears and attempted to pull away. Remus wrapped an arm around him, and a moment later, Sirius was pressed close. The scent of wool in a warm summer breeze mixed with the deep, earthy scent of the forest had his walls come down in one fell swoop. His fingers curled in the soft sweater Remus was wearing, and he was adding his tears to the dampness already there. Soft hands traced over his back. Never once did Remus try to shush him or tell him it would be okay. He let Sirius fall to pieces against him. Eventually, he was able to get a hold of himself. He pushed back and Remus let him. He offered him a tissue and Sirius wiped his eyes and nose. He didn't offer the dirty tissue back to Remus, but tucked it into his pocket to be dealt with later.
You shouldn't let me cry on you. It sets a bad precedent.
Sirius sniffed as he straightened up.
If it takes you crying on me to convince you that it is not your fault, I will do it often and without reservation.
Remus murmured. He cupped Sirius's face, smoothing his thumbs over Sirius's cheeks to wipe away the stray tears. Sirius leaned into the comfort of this touch. His hands found Remus's broad shoulders and rested there. He blinked at Remus, startled by the sudden proximity. He didn't shift back, though. Remus smelled like peppermint and chocolate and a little like Earl Grey tea and the ever-present scent of laundry. He flicked his tongue over his lips and saw Remus's eyes flicker down and stay there. He swallowed and leaned in a little closer. He was fairly sure he was about to do something he would regret in the morning, but right now he couldn't help himself. Remus was warm and comforting and everything he craved in his life. A short breath from the other, and then Remus moved his hands to Sirius's shoulders, shifting him back. The moment was broken. Sirius's hands came back to rest in his lap, and they sat side by side, not looking at or talking to each other. Sirius heard Remus take another deep breath.
Want to keep walking?
Remus stood and offered his hand. Sirius stood himself and took the proffered hand. Remus didn't drop his hand. He kept it wrapped up with his.
Is that whom Damien was based on?
Remus asked as they continued up the winding path. The main road wound by lazily on one side, the forest and the stream on the other side. Sirius wanted to lie again. Lying would keep Remus from getting too close, but he always seemed to see right through it.
Essentially,
Sirius replied. An annoyed sound was the warning he got before Remus was brushing his hair back again. Sirius bit back a smile. He freed his hand from Remus's and dug into a pocket, liberating a hair tie.
I don't do this for anyone else,
he informed Remus as he tugged the dark locks into a low ponytail at the nape of his neck.
I'm on it.
Remus didn't give Sirius a chance to wonder if the hand-holding would be welcome. Their hands were wrapped up together as soon as Sirius's was free of his hair.
That wasn't in the books.
The books are fiction. After all, If they had been inspired by life, it wouldn't have been a good story. People don't want. I wasn't going to write about that night. I wrote something fake in its place. I gave Nathan more care than had been given to me.
Sirius shrugged as though this was no big deal.
How much more?
Remus asked. Sirius wished he hadn't tied his hair back. He wanted to hide. His ex had never been particularly kind. Damien had been very kind to Nathan. Sirius deflected with a shrug.
Enough.
He answered coldly. He didn't want to get into it. He would deal with his issues around his ex in time. He didn't want to rehash all the details tonight. He wasn't sure he wanted Remus to know how stupid he was. If he didn't think Sirius was a failure for not enduring it, he would eventually think he was stupid for staying with his ex as long as he did. Remus seemed to realize that was the only answer he was going to get.
If you ever want to talk, I'm here. No judgment, and I'll try not to wear wool again.
This was said in a teasing tone with a gentle squeeze of his fingers. Sirius glanced over at him and smiled in response to the one aimed in his direction. Sirius considered asking about the moment on the bench. He had thought he was about to be kissed. He was surprised he hadn't been. Kissing was another one of those things he had always thought would be nice, but had always been mildly unpleasant. Mildly unpleasant or not, he wanted to taste the secrets locked behind those lips. Would Remus taste as good as he smelled? He didn't ask. He didn't want to spoil a good thing. They walked around the whole residential area as the night ticked by. It seemed what Remus had said was true. He didn't sleep. He didn't even seem tired. Not a yawn or a shuffle. Sirius felt tired but was unable to properly relax until the sun cast its warm rays over them. They were standing in front of Sirius's house.
Would you like to join me for breakfast, since I don't think you're up for a jog?
Sirius felt tired, but he didn't want to leave Remus just yet.
Let me check on the pup and feed him. Come on.
Sirius led the way up to his house and unlocked the front door. Padfoot got up from the couch and trotted over to them with his tail in the air. Sirius knelt down and scratched him under the chin. Padfoot gave the side eye to Remus and then looked back at Sirius, as though to say, "All night, really."
Oh, hush, it is not what you think.
Sirius muttered to the dog, straightening to retrieve the harness and leash. Padfoot followed him dutifully, and Sirius hooked him up to the hardware.
Was that French?
Remus asked, sounding surprised. Sirius glanced up at him.
Oui, je parle couramment le français depuis l'âge d'11 ans.
Sirius replied, not even really thinking about it. He switched back to English just as easily.
Do you speak any other languages?
Remus was leaning on the doorframe, looking at Sirius with surprise etched into the lines of his face.
I grew up in Wales.
Remus responded slowly, sounding like he was thinking over something.
I speak Welsh. It was a law that our schooling be taught in Welsh. I learned English on the side, mostly so I could read different books that weren't translated yet. Mam still prefers to talk to me in Welsh.
Sirius had heard the accent, but hadn't considered the ramifications. He focused on the small dog instead of asking Remus to say something in Welsh. He was sure if he heard it, he wouldn't be able to control himself. He could not kiss Remus when Padfoot was waiting for the bathroom. He amended that in his head. He couldn't kiss Remus, period, no matter how much he wanted to. Eventually, he got Padfoot leashed, and they stepped out. He made a beeline for the hydrant right outside Sirius's house and lifted his leg.
At least I don't have to go through the mess of potty training.
They let Padfoot prance about. He hosed down a few trees, and Sirius picked up the fertilizer he had tried to contribute to the neighbor's lawn. He led Padfoot back into the house and fed him.
Be good while I'm gone. Don't butter the couch.
Sirius told the small dog, grabbing his wallet.
Don't butter the couch?
Remus repeated as they stepped into the bright sunlight. Sirius loosened his hair as the first residents of the morning woke and started their days.
One of my favorite nannies would say that to Regulus and me when she would start on dinner, or didn't have us under her direct supervision. Be good. Don't shave the cat. We didn't have a cat. And don't butter the couch. I met her daughter when I was 17, and she said her mum had been saying that since they could remember.
Sirius hadn't thought about how that might have sounded. Most people would have stories like that about their parents. He had those stories about other people's parents.
It's cute,
Remus offered. Sirius ducked his head, grateful for the dark curtain of hair. Remus made a noise but didn't reach out to push it back. Breakfast was just as good as it had been last time. Sirius let Remus order for him, but insisted on paying. Remus walked him home, and Sirius crashed out in his bed. Chapter 10, Fried Rice. Sirius felt much better after a shower. He picked up his trousers and pulled the tissue out of the pocket. He was about to toss it in the trash when he noticed it was fabric, not paper. He opened the fabric, a little grossed out. It was embroidered, RJL in the corner.
I stole his monogrammed handkerchief. He's gonna think I've got sticky fingers.
Sirius spoke to Padfoot, who was happily drooling as he tore apart a squeaky toy. Sirius put together a load of laundry and set it to run. He booted up his computer and opened his book. It was going better than it had been in a long time. The best part of this was, even though it was going better and faster, he was spending less time at his computer. He refused to admit that might be why it was going better. He moved the clothes to the dryer and finished up the scene he was writing. He closed the laptop just as the bell rang, setting off Padfoot.
She's predictable.
Sirius muttered, going to the door and opening it. Two redheads stepped in, followed by the Potter family patriarch.
That is 2 more people than I was expecting.
Sirius was slightly stunned. Padfoot was snuffling against the feet of the new people.
We're about to head up to London for the weekend, remember? I came by to invite you one last time and ask if you had anything to do with Remus being one big grin when I stopped by the shop for lunch.
Lily answered, bending down to pet the dog. She did look more made up than usual. Tight clothes that are designed to flatter her figure, dark makeup which made her eyes pop, and perfectly styled hair. The other redhead was dressed much the same. Even James looked more put together than normal. His messy hair looked more like a deliberate style and less like something that had happened.
Geez, Lily, don't even introduce me.
The other redhead cut in, and Lily waved her hand impatiently. Sirius bit back a smile. Lily didn't put much in store in the social niceties of the world.
I'm Marlene.
She extended a hand. Sirius shook it, feeling the presence of this woman. He remembered Lily mentioning that Marlene was supposed to join them for the end of the summer barbecue, but she had to cancel at the last minute. She was wearing a heavy scent blocker that rendered her completely unreadable, but if Sirius had to venture a guess, he would go with Alpha. It made him a bit nervous.
You're such a gossip.
Sirius informed Lily as she straightened.
You look amazing. Have fun in London. I will not be joining you. As for the thing with Remus, I don't kiss and tell, which means all of last night can be told. I just called him when I had trouble sleeping. We walked until morning.
Sirius told her. She had brightened at the kiss part and visibly deflated when he said nothing had happened. When had she started shipping them? When had he switched to her side?
Tease.
She muttered and gave Sirius a tight hug.
You just keep talking to him, eventually his wall will come down.
Sirius hugged her back, not willing to tell her that he wouldn't actively pursue anything. He wouldn't tell Remus no at this point, but he was not sure he wanted the whole mess that could come with a relationship. He wasn't willing to open himself up to that kind of pain again.
All right, I will stop by bright and early, although not too early, Monday morning to tell you all about the bright and glittery city.
Sirius let them out of his house and pulled the fresh laundry out of the dryer. He folded everything on the bed with Padfoot's enthusiastic and slightly destructive help. He checked the clock as he tucked the towels away.
Are you ready to go see Remus?
Sirius asked the puppy. Padfoot's tail thunked on the floor.
I know, he's your favorite.
Sirius murmured, tucking the handkerchief in his pocket.
That's all right, he's mine too.
Padfoot stepped easily into the harness and went to the bathroom on the walk. He had quickly adapted to the leash. Sirius was feeling good about his chances of getting the pup properly trained. They made their way through the town. Sirius had his hands tucked into his jacket and the collar turned up. The sunset always caused the temperature to drop dramatically. They reached the store just as Sirius's nose started to get cold. They stepped in, setting the familiar bell off. Remus glanced up, looking tired.
Oh, I didn't realize this was going to be a regular thing.
Remus pushed his reading glasses up onto his head, pushing his hair back. Sirius had a crippling moment of self-doubt.
Should I have not come?
He asked, already dying inside. This was embarrassing. He was being too clingy, too much. Remus wanted a break. Of course he does.
You were so stupid and weak last night. Why would he want you around?
His stomach curled up and shriveled.
No, I'm thrilled to see you. If I had known you were coming, I would have texted you. I'm running a bit late tonight. I got busy, and now I have to finish reshelving and cleaning. I also have a display I have to put up before opening tomorrow, or be in breach of contract with a publishing house.
Remus nudged his foot against a pile of boxes next to the register. Sirius felt every organ spring back to function normally again. He let out a breath he didn't realize had gotten stuck.
I can take the reshelving or the display. Any preferences?
Sirius asked, undoing the buttons on his jacket. Remus frowned at him, but seemed to think better of protesting.
I'll take the reshelving.
Remus answered. Sirius gave him a nod and made his way over to the box. Remus passed him a box cutter. Sirius let Padfoot off the leash, and he went over to sniff Remus and sit at his feet. Sirius was grateful for that. It meant he didn't have to worry about accidentally hurting the dog. The first box had a picture of what the display was supposed to look like. He noticed Remus had already cleared an area for it.
So you don't have any employees to help you out?
Sirius asked as he swept the floor before pulling out the cardboard pieces to put together.
No. I'm kind of a control freak. Everything has to be in a specific way. So, it's difficult to hire anyone because I want someone who cares as much as I do. But I also know I am likely to be a nightmare boss with the micromanaging.
Remus answered, stacking his books neatly as he continued to skim through them.
Lily and James help me get everything set up, and Lily covers for me when my sensitive immune system crashes the few times it does each year.
The more Sirius heard about Lily and James, the more he realized how lucky he was to have them in his court.
I get a lot of vibes from you, but control freak is not one of them.
Sirius mentioned struggling with a piece of the display case.
I'm curious about these other vibes. However, as for the control freak thing, you don't work for me. We're friends. Why would I control you? More importantly, how? If I have an employee, I am paying them to do as I say. You don't get paid to hang out with me. I push too much. You'll call me an asshole, and I go back to spending my nights alone.
Remus pointed out. Sirius briefly forgot the question being posed. Remus had called him a friend. He knew it was ridiculous to get this Twitter pated over that. It was tangible proof, in that voice that sounded like how expensive whiskey tasted, that Remus liked having him around. Sirius glanced over at Remus, who raised an expectant eyebrow at him. Sirius flushed and cast back over the conversation.
Control freaks usually extend that to their whole lives. Friend or not, I figured something would have slipped out.
Sirius explained, and Remus made a noise that sounded like he was thinking about this.
It does now that I'm thinking about it. I order for you at the Hogshead and try to pay.
Remus pointed out. Sirius considered this. He hadn't considered that a control thing. It was an easy enough thing to let slide. Remus knew what was good, and Sirius had managed to pay for the meal.
You'll have to get over that. I am not a freeloader, and I still owe you a lunch.
Sirius didn't think about his words before they left his mouth. He heard a low cough and recognized it as the one used to cover a laugh. The last piece slid into place, and he collapsed the box that the pieces had come in. The 3 boxes of leftovers were significantly heavier as they were filled with the actual books.
I'll hold you to that. We could go tomorrow. Have you finished book 2 yet?
Remus asked, picking up a stack of books and stepping around Sirius to return them to a shelf. Sirius picked up one of the glossy covered books and started stacking them on the display.
Yesterday,
Sirius confessed, and Remus gave a small chuckle. Sirius opened one of the books to read the blurb on the inside. He thumbed through it afterward.
Can you hold one of these for me tomorrow?
Sirius asked as Remus walked back to get another stack of books.
If they are in danger of selling out, I will save one for you, and I will have book 3 tomorrow. We can go to lunch and continue to talk about why Ben is idealistic, which is not the same as stupid and swap books.
Remus commented with a soft smile. Sirius went back to stacking the books in place.
You know I do have a job and deadlines.
Sirius retorted, and Remus hummed in consideration.
Even an almighty author must join us mortals on occasion and eat something. What is 1 hour going to cost you in the grand scheme of your deadline?
Remus asked. Sirius thought this was a throwaway rhetorical question, but the genuine interest on Sirius's face caught him off guard. Sirius thought about it. Remus was right. It was either a nice walk through the town and a nice conversation, or a dry sandwich and doom scrolling. He was going to lose time anyway.
All right, I will join you for lunch. Tomorrow, though, text me if you're running late. You can't keep exploiting me for free labor.
Sirius commented, finishing off the first box and opening the second one.
I could pay you, but I would demand more of your time,
Remus said. Sirius repressed the shiver that went up his spine at the delicious threat in Remus's tone. They finished their respective tasks. Sirius swept the floor while Remus counted the drawer and locked the money in the safe. Lights were turned off, blinds pulled, and they stepped out into the cold night. Remus locked up behind them. They started down the street to Sirius's place.
I forgot Aberforth was closing earlier in the winter. I was hoping to grab dinner.
Remus groaned as they walked past the dark restaurant. Sirius cast a side glance towards Remus.
Can you cook?
Sirius asked Remus. He had never seen the man eat anything but something James or Aberforth had prepared. Remus nodded immediately.
I just don't usually make the time. Plus, I don't like the grocery store. I'd rather not have to fix a meal after working all day.
Remus answered as Padfoot wound around their ankles, and they had to stop so Sirius could untangle them.
I have stir-fried rice and some chicken leftovers in my fridge that I was going to heat up when I got home.
Sirius offered. Remus glanced over at him as though trying to determine his motives.
That sounds wonderful if you're sure I am not putting you out.
Remus answered, and now it was Sirius's turn to laugh. He assured Remus he wasn't put out. They made their way to Sirius's house. He unlocked the door and let Padfoot off the leash. He followed the pup and fed him before collecting dinner from the fridge.
Do you want anything to drink?
Sirius shouted, turning back around. He flushed as he realized Remus was standing in the doorway of the kitchen, so he didn't need to shout. Remus gave him an easy smile.
What do you have?
Remus asked. Sirius swallowed. This might have been an ill-thought-out plan. He could hear Padfoot eating his dinner and the hum of the microwave, but nothing seemed as real as Remus's voice. He made his way over to the fridge and opened it.
Juice, pop, Gatorade, although it's the purple kind, and water.
Sirius finished. Normally he would have beer and wine, but so far being good was going well. He sometimes still wanted it, but always tried to shut that down before it got out of hand.
Soda,
Remus answered. Sirius liberated a can and a bottle of water out of the fridge. He set them on the counter and retrieved glasses from over the sink. He knew his t-shirt rode up a little as he collected the glasses. He wasn't sure if he wanted Remus to notice or not. The whole thing was confusing. He passed Remus the glass and the can. Sirius poured his water into the glass over ice. Sirius twirled the cap between his fingers nervously as he stood at the counter with Remus on the other side. The top of the tab sounded very loud, and Sirius could hear the fizz of the soda.
Oh, I have something for you.
Sirius tugged the handkerchief out of his pocket.
I washed it so it wasn't covered in.
I think you have a penchant for taking my things, but I do appreciate that they are returned in the same condition or better.
Remus took the fabric. His fingers brushed Sirius's, and then he was pulling back, tucking it into his pocket. Sirius was glad the microwave went off. He felt like he might spontaneously combust. They settled at the dining room table. Padfoot sat under them begging for scraps. Sirius was already failing as a dog dad. He was encouraging bad behavior as he usually gave small bites to him.
Did you always want to be an author?
Remus asked as he scooped up the first bite with his fork.
I don't know that I always wanted to be. I wasn't granted options as a child. I was the heir of the Black Estate, which meant the business too. I was supposed to take over for my dad. Of course, all those carefully laid plans went to pot when I presented as an Omega instead of an Alpha or Beta. This whole glimmering future was just flushed down the toilet. I think my cousin Narcissa's husband Lucius is being prepped to take over since Regulus wanted to be a doctor.
Sirius didn't keep up with his family. It was harder to beat someone who was never around. Still, the news got around.
You were passed over because of biology,
Remus asked. Sirius gave a cold smile at the disbelieving tone in Remus's voice. He ordered his thoughts so he would be coherent. He was careful not to look at Remus. That handsome face would scatter his thoughts like paper before a hurricane.
It's very sweet that you, and it seems most of this town doesn't treat me like less because of the quirk of biology, but the rest of the world isn't always as kind. My family isn't all that accepting. When I presented, I was immediately pulled out of high school and put into Omega school where I was taught how to be the perfect housewife.
Sirius shrugged. He had come to terms with his family's indifference a long time ago.
When I was 18, I left. I studied and took the required tests in order to attend university, and I filed a suit against my parents to get my college fund, so I could get a degree. It was weird being able to just choose. I wanted something as far from dutiful Omega as possible, so I passed on any cooking or service degree, and I wanted nothing to do with my father's world, so I stayed away from business and the like. English was a good degree, and let me do what I had been doing since I was a child.
Sirius would have felt weird about the information dump, but Remus was looking at him like every word was something precious.
And now I feel awkward because that was more than you wanted, so tell me how you ended up owning a bookstore so far from Wales.
Remus seemed to take a moment to get his head together.
Not nearly as interesting as your story. My parents were amazing. That feels like a brag.
Remus started, but Sirius waved off the apology he could see forming.
They still live in Wales, but I finished my own English degree in London, funnily enough. I was going to teach, but about a week before graduation, my long-term relationship fell apart. I had a classic nervous breakdown. I got in my car, and drove. I broke down 16 kilometers that way.
Remus gestured toward the south. Sirius frowned. There was nothing out there. The next town was 80 kilometers away.
Lily found me walking. That woman is so bubbly, it's impossible not to love her. She gave me a lift. The mechanic towed my car, and it was more to fix than it was worth. I dumped my savings into a down payment on a small home, and the payment for my store. Been in this town for nearly 5 years now, and don't know how I ever lived anywhere else.
How old are you?
Sirius asked, confused by the timeline. He had thought Remus was his age.
How scandalous of you to ask. I'm 30.
Remus replied.
And you?
Sirius should have guessed this was coming. Remus did not look 30, but thinking about it, he felt 30. Sirius's fork scraped an empty plate. He didn't remember eating. He hoped it had been good. Remus seemed to be enjoying it.
25.
Sirius answered. The conversation flowed easily as Sirius shared cookies with him, and Remus helped him with the dishes. It was late when Remus finally walked to the door to collect his jacket and head home.
Thank you for tonight. It was nice.
Remus zipped up his jacket. Sirius nodded. He opened the door for Remus.
Have a good night.
Sirius agreed, and before he could second-guess himself, he leaned up and kissed Remus's cheek. He retreated inside to lean against the door until footsteps walked away.
I'm ridiculous,
Sirius informed his dog. Chapter 11, Panic. Sirius kept his pace even as he heard the familiar footfalls behind him. Soon enough, Remus fell into step with him.
Good morning,
Remus murmured. Sirius glanced over at him. He was worried it would be weird after he kissed Remus's cheek the night before. But it seemed the sandy-haired man shared none of his issues.
Morning.
Sirius echoed back. They ran in silence for a bit. Remus seemed to be lost in thought this morning, so Sirius let him get on with it.
Sirius.
Remus started, and Sirius hummed to indicate he was listening.
Do you like me?
Remus questioned. Sirius felt his lungs try to seize, but he forced himself not to panic. It could be as simple as Remus had anxieties and thought Sirius was sick of him.
Of course, you've been a good friend to me. The only person who tolerates me more is Lily.
Sirius squeezed out, trying to make it sound nonchalant. He wasn't sure he succeeded, but if he sounded weird, he could always blame it on being out of breath. Remus didn't respond immediately.
You don't like me as more than friends.
Remus stated, although it seemed like it was supposed to be a question. Sirius frowned. Something that resembled disappointment was in Remus's voice. He attempted not to let his heart beat out of his chest. This might be a bad conversation to have when he was already straining his body.
Do you like me as more than friends?
Sirius turned the question around on Remus. Had Remus seen through him? Did he want to shut down Sirius before he got too invested in his crush? It was too late. If Remus told him to back off, Sirius would be devastated. He wasn't sure when Remus had come to be so important. He was sure he hadn't given his brain or heart permission to get so attached.
Yes, I do.
Remus responded with absolutely no hesitation. Sirius came to a dead stop in shock. So quick was his stop that Remus jogged back a few meters when he realized Sirius was no longer with him. His face was unguarded, honesty written there clear as day.
I don't want to push you or be the rebound, but I am tired of pretending that I don't want to see you more romantically.
That was so, Remus. Sirius forced himself to breathe. He should not pass out on Remus. That was probably not the right response. As distracted as he was, he saw the insecurity flash on Remus's face.
I like you too as more than a friend.
Sirius spoke softly, a blush creeping up his face. God, were they in grade school again? He was glad to have said it, though. The answering smile was like the sun coming out from behind the clouds.
Will you go on a date with me? A proper date?
Remus mused, and Sirius was nodding almost before the question finished. Of course he would go on a date with that man. Sirius could feel every muscle in his body. He glanced toward the sky, measuring the light.
I don't want to miss the sunrise. Race you.
Sirius was halfway around the curve when he heard footfalls behind him. He pushed faster, but even with the speed, Remus still beat him by a solid 30 seconds. He leaned against the boulder, taking a deep swig of water and offering the bottle to Remus.
I don't open the shop on Sundays, so could I take you out tomorrow night?
Remus requested as they waited for the sun to peek over the trees. The sky was already filled with colors. Sirius forced himself to take another deep breath as Remus drank the offered water.
That's kind of short notice. I need to check my calendar.
Sirius retorted, and Remus knocked his shoulder lightly with his own. He grinned over at Remus and nodded.
Yeah, I suppose I can go out tomorrow night.
Remus looked pleased. Sirius felt warmth spread all the way through his body when Remus laced their fingers together.
Are you going to let me win on the rundown?
I probably should. I mean, you agreed to go out with me. Would it make you feel better if I let you win?
Remus smirked, looking over Sirius as the sun splashed over the landscape in bright yellows and oranges, making the forest look like it was on fire briefly.
No, I would likely end up pissed off.
Sirius offered back, closing his eyes to enjoy the first rays of the day across his face. Remus made an affirmative noise next to him.
So no, I am not going to let you win. That way, if you ever manage to outrun me, you will know it was authentic and based purely on merit. Don't fret, Sirius. I am sure at some point you will manage to best me.
Remus's tone turned teasing, like talking to a child. Sirius shoved him in a move that would have dumped Sirius on his ass. Remus shifted slightly but simply laughed, looking unaffected.
Jut.
Sirius pouted. They stayed in the sun, teasing back and forth for a bit before jogging back down the hill.
I'll see you at lunch.
Remus brushed a kiss over Sirius's cheek and jogged down the road. Sirius flushed and made his way to his own home. Padfoot greeted him as soon as he walked inside.
Remus cheats. I can't prove it, but I am nearly positive. It's cheating or it is magic. Otherwise I would be immune to his handsome face and niceness.
Sirius told the dog, who simply looked at him happily with his tongue hanging out of his mouth. He should have better words. He was a published author. Niceness was the best he had. He stroked the silky fur of the pup for a bit before heading to the bathroom for a shower and possibly to beat his head against the wall. Getting involved was a stupid thing to do. What if Remus's nice act ended as soon as Sirius was a sure thing? His ex hadn't started as an asshole. The asshole had slowly revealed more and more layers as time went on. What if Remus was the same way? Revealed himself as an asshole as he snared Sirius so tightly that by the time he became verbally abusive, Sirius was already in love. Revealed the contempt hidden under a mask, so the first time he hit Sirius, he believed the apology. Revealed the controlling, dominating personality that had Sirius limping the next day as he was reminded of his place. Sirius sat down in his shower, feeling panic wash over him. He couldn't do this. He couldn't go on a date with this man. Being friends with him was risky enough. Hot tears mixed with the water from the tap. He recognized he was having a panic attack. It used to happen often. He had been so emotionally numb the last few years that it hadn't been a problem. He was unsure how to deal with it anymore. He tried to breathe and ground himself. Nope, the panic threatened to reach up and swallow him whole. He tried casting around for something else to think of. His mind kept spinning on the date thing and how stupid he was being. He tried to count backward, forwards, and in French. None of it worked. So he sat in the water with his forehead against his knees. He sat there until the water ran cold and started shivering earnestly. It took all his strength to stand and get out of the shower. He sat on the bed wrapped in a towel but not fully dry. He could feel the dampness sinking into the sheets but couldn't bring himself to care. Padfoot started licking the water off his legs. Sirius should stop him but didn't. He sat staring blankly at the wall. He was unsure how long he sat there, but eventually his phone dinged. Lily sent him a picture of herself, Marlene, and James standing in front of the Leaky Cauldron, a famous pub in London. He was glad they were having fun. It took him much longer than he was proud of to realize what he could do. He hit the small green symbol on his phone and held it up to his ear. His hair got the phone damp, but he ignored that. He ignored how cold he was. He ignored everything except the ringing in his ear.
Hey, hot stuff, miss me already?
Lily immediately chimed on the other end. James said something in the background, and she gave a twinkling laugh.
James says he doesn't care if we carry on an affair as long as we're not obvious about it.
That's because he knows you're out of his league.
Sirius sang out with a smile. This helped. He hadn't even asked his question yet, but Lily was already helping.
Heard that.
James called back. Sirius realized he had been placed on speakerphone. That was unhelpful. Fessing up to Lily was one thing, but telling James was a whole other mess.
I stand by it.
Sirius replied and heard Lily laugh again. Now he was unsure what to say. He wanted to ask Lily to take him off speakerphone so he could talk to her, but that might make it sound like they were hiding something. It also felt weird to ask with James listening. Rude even.
Sirius, what's wrong?
The concern in Lily's voice was apparent when the silence carried on for a moment. Sirius chewed on his lip. How much did James know from just living with Lily?
Is this about Remus? This morning he sent me a smiling emoji when I asked how the jog went. No further elaboration, that infuriating man.
They should just shag already and get it over with.
James muttered, and a sharp smack echoed over the line.
Ow, what, I'm right, aren't I?
You're an insensitive oaf.
Lily corrected, and Sirius snorted, but that answered that question. James knew everything because James was married to Lily, and Lily was a gossip. Not that he would ever ask her to keep secrets from her spouse. He was more important in her life than Sirius could ever hope to be.
He asked me out, on a proper date, with those words.
Sirius picked at his cuticles. Padfoot jumped on the bed and shoved his head between Sirius's hands, making him pet him instead of picking at his hands. It was sweet. Sirius leaned down and kissed his head in thanks.
And I said yes.
That's excellent.
Lily's voice rang through the speaker enthusiastically. Sirius decided he hated talking on the phone. If she was here, she would see his face. She would know it wasn't excellent. It was the worst thing to ever happen, and he was 2 seconds away from vibrating apart in panic.
I don't think it is.
Sirius muttered, barely audible. The silence was long and billowing. He was perilously close to tears again. A crackle on the line, and then Lily's voice was much closer. He had been taken off speaker. He could hear the click of a door and guessed she was gaining privacy.
What's wrong?
Her voice was soft and filled with compassion. Sirius relayed all the panic he'd had in the shower. He knew he was revealing more about his past than he ever wanted, but he needed someone to know why the thought of a date with the unassuming bookstore owner scared him senseless.
You and Remus are ridiculous. He was sure you weren't into him.
Of course you know that. You know everything.
Sirius lay back on the bed. Padfoot lay on his chest. Sirius was sure if he was a cat, he would be purring loudly. He scratched the pooch's ears.
Not everything, but I seem to be the advisory board of the people I hang out with. I swear all of you are incapable of making decisions without help.
Lily teased. She sobered up quickly, though.
He's not an asshole in disguise. I have known him for years, and he calls me to kill the spiders that pop up in his home. I promise he's not going to hurt you. The most that might happen is you two decide you're not compatible. Don't shoot this down before you give it a fair shot.
Lily encouraged him. Her voice was warm and open. She was speaking the truth that Sirius already knew but had needed to be reminded of.
Thanks, Lils.
He breathed out softly.
Anytime, love.
She hummed gently.
Oh, by the way, James is best friends with Remus. I know everything, and so does James. If you need a deeper insight, you can always ask, but you know Remus likes talking to you. So James would probably answer your questions just to keep you around.
I'm hanging up now because I have a distinct feeling that I am being mocked. Remus and I are not a rom-com.
He ground only to be laughed at.
Oh, honey, you most certainly are a rom-com. Mysterious author breezes into town looking all sulky and pensive, not to mention with the tightest arse that town has seen in years. Immediately falls in with the local bookshop owner, also single and hot. Swears he'll never love again because insert a tragic backstory here. Falls anyway. You and Remus are a rom-com, and the whole town is watching avidly.
She laughed. Sirius made a face and a noise to match.
Way to take the pressure off.
He groused, making faces at Padfoot, who was starting to look like he might want to play. Lily made a noise.
You two are good together. Just relax.
Lily soothed. Sirius sighed. If he could just relax, he would. That was the problem. He had never been good about relaxing and not overthinking everything. He wanted to give in and just be with Remus, but his brain was warning him about all the mayhem that had been created in his last relationship. Mayhem and voices he was still working on dislodging.
I'll try, but I might need talking off of the ledge again tomorrow.
Sirius muttered. He was sure this ugly panic was not through with him yet. He was sure it would show itself again when he least wanted it to.
I'm here for you, Stud Muffin.
She promised. They said their goodbyes and clicked off the call. Sirius dressed and spent the morning playing with Padfoot, running around the back garden and playing fetch and tug until Padfoot collapsed on the couch. Sirius ran a brush through his dark hair and headed to the bookstore. Remus was sitting at the desk with his reading glasses perched on his nose. He looked far too serious as he frowned at the computer. Sirius let himself into the shop, setting off the bell. Remus looked up, and his lips twitched into a smile.
Hey.
He greeted softly. Sirius felt some of his fears settle, looking into those wonderfully deep pools of green.
Hi.
Sirius was trying not to melt at the gentleness of the other's voice. Remus nodded toward an aisle.
I have a customer in the shop, but we can head out after that.
Remus explained and opened the gate to invite him back behind the counter. Sirius hesitated before he stepped back. Remus was close as he closed the gate behind him.
You okay?
Sirius nodded and settled on a seat next to Remus. He wasn't going to explain his morning. Telling Lily about the panic attack was one thing. Telling Remus was a major no. Besides, nothing could be served by telling the other man about his worries. Nothing Remus said could soothe him. It would have to be carefully built over time.
Are you? I was afraid your computer was going to burst into flames from the force of your glare.
Sirius gestured to the laptop as Remus sat down on his chair.
An author's manager reached out to me. They want to host an event here. The author is notorious for his less than healthy views on relationships. I was trying to think of a nice way to tell him to get stuffed.
Remus muttered. He pulled off his reading glasses, tucking them into a case and stowing that in his bag.
I can worry about that later.
The lid was closed with a decisive snap. Sirius reached into his bag and tugged out the novel Remus lent him. He traded it for the third book.
How many books are in this series?
Sirius mused, thumbing through the book. There was a stamp on the inside of the front cover, and the erotic picture they always added to books like this.
Just one more after this.
Remus informed as he tucked the book away. He reached down and picked up the book from the display Sirius had inquired about last night and opened the cover to scan it. Sirius paid him and placed both books in his bag.
Hanging out with a bookstore owner is going to be bad for my wallet and the shrinking space of my bookcases.
Sirius accused. Remus reached over and brushed back a stray curl.
Hopefully, it will be good for your self-worth and happiness.
Remus let his fingers trail down Sirius's cheek before retrieving his hand. It left Sirius short of breath in the best way. Chapter 12, Frosty the Snowman.
So, when did you meet the guy you based Damien on?
Remus questioned as they walked down the street towards the Hogshead. Sirius considered the question for a moment. Did he want to get into this right now?
You don't have to answer. If you don't like my questions, just tell me.
Sirius gave him a small, grateful smile.
I was 19 when I met him. I just finished taking my entrance exams and won the suit granting me the rights to my college fund.
Sirius responded. He didn't like the question, but the freedom to tell Remus off helped. He reached out without allowing himself to overthink it and took one of Remus's hands. Those strong fingers squeezed his gently.
Damien is older than Nathan.
Remus pointed out, and Sirius hummed in agreement. He waited. If Remus wanted this conversation, he was going to have to ask.
How much older was your ex?
He was my way of dealing with shitty parents. He was the TA in one of my classes. He was 34 when we started seeing each other.
Sirius forced himself not to flinch. He hadn't been bothered by the age difference at the time. Now he found himself wondering if that was the main part of how he had been manipulated. He was young and naive, easy to lead astray. He'd wanted to be led astray.
Daddy kink.
Remus hummed and Sirius made a face at that. Remus chuckled lightly.
Daddy issues, but never a kink. Some of my more insightful fans suggested that I was seeing him because he reminded me of my dad, but I don't think that's true. Aside from the way he treated me, he didn't remind me of Orion in any way.
Sirius shrugged. Remus nodded and slipped his hand free so he could step in front of Sirius and open the door for him.
Well, it's nice to know you have a thing for older men.
Remus gave him a flirty grin, and Sirius flushed, letting his hair hide his face as he scampered through the door and made his way to the bar.
All right, now that you know all about my twisted past fess-up.
Sirius demanded as they sat at the bar. He picked up a menu to see what other items there were. He liked trying nearly everything at a restaurant. It felt like a fish and chips day.
Grant and I met while we were in university. We were studying the same thing. He was kind of hopeless, but in a sweet way. I tutored him, and I don't remember when it turned into something else. I do recall that being one of the reasons he broke up with me. I apparently hadn't made myself clear in the beginning. He never knew where he stood.
Remus looked lost in thought. Sirius wondered if he wanted to hear this. Remus broke off when Aberforth came over.
Was beginning to think you forgot about this place. Haven't seen you in as often.
Aberforth set down 2 glasses in front of Sirius and Remus, their usual, which was slightly odd seeing Remus drink beer this early in the day.
Sorry, Sirius spoiled me with dinner the other night, and you've been closed when I get off in the evenings.
Remus apologized. Aberforth gave Sirius a long look.
I suppose I can forgive you for choosing to face Orm, my grubby mug. What do you want?
He held up a pad of paper to jot down their order, mostly due to Sirius's lack of committing to a regular meal. Sirius usually would have been put off by this unpolished, rude man, but he found it almost charming. Just like the exterior of the Hogshead with its gross sign, There was more to Aberforth than meets the eye. Remus ordered his usual, and Sirius ordered the fish and chips. When Aberforth was back in the kitchen, Remus looked over at Sirius again.
Most of my relationship with Grant was quiet. We were well suited to each other. There was no friction, no conflict over socks on the floor, and dishes in the sink. Laundry was always done. The books were alphabetized. We were studying to be teachers. The problem was that we were almost too well suited for each other.
Remus continued as though they hadn't been interrupted. Sirius furrowed his brows, but Remus was already answering the question before he could ask it.
You know how they say couples who never fight don't care?
Remus mused and Sirius nodded.
I've never put much stock in that. I would much rather have a conversation with someone than fight and end up hurting myself or hurting the other person. I've redefined that in my own life to mean you have to have conflict to grow, even if you can talk it out before it becomes a fight. There was no conflict with Grant, no passion. We were just two people who lived together because it was easy.
Remus looked preoccupied. Sirius could have laughed if it wasn't so horrible. Remus hadn't had any passion or conflict in his relationship. Sirius had too much of both with a heaping scoop of hormones thrown into the mix.
I think we both stopped thinking about the future at the same time. I figured at some point I would propose, and we would have a couple of kids, but there was no real drive to make that happen.
Sirius had spent ages waiting for his ex to propose. He'd wanted the ring, the pretty promises, the claim. Not having it had left him numb. He had never thought about a serious adult relationship where marriage wasn't the ultimate goal. Had he been doing it wrong?
I wasn't totally surprised when he told me he wanted to talk and ended things. I was a bit surprised when he placed all the blame in my court, however. I thought it took two to have a relationship.
Remus finished. His brow was furrowed again. Sirius wanted to reach over and smooth out those wrinkles.
I'm sorry that it ended badly, and that he tried to make it out to be your fault. I can't imagine a scenario where everything is your fault, especially one like that.
Sirius reassured him, placing his hand on top of Remus's on the bar top. Remus gave him a soft smile and laced their fingers together.
So we were going to discuss a book. Do you have your bullet points?
Remus easily shifted their conversation, seeming to be able to shake off the negative issues. Sirius gave Remus a dirty look, but pulled out his notebook.
So I am guessing you want to skip over the obvious trope.
Sirius started. He had bullet points because Remus was not conducive to thinking. The bullet points kept him from getting lost in bright eyes with pretty highlights.
What trope would that be?
Remus wondered. They disengaged hands when Aberforth brought plates out. They ignored the knowing look the man gave them.
The old "we broke up in the last book, so now we're going to see each other all over the place, exchanging longing looks, without noticing the other doing the same thing, until one snaps and finally asks the other out. Now we share an epic kiss, and the audience has to read the third book because that will be where our relationship flourishes."
Sirius spouted off. He knew Remus had seen it, but liked winding Sirius up.
How about I was trying not to push Ben after fucking up so badly the first time?
Remus reframed, derailing Sirius for a moment. He looked up at Remus.
Ben went along with it because he liked Caleb, but he left the relationship up to him. So he didn't talk to Caleb when he didn't like how things were going. Much like you, he believed being the Omega meant allowing Caleb to run Rouge over him. That led to them breaking up. Perhaps Caleb was allowing Ben the time and space to come back. Now Ben has led the relationship. It's at a pace that's manageable to him.
Sirius gaped at Remus for several long moments.
"You're insane."
Sirius finally went with, but Remus's point made a lot of sense. They had been burned by Caleb starting everything and pushing the relationship. Ben had failed to communicate effectively until they fell apart. The second one had been heart-wrenching as they kept seeing each other all over. It was altogether a classic longing story, wondering about who they were with and wondering about how things could have ended differently. Could Caleb have been letting Ben decide what they would look like? What Alpha did that? Sirius frowned down at his notebook. Every time he spoke to Remus, he felt like he was getting a glimpse into another world, a better world. Could that world be real, or was it some romanticized version created for the betas to fantasize over?
How many of your bullets were based on them being too chicken shit to approach each other?
Remus probed. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and placed it neatly on his empty plate. Sirius scowled up at him.
"You're a jerk."
Sirius retorted. Oh yes, that was the proper eloquent answer. His degree was an utter waste. He should just sell it on Etsy. English degree, lightly used.
Perhaps.
Remus agreed as Aberforth came back over.
Here, take the book back. Read it with that idea in mind. I would love to see what your brain does with that new perspective.
Remus offered, pulling the book out of his bag and offering it to Sirius. The check was set in front of them. Remus set down his card before he picked it back up.
I forgot, you wanted to buy lunch.
Sirius handed his card to Aberforth, who walked away to run it. Sirius took the second book back and tucked both the book and his notebook away. Remus saw through him far too easily. It was a bit unnerving. They made their way out into the chilly afternoon.
Thank you for letting me pay. I don't like being coddled.
Sirius mentioned as they made their way back to the bookstore.
It's not coddling when I do it, Sirius. I like having you around, and as a result, I don't mind paying when I invite you out. Tomorrow night, I am paying for the dinner because I asked you out, and I am old-fashioned in that way. I will concede to going Dutch on our lunch meetings.
Remus mentioned. Sirius rolled his eyes.
How generous.
He shook his head slightly. Remus shrugged.
Best I can do.
Remus didn't have a hint of shame about his issues in regards to Sirius wanting to be financially independent.
Or we can just trade off. You buy lunch, then I buy lunch, and just on and on.
Sirius suggested. Remus seemed to consider this as they stepped up to his shop.
You have yourself a deal. Are you coming by this evening?
Remus unlocked the door before looking back to the other, hopeful. Sirius nodded. He didn't even have to think about it. It was nice walking with Remus.
I have to. I have the big scary guard dog to keep you safe.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus gave him a genuine smile that set off every butterfly Sirius had ever known.
That you do.
Remus agreed. He leaned in.
I'll see you this evening.
His warm lips brushed Sirius's cheek. Before Sirius could overthink it, he stepped forward to kiss Remus's cheek and was surprised by a warm arm coming around him to give him a gentle hug.
I miss you already.
Then he was released, and Remus was stepping into his store as if nothing had happened. Sirius walked home in a daze. His shirt smelled like Remus and distracted him all day.
What's your favorite color?
Remus brought up as Sirius sat across from him behind the counter. He had arrived early and was now helping Remus sort through a batch of donated books he had gotten today. There were 5 more boxes on the floor. He was mostly assessing quality while Remus actually added them to the inventory list.
Green.
Sirius answered immediately and felt his face warm. His favorite color used to be red.
Yours.
Trying to throw off the attention from himself, Sirius continued to look through the books. He frowned at the dog-eared pages of the book in his hand. Who treated a book that unkindly? He added it to the keep pile. Remus made a face at the dog-eared pages, but added a barcode to the back of the book.
Gray, but it's a recent affliction.
Remus answered. Sirius's eyes flickered up and he flushed again as he met Remus's gaze.
Ah, that's why.
He commented, and Sirius tucked a stray hair behind his ear and lowered his eyes back to the book in his hands. He knew Remus was feeling a bit smug tonight. Sirius had stepped in with his hair already tied back. It made him feel weird, vulnerable, but it was clear Remus liked it. That made up for the issues he had with it being back.
You have to stop saying things like that.
Sirius commented, and Remus raised his eyebrows.
You're going to cause me to combust.
Remus's grin got a bit wider.
I think you're made of sturdier stuff than that.
Remus commented. He peeled another barcode off the sheet of stickers he was using.
What about flowers?
Like, do I like them or what?
Sirius clarified, setting another book in the keep pile. This donation seemed to be in good condition. So far, only 3 books were slated for recycling. Padfoot was chewing on a toy at Sirius's feet.
Well, yes. Do you like flowers? And if so, what are your favorite kinds? Are you allergic to any? If I bring you flowers tomorrow, I want to make sure you will enjoy them.
Remus answered. Sirius looked up again and got a quick smile.
My favorite flower is orchids, but I'm not a fan of flowers in the cut sense. I don't want dead flowers. I never understood that tradition. I like you to have a bouquet of death. Why not get someone a potted plant that will live and grow? If it goes well, you can be like, look, this plant has flourished and so have we. If it fails well, you still get an awesome little plant.
Sirius felt his face flame as he realized he was rambling. Remus looked like he didn't mind in the slightest. He looked rather fascinated.
Got it, no flowers for you, but I need to go talk to Pomona into giving me a potted plant that is dog-safe and dog-proof.
Remus commented. No one had ever given him a plant. His ex had given him flowers, never bothering to ask the questions Remus had brought up. He had given Sirius roses.
I'm allergic to daisies.
Sirius said now. Remus nodded thoughtfully.
What is your take on flowers?
Well, I was thinking I like giving them to my partner, and they are wonderful to receive. But now Thinking about it, I think I agree with you. A pile of pretty dead flowers is a weird way to say you like someone. I don't like Christmas trees for that reason, cutting down a living tree just to have something to look at.
Remus added another barcode to a book.
I have a potted pine tree in my backyard. I bring it in when the weather turns and decorate it for the holiday.
That was so Remus, and it made Sirius smile. He usually had artificial trees with candles to give off the pine scent. Every year, Orion would bring home the biggest tree ever. It would be carefully and perfectly decorated by Walburga. Every ornament had its place. Sirius and Regulus had made ornaments at school one year and came home hanging them on the tree. Walburga had thrown the delicate glass bulbs across the room, shattering them because they didn't belong on the tree. What a dreadfully wonderful memory to pop up now.
Favorite holiday?
Remus scanned another book into the inventory and stacked it on a rolling shelf, like the kind used at the library to reshelf items. Sirius examined the next book. It was quickly added to the discard pile. It smelled heavily of cigarette smoke. Remus wrinkled his nose and picked up the book, walking it to the recycling bin.
Halloween?
Sirius responded, pulling out a bottle of hand sanitizer to try and dispel the smoke from clinging to him. He smoked occasionally, but he took pride in never smelling like a smoker.
Candy and the chance to be someone else for a bit.
Remus looked concerned at this, but wisely didn't comment.
I prefer Christmas for the pageantry and just the overall spirit of the season.
Remus replied, seeing the return question on Sirius's face. He raised an eyebrow when Sirius made a face.
All right, fine, but promise me no Christmas music before the end of November.
Sirius was ready to plead his case. He had a beef with Christmas music.
I worked retail for a year before my Dark Prince series really took off. They had me standing right under a speaker when Christmas started. During one shift, I heard 15 versions of Frosty the Snowman. It wasn't that the song was in different languages or whatnot. No, it was 15 versions just covered by other people. I wanted to murder someone, so I have an intense dislike of Christmas music.
You know, we might have to talk about this dislike of joy you have. No flowers, no Christmas carols. Is there anything else that other people enjoy that you dislike?
Remus looked over Sirius, chuckling. Sirius shrugged. How was he supposed to know that? He knew he was weird not liking flowers or Christmas, but there it was.
I promise not to play or sing Christmas carols until the 1st of December, and I will make sure Frosty is never playing when you are around.
Sirius glanced up through his eyelashes at Remus with a fond smile. Chapter 13, Noki. Sirius could have set his watch by Remus. He didn't slow as they fell into step together.
You're not nearly as jumpy anymore,
Remus noted. Sirius shrugged.
Guess I got used to a weirdo who follows me through the forest.
Sirius answered. He was teasing, which was very clear from his tone.
Oh, you wound me.
Remus clutched his chest like he had been stabbed and stumbled. Sirius smiled but didn't break his stride. Remus straightened and fell back into step.
You look fine to me. I am sure you will survive.
Sirius answered. Remus evaluated him as they ran.
You're in a good mood this morning.
Remus observed as the ground started to angle upwards. Sirius nodded. He was in a good mood.
Care to enlighten me so I can make it happen more often?
Decent sleep, decent dreams, woke up well rested, Padfoot sat on command, and I have a hot date tonight.
Sirius answered serenely. Remus smirked at that. Sirius gave him a soft smile in return. He wove through anxiety and excitement for tonight.
Sounds like you have a wonderful night planned,
Remus answered. Sirius nodded, but didn't respond. This part of the run always made him work a bit harder to keep going. He wasn't ever going to give in, though. He liked the challenge.
So, what's on the agenda for tonight so I know how to dress? And honestly, if you say the Hogsheade, I will push you into that puddle.
Sirius nodded to a mud puddle next to the trail in about a meter.
So demanding. Why did I think it was a good idea to go out with a rich man?
Remus asked in a put-upon tone.
You should dress nice but warm and wear comfy shoes. Other than that, I am not giving away my secrets.
Sirius gave him a side eye but nodded.
I'll come by at 6.
This was a question.
6 sounds perfect,
Sirius responded. They reached the top of the hill, and Sirius leaned on the rock. Remus stretched in the early morning sun. Sirius admired the way his shirt clung to him. He looked down before he could be caught staring. Just because he had agreed to go out with Remus did not mean he was letting go of all his walls. He wasn't going to let himself get too invested. He unclipped his water bottle and drank the cold water thirstily.
You know, I feel like at this point you just expect me to have water. What happens if I forget mine?
Sirius asked as he offered the bottle to Remus. He wasn't expecting the other to step into his personal space and take the bottle. They were nearly touching.
We'll both die of dehydration and it will be all your fault.
Remus passed the bottle back without an ounce of guilt and grinned at the expression on Sirius's face.
I should get my camera out. You look so annoyed and unimpressed at the same time.
Remus ruffled Sirius's hair. Sirius made no move to fix it, and it fell back into place perfectly. He saw Remus's eyes trace over his hair, but no comment was made. Sirius looked away from that handsome face to look at the sunrise. The forest looked like it was on fire. It was so pretty. They leaned against the rock until the sun was fully up and raced down the hill. Remus's winning lead was slim. Sirius hoped to be able to overtake him by the time winter trapped them indoors. Sirius smoothed the shirt he was wearing again. Padfoot was laying on the pile of shirts looking at Sirius like he was the best person in the whole universe.
You don't have a very critical eye. That is the same look you have given me for the last 3 outfits.
Sirius responded to the happy tail wag. He was going to be late at this rate. How was he going to keep Remus from seeing him in a half-put-together state if he didn't pull himself together? He took a deep breath and another, forcing himself to focus. He knew how to do this, except he didn't. He hadn't gone on a date in a really long time, and even then that had been with his ex, the same ex who didn't like his looks. It had been a long time since Sirius had dared to wear his tight clothes, the clothes he liked on a date.
Maybe I should just cancel.
Sirius informed the dog. He imagined what Lily would say. She would murder him. He peeled off the shirt and tossed it onto the bed. Padfoot jumped onto it like it was a game. He peeled off the jeans too and picked up a fitted white tank top. He picked up one of his favorite pairs of black high waters. He spent a long time pairing the perfect button-down with the pants. He didn't want to go out in 2 different colors of black. He left the button-down open over his shirt.
Menace,
he told the dog affectionately. Padfoot was now sleeping in the middle of the mess of clothes. He would clean it up later. He wondered if he should add more color to his wardrobe. On the plus side, his dark nails went perfectly with the outfit. He kept the makeup light tonight. While he was sure that Remus had seen his more extreme style in the press releases and the dust jacket of his book, he didn't want to put him or this small town on the offense. He fidgeted with his hair. He should tie it back. Remus indicated he had liked it when it was out of his face, but Sirius kept his hair long for a reason. He eventually reached a compromise with himself and pulled it halfway up. It made him look a little like a pirate. He added a necklace with a feather on the end for the heck of it. He headed back out to retrieve his white tennis shoes. He made sure Padfoot had food and water and forced himself not to fidget.
What are you wearing tonight?
None of your business.
Don't be a butthead, I want to see. Don't make me text Remus to send me a picture.
Sirius huffed. She would do it and Remus would indulge her. He held the phone up and snapped a picture.
Marlene says if she wasn't a lesbian, she would sleep with you.
Thanks. I think...
You look really nice. If your fur baby was a light colour, I would recommend a lint roller, but Pad's hair shouldn't show up on that.
Go get drunk and leave me be. I'm already nervous enough.
Just breathe, Siri. You look amazing and Remus will think so too.
Sirius locked his phone screen and dropped it on the couch next to him. This was still a bad idea. He wasn't given much time to sulk, though, before the doorbell rang. He smoothed his shirt and his hair and checked his breath. He was fine. He opened the door to Remus standing there with a potted flower looking a little awkward.
Pomona gave me an orchid. She said it was easy for beginners and didn't mind the colder temperatures we have here.
Remus offered the delicate pot with the pretty blue blooms carefully supported by a stake.
Dendrobium orchids. Good choice. These are my favorite.
Sirius let Remus into the house. He made his way to the kitchen and set the flower in a window that always allowed in the most light. He was pleased by the gift. It was a flower that would continue growing.
Of course you would know what kind of orchids they are.
Remus sounded pleased with the response. Sirius leaned down and kissed Padfoot on the head and gave him some chin scratches. Padfoot went over, sniffed Remus, and jumped up onto the couch.
You look nice,
Sirius commented, grabbing a small black bag and a heavier jacket. Remus was wearing a light blue flannel shirt, buttoned properly but untucked over rust-colored pants. Sirius never would have thought that color combination worked. He was wearing dark shoes, but his laces matched his pants.
The matching laces would make me concerned about OCD if I didn't spend 10 minutes myself, matching my shirt and pants.
He had a heavy navy blue jacket in his hands. His sandy curls were brushed back from his face. It looked like a careless sweep back, but Sirius knew from experience that look could take 20 minutes. It was nice to think of Remus fussing over his look as hard as Sirius had done.
I did mention I was a control freak, right? My laces not matching would have been cause for an international incident.
The joke helped lighten the mood.
You look nice too. I like your hair.
This caused Sirius to flush happily. He had done his hair this way for Remus specifically. They stepped out into the rapidly cooling evening, and Sirius locked the door behind himself. Remus led him along the edge of the town into a small, isolated side street. At the end of the street was an Italian bistro that Sirius never would have found on his own. They had tables outside with heaters nearby already on. The posts holding up the tent to keep the tables dry were wrapped in fairy lights, giving the whole area a soft, warm look. Each table had a lit candle and a glass orb balanced in the middle of the table.
Cute place, Madame Puttyfoot's. Why is everything in this town named so oddly?
Perhaps it is you who are odd.
Remus suggested as they approached the young man standing at the front. Remus held up 2 fingers. His warm hand found Sirius's lower back as they were led to a table. Remus held out the chair for Sirius, and he rolled his eyes, but sat down.
You know you don't have to do the whole gentleman thing. I am perfectly capable of functioning without help.
Sirius commented as the host handed them their menus and walked away.
Or you could let me spoil you because I want to. Does it bother you?
Remus asked, picking up the menu and looking up at Sirius. Sirius felt himself flush as he met those green eyes.
Maybe, I don't know.
Sirius muttered, lowering his own eyes to his menu. Remus looked down at his menu.
You let me know when you figure it out. Until then, I'm going to keep doing it.
Remus responded simply. Sirius didn't argue this point. He didn't want to. It did feel nice to be taken care of in such a kind manner, and Remus didn't seem to be asking for anything in return. Sirius read through the menu. It was what he expected from a small-town Italian bistro. The waiter came by and placed a few glasses of water on the table. He offered Remus a wine menu.
No, thank you. We will not be drinking wine tonight. Can I get a sidrata?
The Italian sounded beautiful, rolling off his tongue. He glanced over at Sirius, and his lips quirked slightly.
And I think my beautiful date would like a gazosa.
The server glanced briefly at Sirius, but nodded and walked away. Sirius glared at Remus, at least as best as someone could glare at someone so handsome.
I can order for myself, Remus.
Sirius answered. He didn't mind it so much at the Hogshead, but this annoyed him.
I wasn't sure you would know the beverages here, and I am trying to support your sobriety.
Remus spread his hands out in front of him. He dropped his little smirk a moment later.
I am sorry if I overstepped my bounds by ordering for you. I didn't mean to offend you. I was only trying to help.
Sirius glanced over at him and dropped his scowl.
It's all right. Thank you for trying, but please don't do it again.
Sirius responded, softening his face. Remus nodded empathetically and held his hand out to Sirius. Sirius reached over and slid his hand into Remus's, tangling their fingers together.
The pumpkin and sage gnocchi is really good if you're looking for a full-type dish,
Remus suggested. Sirius gave his fingers a gentle squeeze, a silent thank you for the opportunity to make a choice. He read the rest of the menu and decided that Remus's suggestion was perfect. He set the menu aside and admired Remus's face in the candlelight. It cast the scars into dark shadows, but it made him look mysterious and dangerous.
You're staring at me,
Remus pointed out, looking up from his menu to meet Sirius's eyes. Sirius flushed but didn't look away.
You're nice to look at.
Sirius hummed. Remus held his gaze, seeming to search for something.
It's lovely you think so.
Remus sounded a little surprised by this, but he didn't argue. Sirius picked up his glass with his free hand and took a sip, looking away from Remus as he continued to read the menu. The server came back with their drinks, and they ordered food. Sirius picked up one of the breadsticks that had been dropped at the table.
How many places are hidden like this?
Sirius wondered aloud, looking at Remus expectantly.
There are a fair few, though this is the only one that is human-made. The others tend to be natural.
Remus answered. He picked up the bottle that had been placed on the table and sipped at it. Sirius picked up the drink and admired the sweet taste it had. He wasn't about to admit it, but Remus had picked well.
I can show you the others if you're interested.
How scandalous, Remus. Asking me on another date when this one isn't even over.
Sirius placed his hand over his heart. Remus smiled at his dramatics.
I suppose I can let you get away with it.
If it would help, you don't have to think about them as dates. You can consider them as extensions of the jogging we already do in the morning. We'll just take different paths,
Remus suggested. Sirius couldn't argue with that. He didn't want to. Eventually, side salads were dropped off. Conversation flowed easily between them as they ate steadily through the salad and then the gnocchi. They both ordered dessert.
You know, you didn't have to abstain from alcohol just because I am.
Sirius mentioned as Remus ordered another glass of water.
Except I am hoping the night ends with a kiss, and I don't want your recovery to be jeopardized because of me.
Remus held Sirius's gaze without an ounce of embarrassment. Sirius wanted to tease him about being that presumptuous, but couldn't find the words. It was sweet. He looked down at the textured tablecloth, his face flushing slightly.
I think I would like that as well.
Sirius answered. He wasn't sure why he had fought this so hard in the beginning. It was going very well. Remus was nothing like his ex. They got on like a house on fire. He was really enjoying the date and was glad Remus had asked him. He plucked the cannoli off his plate when it was delivered. Remus picked up his spoon to eat the panna cotta.
So, we've established that you don't have a lot of good childhood memories, but what was your favorite?
Remus asked, and Sirius paused to consider this. He couldn't ever remember being asked that before. He wasn't sure he had ever thought about his childhood like that. It was painful and dehumanizing, but in all that he had to have something good, right? He lit upon a memory.
I was 7, and despite my parents' very clear instructions, my nanny was determined to teach me to ride a bike. I still don't know where she got the bike, but after Orion went to work, she swore Reggie and me to secrecy. She showed us this little blue bike and a couple of helmets. Reg and I fought over the red one. As the older brother, I kicked his butt.
Sirius was smug, but he dropped the act. He missed his brother more than he cared to admit.
So anyway, helmets and a bike. She didn't bother with training wheels, which actually turned out to be the reason I didn't learn to ride a bike. The first time I fell, all I managed was a scraped elbow, but the second time I fell, I landed on my arm, and it broke in 2 places. My dad was pissed. That nanny was sacked. It was fun while it lasted being out in the sunlight, though. We spent the whole day on that bike. No lessons, no perfect clothes and such.
He crunched the cannoli shell.
Apparently I am going to have to teach you to ride a bike.
Remus chuckled, and Sirius shrugged.
What about yours?
Sirius asked. Remus considered as he finished off his dessert.
My mom and I would sing Christmas carols together. Those are my favorite memories. I hope my own kids enjoy it as much as I did.
Remus responded. Sirius liked that memory. It was cute. Sirius also liked the fact that Remus thought about his future so easily. It had been a long time since he had looked toward the future with any degree of hope. Chapter 14, Bad Dog Dad. They walked down a trail that ran along the opposite side of town from their usual spot. This one was flat as it wound through the forest. His hand was warm in Remus's. He was pleasantly satisfied by the dinner they had shared. The air was clear and cold as he breathed in the scent of the forest around him. Remus was restful to be around. He seemed content with the soft silence around them. They reached a small clearing covered in grass that was starting to die in the cold fall days, but was still slightly green. The trees were orange and yellow, even in the glittering moonlight. Remus pulled him into the middle of the clearing and looked up. Sirius followed his lead and breathed out softly. The stars were impossible to see in London. The light pollution was so bad. Here, though, they were spread out over the sky in a bright, shimmering blanket of deep blue, dotted with perfect diamonds, stretching from end to end of the small clearing they were in.
Look, there's my star.
Sirius spoke softly, pointing out the bright spot in the sky.
Canis Majoris with the dog star.
Remus responded, stepping closer to Sirius. Sirius felt his heart contract painfully as warm arms wrapped around him. He kept his eyes on the stars but placed his hands over the large ones now resting on his stomach. He tried to keep his breathing and heartbeat steady as Remus's warm breath tickled his ear and neck. Remus was so close. Sirius could smell the laundry, Earl Grey tea, chocolate, and that wild forest scent. It was separate from the young, earthy forest surrounding them. He looked away from the stars and up at Remus's face. Those green eyes shone in the moonlight. Sirius turned in those arms that were soft and gentle around him. An actual embrace instead of restraint. It made Sirius feel safe and cared for. He slid his hands over Remus's shoulders and traced one of the scars that ran down Remus's neck and disappeared under his collar. His eyes went back up to Remus's.
May I kiss you?
Remus asked, a hand sliding up Sirius's back to lightly rest between his shoulders. Sirius's breath was caught in his throat at being asked, his answer being waited for. It was clear if he didn't answer or said no, Remus wouldn't push it.
Of course.
Sirius answered in a whisper. He couldn't talk any louder. His heart was in his throat. Remus's answering smile was brilliant. He didn't pull Sirius close. He leaned toward him, and even with verbal permission, he didn't close the last bit of distance. Their breaths mingled, fogging in the cool night air. Sirius swallowed some of his nerves and leaned in. Their lips brushed. Sirius could have melted into the soft touch. Remus's lips were warm and just slightly dry as they touched. There was no aggression or pressure in this kiss. He pressed closer and felt a hand slide into his hair. Remus smelled and felt amazing. Sirius never really saw the point in kissing. He had never really enjoyed it, and he usually glossed over it in his stories. He could get addicted to kissing Remus, though. He parted his lips against Remus's, and their tongues tangled. He had to remember to breathe as he tasted and was tasted in return. His fingers tightened in the slick fabric of Remus's jacket. Remus eased back, and Sirius remembered how to open his eyes.
Had I known how it was to kiss Betas, I would have asked you out ages ago,
he murmured with a grin. Remus's smile slowly vanished, and his brow was now furrowed.
What's wrong?
Sirius asked. Had Remus not enjoyed it? Was he about to tell Sirius that he didn't like it? Was this their first and last date?
I don't want to mislead you. I didn't realize you didn't know.
Remus breathed. Sirius felt his confusion and fear mount. Remus tucked the stray strand behind Sirius's ear, then his finger traced over Sirius's cheek.
I'm not a beta, Sirius. I'm an alpha. I just reject a lot of the traditional behavior.
Sirius immediately took a step back. Remus let him go. Sirius felt his heartbeat kick into high gear as he looked around the area, suddenly aware of how alone and deeply isolated they were. Why had Remus brought him here? He couldn't outrun or fight Remus off if it came down to it. He took another step back, edging toward the forest. Fear and adrenaline flooded him.
Sirius.
Remus's voice was smooth and enticing. He took a step forward, stopping when Sirius stumbled back another step. His back ran into a tree, and he gripped the rough bark. All of the behavior suddenly made more sense. Remus ordering meals for and looking after him, paying for him and insisting on walking him home, the forcing his chin up and the near misses with kisses. He wanted to trick Sirius into thinking he had a say and had picked this. Remus had manipulated him into trusting him. He had been tricked back into a relationship with another alpha who was just going to push him around. He could feel tears sting in his eyes.
This isn't okay, Remus.
He breathed and then darted into the trees, hoping he was heading toward town. He kept his ears peeled for the sound of running feet behind him. He should have brought his mace. Nothing sounded behind him. He got back to town before the tears of fear and relief stole his breath. He leaned against a fence for a moment, but quickly pushed himself into walking. He didn't want to be here when Remus decided to track him down. He was only halfway across town when he started running again, spurred on by adrenaline. He wished the burning in his lungs and the throbbing in his heart were due to the exertion and not the pain he could feel rising. It was threatening to steal his breath again. He made it home before he collapsed. He eyed the doorbell as he unlocked the door and quickly went inside, straight to his toolbox in the hallway closet. He pulled out a hammer and went back to the door. Padfoot was asleep on the couch. He quickly embedded the claw of the hammer in the side of the house and ripped the doorbell out of its anchor point. He knew he should get wire cutters, but he didn't bother. He just tugged on the doorbell until it came completely loose. He would likely regret his actions when it came to fixing the hole in the wall, but right now, he didn't care. He carried in the plastic rectangle. He set it and the hammer on his counter and joined Padfoot on the couch. The sweet black puppy curled up against his chest and let Sirius cry against his silky fur. It had been 2 days since the incident, and Sirius lay in his bed, unshowered with Padfoot. He had already been up once today to let the puppy out into the backyard. Padfoot was tolerating the lack of a proper walk very well. He was curled up under the blanket with Sirius and sleeping. He ignored the heavy knocking on his front door and eventually turned off his phone ringer. He didn't want to deal with anyone. He had ordered food earlier and asked for no-contact delivery. Now he was looking at alcohol, wondering how much he would have to interact with a person to get some booze delivered. He could not face the coming days sober, so he clicked through his delivery app and eventually settled on an order that would keep him going at least for today. He pulled himself up out of bed and pulled on some sweatpants. He managed to tug his messy, greasy hair back into a hair tie. Padfoot looked at him like he was happy to see him. It made Sirius's gut clench uncomfortably. He was being a bad puppy daddy. He reached over and stroked his head. He was warm and reassuring. Sirius made his way into the living room, ignoring the mess on the counter. He helped himself to some water and turned on the TV. He had to pick a streaming service to watch anything. He turned it off and leaned back against the couch. He stared up at the popcorn ceiling. Another thing he should have fixed. It didn't matter. He wouldn't be staying here long enough for it to make any difference. He was going to have run from the alpha who had tried to claim him. He wasn't sure how long he sat staring at the ceiling, but the sound of knocking eventually made him stand. He peeked through the peephole to make sure it was his delivery and not one of his neighbors. He opened the door for the delivery man and showed his ID, signing where he was asked before stepping back into his house. He didn't let himself think about it as he uncorked the bottle of wine and poured a glass. He was 3 glasses deep before the heartache started to lessen. He stayed on his couch, staring at nothing as the day wore on. He occasionally got up to let Padfoot out to go potty in the yard. He fed him dinner and settled back on the couch. He went to bed when it felt late enough, leaving the empty bottle and glass on the table. The next several days went the same. He ignored the texts, phone calls, and downright beatings that his door sustained. He let Padfoot out in the backyard. The dog was getting wound up. Sirius needed to take him on a proper walk before they both ended up depressed. Sirius was allowed to be depressed. He wasn't allowed to inflict it on the innocent creature he lived with. It didn't matter. He couldn't get up the strength to go outside. Even letting Padfoot into the backyard cost him an extraordinary amount of energy. What was even worse was that at 7:30, Padfoot would wait by the door with his tail thumping, just like he had for the last 2 weeks prior. It broke Sirius every time. The wine couldn't even help that hurt. He was in the middle of musing about another bottle of wine when a light knock sounded on his door. He glanced at his watch. Lily wasn't due to start taking her temper out on the door for another hour. He got up cautiously. Maybe this was a new tactic to catch him off guard. He peeked through the peephole, and his eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. He opened the door, not caring about his current unshowered state, and in low-slung, dirty sweats with greasy hair hanging around his face. The man in front of him looked much more put together. He had on clean jeans and a turtleneck. His jacket was slung over one arm. His dark curls were neatly trimmed just above the ears, blue eyes bright and kind. His mouth stretched into a smile before falling as he actively took in Sirius.
What are you doing here? How did you find me?
Sirius asked, looking up at his younger brother. Regulus just raised one delicate eyebrow at him.
You're not hard to find. You're a famous author. I googled you and found that you moved to the middle of nowhere. All I had to do was ask the first person I saw. Seems you've pissed people off in this town.
Regulus answered. His nose was crinkled as he took in the smell. Sirius wanted to blow him off. The last time he had seen his brother had not been pleasant. However, he didn't want anyone else to see him opening his front door. He stepped aside and let Regulus into the house. He could feel his brother trying not to judge what he was seeing too harshly. Sirius locked the door. It was the only way to ensure Lily didn't just barge in.
So being the town wino is what it takes to get everyone mad at you.
Regulus mused, picking up the half-finished bottle and reading the label.
Even as a drunk, you have good taste at least.
Sirius watched and Padfoot sniffed at Regulus, who knelt down to pet the small pup.
I think the reason everyone is mad at me is they think I upset Lillian Ree, the local bookstore owner. I'm just defending myself.
Sirius answered, crossing his arms and leaning against the doorframe. He did it to look more imposing, not because he totally needed the support. He also didn't need to blink rapidly in order to turn his brother back into one instead of the two he was currently seeing.
I'm sure. What was this awful thing they did to you?
Regulus asked, slinging his jacket over the nearby chair and sitting down neatly in the way only the comfortably wealthy could do. Sirius wondered if he should offer his brother a wine glass. Was Regulus even old enough to drink? Sirius cast around. His brother was 23. Sirius felt old.
Lied to me about him being an alpha.
Sirius responded. He was sure Lily had known, and she had let him go on believing that Remus was a beta. She was just as guilty as Remus, telling him to go for it and letting Remus manipulate him deeper. It broke his heart to think she wasn't his friend, just another tool for Remus to use against him. Regulus's eyebrow went up again. It looked like he was judging Sirius and trying to decide how to answer. Sirius was unsure whether or not he should be nervous. He and Regulus were not on good terms. Regulus was one of the last people Sirius wanted to see in his house. The top two were his parents.
I have always thought we are all too caught up on this alpha omega thing. I thought after father made you pay for the simple crime of being an omega, you would have developed more sense.
Regulus pointed out. He seemed almost disappointed in Sirius.
I have my reasons for my prejudices, some of which I lay at the feet of our father, some that I lay at your feet, but mostly I lay them on the feet of my ex. I don't need another knothead in my life trying to control me.
Sirius responded. His brother was ruining his buzz.
I admit I was an arsehole to you when I went into a rut at 16. I make no excuses, biological or otherwise. I just offer an apology, a sincere hope that you will forgive me, and the simple joy of being your brother properly once more.
Regulus answered. Sirius frowned and moved to sit down in the chair across from his brother.
What changed?
Sirius asked. Regulus steepled his fingers together.
I got into med school. I just recently finished pre-med. Mother and father are over the moon, naturally, but I realised if it hadn't been for you, I never would have gone to med school. I wanted to share my success with my older brother.
Regulus answered.
I never felt good about how I treated you. I never felt good about how father treated you.
Sirius felt pride swell up in his chest. His brother had gotten into med school. That was all Regulus had wanted for so long.
Congratulations.
Sirius answered, not sure how to deal with the other things. He didn't know how to deal with Regulus suddenly apologizing. It was odd and uncomfortable.
Thanks.
Regulus responded.
I met people in my classes. I think that is what changed. I always knew you were awesome, but you were my older brother. I thought I was supposed to think that way about you. Then I met other omegas, alphas, and betas in my classes, and I realized we all have something to offer to this world, and that father is a royal douche nozzle. I wanted to get to know my brother properly.
Sirius felt the lump in his throat. Nice alphas. It had to be a myth. How could his brother have become one of the nice alphas?
I wish you could see the ridiculousness that is the alpha omega bullshit we grew up with. Of course, I could be expecting too much of your inebriated brain.
Regulus continued. There was no judgment in his tone, but it felt like it hit Sirius right in the chest.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Sirius felt his temper rise. Regulus didn't know what he had gone through. He didn't know how much Remus had come to mean to Sirius. He didn't know how Remus had held on to his secret until he thought Sirius was hooked.
So explain it to me then.
Regulus suggested, crossing his legs. He uncrossed his legs briefly to reach down and pick up Padfoot, who had been whining at him. Sirius watched as he settled with the small black pup in his lap. His long fingers ran through the silky fur. Padfoot sat in Regulus's lap looking perfectly at home. Now that he had his brother's attention, he was unsure how to explain it. He was unsure what had happened himself. That made it harder to explain. He looked down at his chipped nails.
Regardless of what happens, Sirius, you don't want to go down this path. This is how mother copes, and we have both seen how well that goes.
Sirius winced. That was a low blow, but it was effective. He was no longer craving the wine in the kitchen. He knew it was temporary, but maybe temporary was all he needed to get on top of it again. Chapter 15, Good Advice. Sirius pushed his hair back from his face. Regulus had made him take a shower and had picked up the living room. Then he made Sirius take Padfoot on a proper walk before they went to the store. Sirius wanted to hate him for it, but Regulus was being strangely kind as he pushed Sirius back into being a functional person. He was staring at the wine selection, trying to figure out if he wanted it or not. Regulus's comment about their mom was still heavy in his mind. The craving for the wine was also still there. He wanted to erase the memories of that moment. He still remembered Remus's facial expression and how cold he felt as he pulled away. He wrapped his arms around his torso and turned away from the shelf forcibly. He froze when he saw the sandy-haired bookstore owner at the end of the aisle looking at him. Remus was frowning. Sirius felt his stomach roll.
Hey, I found these weird things. We could microwave tonight.
Regulus bumped into his shoulder, breaking his focus on the other man.
Why are you standing here looking like a brain blue-screened weirdo?
Regulus turned to look down the aisle and saw the other person. Remus's face flashed with a mixture of brief surprise and shock before walling off and pushing the cart away.
Oh, was that the guy? I can see the appeal.
Regulus tucked the package into the cart. He continued talking, not letting Sirius spiral.
We're not getting wine. You've had enough. Come on, Siri.
Regulus steered the cart towards checkout. He shouldn't follow Regulus so easily like this, but he did. He ignored the part of him that wanted to go after Remus.
Who the hell is that?
Regulus asked as Lily hit the door. Sirius continued stirring the rice mix. not even looking up as Lily started yelling through the door.
That would be my pesky neighbor. She let me think Remus was a beta, and regardless of your pretty speech, it is a big deal. So I'm mad at her too.
Sirius kept his tone mild. Regulus pushed off the counter and went to the door before Sirius could stop him.
This is going to end badly.
Sirius informed Padfoot, who was sitting at his feet looking for scraps. So far, he hadn't gotten any. He placed the lid on the pan and stepped closer to the door, staying hidden behind the wall so he could watch.
It's about time you opened the... Oh, you're not serious.
Lily sounded surprised. Sirius repressed a snort. That was so very Lily-like. Go over to someone's house and be offended when they weren't the person she was expecting.
No, I'm his brother Regulus. I got some good news and wanted to share it with Sirius.
Regulus answered. Sirius could imagine him extending his hand to formally shake hers. He was much better with high-class manners than Sirius ever has been.
I'm afraid Sirius is rather cross with you at the moment.
He heard Lily let out a breath. He missed her. He hadn't expected that. He stayed where he was, wrapping his arms around his torso again. He ignored the chill and emptiness filling his torso.
Is he home?
She asked. This was a trap. Sirius should have warned Regulus that Lily had no boundaries.
Yes, however, Hey.
Regulus protested, and the redhead popped into the kitchen.
She ducked around me.
She does that. Don't know why she would bother, though.
Sirius spoke coldly. She narrowed her bright green eyes at him.
I'm concerned about my friend. I left him on Friday with a cute boy to look after him. I hear from said cute boy that a miscommunication led to a fallout, and then you don't answer your stupid door for nearly a week.
Lily responded. Sirius felt his temper flare.
You knew Remus was an alpha, and you didn't tell me. I had to find out from him as he was kissing me in the forest. Was this the plan all along? Oh, a new Omega moves to town. He'll be easy to manipulate into being a play toy for a bit.
Sirius shot back. Lily looked like she was about to fire back, but paused.
He told you, alone, in the forest, that idiot.
She rubbed her temples. This threw Sirius for a moment. He wasn't sure how to respond.
You both are so ridiculous.
I'd rather be ridiculous than stupid. I didn't want another relationship. I should have stuck to that. I don't need whatever fucked up mind games you all are playing.
Sirius finally managed. He no longer felt angry. Now his eyes stung as he struggled not to cry. He wanted to dish to Lily. He wanted to tell her what happened and accept her comfort. He gripped his ribs to keep his feelings inside his chest. It was harder than it should have been.
You're being both.
Regulus pointed out. Sirius shot him a dirty look. Lily pursed her lips, trying not to laugh.
He wasn't trying to scare you.
Lily said. Sirius pursed his lips and his brows drew down over his eyes.
You're his friend. As far as I know, you are working for him to manipulate me.
Sirius saw the hurt on her face as he said that. It made him feel a bit guilty. He didn't change his answer, though. He was still mad at her. As much as he wanted to let it go, the fear kept him from doing that.
I can't believe you would think that of me or Remus. I care about you, Sirius. I spend time trying to get you out and away from your computer because the world is awesome. As much as I want you to finish your book, I want to see you happy. As for Remus, we talk all the time, and he was into you from the moment he met you. As you put out no-way signals, he backed off, wanting to be your friend if he couldn't have anything else.
Lily responded. Every syllable was laced with hurt. Sirius rubbed his eyes. He hated this whole conversation.
I can see why this town is cross with you. You're annoying.
Regulus pointed out. Sirius reached over and smacked the back of his head. Padfoot started barking and bouncing between the three of them.
None of us want to hurt you. Well, I kind of want to punch you and fucking Remus because you two are going to make me go insane, but he's not looking for a hookup or whatever. He likes you, so pull your head out of your ass.
She dropped down to soothe Padfoot with a scratch behind his ears.
I told you, man, you are too caught up on this whole Alpha Omega thing. Unless he practically demanded you strip and present in the forest, you should give it a shot.
Regulus had taken over the dinner on the stove. Sirius glared at him.
A black talking sense. At least one of you uses that brain you have.
Lily muttered. Regulus snorted, and Sirius glared at the both of them. It was really hard to stay mad at Lily. She was petting his dog and looked absolutely and completely repentant. He felt his anger melting.
That expression isn't fair.
Sirius huffed. Lily straightened up, recognizing that she had won.
Do you trust him not to burn down your house?
She gestured over at Regulus, who was stirring the creamy chicken. He nodded, and she grabbed his wrist.
Good. Now tell me about your date and what your poor doorbell did to warrant you ripping it out of the wall.
She pulled him into the living room.
I am not some servant. You can't just abandon me in the kitchen. I want to hear about the date too.
Regulus called. Lily ignored him. Sirius stuck his tongue out over his shoulder. Some of his equilibrium returned as he sat on the couch with Lily, and her loving presence washed over him. Sirius felt those eyes on him again.
Oh, hush, we're not going to the bookstore, I need time to think.
Sirius told Padfoot. The pup huffed at him and went back to sniffing at the sidewalk. Sirius was intentionally staying away from the bookstore. He noticed he was near the 3 broomsticks. He was a bit chilly, so he hoped the pink-haired Tonks would be okay with dogs, and made his way to the coffee shop. He stepped into the warm building. He made his way to the register, and that soft, heart-shaped face hardened.
I like Remus tell me why I shouldn't toss you out.
Tonks sounded confrontational. Sirius grimaced but knelt and picked up his dog.
Because I have a cute dog and we are a bit cold.
He held up the puppy. She tried not to melt. Sirius could see it. Finally, she reached over and took the puppy.
You're not forgiven. I'm only giving you a vanilla wide-eye because Remus told me, even though it didn't work, he doesn't want us to be a jerk to you.
Tonks stroked Padfoot's head as he sniffed at her curiously. Sirius needed to figure out how to become part of the group chat this town had. There was no other explanation for how they all knew everything.
I didn't do anything.
Sirius argued as she handed back Padfoot and moved to wash her hands before starting on his drink.
I would like to believe that, because you seem like a nice guy, but Remus has never been anything but a sweetheart. What happened?
She asked patiently, steaming the milk.
Why would I give up my personal life for gossip?
Sirius asked, and she gave him a look over the machine.
I know everything because I run a coffee shop. If you want to mess with the girl making your caffeine infusion go ahead, you'll drink decaf for the rest of your life.
Tonks commented idly. She picked up a cup and an unmarked pot, raising an eyebrow at Sirius.
I'm just not sure dating an alpha is the right move for me right now, okay?
Sirius relented, scuffing his shoe against the floor. Tonks set down the pot and picked up the other one.
Honestly, I didn't know Remus was an alpha until about 6 months ago. The guy comes across as super mellow. I only found out because there was some dickhead hitting on me and getting pushy. Remus stepped in. The first and only time I ever saw him get a little bit alpha-y. If you're looking for not an alpha, there are worse out there than Remus.
Tonks handed him a cup. He tried to pay her, and she waved him off.
I charge more for therapy than coffee, and you already paid. The puppy is welcome back. You're still on thin ice, however.
Sirius gave her a friendly smile, which was returned. He went and took a seat at one of the tables. Padfoot climbed onto the bench next to him and immediately lay down, looking like he might take a snooze. Sirius sipped at his latte, or his wide eye. He didn't want to even think of it in mundane terms in case Tonks could read minds like everyone else in this town. He wondered if he should give Remus another chance. Everyone else seemed convinced he was harmless, but Sirius had never seen or heard of a harmless alpha. Sure, Remus had spent all this time trying to convince him that good king alphas existed. Sirius was still convinced they were things of fiction or an overactive imagination. No way people like that existed in the real world. He thought about it. What had convinced him that Remus was a beta? It couldn't just be scent alone. In the age of scent blockers, suppressants, and birth control, he never trusted his nose. It was always behavior. Remus never did the bullshit posturing that most alphas did. He was chilled out and relaxed. He had some controlling tendencies, but he had warned Sirius about that and seemed to be actively working on it. He never tried to control Sirius. He had mentioned the hair, but hadn't tried to convince Sirius to cut it off or asked him to tie it back. He had simply mentioned it annoyed him and why. He held Sirius's hand, but never tried to make him walk faster, slower, closer, or anything like that. He had asked before kissing Sirius.
I'm stupid,
he informed Padfoot. The pup thumped his tail against the bench. He leaned down and kissed his head.
You seem quiet.
Regulus mentioned as they sat down for dinner that night. Sirius pushed the pasta around his plate and shrugged.
I'm beginning to think everyone is smarter than me.
Sirius admitted.
I think you're right. I got caught up on the whole alpha-omega thing and forgot Remus is a whole person. Lily is right, and we're both way into each other. Tonks is right that he's harmless.
Sirius didn't bother to explain the last one. He wasn't sure how long his brother was here, but he would introduce him to everyone soon enough.
Now it's been a week since I literally ran away from the guy. Like tomorrow is a week.
It was Saturday, and all Sirius could think about was if he had played his cards a little better, he could be spending a whole glorious day with Remus tomorrow.
You don't have to just sit here and let it pass you by. You could go talk to him. I'm sure that Redhead Lilith would tell you where he lived if you don't know.
Regulus pointed out. Sirius frowned at him.
Lily.
He corrected as he considered the suggestion. Could he just show up at Remus's house randomly in the middle of the night? He checked his watch. It wasn't the middle of the night. Remus was likely just getting home. He had to stop letting Regulus cook for him. He always waited until late.
Just go, Siri. I'll look after the pup.
Regulus pushed, and Sirius sighed. His brother was right. He didn't want to admit it, but it was the truth.
Butthead.
He muttered but got up. He changed into a nice t-shirt and clean jeans. He leaned down and kissed Padfoot's head.
Don't listen to Reg, he's mean.
I have to get to know my nephew, so you are banished. Don't come back until you're ready to stop judging people based on biology.
Regulus waved him off. Sirius recognized he was being dismissed. He grabbed his jacket and pulled it on. He was already planning revenge that involved the shower and a Jolly Rancher, so Regulus would feel slightly sticky all day. Chapter 16, Laundry and Leather. Sirius swallowed his nerves and knocked lightly on the door in front of him. The wood was solid under his knuckles. He waited impatiently for Remus to open the door. After a few minutes, the lock mechanism sounded from inside, and the door slowly opened. Remus looked tired. Sirius hoped he hadn't caused that, while at the same time knowing he had.
Sirius.
That normal warm voice was clipped and guarded.
Can we talk?
Sirius asked, not having the wherewithal for a twisty-turny greeting. He liked Remus. He didn't want to pretend otherwise. Remus's face softened, and he moved aside to let Sirius in. Sirius stepped into the house, and Remus closed the door behind him.
Shoes off,
Remus requested. Sirius quickly toed off his shoes and passed his jacket to Remus to hang up. Remus led Sirius into a comfortable sitting room. They settled into seats facing each other. Sirius recognized the need for him to start.
I'm sorry.
He admitted and glanced up at Remus. Just the slightest twitch from the other told him that the apology was a surprise. He sighed and ran his hands over his face.
I shouldn't have bailed without giving you a chance to explain.
That sounded wrong. There was nothing to explain. Remus was Remus. There was nothing to explain.
Sirius, do you think after everything, all the conversations, especially about consent, and the way I feel Omegas should be treated, that being an alpha would make any of that less true?
Remus was soft. He kept himself in his chair. Sirius appreciated the chance to think without pheromones and such clouding his judgment. He glanced over at Remus as he realized something. Remus never crowded him to overwhelm him with alpha pheromones until he couldn't think, could only obey. Remus wasn't handsy or bossy.
I've not had good experiences thus far. I know that's not fair to put on you, but as soon as you said alpha, my brain sent all sorts of danger signals everywhere all at once.
Sirius pushed his hair back a little irritated and saw Remus's lips twitch as though he was fighting a smile.
Well, if this isn't for you, that's fine. I mean, I'll hate it, but I'm not about to pack up and leave, and I don't want to drive you out of town. We can be cordial.
Remus placed the ball squarely and neatly in his court. Sirius chewed on the inside of his cheek, an action he would likely regret later. He trusted Remus, but how far did that go?
And if it is, for me, I mean.
Sirius could practically hear the nerves and found himself wondering if he was even coherent.
Then we talk. I'm not going to harm you as your past partners have. I prefer enthusiastic and clear consent.
Remus's voice was steady and smooth.
I'm not ever going to compromise your consent by using the voice or the pheromones. I won't knot you or mark you unless we have a long conversation about what those things mean to each of us and decide our relationship is ready for it. You've already seen how I act around you, and that's not going to change just because we're seeing each other, except I'm more likely to kiss you or take your hand.
This was why Sirius trusted him. He believed every pretty word that came out of that handsome mouth. Remus wasn't going to suddenly turn on him. He wasn't one big walking red flag. Sirius forced himself to take a deep breath. He could feel the hitch in his throat and the tears prickling his eyes. It sounded ideal. Could Sirius let himself be that happy?
And you can always say no.
Remus cut to the heart of the issue. Sirius hadn't thought of this. He realized he had tied this all up. He was working on the assumption that if he said yes now, that was a yes forever. Remus was telling him that wasn't the case.
Okay.
Sirius breathed. One eyebrow went up and Remus stayed in place. Sirius realized he was going to have to clarify.
I want to try.
Remus's lips quirked.
Come here, please.
Remus urged him. Sirius stood up and swallowed his nerves. He made his way over to Remus and took the offered hand. Remus stood up. He wrapped his arm around Sirius. It was warm and strong.
Your hair is annoying.
Remus lifted the dark locks and kissed them softly before pushing them back so he could see Sirius's face properly.
Get used to it. It's not going anywhere.
Sirius teased. Remus ran a hand through it. He was careful not to tug. His hand found the back of Sirius's neck. There was no press on that ancient and instinctive pressure point. He sighed happily as Remus caressed the point with his fingers. It was lovely and made Sirius's knees weak.
I'm going to kiss you until we can't breathe, then recover and do it again. Any objections?
Remus asked, seeming to enjoy how pliant Sirius was in his hold. As soon as he had started speaking, he'd moved his hand to Sirius's shoulder.
None.
Sirius murmured, and a moment later, his head was tipped back. Kissing Remus was just so amazing. He was soft and gentle. He let Sirius set the pace so there was no sloppy tongue pressing insistently for entrance. His toes curled against the soft rug as his fingers found the front of Remus's sweater. He stood up on tiptoes to press closer. He felt Remus smile into the kiss. The arm around his waist tightened until they were pressed together. Sirius slid arms around Remus's shoulders and anchored himself there. He parted his lips against Remus's and felt the other man opening up. Sirius had to take the lead with this as well. He had never taken the lead like this before. It was odd. It seemed Remus just needed a nudge. As soon as Sirius's tongue was in his mouth, they were twisting together. Sirius swore he was going to pass out from just this. It was so painfully good. When his breathing was heavy, Remus eased him back.
You're marvelously easy to unravel.
Remus stroked his hair. They settled in the large chair together. Sirius liked chairs that could be love seats. It was an excuse to cuddle without a frame of furniture digging into hips and such. Sirius relished being able to get this close after wanting to for so long. It took him a moment to reorder his brain.
Why weren't you kissing me?
Sirius asked, Remus's brow furrowed.
I was kissing you.
He argued, but Sirius brushed that off. He hadn't meant it literally.
No, I mean, why weren't you?
Sirius gestured in a completely unhelpful way that had Remus wearing the expression that said he was trying not to laugh at Sirius.
Do you want me to overwhelm you? Because I know how. I just thought after everything you would prefer a pace that was more you-oriented.
Remus stated. Sirius swore his heart was a puddle on the floor. That was sweet, but also annoying.
I don't want you holding back because of my past.
Sirius examined his fingers as he spoke. He didn't want an aggressive encounter, but he didn't want Remus to be constantly censoring himself. A soft hand under his chin had him looking up at the other man. Remus leaned forward and brushed his lips over Sirius's. Sirius leaned into Remus, letting the kiss carry him away. Remus's tongue traced over his lips this time, and Sirius gladly let him in. Their tongues tangled. Sirius could taste Earl Grey and chocolate on his tongue. Hands slid over his cheeks, holding him close. Sirius felt safe and close to Remus right here. He was practically in Remus's lap as he was kissed. Remus broke the kiss to start trailing damp kisses over Sirius's jawline.
You make me crazy.
Remus growled. Sirius wanted to say it made him nervous, but it had him pressing closer. Remus nibbled on his neck. He could feel the slick starting to leak and dampen his underwear. A moment later, Sirius squeaked as he was tipped onto his back. He fell back on the chair and was covered by Remus. He met mischievous green eyes before Remus ducked down to kiss his collarbones. Hands slid under his shirt, running along the soft skin of his stomach, waiting to see if he would protest. Sirius was not planning on stopping Remus at the moment.
Will you take this off?
Remus huffed against his skin. Sirius chuckled slightly, but instead of making any movement to help, he held his hands over his head. Remus pushed the shirt off eagerly, throwing it to the floor. Sirius slid his hands down the broad back, intending to strip Remus of his shirt, but an insistent mouth latching onto one of his nipples had him momentarily distracted. He arched his back, eyes sliding shut. Remus circled the nipple with his tongue and flickered over the hard nub. His hand was flattened over the other one, playing with the small nub. Sirius could feel the slick now consistently flowing from him. It was so good. He tangled his fingers into Remus's hair.
Shirt off,
he demanded when Remus let up for a moment. Remus chuckled but sat up and pulled off his sweater and shirt. He leaned down and his lips met Sirius's again. His skin was hot and smooth against his fingers. Sirius could feel the ridges of the scars that seemed to be all over Remus. His chest hair was springy and soft. The fresh laundry smell and that wild windswept forest smell was filling the room. A thigh nudged between his knees and Sirius paused for a moment. The kiss broke and Remus pulled back.
Do you want me to stop?
Remus asked. His hair was messy, and his normally tan skin flushed. Sirius could also see his face was less guarded than usual. Did he want Remus to stop? Not really. He was still braced for pushy, aggressive, and downright violent, but Remus seemed content to trace hands over every inch of exposed skin. Sirius was going to leave smelling like Remus. The thought made him tingly. He took a deep breath, attempting to order his thoughts.
Don't want to stop.
Sirius answered and parted his legs. Remus gave him that warm, soft smile. The next kiss was gentler, and a large thigh rocked against his erection.
Fuck.
Sirius cursed, biting Remus's lower lip.
You're so beautiful when you get out of your head.
Remus tipped Sirius's head to the side and nibbled on the lobe of his ear. Sirius had never had anyone kiss his ears. It was surprisingly sensitive. Remus nosed behind his ear, probably seeking out his scent, which was still hidden under layers of scent suppressant. The frustrated sound confirmed what he had thought. Lips returned to his as Remus rocked against his body. It was slow and gentle. Every time Sirius tried to push to go faster, Remus would simply ease back for a moment. Sirius was sweating and shaking as Remus claimed every inch of his chest with his lips and hands. Hands traced the waistband of his jeans, and he felt Remus stop. He leaned up on his elbows, confused.
Can I take off your jeans?
Remus asked. Sirius was about to throw something at him. He didn't want to think right now.
Fuck, Remus, you're going to kill me.
Sirius dropped back onto the chair properly. All he got from Remus was a chuckle.
Please take off my jeans before I pop the button.
The jeans were tugged off, and a hand returned to the waistband of the boxers. Sirius panicked here. He caught Remus's hand.
I don't want to get the chair damp.
His cheeks flamed. He knew Remus could smell the slick, but this was a direct acknowledgement of something he had been mocked for before. He also had a feeling this was the chair Remus always sat in. It was huge and soft and squishy. He didn't want to get Remus's favorite reading chair dirty.
I can clean the chair, unless this is your roundabout way of telling me no.
Remus assured him. His hand stayed still while Sirius was resisting. Sirius examined his face. He could read the arousal in those familiar eyes, but Remus was willing to stop if Sirius needed him to.
All right.
Sirius released his hand and Remus leaned up and kissed him. A hand slid through his hair. Remus layered kisses over his jaw again and nosed at the junction of his shoulder and neck.
I have no idea what suppressant you use, but I kind of hate it.
Remus muttered against the skin. Sirius scrunched his shoulder at the tickling of Remus's breath. Damp kisses trailed over his stomach and chest before needy hands urged his hips up to take off the boxers. They joined the rest of the clothes on the floor. Sirius was naked in front of the man he'd been crushing on since day one. He couldn't remember a time he had ever been naked in front of another person in a well-lit room like this. Usually, it was a quick grope in a darkened room, or he was so out of his mind in a heat he didn't care.
Gorgeous.
Remus breathed. Sirius felt the flush of pleasure over his cheeks. Those large, long-fingered hands traced over his thighs and up over his hips. He was surprised when one wrapped around his cock. He was used to it being ignored. Sure, he was still a man, so his cock got hard like everyone else's, but he was an Omega. It didn't serve any purpose for his partners to focus on it. Remus stroked it slowly with light pressure. Sirius recognized the look on his face. Remus took it slow. He seemed determined to pull Sirius apart at each step. Sirius gripped the cushions under his body. Every gush of slick had him thrusting toward Remus. Remus would not be deterred from his rhythm. Slowly his hand tightened, and his stroking got firmer. Sirius was ready to lose his mind as he struggled toward a release. He knew from the smug look on Remus's face he knew that he was doing. Could this be the one truly alpha thing Remus would do? Edge him until he couldn't remember his own name. His head shot up with a truly obscene sound when a warm, wet cavern descended over his cock. Remus was taking him deep. His green eyes watched Sirius searching for a protest. He melted into the sensation with a low groan. Remus started bobbing his head, eyes holding Sirius hostage in that hot gaze. Every suck sparked up his spine. He tangled a hand in the sandy hair, enjoying the sparks of pleasure. Remus seemed determined to take this slow as well. He would take Sirius down to the base and slowly pull up with suction and his tongue tracing over throbbing veins. He seemed to have no problem with the taste of pre-cum on his tongue. One arm moved to pin Sirius's hips down when he tried to thrust into that sinful mouth.
Naughty, naughty.
Remus scolded him in a dark tone, pulling off with a pop. That tone did something to Sirius to the depth of his soul.
Relax and let me take care of you.
Still in that dark tone, but the promise of care had Sirius's toes curling. Remus's mouth found his cock again, and he surrendered himself to the sweet torture that was Remus. As soon as he relinquished that control, it got better. He didn't have to do anything or act a certain way, and Remus wasn't going to demand a painful, humiliating submission. He wanted Sirius to surrender to his care, which promised pleasure. Every nerve was singing as Remus bobbed his head, working Sirius up in a way he had never been worked up before. Every time he thought he might lose it, Remus would squeeze the hand tight around the base and ease back. Sirius was sure he had pulled Remus's hair a few times. He felt it building again. His thighs shook, and that tortuous hand tightened around him again.
Fuck you.
Sirius cursed breathlessly. Remus pulled off with a light laugh.
Be a good boy and ask for what you want.
Remus offered. Sirius picked up his head, which felt like it weighed 100 pounds. He met Remus's eyes, slightly stunned. He had dealt with the most violent sides of an alpha for years. All Remus wanted was for him to ask. Sirius had been sure he would be edged until Remus was satisfied that he was ready to be fucked into next week.
I want to come.
Sirius forced out. The lips quirked, but the hand tightened the slightest disagreement.
Please.
He offered. This time Remus gave him a smile that had more slick gushing out of his body. He was so close it wouldn't take a lot. Remus lowered his mouth over Sirius again and bobbed his head until Sirius was once again despising the hand around him. He would be gone if not for that hand.
Fuck Remus, please, please.
He groaned. Every part of him was so close, the edge was right there. He wanted to tumble over and fall into the deep water at the bottom. All at once, the pressure let up and Remus was swallowing around him. Sirius cried out sharply, and it was only that heavy arm on his waist that kept him from thrusting into that tortuously wonderful mouth. He shot down Remus's throat, trembling and groaning. He was sure he said some colorful words in both English and French. He could feel the slick soaking into the cushion under him. Galaxies swirled around him, and the plunge was delicious. Tears of exertion and pure bliss ran down his temples to mix with the sweat. He came down slowly from the high to find himself cradled in strong, solid arms. Remus's chest was bare, and Sirius ran his fingers through the hair. The jeans were rough against his legs. He was also completely spent, but could see the bulge straining against Remus's zipper. Maybe he could please him with a blowjob and they would call tonight good. He reached down, and Remus gave a soft gasp before his fingers were tugging Sirius's hand away. He pulled back to frown at Remus.
This was for you.
Remus pressed a finger to his lips when he opened his mouth to argue.
You're insanely amazing and sexy as hell, but I am not going to overlook the fact that you have been brutalized. I won't contribute to that. I am going to pull you apart and put you together again, so you know what it feels like to be with a partner who isn't selfish. I am hoping when we do come together, you won't remember what those previous monsters did to you.
You have to stop saying things like that. I do not consent to cry after an orgasm like that.
Sirius smacked his chest, feeling emotional. Remus cupped his face and stroked his cheek softly before pressing a kiss to Sirius's forehead.
My apologies.
Remus sounded completely sincere, and Sirius melted against him.
Can I kiss you?
Remus asked, and Sirius shot him a look. They had been kissing all evening. Remus read the confusion on his face.
Some people don't like the taste of themselves.
Sirius rolled his eyes and leaned into another deep kiss. They cuddled on the large chair.
Thank you.
Sirius spoke after a while. Remus pressed a kiss to his shoulder. He didn't ask for clarification. Silence fell again. It wasn't oppressive. It was restful.
What do you smell like without a scent suppressant?
Remus asked, nosing along Sirius's shoulder again. Sirius was surprised it was still in place. He had figured he would have burned through it.
Leather and tobacco.
Sirius answered, tipping his head.
My ex didn't want others to smell me when I was so blatantly refusing to be marked, so I started wearing the expensive heavy-duty stuff.
Sirius caught the scent of fresh laundry. He wore a blocker that was scented like orchids. His ex had wasted no opportunity to tell him an omega who didn't smell like a flower was unnatural. He was sure Remus's natural scent would be as comforting as the laundry smell. He was curious, though.
What about you?
Remus paused from where he was pursuing and still not finding anything but the flowers.
I've never worn a scent suppressant around you. My scent isn't as strong as other alphas, so I just stopped.
Sirius turned in his arms.
You're telling me you walk around smelling like laundry in a pine forest without help?
Sirius asked, annoyed, and Remus nodded. He tipped his head easily when Sirius pursued the scent.
Jerk.
Remus rolled onto his back, holding Sirius close.
According to Lily, it smells like an electric storm raging through the forest during my yearly rut. She gets me groceries and came in just as the first wave hit. It was right before you moved here.
Sirius nodded. The suppressants cut down on the embarrassing monthly heats or ruts, but every one of the medications recommended letting out one heat or rut a year. He wanted to know what exactly that smelled like, but he held his tongue. He wasn't going to consent to be anywhere nearby when Remus was in his rut. He was nearly positive he couldn't handle it.
Will you stay the night?
Remus asked, tracing over Sirius's stomach. He nodded. Remus nosed at his shoulder with an annoyed huff.
Remus, if you show me where the bathroom is, I can shower and wash it off.
Remus smiled against his skin.
I would appreciate that.
Remus agreed. Sirius let himself be led to the bathroom, and he rinsed off the scent suppressant, his scent slowly appearing until the steamy air smelled heavily of leather and tobacco mixed with Remus's slightly spicy-smelling shampoo and body wash. He stepped out of the shower. The towel was soft as he dried off. Remus had also placed a pair of sweatpants on the toilet lid. Sirius felt his heart flutter. Remus was amazing. Chapter 17, Sunday. Sirius slowly woke up the next morning feeling all warm and cozy, soft scents trickling in as he drew in a deep breath: bergamot, laundry, and pine. As he took stock of his surroundings, he realized he was resting on a warm chest, held in a warm embrace. Remus was breathing deep and soft under him. Sirius leaned up on his elbow to admire the handsome features relaxed in sleep. Remus was beautiful like this. Sirius would have liked to have spent more time looking over Remus and his soft, sleeping face, but his bladder decided to get involved, annoyingly. Slowly and carefully, Sirius extricated himself from Remus and went to the bathroom. He came back out drying his hands to find Remus sitting up in bed.
Morning.
Sirius greeted, climbing back in next to Remus, snuggling against him.
Morning.
Remus replied. His voice was husky and deep in the early morning.
Do you need to go tend to Padfoot?
Remus asked as he slid an arm around Sirius's shoulders. Sirius smiled, his heart melting further. Remus was willing to lose their morning together so Sirius could go see his puppy.
My brother has him this morning.
Sirius hummed softly. Remus nodded and leaned down to kiss him softly.
Lily mentioned your brother was in town. Last time we talked, you seemed distant with your family.
Remus settled against the headboard with Sirius. It was a lovely domestic, warm cuddle.
I am. My parents are not the type of people who should have been raising children. Reg was kind of an asshole when he presented, so I took off as soon as I was able. He showed up at my door a few days ago, all like, I'm not a dick anymore. Want to be brothers again.
Sirius muttered. Remus chuckled.
You know, I would have assumed the kid I saw you with was very posh and eloquent, but you also look a little posh and eloquent, so it could be the inherent wealth that you both grew up in.
Remus responded. His hands ran through Sirius's hair.
How is your hair always perfect?
Part of my gift.
Sirius shrugged, not thinking about the answer. Remus nodded and went back to playing with it.
We have an expensive education. He uses his every day. I use mine to make people all over the world swoon.
Remus looked down at him and ran a finger over his nose.
You'll have to talk pretty to me sometime.
Remus answered, and Sirius nipped at his fingers.
You'll have to ask nicely.
Sirius shot back. Remus's mouth curved into a proper smile.
Good. Still feisty, I see. I was hoping last night wouldn't bring about your inner Omega trying to shut you down.
Remus seemed genuinely pleased that Sirius was still serious. He chewed his lip and looked down at the junction between Remus's collarbones.
You're not going to ask that of me.
Sirius's voice was barely audible. Remus's hands were soothing along his back.
I'm not going to demand that your wonderful personality be shelved, since that is what drew me to you in the first place. We might play a bit in bed, but I'm never going to demand a docile, submissive partner. Honestly, it sounds boring.
Remus reassured. Sirius looked up, gray eyes meeting green. He was happy about this answer.
Do you want breakfast?
Probably should.
Sirius muttered but cuddled closer to Remus. Warm arms wrapped completely around him so neither of them could get up. Sirius must have drifted off again because the next thing he knew he was curled against Remus's chest and the other was reading a book.
Reading my book while I'm next to you. Flattery will get you everywhere.
Sirius's voice was a bit rough. Remus set the book down on their laps and reached over for a glass of water.
It's partially because I wasn't moving you, so it was the only one in reach, and partially because now I know your voice well enough to know what it would sound like reading this.
Remus replied as Sirius thirstily drank the water. He picked up the book.
I did readings in London.
Sirius responded.
Before he made me stop.
Remus's hand briefly tensed on the blanket before relaxing again.
This is where he meets Damien.
Sirius frowned.
I was such a cheesy bastard.
I like cheese.
Remus commented and Sirius grinned but brushed off the compliment. He let the words roll over his brain and he wrinkled his nose.
I need to go beat my past self with a newspaper. Be right back.
Sirius muttered. Remus was petting his hair.
Read it to me.
The request was sweet. Sirius considered saying no, but he liked reading aloud. He picked a paragraph and started. It was warm in Remus's hold as he read through the toxicity of his past. It was strangely cathartic.
I don't know how I became as popular as I did. This is crap. Derivative crap.
Sirius complained a few pages later. He glanced over at Remus and found the man that never slept was once again asleep. Sirius tucked a stray scrap of paper into the book. He placed the book on the bedside table and curled into Remus's hold. He had just worked through the mess of telling his agent and manager that he would have new chapters for them tomorrow when his stomach grumbled. He didn't want to leave Remus's hold, but after the grumble, all he could focus on was how hungry he was. Finally, he carefully extracted himself from Remus's hold and made his way downstairs. He opened the fridge. Beer, expensive-looking beer, taunted him from the top shelf. He turned away quickly, focusing on the other items in the fridge. Eggs, he checked the date, not expired. Milk, also not expired. The cheese and ham both smelled fine. He took his loot over to the counter, hoping Remus wouldn't mind. He hunted through the cabinets and cupboards, finding a bowl, a whisk, a knife, a cutting board, and a pan. He had just flipped over the omelette when he was accosted.
This is the second time I've woken up alone when I was sure I fell asleep with someone. I don't like it. Not one bit.
Remus muttered petulantly into Sirius's hair. Sirius relaxed into the hold and turned his head. Remus gave him a short kiss.
I was hungry, so I made breakfast. You know, for the man who never sleeps, you sure do sleep a lot when I am here.
Sirius pointed out. He nudged Remus off him with an elbow and picked up the plate.
I don't know. You have this thing that makes it easy to sleep around you.
Remus leaned on the counter and watched as Sirius slid the omelette out of the pan. He offered the plate to Remus. He could make another one.
I could get used to this sight. You in my kitchen, wearing my clothes, cooking.
Make another comment like that, and I will rescind your omelette privileges.
Sirius shot back. He saw Remus tip his head to the side, trying to figure out what Sirius may not have liked about his comment. Sirius saw the second his brain caught up.
I didn't mean it like that. I don't want you in the kitchen all the time. Your career is important, and I will support you in whatever way you want or need.
Remus reconciled, and Sirius felt those traitorous butterflies erupt in his stomach again. He flushed, looking back down at the bowl of eggs.
So what did you tell Tonks? Because I had to bribe her with puppy cuddles to get her to give me coffee.
Sirius asked curiously. He poured the egg mixture into the pan and rinsed out the bowl. Remus sighed.
I didn't want to tell her anything. I mean, I will likely always tell Lily most of the stuff that happens. She's part of me making sure I am not accidentally pushing things too far as an alpha. But other than that, my personal life doesn't need to be in the daily paper. Tonks just took in my expression the morning after our date.
That was a mild description of what had happened in the forest. Sirius guessed from the pause he had been calling it something else.
Then she asked me if the way I looked had anything to do with my date with you. I have no idea how she knew about the date. I told her to be nice to you.
No one in this town really knows me, and I upset the local bookstore owner. They're too loyal to be nice to me when I hurt you.
Sirius pointed out. Dumping cheese on the omelet and folding it closed, Sirius slid it onto a plate and leaned on the counter across from Remus, not bothering with the whole chair thing. They ate in silence for a bit.
Can I ask you something?
Remus finally spoke, keeping his green eyes down on the omelet he had cut into perfect squares. Sirius wasn't going to pick at him for it. It was cute, and he didn't think Remus knew he was doing it. Sirius made a noise to indicate he was listening.
You freaked when I told you the truth. Did you honestly think I was going to hurt you? We've been alone at least a dozen times before that. If I had wanted to harm you, wouldn't it have been more advantageous to start when you first moved in and tried to mace me?
Heavy, heavy dread sank into Sirius's stomach. He was truly messed up. He had upset Remus by assuming the very worst thing he could. He hated that he had ever gone there.
I thought you were manipulating the situation to make me think I wanted it. I've never done this, and it scares me that you're an alpha.
Honesty was the best policy in this case. It was still a horrible conversation, one he didn't want to have, but Remus deserved an explanation. Silence reigned at the small counter.
I'm not going to push you around or use any of the typical alpha tactics on you. I want us to be equals. I don't know how to get you to believe that, but as long as you're honest when you're nervous, I'll work on making sure I reassure you.
Remus finally said while reaching over to push Sirius's hair back.
Equal except when you're making me ask for something.
Sirius responded, looking up. Remus looked contemplative for a second before shrugging.
I'm not going to deny pushing you around in an intimate situation sounds like fun, but it is always with consent. And if you don't like it, I won't do it.
Remus admitted, having no reservation or flush talking about sex. Sirius could feel the warmth of his own face. Growing up as he had meant sex was a very taboo subject.
I don't know. My past would suggest no, but last night would suggest yes, dear God, please.
Sirius managed. Remus grinned now, looking very smug. He leaned over the counter and kissed Sirius. It was gentle but intense. It had Sirius annoyed at the counter between them as Remus chased the lingering taste of coffee. He leaned into it.
Good. I look forward to exploring that in the future.
Remus pulled back from the kiss. He picked up his empty plate and placed it in the sink.
I'm going to track down my cat so you can meet her.
Sirius was left alone in the kitchen with a hard dick and a desire to chase Remus down and sit in his lap. That was new. He hadn't had the drive to pursue sex in years. The rest of the day was spent just hanging out. Sirius was finally able to meet the incredibly cute, sweet, and soft Mooney. Remus and Sirius agreed they should arrange a meeting between their fur babies sooner rather than later. They talked about small things while they lounged about reading. Sirius investigated the very large bookcases that were randomly spread through the house. He was having a nice day when his brother butted his head in. Late afternoon, he texted Sirius while Remus was in the shower.
Hey slut, your dog's looking for you, and I would like to see your ugly mug at some point. Are you coming home tonight?
Who are you calling a slut, you whore? I bet you slept with every Omega in your school, not just your grade. I can come home soon. Remus and I are almost done christening every room in his house.
TMI Siri.
Sirius could practically hear his brother rolling his eyes from here. He set his phone down on the coffee table and stroked Mooney before getting up. His jeans were in the dryer since Remus had offered to wash his clothes. Sirius was not so secretly thrilled to be going home smelling like Remus. He collected his clothes and made his way back to the bedroom. He had just changed out of the pajama pants when Remus stepped in. Sirius was prepared for a lot, but he was not prepared for a damp, naked Remus.
You look like you're getting ready to leave.
Remus sounded sad but remarkably unaffected for being naked. Regret and arousal mixed unpleasantly in Sirius's stomach.
I was, and then you walked in like that, and now I think it would be indecent of me to leave.
Sirius muttered. Remus cocked an eyebrow at him while pulling out a pair of boxers.
Why, Mr. Black, are you propositioning me?
Remus asked in an innocent sort of tone. Or it would be innocent if not for the traitorous twitch of the massive log between his legs.
I would have had my hand or mouth around it last night, but someone said no because he's fucking noble.
Sirius sounded mutinous. Remus pulled on his boxers, now hiding the rapidly hardening cock. Not that the tenting cotton did much to conceal anything.
You've been damaged, abused, and brutalized. Physical intimacy is not going to fix that, and I will not contribute to your negative views toward your place in the bedroom. So, until I am sure you are doing it because you want to, and not some messed up way you think I want you to, we're going to focus on just this, like today, spending time together until you don't flinch when I run a hand down your back.
Sirius had hoped Remus had missed the way he tensed up.
See, I was about to be all pushy and tell you off for being a dick, but now you're being sweet and it's unfair.
Sirius still sounded mutinous. Remus wrapped an arm around him and pulled him in close. He buried his nose against Sirius's shoulder, inhaling the smell of tobacco. He had been doing that all day. Sirius was thrilled to find someone who liked that he didn't smell like a discount flower bin. Remus kissed the side of his neck gently.
We need to be kind to your brain and your body, so your soul has a chance to heal.
Remus lightly tapped Sirius's head. Sirius glared.
Would it make you feel better if I sent you off with a proper goodbye?
A warm hand found the stiffy Sirius was supporting.
No, what would fucking make me feel better is if you would just let me touch you.
Sirius muttered, but didn't pull away from the warm hand, manipulating him through the fabric of his briefs. Remus considered him for a moment. He took one of Sirius's hands in his own and kissed the fingers lightly. Sirius was surprised when it was pressed to the hard erection tenting Remus's boxers.
There, feel better.
Remus asked, though it was a little breathier than normal. Sirius glared at him as he traced the outline through the fabric. Remus really was huge. It made him nervous, but in a good way.
Dick.
Sirius muttered, but lost his ability to speak when Remus's hand deftly slipped under the waistband to properly stroke him. He leaned into Remus, following his lead on the pace. He didn't have the confidence to slip his hand under the waistband, so he stroked the lusciously hard flesh over the fabric, his fingers barely wrapped around it.
I have one, but it has nothing to do with my attitude. I just like winding you up. You get so annoyed.
Remus thrust into Sirius's hand while doing something fancy with his hand. Sirius felt his knees go weak and was grateful when Remus backed him up to the bed. Sirius felt small and contained, but not ill at ease under Remus. Their hips slotted together, and Sirius's fingers tangled in the sheets.
You're bad for my self-control.
Remus informed Sirius.
You smell like chocolate when you're hard, and it makes me want to take you in my mouth to see if you melt.
Sirius replied. Remus gave a low growl that sent a pleasant shiver up Sirius's spine.
Filthy, filthy boy.
Remus muttered, rolling his hips against Sirius's. It was absolutely delicious. Sweat beaded on their skin in the small, warm space. Remus's mouth was hot and firm as it traced over Sirius's skin. Sirius didn't even tense when his lips brushed over the scent gland on his neck. He trusted that Remus would never mark him without his consent. The air felt humid and heavy. The mattress squeaked beneath them. Sirius was less naked than he had been the night before, but he felt closer to Remus this time. He pulled him in for a proper kiss, and their tongues tangled. He could taste the salt from his own sweat on Remus's tongue as the coil in his stomach tightened. He groaned as he came in his boxers. He felt the low growl that rolled through Remus as he went taut against Sirius. The feeling of the knot swelling against his hips as Remus came against him had him momentarily panicking, but then Remus relaxed against him, and the smell of fresh laundry rolled over both of them.
I should walk you home.
Remus sounded half asleep.
I'm covered in spunk. The only place I should go is the shower.
Sirius pointed out, but made no move to get out from under the heavy body, pinning him to the bed. Remus made a sound of assent, but didn't move. Chapter 18, Long Lost Cousin.
You do this every day for fun.
Regulus huffed as they finally made it to the forest, heading in. Sirius would have laughed, but his week of self-pity was starting to show.
You are fucking insane.
Not any more insane than any other black. Remember when Mother brought that specialist in to examine both of us when I was 7 because I liked to cut the heads off dolls, and you had an unnatural obsession with fire? According to him, neither of us are insane, but I do have antisocial tendencies.
Sirius reminded Regulus.
Big shocker there. The weird hermit author has antisocial tendencies.
Regulus rolled his eyes as their feet left behind the pavement for the packed earth of the forest path. Sirius did not argue and was now dedicating more effort to breathing. He didn't have the air to spare on silly banter. Regulus had insisted he come with Sirius this morning, claiming that he wanted to spend more time with him, so now they both had to suffer through the jog.
Okay, good. It is 2 of you. This is so weird. I really thought I was hallucinating from lack of water there for a moment.
Remus fell into step beside Sirius. It made him startle slightly. He usually could hear Remus from several feet away.
Oh, now I see the appeal. Jogging for the boy and not the health benefits.
Regulus muttered, and Sirius reached over to smack the back of his head.
I did it and continue to do it for a combination. Shut up.
Sirius muttered. Remus chuckled beside him. Regulus hummed a few notes of the old children's rhyme that involved spelling out kissing.
Glad to see you back here.
Sirius felt warmth in his stomach. He tried to squash that. Remus was not his alpha. He wasn't working to make him proud or happy. He told his inner Omega to shut up when it pointed out that was a big reason he kept doing it.
Yeah, I kind of hate it this morning.
Sirius confessed as the ground started angling up. Regulus was puffing just as much as Sirius was now. It was nice to see someone else struggle with the run. Remus looked cool as a cucumber. It was easy to hate him. They ran in silence to the top of the hill.
You two are crazy. Absolutely batshit.
Regulus was bent over with his hands on his knees trying to catch his breath, while Sirius leaned against the rock, forcing himself to take deep, even breaths to loosen the bands around his chest.
Are you intending to commit fratricide? You do know there are easier ways than making him run up a hill.
Remus pointed out as Regulus collapsed in a patch of brown winter grass. Sirius glanced over at Regulus.
I thought doctors were supposed to be in shape.
Sirius nudged Regulus with his foot.
Oh, sod off. You inbred motherfucker.
Regulus panted heavily on the ground as Sirius uncapped his water bottle. There was a brief moment where Sirius reconsidered his thoughts, only for a second before pouring out a healthy amount of water onto Regulus's face. Regulus sputtered.
Oh, I'm so sorry, love, you looked parched.
Sirius looked remarkably unaffected as he took a sip. He was sad to see that Remus had remembered his water bottle this morning.
See, you do remember to bring it.
He didn't want to be weird about the water.
My water carrier vanished for a week. It was either bring my water or make the very long and thirsty walk back home.
Remus pointed out. His tone was casual. There was nothing to suggest upset, but guilt still twisted in Sirius's gut.
Not a comment on you taking time to sort out your head. It's just an observation of the world.
Sirius managed a small nod at this, still trying to get on top of the guilt shredding his insides.
I'm going to shave your head while you're sleeping.
Regulus commented once he managed to get all of the water out of his nose. Remus snorted, and Sirius shot him a look.
No one is harming my hair. It is one of the ways I defy pop culture.
Sirius muttered, reaching up to run his hands over the hair defensively.
You drive a grey Honda. How in the fuck are you defying pop culture?
Regulus quipped. Sirius wrinkled his nose. He still hated that car, but it was likely more acceptable than the vehicle he had before.
When I lived in the city, I had a motorcycle, but moving to a small town with no public transit during the winter months meant I should try something more practical. Believe me, I hate it.
Sirius grouched. He handed the water bottle to Regulus when he indicated he wanted an actual drink and not a face full of cold water.
No matter what you drive, or if you ever get a corporate haircut, I will still see a Freddie Mercury lookalike.
Remus promised, leaning on the rock on Sirius's other side. Sirius smiled at him. He was glad that after everything yesterday, Remus was still able to make him feel warm all the way through his body, with a sweet smile, all while flirting cutely.
You two are absolutely disgustingly gooey.
Regulus mimed vomiting into the brush. He straightened after only a moment.
Of course, if the alternative is the mopey alcoholic mess I found on the couch a few days ago, I will take this.
Slipped.
Remus asked Sirius, and he shrugged.
Glad you had someone to kick you into being a functional human being. Call me when you crave it next time.
Remus reminded Sirius in the hopes he would actually do so.
Kinda hard to call the person I'm freaking out over, but yes, in the future, I'll do better to either call you or Lily.
Sirius placated. He was hoping his recovery would be easier than it had been so far. Sirius looked over the forest as the sun broke over the top of the trees once again, lighting the whole forest on fire. It was always so beautiful. Sirius would never get used to the pretty orange breaking over the green forest. It made it worth the exertion to get here before sunrise.
I don't think I want to work this hard ever again, but I can see the value of something so pretty.
Regulus stretched out, looking over the valley.
How does someone like you, who doesn't run, stay so damn skinny? I watched you eat an entire thing of nachos at 2 a.m, and it wasn't a small plate of nachos either.
Sirius looked over his brother while stretching out his legs to get ready to run down the hill.
Yoga and sex.
Regulus shrugged, finishing up his own stretches. Sirius flushed slightly while Remus chortled.
Are you and Pads coming by the shop this afternoon?
Remus asked. Sirius nodded.
I don't think I could keep him away without a full-on mutiny at this point. He sits at the door dutifully every day at 7:30, waiting to be put on his leash. Anyways, race you down.
He kissed Remus's cheek and took off. He had no hope of winning with how much progress he had lost, but there was something so addictive and dangerous about having Remus chase him. He couldn't even feel bad about neglecting Regulus. Sirius made his way into the 3 broomsticks. Tonks was behind the counter, poking at her phone. She looked up when Sirius stepped up to the counter.
Hey you, Remus seems much happier. Did you finally pull your head out of your ass?
She asked. Sirius glared at her, but nodded. Her smile widened, and her eyes slid to Regulus, quirking a brow in a silent question.
My brother Regulus. Reg, this annoying ball of pink is Tonks. She makes epic coffee.
Sirius glanced over at Regulus, who was frowning. Sirius nudged his shoulder, reminding him not to be rude. He liked his town. He didn't want his brother fucking that up.
You look like a couple of our cousins. Siri, are you telling me you don't see the resemblance between Bella and Sissy?
Regulus nodded towards Tonks, still looking her over in contemplation.
The one thing I notice about Tonks is her pink hair, and since I can't see anyone in our family getting away with having anything but the natural color hair we are born with, No, I don't see it.
Sirius sighed, his voice a little flat. Tonks looked between the two of them for a moment before tipping her head back.
Ma, there's a weirdo out here who supposedly knows your sisters.
Tonks shouted, causing the brothers to tense a little at the loud noise. A woman with brown hair and dark brown eyes popped out of the back room, dusting her hands off on her apron. Sirius could see the resemblance between Bellatrix and Narcissa immediately, especially in the shape of her face, down to that traditional black family nose. She had the same wild curls as Bellatrix, though hers were tied back in a mostly untamed bun with vibrant green streaks mixed into the curls. It was very interesting. It looked like some sort of exotic root system. Her eyes, while darker than either of her sisters, still had the same almond shape. Though her skin was not nearly as sickly pale as the rest of the Black family, it was still similar enough to Sirius and Regulus's own, though with a slight bit of a tan and heavily covered in freckles. It seemed like leaving the family did her wonders, even going so far as to make her look both younger and older all the same. She had a mischievous, carefree aura about her, similar to her daughter. The woman chuckled, walking over to the counter to get a better look at the boys.
Sewing scissors and matches.
Regulus answered the unasked question, his face clearing up now that he knew the connection.
Dora.
Sirius mouthed at Tonks, who just made a face and rolled her eyes. Andromeda prattled on.
More extended family. Yay.
Tonks said this with such a lack of enthusiasm that it sounded less than flat. It sounded concave.
What with every other freaking day? We're meeting some other long-lost family member who has strayed from the path. At this rate, I'm going to have to require a DNA test from anyone I decide to date.
She muttered, looking glum. Andromeda assured her daughter. She kissed the top of Tonks's head. Andromeda smiled, patting and squeezing their shoulders gently before turning around and hurrying back to the room she had come from, muttering something about pumpkin pasties and burning.
If you think I am ever letting you live down Dora, you would be very wrong.
Sirius teased as soon as her mom was out of earshot.
If you think I am above serving you decaffeinated chamomile tea for the rest of your natural life, you would be very wrong.
Tonks answered. Sirius immediately backed down from teasing her. He needed coffee to live.
Alrighty, now that introductions are done and over with, what do you want?
She turned to Regulus, ready to type out his order. Regulus, bless his soul, was looking at the menu with the same gobsmacked expression on his face that Sirius had had.
I don't know what any of these drinks are.
He finally confessed, looking to both his brother for help and Tonks for sympathy. Tonks just muttered the words she had used before under her breath, while she rang up 2 vanilla wide-eye potions.
My menu with a description of all the drinks is online. Don't come in unprepared again. I don't like dealing with muggles. They sap my will to live and turn my pink aura an icky grey colour.
She handed them both cups and shooed them out, helping the next customer. Stepping back out onto the street again, the two started back up their walk around the town, waiting until it was closer to 8 to head to the bookstore. Padfoot, being the menace he was, started tangling around their legs in an attempt to sniff everything and anything, which was surprising since he'd been so calm in the coffee shop, apparently. The chilly fall air had activated his squirrel brain. Chapter 19, Family Values.
It really sucks we're cousins. She's really attractive and right up my alley.
Regulus groused, kicking a rock across the street. Sirius chuckled, shaking his head as he finally finished his coffee.
Honestly, you wouldn't be the only black in this generation to date a cousin.
Sirius shrugged, smirking. It was common knowledge the Black family tree was as twisted as the royals. Andromeda was not too far off with calling their tree a shrub with how incestuous the family was. Hell, even their own parents were second cousins.
An incest joke. How classy. Did you know that Uncle Alphard supposedly had webbed feet when he was born? Apparently, he had to have surgery to fix it.
Regulus answered dryly. Sirius had heard the stories about Alfred, all the way from the webbed feet to he was touched in the head. Add to the fact that he was not only gay, but also the first beta born into the Black family ever.
See, that's the bonus to dating cousins or aunts. You don't have to explain scars to family.
Sirius pointed out. He knew his scars were more severe and numerous than Regulus's, but Regulus had plenty. He would be unsurprised to find Andromeda had similar scars running along her back. Beatings were a regular occurrence for the Black family. It was how they kept the children from getting ideas about freedom and love.
And now an abuse joke. I'm going to tell Remus you're turning your childhood trauma into jokes again.
Regulus rolled his eyes, giving Sirius a flat look. He had been teasing Sirius all day about having a boyfriend that wanted him to be healthy and such. Sirius kept insisting Remus was not his boyfriend since a blowjob and dry hump did not equal them being boyfriends.
Why not? I turned it into a profitable career, didn't I?
He knew the abuse joke was likely in bad taste, but that was how he dealt with all the negativity in his life, through jokes and books. If he didn't do that, it would stay in his head festering, and he would likely go nuts. He stopped to untangle Padfoot from his ankles.
Are you sure you're positive we aren't related to Remus somehow? Third or fourth cousin, twice removed, perhaps?
Regulus side-eyed Sirius, a sly grin gracing his features. Sirius held down his revulsion and leveled his brother with a dark look. It had worked when they were younger. Now, however, Regulus simply raised an elegant eyebrow at him.
He's from Wales, so almost 90% certain. Not to mention that he's not a jackass, which is usually a dead giveaway of men in the black family, not excluding the both of us.
Sirius rounded the corner. Regulus seemed to contemplate his words.
You never know. Our family is rather prolific, after all. And Uncle Alphard is a kind man. Remus could be from a bastard child that was never acknowledged.
Regulus pointed out. Sirius shook this off. He was not related to Remus. It was simply not possible, and he would not have his little brother putting him off the attractive man.
And completely gay. He only has kids because grandfather made him. I heard he had to be drunk to even sleep with his wife. He used to tell me stories about pre-gaming at a bro's bar before going home.
Sirius remembered with a fond smile. Alfred had been removed from the family tapestry after divorcing his wife and shacking up with his current husband. Sirius had missed the funny and inappropriate man. He had livened up parties.
And I heard that it was actually his mister on the side that got pregnant. The wife's brother, if I recall from the rumours. Add to the fact that she was always a portly woman who could look pregnant when she eats her third slice of cake. So no one ever really knew she didn't have the kids.
Regulus finished his coffee, and Sirius untangled the puppy again. That sounded like the type of scandal Alfred would be engaged in.
That's probably why father was always annoyed when I talked to him. He might have thought that Alphard was trying to change me. I think the only thing I did that was worse than being an Omega was being a gay Omega.
Sirius muttered. He knew male Omegas were rare. Most gay alphas usually ended up with a beta, so Sirius had already been an outlier. Orion seemed to have taken it as a personal insult.
No, the thing that you did worse than being an Omega was being a disobedient Omega. That was always clear by the fact that unless he used your pressure point, or the voice, you wouldn't cave to him.
Regulus reminded him. Sirius rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably. Even just talking about it had ghost fingers of his father creeping over the back of his neck.
As I said, I don't have to explain scars to family. If he had his way, I would likely have been married to a cousin to hide my shame.
Sirius felt glum now. He had only intended to needle his brother, not delve into their family history's deep, dark evil.
Either to a cousin or someone in the Lestrange family.
Regulus suggested. That was more likely. Most of the family was starting to recognize the damage the inbreeding was doing. They wanted to keep the money and power concentrated in families with proper bloodlines and pedigree, though. That left a limited number of new blood to add to the family. Even then, many of the old families were linked together in their past somewhere. So while cousins were becoming less common, it wasn't totally unheard of for some of the couples to share great to so many degrees grandparents.
Probably, so not only would I be looked after, but crazy Bella could keep up father's regime of beating me and make sure any children I birthed were raised properly.
Sirius scowled. He had spent one horrible summer with Bellatrix after he had presented. She had been worse than Orion. Her husband liked his Omegas silent and cowed, which she was clearly not, so she was beaten regularly. She in turn had beaten Sirius on a regular basis.
Exactly. Though I hear that even Bella is starting to rebel a little after spending a little bit of time with another alpha. I think it was Riddle, the jerk running for Parliament, so maybe it wouldn't have been conducive for you to be forced into her family.
Regulus reached down to untangle Padfoot from his own ankles.
Wouldn't kill you to walk in a straight line, buddy.
Of course he would know all the family drama. He was still in good standing.
Wait, what dirt is this? I heard she and Sissy were perfect little dolls.
Sirius asked. Bellatrix and Narcissa had fallen right in line and had been married off to respectable alphas. As far as he knew, Narcissa had even popped out a kid.
Sissy is perfect, sure. She even had a little boy last year, Draco, and he is the cutest baby ever. But Bella has always been a loose cannon.
Regulus reminded him. Sirius considered this. She was a little nuts. She had this creepy laugh that would curdle milk, and her hair was always so wild around her head that it looked like a living entity. Her eyes had only held cruelty and psychosis.
Of course, Sissy's marriage to that greasy-haired snake resulted in a kid. I'm assuming he is just as blonde as Mr. and Mrs. Perfect. I seriously think grandfather had an affair. How else would he have 2 children with relatively dark hair and then a blonde? Whatever, that's not the point what is going on with Bella.
Bella is possibly having an affair with that older politician. I don't think her husband knows about it, but I know that they are on the same side as him. He's working hard to get rid of Omega rights. I know father supports him.
Regulus sounded just as disgusted as Remus did when mentioning Omega's rights being stripped away. It didn't have quite the same effect for obvious reasons, but it was lovely to hear.
Of course our sperm donor supports him. He still hates the fact that I took him to court and won my college fund. I never thought Bella would do anything wrong. She was one of the ones father sicked on me when it became apparent I was rebelling against traditional Omega values.
Even saying the words made Sirius feel a little sick. He would die before he went back to all of that.
I think she's been brainwashed enough to realize that maybe someone else could offer something better for her. I've heard that since she is incapable of having children, Rodolphus has been extra cruel to her. I think Riddle has been manipulating her into believing that if she does what he says, she will be free or something. Oh, and that he could help her get pregnant.
Regulus sounded like he was done trying to figure out what their insane family was thinking. Sirius noticed the pause over the word choice. It was nice watching Regulus tackle his prejudices head-on.
How the fuck does she expect to be free if all our rights are stripped away? That's so stupid. Omegas need better fucking education. Sucks that she can't have kids from one side. I know she likely wanted them. I remember when she used to actually be kind. But on the other hand, she's kind of crazy, so it might be better that she not have children to mess up.
It may be hardline to say such things, but Sirius wouldn't wish Bellatrix on any child. He was worried now for the blonde child he had never met of Narcissus. He was likely to have his cradle rocked by the crazy broad at least some of the time.
What do you expect, Sirius? She's older than we are and has been forced into that fucked up life since she was 16. While I wish she could see the damage that has been done to her, I also know that no matter what we say or do, she will not listen.
Regulus sounded sorry for her. With that perspective, Sirius also found himself feeling sympathy for her. The rumors of her fragile mental state had been around since she was young. When she went into heat, it was rumored that her father had locked her up, and she nearly died from overheating. That had destroyed her completely. This is why Sirius had run away. Every time he looked at the family, he found the things they did. He hated all of them, but he ached for the members that never had a chance.
You're really a bleeding heart these days. It's weird, though it is really nice to see you working hard to change the prejudices bred into you, especially when talking about Omegas. It's nice to be reminded we're not animals, but actual people like you and betas.
Sirius wanted his brother to know that his efforts to be a better person were appreciated. The word breeding had always made his skin crawl. There were protests and petitions to get that word changed in all legislation regarding Omegas. They so far had made no progress on that front.
I've had time to grow, brother. Surprisingly, after watching you leave and going to school, I've learned to be a decent human being. Trust me, Pandora made sure that I abandoned all of those old prejudices. Violently made sure, as a matter of fact.
Regulus scrunched his face as though remembering something unpleasant, but it turned into a smile after a moment.
Wait, who is this Pandora and what did she do to you?
Sirius asked curiously. She seemed like a bad memory and a good memory wrapped up together. Those were always the best kind.
Pandora was the teacher's aide for my pre-med courses, and let's just say when we first met, I happened to say something that warranted the ire of a young and feisty Omega.
Regulus answered, seeming chagrined and amused all at once. Sirius wanted to press for more information, but he could see the bookstore at the end of the street. He would ask Regulus later. He decided to go for one piece of information now.
Were you sweet on her?
His brother had been a flavor of the week kind of guy in school. Sirius was curious to see if that had changed as well.
Oh, goodness no. I happened to make just a single snide remark about her being an Omega, and she put me in my place. I don't know if I had a crush on her, or if it was because she was feisty, and stood up to me. And my alpha likes feisty Omegas. I never made a move. I valued her friendship more than I wanted to find out what I was attracted to in that scenario.
Regulus answered. It was a very Regulus answer. He seemed to be working very hard at being a good person and the kind of alpha that was so rare, at least in Sirius's experience. He could see so much of the sweet young kid his brother had been before his first rut. He had missed that sweet kid.
It's good to have you back. I missed you when you turned 16 and descended into dickdom in the land of an asshole.
Sirius bumped his shoulder against Regulus's. They nearly pushed Mrs. Fig off the sidewalk into traffic. Rolling his eyes, Regulus smiled softly, bumping back into his shoulder.
Honestly, it's good to be able to talk with you again. I've missed this. Besides, while I occasionally explored the land of being an asshole, the crown for the king of that realm goes to my very gay older brother.
Sirius attempted to push Regulus into oncoming traffic for that remark. They managed to get into the bookstore without killing one another. Remus was helping a customer, so they decided not to take their juvenile energy up to the counter. They wandered down an aisle.
I have to pop to the loo. I'll be back in a jiff.
Sirius handed the leash off to Regulus and made his way to the bathroom. He washed his hands and made his way back out, hoping Remus was almost done. Being in a bookstore was always dangerous. He needed to be writing, not finding more shit to read. He wandered back in the direction of where he had left Regulus. He saw Remus approaching the other, likely about to ask after Sirius. Instead, time slowed as Sirius watched Remus step far too close to his brother and wrap his arms around his waist, nuzzling his ear. Sirius felt a shock of jealousy rocket through his very soul, even as his brother stiffened.
Siri, come and pry your man off,
Was shouted at top volume through the whole store. Remus jumped away as though on fire.
You act as if you've never been hugged before.
Sirius commented dryly, making his way over to them. Regulus had turned to stare at Remus as if he had never seen another human before. Remus looked surprised, and more than a little embarrassed. It would have been funny if Sirius wasn't still ready to beat up anyone who looked at Remus like the sexy man he was.
I've been hugged before, but never has my ear been sucked on, while a haircut and an odd scent are mentioned.
Regulus scrubbed at his ear with his free hand. Padfoot was sitting on Remus's feet.
I did not suck on your ear.
Remus protested immediately, turning slightly red. Sirius knew he should be kind, but he couldn't help it. The two of them were acting like it was a dry hump and not an accidental snuggle. He laughed at both of them.
You're the devil.
Regulus said in a voice that implied Sirius was going to wake up with baby shit green hair or skin tomorrow. He dropped the leash in Remus's hands while staying as far from him as he could.
I'm locking you out. Give me the keys.
Sirius didn't argue while he handed over his keys. He knew where the spare was.
Your brother hates me.
Remus whined as Sirius took the leash of the pup. They made their way back toward the front to collect Remus's things.
He doesn't hate you, but that might be the first time he's ever had another alpha suck on his ear.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus glared at him.
Let's get the record straight right now. I did not suck on his ear.
Remus said defiantly. Sirius found he rather enjoyed teasing Remus, and it was always good to have new material.
I don't care what you call it. Today in the future shall always be known as the day you sucked on Reg's ear thinking he was me. Which is insulting, by the way. We are two very different people.
Sirius smiled smugly as Remus wrapped an arm around his shoulders.
I would make a comment about not from a distance or behind, but I don't want to sleep in the doghouse tonight.
Remus muttered as they stepped outside. He turned off the lights and signs and locked the door.
You might already be there. You sucked on my brother's earlobe. I don't know that I want that combination of body parts near me.
Sirius teased as Remus wrapped an arm around him again.
Brat,
Remus muttered and tugged Sirius closer. He squeaked when warm lips were against his ear a moment later.
you're completely insufferable, and I did not suck on your brother's ear. It's a wholly inappropriate thing to do when one does not know how the other feels about PDAs. I was going to whisper something naughty when I noticed the lack of your usual orchid smell. This is sucking on someone's ear.
Sirius was sure his knees were going to give out when Remus matched actions to words. His warm mouth latched onto the earlobe, and a warm tongue traced the silver ring piercing the skin. When it was tugged on with teeth, Sirius did lean into Remus, hands sliding over the slick waterproof fabric of Remus's jacket. Padfoot was contently winding in circles around their feet, tying up their ankles. Remus's mouth worked over the pierced earlobe for several long moments. Each tug of his teeth and swipe of his tongue had Sirius's knees weakening. He was grateful when Remus's arm slid around his waist. His arm slid around Remus's neck, and he tugged on the hair. Remus's mouth left his earlobe and moved to cover his mouth. Sirius melted into the kiss, his hands tangled and fisting in the silky hair. A soft bump jostled them as Remus backed him up against a building. Sirius could smell the wonderful scent of laundry, and the forest filled the air. He was also starting to pick up the undertone that smelled like thunderclouds, and surprisingly enough, chocolate. He didn't want it to end when Remus pulled back.
I shouldn't be groping you against a building, sorry.
Remus murmured. He reached down to untangle the leash. Sirius leaned against the building, trying to remember that he had a functioning skeletal system. It wasn't working. He still felt like mush as Remus unwound their ankles.
I don't mind.
Sirius managed when he had recovered his breath. Remus flattened his hair as he took another step back from Sirius now that they were untangled.
Maybe you don't, but it still doesn't make it okay.
Remus answered. Sirius rolled his eyes, but took the hand when it was offered.
We should stop by the store. You don't have any food and the Hogshead closed 20 minutes ago.
Sirius pointed out, adjusting Padfoot so he was less likely to tangle around their feet.
Dog, you have got to learn to walk in a straight line.
He muttered as the dog veered and tried to clothesline himself on a fire hydrant.
I swear, where does Aberforth get off having a life?
Remus muttered, but with no real venom in his voice. They crossed the street, heading for the store instead of the house. Sirius realized as they stepped in why he didn't go to the store very often. The smell still made him feel panicked. He hated the smell of the industrial cleaner that all stores used. It reminded him of the smell of the school where he had met his ex. Mixed with the noise of the music and the carts and all the people talking, it made his ears hurt. The smell of all the people made his nose wrinkle because it mixed unpleasantly with the cleaner smell. The sharp metallic twinge and the slight smell of salt made him think of meat and seafood that was about to turn, and it made his stomach clench uncomfortably. The bright lights were the cap on the whole horrible thing. He thought about bailing, but Remus was already unlocking the trolley with the coin and glancing over at Sirius.
I don't even know where to start.
He commented before taking in Sirius's full posture and face.
Are you okay?
I'm not a big fan of crowded spaces that smell industrial. Come on, we'll stick with simple. You have rice in your cupboard. I'll make you risotto and just leave out the wine.
Sirius decided to get through this with a combination of bravado, masking, and getting in and out as quickly as he could. Remus never let Sirius wander too far ahead. They got a few looks as people noticed the dog, then the hermit, and then the bookstore owner. Everyone knew Remus and seemed to want to chat with him. He was polite but brief, citing a want to get in for the night before it got too chilly and damp.
Liar, if I wasn't coming to your place, you would be out walking until dawn.
Sirius accused as he collected the produce needed.
Yeah, but I don't think Batilda needs to know that. She's already convinced I'm a big city man, here to corrupt the youth and lead them astray.
Remus commented. Sirius tried to picture a world in which Remus would be a bad influence, but it wasn't possible. The man ironed his socks for fuck's sake. Sirius only knew this since there is a basket of socks next to the ironing board in Remus's laundry room, and he had asked about it.
Right, because they are going to be drawn in by your cardigans and reading glasses.
Sirius commented. Remus pinched his arm as they continued through the store. He collected a couple of cans of chicken stock to add to the trolley. Padfoot was behaving and not winding himself around the trolley or ankles or posts.
Maybe cardigans and reading glasses are the fashion nowadays. How would you know?
Remus asked. Sirius glanced over at him, trying to determine if he was being genuine.
It's so cute, you trying to be down with the kids. I know it's not the fashion because I pay someone to keep me fashionable.
Sirius pointed out. His publicist, just like his manager, was way overpaid for the lack of work he did.
That's not the same thing.
Remus argued as Sirius picked up a pack of chicken and poked unconvinced at the plastic-covered meat. He set it down with a decisive thud and picked up the next package. It seemed less slimy. He grabbed one of the bags hanging down and wrapped it in the plastic.
Perhaps not, but I know I would never wear a cardigan on tour. Barty would kill me.
Sirius responded, placing the package in the trolley as far from the fresh veggies as possible.
Well, I prefer comfort over fashion, but as long as you keep wearing those jeans where I can see your cute butt, I have no complaints about couture.
Remus pinched said body part as he stepped past Sirius. This got his hands smacked as Sirius flushed and gave an undignified noise. The light banter continued as they picked up odds and ends. It wasn't until Remus was losing his argument against the self-checkout machine that Sirius realized he should be panicked, but Remus had distracted him.
You're hopeless.
Sirius stepped in to save Remus from the evil computer.
Yeah, well, not all of us are down with this tech crap. I prefer books and landlines.
Remus muttered, but pulled out his card before Sirius could. He wanted to argue, but swallowed it. He would pay next time. He was hoping evenings with Remus would become the norm. He could leave or take the grocery store part of the experience.
Luddite.
Sirius commented as Remus entered his PIN. He considered this for a moment.
Maybe, But when the machines rise against us, I will be the last one alive, because the only tech at my house is the computer in my pocket.
Remus gathered the receipt in a few bags.
Lily was talking about getting a smart fridge to track her and James and their food goals. I was sitting there thinking, I already scold myself for getting the ice cream at midnight. As it is, I don't need my fridge to as well.
I need my fridge to remind me to get more food, but that's less of a smart problem and more a lack of maturity and too many delivery options problem.
Sirius agreed, gathering up the other bags and following Remus out. They returned the trolley for the coin and made their way back toward the residential neighborhood. Chapter 20, Risotto.
Okay, hear me out. What if the robot overlords are nice?
Sirius asked as they walked up the path to the cottage. Remus's house looked like it belonged so much more than Sirius's or the Potters. Those houses were obviously new and mass-produced cookie-cutter styles, whereas Remus had an old stone cottage. It looked like he had spent a lot of time restoring it and freeing it from the death grip of Mother Nature.
Would you really want to be ruled by anyone, nice or otherwise?
Remus asked, unlocking the front door. They stepped inside. Remus took the bags from Sirius as he considered this. Remus had a point. Sirius had spent a lot of time, recently in fact, in escaping from the control of someone else. Sirius kicked off his shoes and leaned down to let the small dog loose.
Now remember to be nice to the kitty. This is her home, and you are a guest.
Sirius informed Padfoot, who just wagged his tail happily, clearly not understanding a word Sirius said.
Good talk,
he muttered as the puppy began sniffing all over. As he made his way to the kitchen, he saw Remus was putting away most of the groceries. Watching him for a moment, with a soft, melty smile on his face, Sirius was fighting hard to not let his stupid Omega preen too much. Eventually, a soft, warm fur body wrapped around Sirius's legs, breaking the spell he had been under.
Hey there, pretty lady. How are you doing?
He cooed, reaching down to stroke her. She gave him a long, plaintive meow.
Kissing up to Siri is not going to get your dinner any faster. I'm sorry I was late. I'm getting it now.
Remus closed the fridge and made his way over to a dish. It was set up in the window, which was good. Padfoot wouldn't be able to gorge himself on the cat's food. The thought made Sirius's heart sink as he realized he would have to go home soon. Padfoot would want food too at some point.
If you want the house to yourself and don't want to deal with me moping, you should bring over a bowl and a Ziploc bag of dog food.
You're an asshole. I just got settled with a bowl of warm popcorn.
I will wake you up at 2 a.m, all sad and depressed because I had to leave Remus's.
You're a rotten older brother, and I'm going to lord it over your head for eternity that when you were a thirsty bitch and a bad dog parent, I was a good wingman. Anything else you need? Condoms, cherry-flavored lube.
Sirius could hear the sarcasm dripping off the texts. He knew if they were on the phone, Regulus would put on his best whiny voice just to be a brat.
Why would I want to cover up the normal musky taste of Remus with synthetic cherry? The man tastes like comfort liquefied.
Having no evidence of this, he sent it just to fuck with Regulus. The responses he got were priceless.
I now know far too much about your sex life. Unsubscribe. I will be leaving dog food on the porch in 10 minutes. Please don't come and greet me.
Sirius placed his phone on the counter as Remus continued to talk to the cat, while eventually getting her fed. Sirius made his way over to the other bags, sorting through them and pulling out the ingredients he'd need for their dinner. Remus came back and set a cutting board and knife next to Sirius's elbow and a pan on the stove.
Did you learn to cook from your parents or from the Omega classes you were in?
Remus questioned, sitting at the counter so he could talk to Sirius while he sliced mushrooms.
Mother doesn't cook, and Orion would never lower himself to a task for an Omega. We had domestics that cooked and cleaned for us. I learned in my Omega classes, and for a long time, I resented the hell out of it. I refused to ever cook, clean, or do anything else that was proper for an Omega. Now, however, I am working on reframing them as the useful life skills they are that most adults should know.
Sirius rebelled against most attempts to make him a proper Omega, but he did understand the necessity for one to feed themselves and to maintain an orderly home without the use of domestics. His phone buzzed, and he was covered in goop.
Your brother says dog food is on the porch. Is that a euphemism?
Remus asked, reading the home screen.
No, he means real dog food. I didn't want to have to duck out in an hour to feed Pads, so I asked him to bring me food. Why would we need euphemisms? We talk about things straight up.
Sirius wiped his hands, unlocked his phone, and passed it to Remus to see the texts they'd exchanged earlier. all the way from Slut Come Home to the cherry-flavored lube.
You don't know what I taste like.
Remus mused, looking back up to Sirius while setting the phone back down on the counter. Sirius made sure the knife wasn't moving before looking up at Remus with a coy smile.
I have an impressive imagination, and if it's anything like your scent, I will not find myself wanting.
Sirius hinted suggestively. He waited until Remus's eyes had dilated just a touch before looking back down at the ingredients he was preparing.
You're a test for my self-control.
Remus sounded like he was truly struggling not to ravish Sirius over the counter they were both leaning on. Sirius knew he was playing with fire. He also knew he needed to pull back. As much as he liked Remus, if he did push too far, he would end up in a situation he wasn't ready to deal with yet.
Can you go grab the food while I get this started?
Sirius asked, adding olive oil to the pan and making sure the burner lit underneath it. Remus stood from the chair. He came over and kissed Sirius briefly, dipping his tongue in just to tease Sirius's.
We'll see where the night takes us in regards to all of that,
Remus promised. The delicious tone in his dark voice made a pleasant shiver run down Sirius's spine. He did hope Remus would stop being such a pill about letting Sirius get close to him. The door opening drew the attention of both fur babies. Remus stepped back into the kitchen with both of them trailing behind him. Sirius focused on putting everything into the pan and getting it set up right. Risotto was a little bit finicky in the beginning, but was simple after the initial steps.
Well, it looks like we don't have to worry about them liking each other or not,
Remus pointed out. Sirius peeked over the edge of the counter. Mooney and Padfoot were sniffing at each other, getting a sense as to what they were. Mooney seemed to accept Padfoot as one of her own, rubbing her cheek against him and purring loudly. She stepped away, flicking her tail over his face in a clear, follow me gesture. Padfoot did just that.
I'm glad they get along. I would have been upset to find out they didn't like each other.
Sirius would never ask Remus to give up his cat, and knew Remus would never ask him to give up Padfoot. If their children hadn't gotten along, it definitely would have made whatever they were building a bit more complicated.
The universe seems to be in our favor.
Remus agreed as Sirius added more stock and stirred easily, making sure nothing was sticking or burning. His eyes flickered up to meet Remus's, and he looked back down at the pot. The look in Remus's eyes should be illegal. It probably was in certain parts of the world. Sirius had to focus. He didn't want to burn dinner or set the house on fire. He was sure all of those things would be mood killers. Soon enough, dinner came together properly. Remus was pulling plates out before Sirius asked for them. They were sitting at the counter with a plate each when the animals came back. Mooney wowaned around ankles and Padfoot trotted over to his food bowl. Remus asked Sirius how his book was coming as they ate dinner.
Dorcas, my editor, is like a day away from driving down here and throttling me. I didn't get any work done during my pity party. She's already pissed that Nathan and Damien are broken up.
Do you need to go so you can work?
Remus asked, concerned. Sirius gave him a look.
Unless you don't want me here, I want to be here.
Sirius reassured. It was difficult to say this. It felt like he was being overly needy. So far, though, honesty had never been a bad decision. Remus tipped Sirius's head with a gentle hand, bringing him closer so they could share a gentle kiss.
I want you here all the time. For the time being, since I'm sure your brother would like to see you as well, we can split the time. We stay here a couple of nights, then your place a couple of nights. Unless you aren't okay with that,
Remus suggested. Sirius ran his fingers over Remus's cheek.
I think that sounds perfect.
He hummed happily. They turned back to their food. Remus insisted on doing the dishes since Sirius had cooked. He liked being in Remus's house. It was cozy in a way his wasn't. They moved to the couch. Sirius tried to sit normally, but an arm came around his shoulder and made him lean into Remus. It was more comfortable anyway. A warm blanket was cast over his lap and Remus's legs as they cuddled. Sirius told Remus about the familial relation that he had with Tonks. Remus confirmed he was in no way related to the Black family. His family was Welsh, going as far back as anyone cared to trace.
I'm glad we're not related.
Sirius murmured, nuzzling against Remus's neck and nudging his scent gland gently. Remus's hand briefly tightened on his shoulder. Sirius smiled and did it again, placing an open-mouthed kiss on his neck. He started nibbling and sucking on the skin. He could smell the deep chocolate filling Remus's scent.
I'm also very glad we're not related.
Remus agreed, tipping his head so Sirius had more access to his skin. Sirius shifted so he was sitting on Remus's lap.
You look so good sitting here in my lap like this.
Sirius grinned at Remus and ground his hips down. He wiggled until he was settled where he wanted to be. He leaned down and kissed Remus. Large hands slid down his back and over his hips until he was gripping Sirius's bum. Sirius could feel the slick starting. Their tongues tangled, and Sirius's fingers found the buttons on Remus's shirt.
You wear too many buttons.
Sirius muttered when Remus broke the kiss and started kissing over his jaw and neck. Remus laughed against his neck.
Makes you work for it.
Remus smirked and lightly nibbled on Sirius's neck. Sirius's shirt came off much easier than Remus's, being a basic cotton t-shirt. He shivered as Remus's hands traced over his torso.
I like your tattoos.
Good. I'm planning on getting more.
Sirius leaned into the soft kisses that traced the lines on his skin. His ex had always hated when Sirius got another tattoo. It had never stopped him. It was his skin. If he wanted to cover it, he was going to. He felt Remus's hands trace over a few scars on his back. Remus leaned back slightly and met Sirius's eyes. Sirius shook his head slightly. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to do anything that would derail whatever he could convince Remus he could handle. Sirius thought Remus might push it, but he seemed to decide to leave it. Sirius finished undoing his buttons and Remus sat forward so it could be pushed off his shoulders. He tossed the shirt on the floor and ran his fingers over the tan chest. The spongy hair tickled against his palms. He leaned back in to give him another kiss. Their bare chests touched and Remus gave a low groan.
As much as I like making out on the couch, I think I'll enjoy spreading you out on my bed and pulling you apart far more. Come on, sexy man.
Remus murmured. Sirius tightened his legs around Remus and refused to move.
Drat.
Remus scolded. Sirius grinned, which dissolved into scandalized giggles when Remus picked him up and carried him up the stairs.
I should have realized how strong and pushy you were.
Sirius clung to Remus as he was carried.
I'm an alpha. I have to be strong and pushy or else my alpha card would be revoked.
Remus retorted, but his gentle smile assured Sirius that he understood the joke. Sirius swallowed. The show of strength had him practically dripping. He was dropped gently on the bed and leaned back on his elbows as Remus climbed on the bed.
You've been such a tease all night.
The low growl had shivers running up Sirius's spine. The best kind, though. Remus nudged his legs open with a thigh. Sirius didn't even bother with modesty or shame. He let his legs fall open. He gave a small whimper when the warm thigh pressed against his hard cock.
If you want me to stop, just say so.
Remus reminded Sirius. Sirius nodded as he met those green eyes. He felt safe with Remus and knew if he needed something to not happen, he could just say so.
I mean it, Sirius. I don't want you toughing it out because you think you're supposed to.
I promise I will tell you if I don't like something.
Sirius didn't want Remus upset with him. He knew, however, that if he failed to ask Remus to stop something, he would be more upset by that than by Sirius asking him to stop. More than that, Sirius was quickly becoming addicted to enjoying the intimacy he had with Remus. He didn't want that to turn into the horrible encounters he'd had before.
Good boy.
Remus kissed him softly. Sirius felt his zipper and fly come undone and lifted his hips to help with the removal of his bottoms. He flushed slightly as the smell of his slick wafted into the warm air. The heady chocolate scent that filled his nose helped wash away the embarrassment. When air gusted over him, he expected that talented mouth to wrap around his cock again. He was surprised when Remus's hands parted his thighs further. A curious tongue lapped over his perineum and then flicked over his hole. He jumped slightly as the muscles all tightened instinctively. No one had ever put their tongue anywhere near there before. Of course, most of his partners had been concerned with their own pleasure, using his mouth on them and usually choking on a knot. Before Remus, he'd never had a partner bother with a blowjob or even a rim job. He realized as soon as he had gone tense, Remus had stopped. He looked down. Remus was watching his face, waiting for him to untense or verbalize what he was feeling. His arms were wrapped around Sirius's thighs. His fingers pressed against the pale skin looked delightful. He wanted to feel those fingers inside of him. The tan against the pale was a beautiful contrast. It made Sirius think of sand and snow.
Do you want me to stop?
Remus asked. Sirius considered this for a moment.
I don't know. No one's ever done this to me.
Sirius answered honestly. His voice sounded small as he admitted that. Remus examined his face, his own crinkling. Sirius was always warm to the core when Remus displayed his lack of understanding. Nowhere had it occurred to Remus to be less concerned with Sirius's pleasure because he was an Omega. If anything, Remus seemed to place Sirius's pleasure first.
Will you roll over for me?
Remus asked, seeming to debate even asking the question. Sirius realized Remus was genuinely giving him a choice. Sirius had told him about the first time with his ex, and Remus didn't want Sirius on his stomach if it was going to trigger him. Sirius carefully rolled over underneath Remus. A strong arm came around his waist, tugging him up enough for Remus to tuck a pillow under his hips.
I'm going to get cum on the pillow, you realize.
Sirius warned. He could practically hear the eye roll. Gentle fingers traced the scars on his back and followed them down over his lower back. The ones on his buttocks were thinner and not as numerous. Remus leaned down and kissed one of the deeper ones. Sirius was pretty sure that was the one he'd ended up getting stitches for. Remus didn't comment or linger. He parted the cheeks, causing another gush of slick to drip over Sirius's thighs. He forced himself not to tense, and every nerve seemed to fire all at once, as the filthy, rough texture of a tongue ran firmly over the small ring of muscles.
Fuck Remus.
Was forced out of him. He felt Remus's chuckle roll through him. He was pressing back as Remus did it again. Slick was practically running out of him in a river. Remus seemed content to lap it all up. Whimpers and low groans were forced out of Sirius's mouth. He was unsure how he kept making noise. He wasn't remembering to breathe. Remus held him in place as he pointed his tongue and pressed it into Sirius. His hips jerked as that delicious tongue worked into his body and quickly attempted to taste every inch of him. It was so good. He was throbbing and leaking both slick and pre-cum as he lay there tormented by Remus's tongue. A hand wrapped around his cock as Remus pulled back slightly. He sealed his lips around the hole and sucked, effectively taking Sirius's brain with the newest river of slick.
Please, please, Rem.
He wasn't sure what he was pleading for. He just knew he needed something from him. Remus's fingers briefly squeezed the small globes of flesh.
I got you, baby boy.
Remus breathed out, his tongue flicking lightly over the slick hole. Sirius's fingers flexed in the sheets, and with a particularly well-timed tug of Remus's hand, he was spilling over the pillow in his hand. That wonderful tongue continued to play him until the aftershocks finished tearing Sirius to pieces. He lay boneless on the bed.
I'm going to go brush my teeth. I'll be right back.
Remus murmured, adjusting a blanket over Sirius's spent form. With accuracy born from sports that he never played, Sirius caught Remus's wrist, tugging the older man in to kiss him.
Cuddles,
he protested. Remus analyzed his face for a moment.
The tooth thing was for your benefit. I know many people wouldn't want my mouth on them after that.
Remus settled in next to Sirius.
Morons.
Sirius muttered, his hands snaking under Remus's pants. Before a protest could be formed, he had his hand wrapped around Remus's cock and was setting a rhythm that had the other man gasping. Remus spilled over his hand and Sirius lifted it to his mouth. It was slightly salty with a light musk, but he wouldn't protest having it in his mouth.
I intend to try that straight from the source. Soon.
Chapter 21, Daddy Omega.
God invented cars for a reason, you know. All this walking sucks.
Regulus complained the next afternoon as they left the house to walk up to the bookstore.
You know, God invented legs before we invented cars and destroyed the environment with them. Walking is good for you and the planet, and God is a twat.
Sirius pointed out. Regulus made a face.
It's bad enough you do something as grossly productive as jog before the sun is up, but now you're a granola-eating, earth-loving, hippie freak. Don't tell me you have crystals too.
Regulus rolled his eyes, sounding exasperated. Despite all his complaining, he fell into step with Sirius.
I do not have crystals.
Sirius chided.
I was always a granola-eating, earth-loving hippie freak. It's hard to be into those values and not run into the equal rights for Omega's group. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, people walking over the earth upsets me, but I'm willing to be a doormat for an alpha.
He had never really embraced the side of himself that was into environmentalism before moving to this small town. Walking everywhere seemed like a good place to start.
Next thing you know, you're going to chain yourself to a tree.
Regulus argued. Sirius considered this for a moment.
If I am into bondage, that is between myself and Remus.
Sirius hummed, glancing toward Regulus, who just made an offended noise that had him smirking. He pulled his jacket closed as a gust of cool wind whipped around them.
So, Mr. Doctor, when do you have to head back to school?
Sirius asked as they waited for the light to change.
I'm doing what most obscenely wealthy trust fund babies do and taking a gap year.
Regulus shrugged, eyeing the walk sign with a glare. Clearly his patience hadn't gotten any better. He repeatedly pushed the walk button as they stood there.
Father must be so thrilled.
Sirius replied dryly and got a shrug.
Father thinks most of what I do is golden. Naturally, when I told him I was going to reconcile with you, he tried to talk me out of it. When it became clear that wasn't happening, he wanted me to talk you into coming home and doing your duty.
Regulus kicked a small pebble away, frowning. The light finally changed. Sirius knew he shouldn't be surprised by this hardline response. Orion would never be known for his kindness. Still, it was disturbing to think about going back to that life, letting his father dictate what would become of him. He didn't want that. He wasn't sure what he wanted, but he was going to find out. Maybe what he wanted involved a sandy-haired bookstore owner and 2 cute fur babies. The bell rang loudly as they stepped in. Remus glanced up, his hair falling over his face. He looked back down at the computer open in front of him.
Parents get so defensive when you don't answer them for a while.
Remus muttered. Sirius tried not to let that comment get to him. Remus had kind and loving parents. After a moment of typing, he closed the computer.
Lunch in the usual place.
If this is going to become some kind of awkward date, I will walk home right now.
Regulus muttered from where he was examining a manga with vague interest. Figured his brother would be into that kind of thing.
I wasn't planning on making it into such, but as your knowledge of the town is limited, I figured Sirius would have a better grasp on whether the usual place would fit into your tastes, or if I needed to figure something else out.
Remus supplied helpfully, pulling on his jacket. Regulus glanced up from the book with something unidentifiable on his features. It took Sirius far too long to realize it was surprise mixed with gratitude.
We can go to the usual place. I think the reaction will be funny.
Sirius chuckled, looking back to Remus, who just gave him a fond shake of the head. He offered a hand to Sirius and tugged him closer when it was taken.
You're a rotten older brother.
Remus muttered, hugging Sirius.
This is not an incentive to be a better one, you realize.
Sirius pointed out, wrapping his arms around Remus, enjoying the warm embrace.
This is not a reward for being a bad older brother. This is a hug because I missed you today.
Remus pulled back and ran his fingers over Sirius's cheeks. Sirius flushed slightly. He wasn't so used to someone being so open and honest about their feelings, especially regarding him. He thought Remus was about to kiss him when the older man paused.
Still don't know how you feel about PDA.
Remus muttered.
Shut up and kiss me, you infuriating man.
Sirius closed the distance himself. They kept it short, well aware of Regulus skulking nearby.
You smell like dirt.
Regulus commented when Sirius detached himself from Remus and wrapped an arm around his brother. Sirius tugged on his messy curls.
You smell like chemicals. What's your point?
Sirius asked, not letting Regulus wiggle away. It ended with a wet willy for Sirius and a noogie for Regulus.
I forgot how violent brother bonding could get.
Remus stepped carefully around them in the direction of lunch.
I can't very well beat him up at home. The dog acts like it's his sole duty in life to defend Siri. I don't think he has quite realized he's still so tiny.
Regulus muttered as Sirius released him, and he fell into a heap on the sidewalk. Sirius was not about to offer him a hand after dumping him on his ass. Regulus would just pull him down and rub grass in his face. Remus offered him a hand up instead.
Don't hate on Pads just because he worships the ground I walk on. You would do well to learn from him. It's only a matter of time before you realize he's right.
Sirius stuck his nose in the air and magically pulled haughty indifference out of his back pocket.
I'll hold his arms while you see if we can mess up his hair past the point of his gift being able to compensate.
Regulus glared, a low but playful growl coming from him. Remus smiled but shook his head. Sirius just smirked, sticking his tongue out at his brother before miscalculating his steps and ending up calf-deep in rainwater runoff.
That, my sweet man, is called karma.
Remus chuckled, and Sirius made a face at him while stepping back up onto the sidewalk. He examined the damage as they turned the corner. Remus asked if he would like to stop by the house before going to lunch. Sirius turned it down and took the offered hand. He reached down and gripped Remus's wrist while adjusting their arms and hands. Remus allowed himself to be handled into place for Sirius's comfort. Sirius glanced over at Regulus to see a slightly confused expression on his face as he watched them. He looked away quickly when he realized Sirius had caught him. They reached the street of the pub.
The Hogshead, how charming.
Regulus was going for the diplomatic answer, it seemed.
You blacks are so snotty, I swear.
Remus muttered good-naturedly. Sirius squeezed his hand gently with a smile on his face. Remus led the way to the pub, holding the door for not only Sirius but Regulus as well. As they stepped into the dimly lit area, Regulus seemed to be trying not to be too much of an ass. His expression told the story, though. He was unimpressed. There were a few people here for the afternoon, so instead of taking a seat at the bar, they went to claim one of the booths. Sirius sat down next to Remus. They could hear Aberforth talking at the bar. It only took a few moments for him to notice them. He made his way out holding menus in his large hands.
Do you needs one of these, or do you know what you like to eat?
Aberforth asked, offering Sirius the menu, who just shook his head. He knew what Aberforth served at this point.
Regulus might need one.
Sirius gestured across the table at Regulus. Blue eyes traced the tangled beard and the stains on the apron. He managed a polite smile and held out his hand to shake Aberforth's. Aberforth looked between the two of them for a moment.
You found another one. How do you find another one? I spent me entire life in this town waiting for Simone with a face like that to be interested in blokes.
Aberforth gestured to Sirius, who immediately turned a deep shade of pink.
And yet in less than a month you found two.
Regulus's brow crinkled as though he was trying to work out if he was insulted or flattered.
I'm not messing around with Regulus.
Remus answered calmly. At the same time, Regulus spoke up with a,
What makes you assume I'm into men?
Please don't scam my brother. I like this pub.
Sirius blurted out in the middle of all of that.
Are you saying you're not into men? Because I knew my gaydar was damaged, but I didn't think it was outright broken.
Remus commented, and Regulus glanced over at him.
I am into both. I just want to know what gives off gay vibes.
He answered coolly. Sirius could easily see he was offended by the assumption. It was amusing.
Couldn't be the fact that a campy queen practically raised you, and you absorbed a lot of his mannerisms and such.
Sirius retorted.
This chatter spells nothing but trouble for me. Here's this. What can I get you gents to drink?
Aberforth asked, setting the menu down for Regulus. After they ordered drinks, Aberforth walked away to get started on their drink order. Regulus leaned over so he could see Aberforth walk away.
I wonder if he has a big dick. I mean, I wasn't planning on pulling while I was here, but
Regulus let his sentence trail off as Sirius gave him a deeply disturbed look.
His dick is decent.
Remus answered nonchalantly. Sirius turned to the other man in a mix of shock and horror.
What? You had to know I had a past.
I assumed it died in London. I didn't think you had slept with anyone here.
Sirius replied, and Remus shrugged.
Aberforth was one of the first people I met when things took a turn, and I ended up here. It was James, Lily, and Aberforth. I was feeling pent up, and I wasn't going to sleep with James, and certainly not with Lily. Inhibitions wore thin, and I hooked up with the bartender who was willing to ply me with alcohol.
Remus shrugged, seeming completely unashamed.
See, I never would have thought about you bottoming.
Sirius started, but Remus shook his head.
Who said I was bottoming? Aberforth covers nicely with his scent blockers and his basic appearance, but he is not an alpha.
Remus continued.
Biter.
Both the brothers asked, looking to Remus for insight. The man just shook his head. This caused Sirius's head to spin when he glanced over at Aberforth pouring beers for the other patrons. He did not look like anyone's idea of an Omega. He was not slight or slender. He didn't have delicate features or soft hair. He was big and burly, all muscle and a little extra fat. His hair was thick and wild, even his eyebrows. His features had the weathered leather look.
Daddy Omega.
Regulus hummed, continuing to let his eyes roam over the man at the bar. Remus snorted, and Sirius felt gross to the depth of his soul.
You are not allowed to sleep with Aberforth.
Sirius snapped, drawing Regulus's eyes away from the bar. They narrowed slightly.
And why not?
Regulus demanded, his own icy tone whipping over the table. Sirius was just glad that even upset, Regulus had kept the alpha tone down. He had used it when they were younger to win arguments. Sirius fucking hated it, though it might have had something to do with the alpha sitting next to him.
I will not have you sleeping your way through this town and leaving me to clean up the mess.
Sirius bit back, glaring at his brother.
It was a joke. I couldn't sleep with him, even if I wanted to. He's old enough to be our grandfather. Keep your panties on, you prude.
Regulus sniffed and picked up the menu, looking over the selection. Sirius glanced over at Remus. He had never considered him sleeping around this small town. They may not be openly hostile to Sirius, but he didn't figure many people were queer. The people who sat on the queer side of things likely moved out as soon as they were able, except, apparently, Aberforth. Their drinks were delivered, and food was ordered.
I didn't mean to upset you. I assumed that while you didn't know my past, you would know I had one.
Remus checked his sandwich before picking up his knife and cutting it perfectly diagonal.
I'm not upset, just trying to get around the idea of you sleeping with Aberforth.
Sirius responded. He dug into the thick beef stew. It was chilly enough that the stew was perfect. He could see why Remus would eat here nearly every day. Aberforth's cooking was always spot on for what a person wanted.
It was a long time ago. After my first real relationship fell apart, nothing was the same. I wasn't looking for anything long-term, but I was at a point of desperation. So anyone who said yes to me was fair game. Then one day I looked into the mirror and realized what kind of life I would lead by doing that. So I stopped, and I waited, hoping someday the universe would look down and grant me a miracle.
Remus murmured. Sirius felt his heart flutter and his stomach melt. Such a pity he wanted to finish his stew.
What are you on about?
Sirius was trying hard to tamp down his embarrassment and blush. His voice was quiet, but he was unsure of what Remus meant. Where would hooking up lead him? Remus sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Regulus was sitting contentedly on the other side of the table, eating his full English breakfast. Figures he would order that for lunch.
I mean, you must have noticed by now I am not a typical alpha.
Remus commented. He got a snort from Regulus and a nod from Sirius. Sirius also shot his brother a dirty look for good measure.
I'm not going to explain the reasons behind the original change. However, when I moved here and decided to just indiscriminately screw around, it started to bring back some of those old feelings and thoughts. I worked very hard to get rid of all of that in the first place. If it meant just a bit more restraint daily, I would take that.
Sirius swallowed, his eyes glued to Remus's face. He didn't care about his stew going cold next to him. Remus worked so hard to subjugate his nature every day, right down to how he had conducted his interpersonal relationships.
It was when I stopped treating relationships as disposable that I settled in properly. Lily and James were a big help with my home. It was a mess when I first bought it, almost completely reclaimed by the forest. They helped me become more of the person I wanted to be.
Remus seemed perfectly at ease with this part of the story.
Don't call me a miracle again,
was the only answer Sirius could come up with. Remus gave him a slow smile and leaned in. His lips brushed Sirius's ear.
But you are a miracle, a sexy, smart, wonderful miracle, here to give me new hope and rescue puppies.
Remus rasped out softly. Sirius felt his skin flame. That mouth and that raspy whiskey voice should be illegal. Now all Sirius wanted to do was kiss Remus until all their clothes fell off. He was sure after everything that Remus would be a kind and gentle lover. For the first time since that first nod at 16, Sirius found himself wanting to know what this man would feel like inside of him.
You two are gross.
Regulus mocked as Remus pulled back so he could meet Sirius's eyes. Sirius allowed himself to get lost in those green depths. He flipped off his brother idly.
Flattery will get you everywhere, my dear man.
Sirius responded. His hand slid over Remus's cheek, feeling the stubble there. Remus leaned in and brushed his lips over Sirius's. When Sirius pieced his brain back together, he turned to Regulus.
We're gross. You were the one wondering about Aberforth's penis.
Sirius pointed out.
I didn't think anyone at this table would know the answer. It was supposed to be a thought experiment, but then your boyfriend went and got all introspective.
Regulus pointed out. Sirius was about to retort when his brain caught up. Remus wasn't his boyfriend, was he? Chapter 22, Marking. It was hours later, after lunch, when Sirius and Padfoot made their way back to the shop to pick up Remus. And in that time, Sirius's mind was spiraling as he thought about what his brother said, about him and Remus being boyfriends. They couldn't be though, right? Surely not after everything they have done or have been through. They couldn't be boyfriends. Entering the shop, he was surprised to find Remus was already done and just waiting until it hit 8 before finally turning the lights off and locking up the doors. Sirius was quiet as they walked back to his place that evening. Padfoot was sniffing every tree just like he had done on the way to the bookstore.
Is Regulus in tonight?
Remus mused, his breath fogging in the air. Sirius nodded, pulling his jacket tighter around him. Fall had its hooks in deep and was steadily making its way to winter. Sirius knew he needed to pull himself together. Remus likely already knew something was wrong. He wasn't likely to let Sirius get away with it for much longer. Sirius was slightly surprised it had gone on this long without being commented on.
What's the matter?
Remus finally asked, reaching down and lacing their fingers together. Should Sirius lie, he considered it.
Nothing is wrong,
he muttered, talking to his feet and not the man next to him. Sirius felt the scoff rather than heard it from the man next to him.
You should tell that to your face. See if it believes you more than I do.
Remus pointed out. Sirius sighed heavily. Remus had always been able to see through his lies, even when Sirius hadn't known they were lies. He let out a breath. It fogged the air in a long, thin stream that flowed up and away from them. It looked like Sirius was smoking. He was reminded of when he was a kid, and he used to pretend to smoke. He would puff his cheeks out and blow hard into the cold winter air to produce the smoke.
Just wondering how my brother is more assured of my relationship than I am.
Sirius finally admitted as Padfoot veered toward a fire hydrant he hadn't sniffed yet. He seemed very interested, so they stopped allowing him to catch up on the news of the dog world. Remus let out a long, drawn-out breath of his own.
Is this about the boyfriend comment your brother made earlier?
Remus finally probed when he realized Sirius wasn't going to say anything. Sirius just shrugged as Padfoot attempted to strangle himself with the leash again. Sirius knelt down and untangled him. He didn't immediately stand back up and straighten. Instead, he took a moment to rub Padfoot's ears.
Maybe.
Sirius answered, hedging his bets a little. They had been on one date. They surely weren't at the boyfriend stage yet, were they? Boyfriend was serious. Boyfriend meant they were more than just casually seeing each other. It implied a real honest-to-God relationship. That scared Sirius, but he also wanted the acid to stop churning in his gut. The idea of calling Remus his boyfriend seemed like it would be the perfect antacid. Remus took his hand when he stood, but they didn't start walking again.
Would you like to be boyfriends?
Remus finally asked him. Sirius was beginning to realize Remus was working very hard at making sure this happened on Sirius's terms. It was confusing. He was so used to a relationship just happening with little to no input from him. Sirius didn't answer. He shrugged non-committally and continued walking.
Well, you let me know when you figure it out.
You know, you also have a say in whatever it is we are doing.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus gave a small smile. His hand squeezed Sirius's gently. Sirius knew Remus was about to say something cheesy. Thank goodness he wasn't lactose intolerant, or else he would have died ages ago.
I get to spend time with you. The label we place on that has no bearing on my enjoyment of your company. If you need a specific label to keep your pretty little brain from spinning out, I will use it.
Remus commented. If anyone else said that to him, Sirius would have been pissed at the condescension. Coming from Remus, however, he was sure he should still be annoyed, but instead his cheeks warmed, and he looked down at his trainers on the sidewalk.
Let me go feed the cat, and we can head to your place.
Remus mentioned as they passed his place. Sirius glanced down at Padfoot, who had clearly thought they were going to Remus's as he turned up the path.
You know Regulus stays on the couch when I am home, and Padfoot already misses Mooney.
Sirius hinted. Remus brushed a curl back, that infuriating little grin still firmly in place.
Come along, then.
Remus led Sirius inside. Mooney trotted to the door, making a happy little activation noise. She wound her way around Remus's ankles, then Padfoot, and gave Sirius a cheek nudge against his calf before returning to the dog.
Have been replaced in her affections.
To be fair, he's furrier. Not by much, but still.
Sirius pointed out. Remus seemed to agree this was a fair reason to be replaced in affections. They made their way into the kitchen. Remus fed the cat and seemed to pull out enough leftovers to make a decent meal.
So, how long is this staying here going to last?
Remus asked, and Sirius shrugged. Should he leave? Was Remus sick of him?
I like you being here. I'm just trying to decide if I should clear out a drawer in the dresser or not set myself up for that kind of disappointment.
You should not clear out a drawer.
Sirius spoke quickly. He couldn't have Remus making space. If Remus made space, he would want Sirius over all the time, and Sirius knew he couldn't do that. He glanced up and saw the expression on Remus's face.
We've been on one date. You're worried we're moving too fast.
Remus asked. It wasn't really a question. Remus could see it on his face. He nodded anyway.
You know, I don't buy what society says about healthy relationships. If we're in a good place, that is all that counts.
Sirius flicked his eyes up to Remus and sighed.
Are we in a good place then?
Sirius's voice was quiet. The silence after the question was billowing and heavy. He chanced a glance at Remus. There was concern on those kind features.
Unless you have some grievance to air, I'm going to say yes.
Remus's voice was sincere. He waited a moment, likely giving Sirius a chance to disagree.
However, I am going to leave the next step up to you. Just know I'm not averse to it.
Remus leaned over and brushed his lips over Sirius's before picking up his plate and heading to the sink. That seemed wholly unfair, but Sirius also felt warmth and butterflies in his stomach at this. Remus was giving him a choice. More than a choice, he was giving Sirius control. This was all he had been lacking in his previous relationship. Some say in what went down. He had been expected to go at his ex's pace. He watched Remus for a moment.
Thank you.
He said softly.
You're welcome.
Remus answered simply. Sirius got up from the counter and made his way around the kitchen. He turned off the water Remus was using for the dishes and pulled him away from the sink. Keeping eye contact, he backed himself up to the counter and hopped up. His legs went around Remus, and he pulled him closer. He pulled Remus in for a kiss. Their tongues tangled as they kissed while he worked his way into Remus's pants, sliding his hand between the waistband and the skin.
You have no patience.
Remus scolded.
Why would I have patience when I can have a dick in my hand?
Sirius asked, his hand closing around his prize. Remus was already partially hard. Did he like it when Sirius took control? Sirius would ask later.
'Cause everything is better if you wait. Dessert, presents, sex.
Remus was valiantly trying to keep up his end of the conversation. Sirius stroked him from root to tip, twisting his wrist on the upstroke.
You're right, we should wait.
Sirius slowly and teasingly removed his hand. Remus growled lowly, and Sirius smiled as he returned his hand to the hard flesh.
What was that about waiting?
He asked as the rich chocolate smell filled the small space. It made Sirius feel a bit head-spinny. Could Remus's alpha pheromones be hidden in the sweet smell of chocolate? It also made him feel powerful, forcing Remus to hold a conversation while touching him like this.
You know, you little minx, I am waiting so your pretty little head doesn't end up freaking out.
Remus leaned his forehead against Sirius's. Sirius leaned in and kissed Remus sweetly.
I know and I appreciate it, but I also want to touch you. So get over it and let me touch you.
Sirius answered. Remus's eyes opened. They were hot and full of desire. He swallowed at the pure desire in Remus's eyes. That look had always been followed by a painful experience for Sirius, but he felt safe in this instance.
I appreciate the choices and control, but you need to let me make those choices. And my choice right now says, I want to touch you and get you off.
Sirius was floored by the control Remus had. It was very clear he was into Sirius and wanted to explore that, but he was unwilling to go there while Sirius was still figuring out his voice. Sirius had no such control.
You promise you'll talk to me if something happens that you don't like?
Remus asked. Sirius honestly considered this for a moment. He wanted to make sure he could make the promise. He didn't want to lie to Remus.
I promise.
Sirius agreed firmly. Remus leaned forward and kissed Sirius. This kiss was warm and loaded with desire. Sirius fell into the kiss easily, letting the heat of Remus overwhelm his senses. The passion rose between them, and Sirius remembered he had a cock in his hand. He moved his hand so he could fight with the pants getting them lowered, so the hard flesh sprang free. The kiss broke when he wrapped his fingers around it. He glanced down at the cock he was stroking. Already there was a drop of pearly pre-cum at the tip. It looked bigger than it felt. It was also uncut, with a thatch of neatly maintained sandy curls at the base. He pressed down the nerves. He wouldn't have to do anything with this if he didn't want to. He had to trust that Remus wouldn't rush him or push him. The idea of taking a knot was not appealing to Sirius. He had never enjoyed it. His omega side had, and in heat, he could get over some of his issues, but he never could get past the pain. He pulled Remus closer with his legs. Hands worked into his pants, and he lifted his hips when Remus urged them down. They weren't peeled off because Sirius wasn't unhooking his legs. Remus took his hard flesh in his hand. The heavy smell of slick filled the kitchen. Sirius would be worried about messing up the counter, but Remus had made it very clear that he didn't care. Remus stepped so close their groins touched. He brushed aside Sirius's hand. Sirius was about to protest, but between a hard kiss and Remus wrapping his hand around both of their dicks, his complaints were nullified. He gave a low whimper as Remus stroked them. It was very heady. The feeling of Remus's cock pressed against his and wrapped up in one of those sexy hands was delicious. He nibbled on Remus's bottom lip.
I'm kind of obsessed with your hands.
Sirius panted, leaning back on his own hands to give them room.
I'm obsessed with you.
Remus responded with a quick grin. His skin was flushed, making the scars stand out more. Sweat beaded along his face. Sirius closed his eyes and leaned back further, enjoying the feel of being stroked so sweetly. Remus set up the perfect pace that had both of them panting. Remus slid a hand up Sirius's shirt and ran his fingers over Sirius's stomach and up over his chest. Sirius groaned as Remus's fingers tweaked his nipples. His shirt was pushed out of the way, and Remus flattened his tongue over his nipple. The sensations felt amazing. His brain was fuzzy as the smell of Remus mixed with the leather and tobacco scent from his slick. He could feel the top of the counter getting damp, and the back of his thighs as well.
Close.
Sirius murmured as Remus's hand and mouth continued to work over his skin.
Gonna make me work for it this time.
Sirius bratted softly. Remus's response was to bite down on a nipple, and Sirius sucked in a surprised breath, but didn't fight it. He arched into it. It sent pings of pleasure up to his brain, and he was spilling across Remus's hand and his cock before he had fully processed what was happening. It stole the remaining part of his brain.
Not tonight.
Remus sounded smug and gave another stroke. Sirius could feel the swell of the knot and then the spill of cum over his cock. It coated the head of his cock in a warm, thick liquid. It was odd, but not unpleasant.
Not fair.
Sirius breathed. Remus placed a kiss into the center of his chest and settled as far back as Sirius's legs would allow him.
You have to let me go eventually.
Remus commented and reached over to pick up a dish towel. He carefully cleaned off the cum on both of them. Sirius shook his head as he flattened himself over the counter. Remus regarded him for a second and leaned down to kiss him again. Their bodies pressed together, and Sirius felt a stir of desire again. Remus could obviously smell it on him.
I like when your scent suppressant starts to wear off.
Remus nuzzled against Sirius's neck. He kissed the scent gland and ran his teeth gently over it. Sirius felt a thrill of endorphins rush through his body, but quickly it was washed out by panic. He placed his hands squarely on Remus's chest and pushed. At the slightest hint of resistance, Remus released him and moved back. Sirius dropped his legs and sat up. Remus obviously read the panic on his face.
I got carried away, I'm sorry.
Remus apologized, holding his hands up and taking a single step back. Sirius spent a minute getting his breathing back under control. Remus didn't say anything as he collected himself.
I'm okay.
Sirius managed. Remus took another step back so Sirius could stand up and adjust his pants. Sirius felt a little better as clothes were put back on. Sirius took another deep breath and felt his panic fade completely.
I liked it up until then.
He stepped up to Remus and felt those hands slide over his cheeks and tip his face. He knew his face was being examined for the truth. Remus relaxed slightly and leaned into Sirius, their foreheads resting together.
I'm going to reassure you, again, I won't mark you without a very long conversation about it and what it means.
Remus murmured.
If we decide that's not something we want to do, we never have to.
Sirius leaned back slightly so he could look at Remus's face.
You would consent to not marking me?
Sirius asked, a little stunned. He had never met any alpha that didn't want to mark their omega. The marking had always worried him. He had heard it changed the chemistry of the omega brain, made them more susceptible to being ordered about and controlled by the alpha that marked them. He never wanted that to happen to him. He wanted to be able to make his own decisions and know his own mind.
I don't want to do anything you are adverse to. You are not my property. We are human adults in a relationship together. It is both of us making decisions together.
Remus assured him, running gentle fingers through his hair. Sirius moved closer, burrowing against his chest. Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius. Sirius felt tears and didn't even try to stop them this time. All he had wanted was something so simple as respect for years. Remus respecting him was wonderful and devastating all at once. Remus's hand was soft as it traced over his spine. He felt comforted and cared for, even as he sobbed. His eyes stung, his nose was running, and his breath was short.
I really have to stop crying on you.
Sirius rasped out softly when he felt the tears run dry. Remus had a damp spot on his shoulder. He simply kissed the top of Sirius's head.
I honestly don't mind. If you need to cry, you need to cry, and that is okay.
Remus reminded him, stroking his hair softly. Sirius stayed curled up in the hold that felt so safe, so much like the home he had never had. The scent of laundry and Earl Grey comforted him. He tried to wipe his nose surreptitiously. Remus slid a hand under his chin and tipped his face. Sirius doubted he was very attractive right now. His face was blotchy, his eyes puffy, and his nose red and runny. Remus seemed to have no problem with how he looked. He stroked away a small tear.
Are we okay?
He asked softly.
Yeah.
Sirius answered. He had no issues with Remus. His own brain was the problem here. He leaned back into Remus. The hold was super comforting. This was the first and only time he'd ever been pulled out of a panic attack by someone else. Normally, he would have been balled up on the floor for the rest of the night. Now he knew what it felt like to be cared for fully and completely. Now he knew that yes, he was okay with calling Remus his boyfriend. Chapter 23, Sharing. Sirius looked up from his laptop. He heard the sound of keys opening the door to the apartment and checked the time. They were early. Sirius had been anticipating having the night mostly to himself. They were supposed to be out at a bar. He was used to not seeing his partner again until the next afternoon, always smelling like other Omegas, which Sirius tried to ignore. He was surprised they were back. He picked up the glass of wine nearby and drained it. He was too sober to deal with a drunk partner and his friend. He also closed his laptop and stowed it. Sometimes his partner could get pushy, and Sirius didn't want to have to replace another laptop. Again. He just hoped that with Igor Karkaroff around, he would be less inclined to get as pushy. Sirius had a book signing in a few days, and he would rather not be sore while trying to be professional and polished. The door opened with a slam that sounded wholly unhealthy for the wall. He would see about patching it and then getting something to keep the handle from punching out the wall. He could hear them before he could see them. They sounded drunk. He braced himself for a rough night. He hauled himself up when they entered the room.
See, I told you my Omega was cute.
The blonde man pulled Sirius into a rough kiss. He tasted like vodka and stale cigarettes. He smelled like sweat. His own alpha scent was heavy as well. He always smelled like something that reminded Sirius of sandalwood, but there were dark undertones that he shied away from. Tonight, those undertones were almost overwhelming. He allowed himself to be kissed, the rough tongue flopping in his mouth like a slimy worm. It made his stomach churn. He pushed that down.
Yeah, him is very attractive, although it's hard to see with all those cloths on.
Karkaroff commented when he was let up to breathe. Sirius felt nerves rise and settle. He was used to being objectified. It seemed to be the only time he wasn't doing something wrong. It always made him feel humiliated, but to have someone else doing it made his skin crawl.
Come on, dog, let's show him what you're hiding.
Rough hands pulled on his sweater. Sirius tried to brush them off without actively fighting. Active fighting would get him slapped. He hated the nickname dog or being referred to as anyone's Omega.
I don't think so. The only person who gets to see that is you.
Sirius reasoned, sliding out of the tight grip. He was attempting to push down his unease. Maybe it was just because they were drunk and a little unruly. All he had to do was keep his head. If he could do that, he would be fine.
I think I'm going to go to bed. Let you two catch up. I'll make you breakfast in the morning,
he said in an attempt to placate. He wasn't sure it was going to work. The dark looks he was getting hinted at something more sinister than just alcohol and normal, unruly alpha behavior.
You entitled little bitch.
The tone was cruel, and before Sirius could even form a defense strategy, a hand clamped down on his neck, pressing his Omega pressure point. His knees threatened to buckle. He stayed on his feet by sheer force of will. He was forced back around to face the pointy-faced man now helping to terrorize him. He didn't dare fight as his sweater was yanked off. The hand clamped over his pressure point again. He hated this. His brain thrashed against the hold, but his body was powerless. He felt perilously close to tears. He hoped this would be enough. The shirt under the sweater was tight against his skin. Karkaroff would be able to see him even with the shirt on. His hope was dashed when the man stepped forward. With the hand clamped firmly on his pressure point, he was powerless to resist. His mind screamed and thrashed about to get this man's hands off his body. His body, however, was pliant. There was no way to resist this. The pressure point instinct was old and powerful. It predated verbal language. The shirt was torn off of him and hands ran over his lithe form. He felt like he might throw up. He was still close to crying. His alpha held him in place while his friend explored his body. The situation was too horrible for words. The hand on his shoulders pushed until his knees actually gave out. They hit the floor hard, sending pain up his legs.
Open,
he was told. The alpha tone wasn't there, but he knew there was no way out of this. His consent had never been valued before. Why would it be valued now? He swallowed and opened his mouth. He closed his eyes, blocking out the harshness of the apartment. Hard flesh invaded his mouth, and he immediately choked. Fingers fisted in his hair, pushing and pulling him down. He hated every second of it, but worked not to fight it. Fighting just made it last longer. If he complied, he had a chance of being let off easier. He didn't know how long he was forced down again and again on the cock. It felt like hours. Every pass had him hoping for a mouthful of cum, so maybe it would be over. It wasn't. His jaw and knees ached. The cock was removed from his mouth. Before he could feel relief about that, he was being hauled to his feet. His pants were ripped off. He could hear the sound of the soft cotton sweatpants shredding, and he was pushed over the couch. Slick fingers briefly probed at him while familiar hands held his wrists. He supposed he should be grateful for the lube when the situation itself had left him dry. He bit on the couch when the pain started. He would not give in with a cry or a scream. He was supposed to do this. This is what omegas were made for. The thrusts had him breathing in jaggedly, just trying to remember how to relax around the pain. Every pass had him wanting to crumple.
It would be easier if you would just submit to me. Let me claim you as mine, and your mind and body won't fight like this.
That voice was oily in his ear. Teeth scraped over his neck.
No.
Was forced out in a weak voice, heavy with tears. He wasn't going to let himself be claimed, especially not in this situation and for this situation. He would do what he was told to do by his alpha, but he wasn't about to let himself be altered and claimed. He couldn't. His mind wouldn't let him. If his partner wanted to claim him, he would have to marry him first. He had made that very clear. A knot swelled and he nearly passed out from the pain, but he stayed still through the whole thing. He wanted to crawl off to his bathroom to shower. Perhaps he would be able to shower away his own shame. He hadn't submitted like a good Omega. He'd fought, maybe not physically, but mentally. His mind had rebelled. He wasn't supposed to do that. He wasn't allowed to move, though. Different hands, thin hands grabbed his wrists, holding him in place, then a familiar body was moving behind him. He bit the couch again, barely surviving the harsh pace setup. Tears squeezed out of his eyes and every pass felt like razor blades. The worst part was as the knot swelled, and he was already nearly unconscious from the blinding pain, teeth sank into his shoulder. It wasn't in the scent gland which would have locked them together. It was over the pressure point that had been so exploited tonight. Sirius cried out sharply and tried to get away, but hands held him in place. Pheromones made his head spin. He was being split in half and chewed on. The blessed gray fog moved in and covered him. Sirius woke up from the shock of the nightmare, shaking, head spinning, and every part of his body aching. It took him a moment to place where he was. He was in Remus's home, in his room. Padfoot was at the foot of the bed, and Remus was breathing softly behind him. He helped Remus sleep. That thought had made him pleasantly warm. He sat up and carefully moved to the edge of the bed. He rubbed his neck and the small scar left on his shoulder. He hated that mark. He hated that any part of that horrible night and relationship existed on his skin. He swallowed against the bile rising. He could taste blood. He must have bitten his tongue or lip. He was covered in a cold sweat. He dropped his head into his palms and pushed the heels of his hands into his eyes until color exploded behind them. He was unprepared for the soft touch on his shoulder.
You okay?
The soft voice should have negated it, should have told him that everything would be all right, but Sirius was still anticipating another attack. He was still running on adrenaline. As a result, he was up off the bed and moving away before he fully realized why. He had turned to face the threat. A sleepy-faced Remus was staring at him in concern. Sirius shook his head, answering the question that had been asked. Remus took in his defensive posture, the sweat and tears running down his face, and his stance softened.
You look like you had a nightmare. You want to go on a walk?
Remus asked. Padfoot's tail started thumping at the notion.
I think we're going to have to. You got the tail going?
Sirius answered. His voice was shaky. Remus nodded. He didn't get up or approach Sirius, which allowed him to come back to the bed without feeling trapped or pressured. He sat down on the edge of the bed and took the offered hand.
Do you want to talk about it?
Remus probed gently. Sirius took a deep breath. Remus deserved to know. This was one of those things he should share with an intimate partner. He looked around the dim room.
Not here. I don't want to bring those memories and that energy here.
Sirius decided. He believed in the energy of places. If he spoke about his trauma in this room, it would always bear that energy. He should talk about it in the fresh air of night, allowing the energy to be carried away in the wind.
I'll go get your clothes out of the dryer. Could you make the bed?
Remus asked. Sirius nodded. Remus stood up and offered Sirius a hand up. Sirius took it and stood up, curling in close to Remus for the second time that evening. He stayed like that until the trembling stopped.
Don't ever push on my pressure point to get me to do something.
Sirius murmured against Remus's shoulder. He was eased back, and Remus met his eyes, clearly concerned.
In my mind, that is as bad as using the alpha voice on you. You have the right to say no. I would never take that from you mentally or physically. I promise.
Remus spoke with perfect confidence. Sirius felt warmth flood through him. It warmed him in places he didn't even realize he was cold. Sirius leaned up and kissed him softly. Remus let him set the pace of the kiss, and when it ended, Remus stroked his cheek softly and they parted. He heard Remus head down the stairs and he turned to the bed. He made it up the way Remus liked it, though not as neat, and sat down on the edge of the bed. He pulled on the clothes Remus brought him, and they leashed up the dog. It was cold out. The bite in the air was definitely more winter-like. They wandered down one of the many paths through the town. The lights glowed orange. Sirius pulled his jacket tighter around himself. Remus's hand found his.
Sorry for waking you.
Sirius finally said. Remus gave his hand a gentle squeeze.
I will take a night with you over a night of sleep any time.
Remus sounded sincere. Sirius decided to take it at face value. Remus so far had been nothing but kind to him.
Want to tell me what happened that has you awake and upset?
Sirius sighed and took a deep breath. He pulled Remus close and slipped under Remus's arm. The smell of the man helped ground him. He didn't acknowledge the fact that he was grounding himself the way mated Omegas did. Remus had been kind to him before they had been dating. His scent would always mean comfort and safety to Sirius. He wasn't sure how to explain what had happened that night. He knew better now, but in a lot of ways that still felt like his worst failing. He had failed in his duty to make his partner happy. He swallowed against the pain of that thought and counted his steps until his brain was no longer jumpy. Once he had his brain working, he focused on the dream again. He kept his voice low as he spoke, but he was careful not to talk too fast or away from Remus too much. He didn't want to repeat himself. He felt Remus stiffen as he spoke, and the hand around his shoulder tightened to the point of pain. All it had taken was a light touch from Sirius for the hand to loosen.
I woke up in the hospital a day later. I had to get 2 stitches to my shoulder. I still have the scar. I also had to get minor surgery to repair a tear to my lower intestines.
May I ask you something?
Sirius nodded, so Remus took the plunge.
I don't mean this in a bad way, or even judgmentally, but some part of you had to know this was abuse.
Remus sounded like he was regretting even bringing it up. Sirius saved Remus from himself.
You want to know why I didn't tell the nurse what happened or leave sooner?
Sirius asked, and Remus nodded. Sirius considered how to explain his complicated relationship. He chewed on his lip, reopening the split.
He spent 6 years worming his way into my very soul. It was very subtle at first. When I first started seeing him, I wore a top, and he mentioned he didn't like how it looked on me. New relationship energy, I wanted him to be happy with me, and how I looked, so I stopped wearing that top around him, but I still wore it to class and out clubbing. Then he mentions he doesn't want me to wear it at all, because he doesn't want people looking at me in it. This isn't too far off of me not wearing it around him, so I put it away. Then it's a certain cut of clothing. This shirt, for example.
Sirius gestured at the V-neck t-shirt under his jacket.
Then skinny jeans because they're too tight.
He could see Remus's face tightening with each statement.
It wasn't all at once. It was just a little nudge at a time, combined with the fact that we were sleeping together, and a major part of me still believed as an Omega, even one with freedom and rights, that I was supposed to listen to him. So I changed my clothing, my hair, and my basic style. Then I moved in with him and kept his apartment the way he wanted, especially when it came to his dishes, laundry, and general cleaning. And again, very subtle. I like my shirts a certain way. Please make sure you stack the towels this way. Can you make sure to scrub the sink better in the bathroom? There was still toothpaste in the crack where the drain starts. I would like dinner to be ready and waiting when I get home. Oh, of course we're going to have sex tonight.
Sirius paused for a moment as he realized just how much had been demanded of him.
I don't really like touring all that much. It's a lot of hotel rooms, not enough sleep, and I'm not really a fan of the cameras and the social aspect, but it got me away from him. So I was relieved on tour. He had rules for that too. I had to respond to all his texts in 5 minutes. I had to answer any phone call. I had to call him every night and every morning. I had to get approval for what I was wearing and so on. I once failed to respond to a text of his in the allotted time. He came to the hotel I was staying at that night and took his belt to my back. It hurt to sit the next day.
Looking back now, the abuse was clear, but it was so easy to overlook those things at the time.
I didn't like all the rules and such, but again, this was done to me over a 6-year period, and I did love him. Part of me still does, as much as I hate it. He's still in my head telling me all the ways in which I am a failure and a horrible person.
Sirius looked at his feet as he said this. He hated what had been done to him. He hated that this was a part of his past that he was going to have to deal with.
I have control freak tendencies about my house and the housekeeping, but if I ask you to do something, like make the bed, first of all, feel free to tell me to get stuffed. Second of all, if I don't like how you did it, I will just go do it to my standards. There is nothing saying it's your responsibility to accommodate my neurosis. And third, you're not my servant or slave.
Remus seemed to always be reminding him of this. Sirius felt his body warm up a little each time.
Oh, if I ever meet your ex despite my years of working on non-violent, non-traditional values, I will be punching him in the face.
I always thought his nose would look better in a different orientation.
Sirius agreed. Remus pulled him to a stop. He ran a gentle hand over Sirius's lip, frowning at the blood. Sirius pulled away when Remus pulled out his handkerchief.
It's clean, I just try to make sure I have one.
Remus was misinterpreting why he was pulling away. Sirius shook his head.
I am sure it is perfectly sanitary. I don't want you to ruin your handkerchief on my bloody lip.
Sirius replied, and Remus scoffed.
It's a piece of fabric. If you don't want me touching you because you're against being touched, I will leave it be. But if this is about some misguided attempt to save my clothing, please just let me worry about the state of my laundry.
Remus implored. Those green eyes were cheating. Sirius allowed himself to be handled. The press hurt a little bit.
I want you to know I will never treat you as anything less than my equal. I won't share you unless you want to be shared. I mean, I wouldn't like it, but ultimately it is your body. And I won't use the alpha voice or your pressure points against you.
Sirius wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket.
Surprisingly enough, I believe you.
Sirius murmured, and Remus dabbed at his lip until it stopped bleeding.
I don't want to hurt you.
Remus started. Sirius pressed a finger to his lips. Remus fell silent as Sirius ran hands over his face. Padfoot was winding around their ankles again.
You talk too much sometimes.
Sirius commented before leaning up. He relished the warm hold and the wonderfully soft lips of Remus. It was a wonderful contrast to his nightmares and the terrible cold that plagued them. Chapter 24, Owl Post. Sirius let himself into his house the next day. He had just finished running with Remus, and Padfoot had joined them. Sirius let him off the leash and watched as Padfoot walked over to the couch and collapsed. He would get used to it eventually. He was already shooting up with long, gangly legs. Soon, he would be outstripping Sirius the same way Remus was. He made his way to the bedroom, figuring his brother was still sleeping. The bed was made, and there was no Regulus to be seen. Sirius frowned and checked the time. Regulus was never up before 8. He considered Sirius a weirdo for willingly getting up before the sun. He was just about to call him on the phone when Regulus wandered into the bedroom. His face broke into a shit-eating grin as soon as he saw Sirius.
Hello.
He said simply. Sirius narrowed his eyes.
Where have you been?
Sirius asked as Regulus picked up his suitcase and started hunting up clean clothes. Sirius's nose picked up an unfamiliar scent. It reminded him of the summer and slightly of a barley beer. Regulus's scent was the same as always. He smelled a bit like an herb garden. Most of the identifiable scents were healing plants.
At the Hogsheade. I went there yesterday and Aberforth spent the afternoon drinking beer with me. He lives in the comfy apartment over the top.
Regulus indicated with his hands while sorting through his clothes.
You did not sleep with Aberforth.
Sirius groaned, but the look at his brother's face told the tale.
Oh, come on, not cool.
I only did it because you told me not to, and not to mention, he's sexy. For an old dude, so yeah, I fucked him 2 ways from Sunday.
Regulus answered, picking out a shirt and a pair of pants.
He smells nice. He's a good kisser. And if it wasn't for the fact that he is a bit too old for me, I would be looking into making it happen again.
Sirius wrinkled his nose. That was all far too gross and way too much information.
You are such an asshole.
Sirius responded, finally making his way over to the dresser and pulling out his own clothes. He beat Regulus to the bathroom and proceeded to use all the hot water. He was making himself a bowl of granola when Regulus stepped out looking chilled.
Didn't even bother to leave any hot water. Ass.
He grumbled as Sirius offered him a clean bowl.
You are the one fucking your way through town. I thought I would help curb your libido.
Sirius shrugged, crunching on his granola. The glare he got was so worth it.
I'm not the one spending every night with the bookstore owner.
Regulus fired back, taking the bowl. He dumped granola all over the counter in his temper.
I am hanging out with someone with the intention of dating and getting to know each other. You are sleeping with Aberforth because you were curious about his dick. One of these seems like the behavior of an adult, the other, an immature teenager.
Sirius responded. Regulus shot him another glare, pouring milk over the granola that remained in the bowl. They ate breakfast in silence, both stewing over the morning. Sirius went to his computer and settled down to work a little bit. His editor was getting a bit touchy. Regulus wandered his way into the living room. Sirius could hear him on the phone with some of his friends from school and talking to Padfoot. He also knew when it switched to their parents. He was tense and short. He wasn't giving out information, and his tone was a lot more formal.
You could just not call them. Works for me.
Sirius commented when Regulus hung up and gave a frustrated sigh. Regulus peeked over the back of the couch. Sirius was once again reminded of a younger Regulus. His hair was starting to curl over his ears.
You've been cut off for years.
Regulus pointed out. Sirius shrugged and shut his computer.
I don't think I would do well being cut off. I want to go to medical school and be a doctor.
Sirius considered this. Med school was expensive. Without their parents' help, Regulus was going to have to go into a fair bit of debt. Perhaps he was smart, staying in the good graces of his parents.
So are you planning on cutting ties with them when you are done with medical school then?
Sirius asked, picking up his iced coffee. Regulus shrugged and sighed. He came over and deposited himself in one of the dining room chairs.
I don't know.
He answered.
Probably. I don't want that kind of toxicity in my life, especially when I look at you and how well you are doing without them.
Sirius decided not to point out the state in which his brother had found him in. Though that hadn't been about his parents, that had been about his own issues. Sirius let Regulus stew over what to do about their twisted family tree while he worked a little more. He got a chapter finished and sent it along to Dorcas to show he was working a little bit. She sent back an unamused email. Sirius guessed if he didn't get his butt into gear soon, he would be facing a visit from the woman soon. He liked Dorcas. She was sweet except when she was getting on him about neglecting his work.
Are you coming with?
Sirius asked when lunchtime rolled around. He texted Remus that he was leaving the house so he could start wrapping up.
You know, when I decided to stop by, I did want to spend time with just my brother.
Regulus responded, but got up to collect his shoes.
We can't be hermits.
Sirius pointed out, also collecting his shoes. Padfoot was asleep on the couch, or at least pretending to be asleep.
We can be hermits.
Regulus protested, handing Sirius his jacket and pulling on his own.
I tried when I first moved here. Lily practically frog marched me out and made me make friends.
Sirius argued as they stepped out. He locked the door behind him, and they made their way down the street toward the town center.
Yet another person I would be into, but she's married with a kid.
Regulus commented. Sirius shoved him.
Go play in traffic, you slut. You cannot sleep your way through this town. I have to live here when you fuck back off to London.
Sirius commented. Regulus shrugged.
Your loss.
Regulus quipped. Sirius was going to have to keep a closer eye on him. He couldn't have him sleeping his way through this town. They made their way into the bookstore, and Remus gave them a quick smile from behind the counter, continuing to help the person buying a bunch of books. Something was said, and Remus responded before gesturing to Sirius. Regulus had wandered off already. The lady turned to him, and Sirius tried not to fidget.
Oh, hello, dear. I was just telling Remus here how wonderful it was to have you move to our sleepy little town. I've read all your books so far.
The older woman said to him, reaching into the bag of books she had just bought. Sirius forced himself into the smile he got for conferences and book signings. He should have been anticipating this. It was clear he had fans in this town.
Think you could sign my book, dear?
She asked, holding out a copy of the third book in the series. Sirius nodded, taking the book and opening it to the inside cover. It was clear she had ordered the hardcover copy and it had just come in. He patted his pockets instinctively. He hadn't left his house in London without a marker in his pocket. He had gotten out of the habit here. His markers were in a drawer back in his house. Remus produced a marker looking a little smug. Sirius shot him a dirty look that was thankfully missed by his fan.
Who should I make this out to?
He asked, uncapping the marker. The familiar smell of heavy chemicals hit his nose.
Augusta Longbottom,
she answered.
I'm your biggest fan.
She was standing so close that Sirius could smell her cloying perfume. Her moth-eaten stuffed vulture hat was threatening to smack him in the face. Sirius copied out the obligatory information and signed it quickly. He handed the book back to her, and she took it, running her hand over his. Sirius knew the look in her eyes. He got it from many girls at his events. He had thought writing hardcore gay porn would have been enough of a sign, but he was emptying his pockets of numbers each time he went out.
Oh, can I take a picture? None of the ladies in the book club will believe this.
She rambled on, pulling out a phone, which she thrust at Remus. Of course, there was a whole club of old biddies reading his novels. It made him feel weird to think about old ladies reading his work. He stepped closer and placed an arm gingerly over her shoulders. She seemed to have no qualms. She wrapped an arm around his waist and held tightly. He kept the fake smile on his face long enough for the picture to be snapped. She released him in what seemed to be a reluctant fashion. He swore her hand brushed over his bum before she packed her things up and ambled out of the shop.
Jesus, she was ready to do you on the shop floor.
Regulus commented coming back out. He seemed to find it funny. Remus offered him a bottle of hand sanitizer.
You good?
He asked as Sirius looked at the small bottle.
No.
He answered, and those eyebrows furrowed.
You did not give me enough to bathe in.
Remus examined his face before relaxing slightly.
Does that happen often?
Regulus asked. Sirius ducked behind the counter, and Remus allowed him to bury himself in the far more comforting scent.
Apparently writing gay smut and being very open about dating someone was not enough for the girls who came by the events. One girl even told me I was confused. She said she could show me what it was really like to be with a woman, and I would be cured. I had security walk her out.
Sirius commented, enjoying the warm embrace of Remus. It chased away the gross feeling left behind from being partially groped.
Should have been bi like me. Could have made a killing.
Regulus commented idly, looking at the odds and ends hanging off the counter, to avoid looking at Sirius clinging to Remus like a limpet or a koala.
Oh yes, because it's totally a choice.
Sirius shot back. Remus ran a gentle hand through his hair.
Be nice to your brother.
Remus scolded and Sirius shot Regulus a dark look.
I would, but he's working on sleeping his way through town.
Sirius responded, and Regulus looked up at him at this point.
Aberforth was one person, so I don't understand what your problem is.
Regulus groused, rolling his eyes and crossing his arms.
The problem is, how am I supposed to look at him knowing he defiled my little brother?
Sirius responded. Regulus's face scrunched and he seemed to consider something.
Okay, first of all, gross. Second of all, I did the defiling, not the other way around. I'm into sex, not a dick in my ass. Third, it's none of your goddamn business what I chose to do with my dick or with whom. Fourth, you sound so old when you talk like that. We're not expected to go to our wedding beds as virgins anymore.
Regulus responded, his face still scrunched up in disgust.
Should have figured you would sleep with Aberforth. Neither of you seem to have much self-control.
Remus mentioned. Whether he was talking about Aberforth or Sirius was unclear. He went to get his jacket.
I should sign him up for a dating service.
Why would you do that?
Sirius asked as they stepped outside. Remus turned the sign to closed and locked the door.
Because he's lonely and no one should have to face that.
Remus responded. They made their way to the Hogshead. Sirius found himself looking anywhere but at the man behind the counter. Remus was typing away on his phone.
Hey Aberforth, would you rather live in a rural town, urban city, or just travel a lot?
Remus asked after everyone ordered. Either Remus asked random questions or Aberforth just went with him at this point.
Right where I am.
Aberforth answered and walked away to go start on their food. Remus continued to type away on his phone.
What are you doing?
Sirius asked, looking over his shoulder.
Alpost.com, a dating site for older people to find genuine connections and intimacy.
Sirius read aloud, cocking his head to the side in curiosity.
Like I told you, I am signing Aberforth up for a dating service.
Remus murmured.
I have his email, and if I pay for it, he can't say it costs too much.
Sirius sat back in his stool.
This sounds like a bad plan, but sure.
Regulus responded as Remus continued to work his way through the questionnaire. Aberforth brought them their lunch and stood at the counter. He answered all the questions Remus posed to him.
You gonna buy me dinner now, Tat? You've learned me life story.
Aberforth asked when Remus set the phone down. Remus shrugged.
No, I am going to let one of the men on the website do that instead.
Remus pulled his plate a little closer so he could inspect his meal. Aberforth gave him a suspicious look as his phone dinged with a new email. Sirius was still not looking at the other man. He just couldn't. He hadn't wanted to sit at the bar but had been overruled by the other two. Remus claimed it was tradition, and Regulus said something about wanting to be close to that older hunk.
Of course you signed me up for a dating service. You know these things never work, right?
Aberforth pointed out, idly scrolling.
You lose nothing for trying then.
Remus pointed out, and Aberforth sighed, but didn't disagree. Sirius felt the need to chime in now.
And it means you can keep your mitts off my brother,
he muttered into his stew. Aberforth glanced over at the two brothers, one sulking into his stew, the other wearing a shit-eating grin.
We didn't sleep, Tagatha. I mean, as a good kisser, but too young for me tastes.
Aberforth commented. Sirius glanced over at Regulus.
What did you think I was going to be truthful about my sex life?
Regulus snorted, shaking his head. He glanced over at Aberforth.
I would have been good, though. We definitely could have had a good time.
You're cute, kid, but I choose experience and stamina o'er him. A purty face?
Aberforth ruffled Regulus's hair and moved over to greet a couple of other customers entering the bar.
Burn!
Sirius replied, scoffing into his soup.
I had you going for a solid few hours, though.
Regulus said, picking up his sandwich. Remus shook his head at the pair of them. They chatted lightly as they ate their lunch. More often than not, he saw Regulus watching Remus. It made him feel odd and possessive over the man. His brother was not allowed to flirt or sleep with his boyfriend. Sirius was dead set about that. Remus kissed him before they went their separate ways for the afternoon.
Are you into Remus?
Sirius asked Regulus about halfway back home. It was a conversation he didn't want to have. He needed to have it, though. He needed Regulus to know that all jokes aside, Remus was completely off limits.
No, he's your beau. I am a slut, not a monster.
Regulus answered, shooting Sirius a look. Sirius felt himself relax a little bit. He wasn't going to bring up Regulus watching Remus. That was a whole other conversation. Chapter 25, Dinner and Groping. Sirius had just finished packing up his laptop and leashed his pup before turning to his brother to level him with a glare.
Please don't sleep with anyone but your right hand in that bed tonight, or I swear to all that is good and holy, you will end up with pink hair.
Sirius informed Regulus as he pulled on his jacket. Regulus made a halo symbol over his head, not looking up from his phone. Sirius just sighed, tamping down his misgivings and tucking the book and his battered notebook into the computer case. Then he led Padfoot outside, and they made their way in the chilly autumn weather to the bookshop. Upon entering, Sirius caught sight of Remus methodically sweeping the floor and made his way over to the counter and claimed the comfy chair behind it. Noticing Remus's jacket, he formulated a plan and picked up the article hanging on the back of the chair and pulled it over his shoulders. He didn't need it. It was warm enough in the shop as it was. He was hoping Remus would be willing to bribe him to get his jacket back. Remus went over to the side closet and stored the broom before going to the counter. He leaned down to greet Padfoot first, with a couple of ruffles to his ears.
You look cute in my jacket. Are you cold?
Remus asked, rubbing concerned hands over Sirius's shoulders.
No, I'm holding it for ransom.
Sirius explained. Remus considered his face for a second, then gestured for him to elaborate. Sirius simply touched his lips. He wasn't going to give away all his secrets just yet.
You know you don't have to work so hard for my kisses, as they are freely given.
Remus chuckled, but leaned in anyway to kiss Sirius, who just smiled under the gentle kiss and quickly trapped Remus with his arms and legs.
Who said it was just a kiss I was angling for?
He asked when they broke apart. Remus ran a hand down his chest and briefly brushed over the waistband.
We should not fool around here. That door is not locked, and the windows are designed to let people see in. Remember?
Remus pointed out. He kissed Sirius again, stole his jacket, and unwound himself from Sirius's legs.
Come on, pretty boy. I'll feed you and then grope you.
Sirius got up from the chair and made his way outside reluctantly.
It's so cold out here. I don't understand why we couldn't have snuck between two shelves and messed around instead.
Sirius whined, huddling up into his jacket more. Remus just shook his head, turning the sign to closed after turning off the lights, then locked the door.
Because we are adults, not teenagers.
Remus admonished, taking Sirius's hand. Sirius shot him a look.
You take that back, sir. You may identify as an adult, but I refuse to be identified that way.
Sirius responded haughtily, sticking his nose in the air like a petulant child.
You're going to run into a pole that way.
Remus pointed out. He got a tongue stuck out at him in response.
Real mature, Sirius.
I just told you I was not mature.
Sirius reminded, and Remus nodded slowly.
All right then, not mature. I guess that means I can't do mature things to you tonight. What rating should the night be then? Are you at least a teenager? Or should I just aim for general audiences?
Remus smirked smugly. Sirius huffed, pulling his hand away, and crossed his arms. Remus simply kissed his temple.
What are we, a fucking Disney movie?
Sirius pouted. Remus placed a hand over his mouth.
Even in a teen movie, there is no cursing. Are you trying to get us taken off the air?
Remus joked, chortling softly. Sirius just glared at him, and Remus simply gave him an innocent smile.
Words have meanings. Tell me you're not mature again, and I will arrange the most teeny bopper date in the world, including a stop at prom.
I never knew why prom was included in movies that were rated for teens. Most kids in year 13 are over 18, and generally are having sex in a hotel room or a car afterward.
Sirius pointed out. Remus shrugged.
We will find and crash a prom. It'll be fun.
Remus suggested. Sirius didn't bother to respond. It sounded like an awful way to spend the night, and not at all a fun way to bring up horrible memories.
You are aware that's illegal?
Sirius pointed out. They turned onto the residential street.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that we were adults.
Remus admitted, and Sirius laughed.
Seems I am not the only one who needs a T rating.
Sirius pointed out. They stopped so Padfoot could hose down a defenseless tree.
We're just not talking about this anymore. I see you brought your laptop tonight.
Remus commented instead. Sirius let the subject change happen.
I did. I will be writing some not T-rated stuff in your house because my editor is about to kill me.
Sirius explained. He patted the case he was carrying and shifted it to the other side. He really should find a doctor to look at his shoulder. His ex had jerked in the early days of their relationship, and Sirius was sure it had never healed properly.
Ooh, I get to see the creative process of one of my favorite series. Fascinating.
Remus rubbed his hands together, and Sirius gave him an unimpressed look.
Yes, it involves a lot of wasted time on Google for weird and unrelated shit, doom scrolling through social media, way too much coffee, and me cursing alternatively at a keyboard, or the blank page mocking me with its existential emptiness.
Sirius whinged as Padfoot finished up.
Has anyone ever told you you're a bit of a drama queen?
Remus raised a brow, digging out his keys as they made their way up the rough-hewn stone path.
Oh, honey, not only am I the queen, but I am the whole drama court. Get used to it.
Sirius lightly tapped his cheek as he stepped inside. He let Padfoot off the leash as soon as they were inside, and the little pup took off to find his new best friend.
And we were so worried about them not getting along.
Remus reminded him. Sirius shrugged, kicking off his shoes.
Turns out it was unnecessary. That is a good thing. Oh, should we have stopped for groceries?
Sirius looked back to the other, and Remus just shook his head.
I know you don't like the store, so I went after our jog this morning.
Remus informed, kicking off his shoes and leading the way to the kitchen.
See, after jogging, all I want to do is shower and nap. How are you so productive?
Sirius asked. Remus shrugged, opening the fridge. Sirius watched him gather ingredients from the fridge.
You realize your preoccupation with my hands is not going to get your editor off your back.
Remus mentioned when he noticed Sirius watching him prepare the food.
You never know. Maybe Nathan will fall for the cute neighborhood bookshop owner with the name Wolf McWolf.
Sirius teased, not looking away. He should be working. He had brought his laptop to work. Working seemed very boring with a life-sized Remus handling food 10 feet away from him.
With lovely warm hands and very kissable lips. Although unlike the real-life counterpoint, Nathan will be able to find out if he tastes like chocolate.
Sirius watched as the knife paused and turned to his bag. He pulled out the laptop and set it up on the counter, intentionally keeping his eyes off the other. He heard the knife start up again and smirked to himself.
Just remember, Sirius, I have years of perfecting self-control. I'm not planning on losing to you or anything else anytime soon.
Remus's tone never changed, but a shiver ran up Sirius's spine. He couldn't tell if it was a threat or promise. He was trying to stay focused on his story and make sure it was making sense, but he didn't care about it right now. Provoking Remus had the unintended effect of making dinner and all other related activities seem boring. He wanted to skip right to the groping. He knew that would never happen, though. Remus was going to insist on dinner. He just knew it. The look on Remus's face said as much.
What is wrong with your shoulder?
Remus asked, as Sirius rubbed his shoulder and neck again for the 5th time in the span of 20 minutes. He shrugged.
Don't know. Sometimes it just acts up. I assume it has something to do with the fact that I spend most of my time in front of a computer with lousy posture.
Sirius responded. He rubbed his shoulder again, trying to get the muscles to let up. Remus abandoned the food for a moment and came over. He ran his fingers over the shoulder, gently nudging Sirius's hands out of the way.
I'll fix this for you after dinner. There's ibuprofen and paracetamol in the bathroom. Would you like some?
Remus asked, soothing the knot and working it so it wasn't as tight. Sirius had already relaxed into his hands. It felt nice to have Remus working out a spot of pain. Sirius hummed and nodded, leaning his head against Remus. Remus smiled down at him and kissed him lightly. Remus reached over and closed his laptop.
Feed the children while I finish up dinner. You should be done working for tonight.
A gentle hand stroked over the scent gland before stepping back. Sirius got up and fed the animals. Remus came back with 2 bottles for Sirius to choose from, and Sirius poured himself a glass of water. He put his laptop away while Remus served dinner.
I forgot to mention, I finished this.
Sirius passed the book over the table.
With your new insights.
And
Remus asked. It sounded smug. Sirius glowered at him.
Ben and Caleb are both stupid. Everything would be better if they would just talk.
Sirius responded. Remus seemed to consider his response.
kind of like us the night of the date.
Remus kept his tone light.
That's completely different.
Sirius responded, not liking the parallel no matter how true it might be. He didn't want to think about his week-long bender. Remus's eyebrows quirked.
It is. I ran away because I was a bit dense, but also because trauma and shit.
Which is why we're not going to go down the route of you tasting chocolate. Seems like a way to traumatize your pretty little head all over again.
Remus agreed. Sirius sat back in his chair, annoyed.
You're a jerk.
Sirius ground out, not touching his food.
I would rather be a jerk than push you into something you really can't handle.
Remus responded. A flash of anger ran through Sirius as he stayed seated. Remus may be unconventional in many ways, but this felt like a very clear bulldozing of Sirius's opinions and thoughts on the matter.
I was abused. I'm not incapable of saying no or mentioning when I don't like something,
Sirius retorted. Part of him thought that Remus was being really sweet, but another part of his brain was pissed off. Yet again, an alpha was making decisions for him and taking away his ability to consent or not.
Yes, severely abused and brutalized for ages. I don't want you to flash back to that with me. I want every encounter we have to be about us learning from each other and exploring each other, not the trauma you have experienced in your past.
Remus reminded him.
I have told you before I don't want us to be about my past. I don't want to be a rape survivor or whatever else you are labeling me as. I want to be your partner.
Sirius responded. He didn't want to be defined by his past. He refused to be. His past was always going to be there. His future was the part he could change. Remus held his gaze for several long moments.
We are not having this discussion over dinner. I have my issues involving a partner with past issues.
Sirius knew he should let it go. They should have a nice dinner and move on from the near miss. Sirius had never done what was good in the moment.
And what might those be? I don't want to be competing in your head with an ex.
Sirius commented. It was a low blow and the wrong response. He knew it as soon as the words fell from his lips. He saw Remus's mouth tighten, and for a split second he was worried about provoking an alpha. Provoking Remus to be a bit more affectionate or pushy in bed was fine. Provoking genuine anger was a good way to get hurt, as his past would prove. Before he could apologize or attempt to defuse the bomb he had just created, Remus stood and stalked out. That was new. Sirius had expected shouting in an argument at the very least. He had not expected Remus to just up and walk out. As he sat with his cooling plate of food, he realized what had happened. Tempers had risen, and rather than losing it with Sirius, Remus had decided to walk out. It was admirable, if a little annoying. Sirius cleaned up the plates, placing them in the dishwasher and putting leftovers away. He made his way onto the back porch and lit up. He had cut way back on the cigarettes and rarely smoked these days, but his nerves were rubbed raw right now. He examined the burning coal on the end of his cigarette and watched the smoke twist up to the sky. Should he just go home? Remus seemed genuinely upset with him, and Sirius was genuinely upset with Remus. Perhaps he should just head home for the time being and let cooler heads prevail the next day, though the thought of leaving while they were at odds with each other was painful. He took another long drag of the cigarette and let his breath out slowly. He watched Padfoot frolic through the damp grass. His puppy would be so devastated to lose his newfound friend just because Sirius couldn't keep it together. He stumped out his cigarette on the soft, cold soil of the garden, not wanting to burn the wood of the porch. As he sat on the steps, he began shivering slightly. He should have grabbed a jacket. He should go inside. He should apologize to Remus. He did none of it. Chapter 26, Victoria's Cross. Sirius didn't know how long he had been outside, but it was long enough that he jumped slightly when a blanket was draped over his shoulders, startling him out of his mind. Looking back at Remus, Sirius watched as the other slowly lowered himself onto the steps next to him.
Will you come in and we can talk?
Remus requested gently. It took Sirius far too long to realize the blanket was a way of giving him the option to stay out. Sirius pondered the request for a moment before nodding, whistling for Padfoot to come back. The growing weed of a dog ran over to them, tongue hanging out happily. He stood up and followed Remus into the house, a little grateful for the warmth. On the coffee table was a battered-looking box with no descriptors or indications as to what lay beneath the lid. Remus took his usual seat on the squishy chair across from the table and the couch, leaving Sirius to go and sit down on the couch, feeling as distant from the other as though there was a sea stretching between them. Remus settled into his chair and took a deep breath.
I've wondered about the marks on your back, but haven't asked because the implications are not lost on me. I'm also assuming you have wondered about the scars on my skin and not asked. By dodging around and not asking, I was saving myself from having to explain something that I don't like to talk about.
Sirius didn't interrupt, but he didn't see what this had to do with anything. They weren't fighting about being closed off or not talking about the state of their skin. They were fighting because Remus was pushy, and Sirius was incapable of just stating his issues. He kept his mouth shut and let Remus talk. Maybe he had a way of bringing this back to their current situation.
I know you hate everything that comes along with alphas. The pushy control tendencies, the pheromones, the voice, and even the bite. I know that even if you won't admit it, you hate being knotted. I've worked hard for a long time to be vastly different from most alphas. When I was younger, though, this was not the case.
Remus stopped here, and his eyes went to the box on the table. Sirius looked down at the box. It didn't look like much. It was just an old battered box. A layer of dust on the top indicated it wasn't looked at or handled very often. Something about it made Sirius uneasy. He looked away from the box and back at Remus. Those normally soft features were cast into deep lines. He seemed very troubled. Sirius swallowed. He didn't like this conversation. He didn't want to know what was in that box. What if Remus was done denying his nature and wanted a more conventional relationship? Sirius couldn't do that. It would kill him. He had to press that thought down. He knew Remus wasn't like that. Remus reminded him that often.
When I was 15, I was fairly sure I was going to go into a rut. Most of the men in my family line have. We were a very traditional family. Male alphas, female omegas, children, comfortable life, the works. I was taught that alphas are aggressive and that we can take what we want. Most of the men in my family line have also served in the military, so when I turned 15, I told my parents I wanted to go to a local military school, enter as an officer, not just an enlisted man. My parents weren't well off, but in a fit of fatherly pride, my dad scraped together the money for tuition. I believed everything I had been taught about alphas, so much so that I did very well. I took to the structure of the whole thing very quickly. It only got easier when I hit my rut. I was better, faster, stronger, so I managed to graduate a year early. I was 17 when I joined the ranks as a junior officer. Even being so young, I was respected because I hit hard and fast and left whatever enemy we were facing reeling in the wake of that strike. I lost very few engagements and very few men. In a few years, I had a lot to be proud of.
Remus reached over and lifted the lid of the box. Sirius recognized the ribbons and the medals now in front of him. He had been to enough military functions to recognize that the medals were handed out only to the best. Remus had so many of them. Sirius swallowed. The hands that were so gentle with him had been in the military. Remus had killed people. He'd been good at it. Sirius felt tears stinging his eyes. He never believed Remus could have ever truly hurt him, aside from his moments of illogical panic. On a logical level, he had believed Remus was just different. On the other side of this, he also ached for Remus. It was clear from the heaviness of his voice that he hated this part of his past.
I have a lot to atone for in those 6 years as well. My unit and several others were helping clean up this town after a battle. We wore low-grade scent suppressants, but after all day working, they faded into nothingness. I was told back then that my scent was quite sharp and overwhelming. I also wasn't used to dealing with non-military personnel, so I was a bit rough around the edges.
Remus swallowed. Sirius wanted so badly to reach for him. Even with his eyes down, Sirius could see the tears swimming in his eyes.
There was this little girl who was cowering behind a half-destroyed wall. She was covered in dirt and blood. I couldn't tell what color her hair was naturally because she was so filthy. I tried to soften myself to be kind, but I was so unused to it. I scared her. I could see it. I could smell it. She cowered away from me, as any frightened child should have. Normally, I would have just picked her up. Made her come with me. Made her get checked out. I'd done it to a million other kids, just as scared and alone. Her fear cut me to the core. It cut through the hormones, and for the first time, I saw everything. I was waiting for my instincts to do something to this child. I was acting like my alpha, and instincts were separate and uncontrollable. I saw a scared little girl and a country that I had likely helped rip apart, a community I had helped destroy. It broke something in me. I stepped back and let a beta soldier take over. I finished that tour and rotated out.
Sirius wiped at his nose with his sleeve. He could see it all so clearly, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to believe that this nice, kind man was so brutal that children feared him.
I wasn't so sure what I would do after I left. I went to university mostly to keep my daddy off my back. I still wasn't this person. It wasn't until I was out with a few, I wouldn't call them friends, just some people you sort of hang out with. We were all in the same class. We happened across a young man who was walking. I don't know why, but he wasn't wearing suppressants and looked a little drunk, so it was easy to clock him as an Omega. I was willing to just leave it alone, but the others I was with started giving him a hard time, catcalling and jeering. We weren't drunk, so it was easy for them to catch up and sort of herd him back. Something about me being the only poof in the group and look my present was practically gift-wrapped and plopped into my lap. I thought about it for a solid minute. He was an Omega, and as an Alpha, I was entitled to what I wanted. Then he looked up at me and asked what was happening. Was I going to hurt him? He also mentioned something about he didn't know where he was and just wanted to go home and please don't hurt me.
Sirius could see this too. Alphas like to play with unprotected Omegas who didn't do enough to look after themselves. He'd never been in this situation before, but he'd been in similar ones. The only problem was, the Alpha hurting him was supposed to be the Alpha protecting him.
I didn't hurt him or take advantage. I felt sick at the thought I had come that close to taking something that wasn't freely offered. I told the people I was with to get stuffed and walked him back to his dorm. I made sure he got into his room with a glass of water. I did not put him to bed. In fact, I avoided touching him as much as I could. I worked on getting rid of all of it. The aggressiveness, the entitlement, and the macho posturing. I'll back down and even submit before fighting another alpha. I worked very hard at making sure I saw omegas and betas as equals before I dated. That's why some of my past here bothers me. When I started sleeping around, I slipped into some of my old habits. That's why Lily is my moral compass. She'll tell me if I'm being unkind or acting like an alpha.
Sirius picked up one of the medals. It was a Victoria Cross. This was not something they just gave away. He swallowed again. He didn't know what to say.
This is why I won't give in to what you're asking me. I need to know you are okay, not just physically. I can smell that. I need to know that you're not going to look at me in the morning with betrayal written on your pretty face and fear in those eyes of yours.
Sirius dropped the medal and got up. He made his way around the table and pushed himself into Remus's hold, settling on his lap.
That would never happen.
Sirius assured him. Those warm, strong arms slowly wrapped around him, holding him in a perfect little cocoon. He had never felt anything but safe in Remus's hold.
I trust you, Remus.
It took a lot to say this. It was the truth. Sirius was sure he had never said anything more true. Still, it was hard to say. It made him feel so open and vulnerable that he trembled in the hold. Remus kissed the top of his head. He held Sirius close, and a hand brushed gently over his shoulder. Sirius shifted away from the touch, trying to hide his wince of pain. His shoulder was still sore. Remus automatically softened his hand and looked into bright, mercurial eyes.
What's wrong with your shoulder, Sirius?
Remus probed gently. Sirius swallowed. Remus had bared his soul to him.
My ex grabbed my arm after about a month into dating and yanked me into him. It dislocated my shoulder and tore some ligaments. The doctor put me in a sling for a few weeks, but it never healed right. Before you tell me to go to a doctor, please don't. I can't stand the looks they give me and the advice. A mating bite is not going to fix all my problems.
Sirius murmured, not looking up at Remus. He felt those fingers shift slightly and run along his shoulder blade.
Please don't move. I promise I won't hurt you. I want to find the edge of the injury so I can figure out if I can give you some relief or not.
Remus's voice was soft, with not a trace of alpha domination in it. Sirius relaxed into his touch. Remus's fingers were gentle as they traced along his shoulder. As soon as Sirius tensed, he stopped. He He removed his hand and placed it under Sirius's chin.
Are we okay?
Sirius nodded, wiping his eyes.
Thank you for telling me.
Sirius murmured, leaning in and kissing Remus softly.
Thank you for listening.
Remus ran his fingers over Sirius's cheeks, catching any stray tears that the other missed. Sirius just leaned his face into the soft caress of Remus's hands.
Would you want to come upstairs and see if I can work out some of the knots in your back? I won't be able to completely undo the pain, but I would like to help.
Sirius nodded and slowly got off Remus's lap and stood up fully. He followed Remus up the stairs. He excused himself for a moment and ducked into the bathroom to wash his face from the tears. When he came back into the bedroom, Remus had turned off the main light and lit a bunch of candles. Mooney and Padfoot were curled up on a bed in the corner.
As he keeps getting bigger, and with you seeing me, we'll have to get bigger pet beds,
Remus mentioned.
I don't think so. Mooney can just sleep on the pup.
Sirius suggested. Remus tipped his head and considered it for a moment before nodding. Remus stepped up to Sirius and nudged his face against his neck, breathing in the soft scent of leather and tobacco.
You rinsed off your suppressant.
Remus sounded surprised but pleased. Sirius tipped his head, so Remus had more access to his skin. Those soft lips on his skin were lovely. Remus's hands slid under his shirt. Warm hands traced over the lines of his chest and tweaked his nipples. Sirius gave a soft sigh.
Off.
Sirius raised his arms and let the shirt be pushed off.
Yours also off?
Sirius asked. Remus agreed and peeled off his shirt. Sirius ran his hands over Remus's chest. He leaned in, taking in the soft, comforting scent of Remus.
How was your scent, Scary?
It was described as sharp. The forest scent was more prominent and overwhelming, like that heavy sap scent in spring. Too much all at once. The laundry scent came after I started working to be better.
Remus murmured. Sirius nodded, running his lips over Remus's scent gland.
You smell so good.
Sirius trilled. Remus's hands tangled in his hair as Sirius trailed kisses over his neck and shoulder. He trailed kisses over Remus's chest and ran his tongue over one of the flat nipples. Remus gave a low groan that rolled up Sirius's spine.
I did not bring you up here to grope you. I brought you up here to help with your injury. Now come on, let me make you feel better.
Remus murmured and urged Sirius over to the bed.
You lit a bunch of candles after inviting me up to your room. What was I supposed to think?
Sirius smirked, but did as he was asked and laid down. He actually checked with his brain before rolling over onto his stomach. He adjusted the pillow so it wasn't trying to suffocate him. The bed dipped, and he could smell something that made him think of coffee.
The only lotion I have is a coffee-scented one.
Remus's voice was soft and smooth.
I like it. Makes me think of a coffee shop, and I love the smell of coffee shops.
Sirius responded. Remus moved and paused.
Can I straddle your thighs?
Remus asked. Sirius found his gratitude rising. He hated that he had ended up so upset with Remus. It was clear he was working so hard not to scare Sirius.
Yeah.
Sirius nodded, relaxing more into the bed. Remus moved to settle on Sirius's upper thighs.
Why do you wear floral suppressants instead of the unscented ones that are so common?
Cool lotion painted lines across Sirius's back. He hummed happily when warm hands chased away the chill.
Wearing an unscented suppressant for a long time was basically a walking announcement. Oh, look at me. I block my scent completely. I must be an omega. I know that's less of an issue now as everyone is adopting unscented suppressants, but still. Add to that my ex didn't like that I didn't have the same floral scents of so many other omegas.
Sirius answered, enjoying the strong fingers working out his knots. He hummed happily.
I have one that smells like old books if you would like to try something different.
Remus responded, digging his fingers in a little bit to a knot right under a scar. His fingers were gentle on the scars. Made sense. Remus's own scars were likely sensitive to pressure.
I will give it a sniff tomorrow.
Sirius murmured. He felt Remus trace the longest scar on his back. It stretched from his uninjured shoulder all the way to his hip.
My father did that with a horsewhip. He was trying to help tame a stallion for breeding. My grandfather bred racing horses as a hobby. I got in the way. I was 12, and I don't remember much of that day. I remember being yelled at and the whip breaking across my back. I woke up in the hospital. My mother had told the police and doctors that it was an accident. I almost believed her until I was 16, and he told me he wished I had died when he took the whip to my back, rather than shame him as an omega.
Sirius had never told anyone this before. No one had ever bothered to notice the marks on his back. His ex seemed to take it as an invitation to add to them. He had whipped Sirius a few times with a belt. It was never as bad as it had been while growing up, but Sirius had still spent a lot of time trying to cover bleeding welts with bandages using a mirror.
Are all of your scars from beatings?
Remus asked quietly. His fingers were still tracing the scars, but he was still searching out and releasing knots in Sirius's back. It felt nice.
Most of the ones on my back are, with the exception of a few scars my ex left on me after biting me roughly. I have a few from just being a little too reckless as a kid. Regulus helped bandage most of them when we were younger, but when he hit 16 he seemed to think I deserved it. I was on my own after that.
Sirius answered. Remus's hand stopped. Sirius started slightly when Remus's lips brushed over his shoulder.
I'm sorry you had to endure that.
Remus's voice was soft and sincere. Sirius took a deep breath.
Let me roll over.
It wasn't really a request. He knew Remus would let him move even if he hadn't phrased it as a question. Remus shifted immediately so Sirius could roll over to face him. He pulled Remus close and kissed him softly. Their lips pressed together and parted at the same time. Their tongues tangled, and their chests were pressed together. Sirius shifted his legs so he could part them and bend his knees. He felt safe and cared for as Remus's arms cradled him. He tangled his hands in that soft, sandy hair. When their lips parted and Remus's lips moved down his jaw, Sirius traced his hands over Remus's shoulders. He could feel the scars under his gentle touch. He was glad to have shared his past with Remus, and he was glad Remus had told him about his past. He felt so much closer to Remus now. Remus took his time, lavishing attention over Sirius's shoulders and neck. He could feel the light nibbles and gentle kisses, but never once did Remus's teeth scrape in a way that had him panicking. Though he could tell he would have a few marks in the morning. When his mouth closed over a nipple, Sirius gave a soft gasp. It felt amazing. He tangled his hands in that pretty hair again. Remus spent time on both nipples until Sirius's hips were moving in the air. Remus kissed the middle of his chest.
Can I take off your pants?
Fuck, Remus. You are going to make me lose my goddamn mind. You've seen me naked already. Just take off my fucking pants,
Sirius demanded.
Don't be a brat.
Remus admonished but undid the button and zipper before tugging off the pants. Sirius grinned when Remus had to step off the bed completely to pull off his skinny jeans. Remus dropped them on the floor, giving him an unamused look before leaning back down. He didn't remove Sirius's tight briefs, but instead pressed a kiss to the damp tip and moved back onto the bed. He leaned over Sirius and kissed him long and deep, stealing his breath. The smell of chocolate was thick in the air. It reminded Sirius of the time he had visited a chocolate factory with his school.
Will you roll on your side for me?
Remus's voice was a little breathless from the kiss as Sirius's brain melted. He did as he was asked. A moment later, a very naked Remus was pressed against him.
Not fair. I wanted to see you naked.
Sirius griped. A strong arm came around him, pulling him even closer. He could feel the bulge pressing against him through his briefs. He found he was grateful they were still on. That was a revelation.
I will do a little dance for you in a bit if you would like, but for now I have other plans.
Remus purred against Sirius's ear. That breath on his ear and the gentle kisses to the sensitive skin had him pressing back into Remus. The bulge pressed deeper, sliding between his cheeks. He would have felt embarrassed for how damp he was, if not for the deep sound of appreciation that came from Remus. Sirius felt Remus's hand slide along his thigh and lift his leg, settling it up over his hip. Remus moved just slightly, and Sirius could feel the erection pressing against his hole. The fabric kept an accidental penetration from happening. Sirius allowed himself to sink into the safety of the moment. Remus wasn't about to force himself into Sirius unprepared or with a bare amount of lube. He held Sirius close, breathing against his ear and neck. God, it was so intense. Sirius could feel Remus pressed so close, and every brush of that mushroom head against his hole had him moaning. He reached down to take himself in hand. Remus caught and held him firmly.
That is my job, and I will not have you rushing me.
Sirius didn't fight the hold. He didn't have to. Remus wasn't holding him tight enough to pose any actual restriction. While he was held, he could easily slide free.
You feel so good,
Sirius murmured and turned his head. Remus kissed him. As their tongues tangled, Remus moved against Sirius. He set a slow pace that had Sirius thrusting against him to try and make it go faster. Remus didn't give in. He kept the pace slow. His cock dragged over the hidden opening with every movement of his hips. Sirius was practically sobbing as Remus worked him over.
Remus, please, so close. Wanna come?
He breathed, leaning into his tormentor. Remus snaked a hand into his briefs and started stroking him at the same pace as his hips moved.
I've got you, baby boy. Wait for me.
Remus lavished his ear gently, tugging at the silver piercing. Sirius groaned and fell back against him. Honestly, it was hot. Annoying, but hot. He moved his hips in time with the hip thrusts. The swelling of the knot told him Remus was close.
Oh, Sirius, come for me.
Sirius exploded across Remus's hand just as warmth spurted against him. Even through his briefs, he could feel the cum against that place. His orgasm ripped through him, momentarily wiping out everything, even his name. He came back down slowly to Remus holding him close.
Not every massage is going to be a happy ending, mister.
Sirius pretended to gripe as strong fingers ran through his hair.
I thought the masseuse was supposed to explain that to the customer.
Remus responded. Sirius shrugged. Remus kissed the top of his head. They cuddled until the cum clinging to both of them grew cold and sticky. Remus got up to get a warm rag.
Do I get to see that dance now?
Sirius asked, lounging on the bed. Remus gave him an amused look. He tossed the damp rag in the hamper and swung his hips alluringly. Sirius was glad he was playing along. Remus slowly sashayed across the room, blowing out candles as he went. Sirius admired the lean lines of Remus's body and traced scars to their origin or end. He was thrilled when Remus actively paid attention, even turning when Sirius made the motion with his finger. He couldn't imagine any of the alphas he had been with in the past doing this for him. Chapter 27, Curiosity. They had just made it to their normal spot on the hill, and Sirius leaned on the rock. He should be admiring the scene. The sunrise was particularly beautiful today, but instead he was admiring Remus stretching. He wasn't ashamed either when Remus turned and caught him staring. He was his boyfriend, wasn't he? He was allowed to stare. Remus just smirked and made his way over to Sirius, leaning against the rock with him, actually looking over the view.
So, Lily and I were talking about a double date. Would you like to go to the movies with me tomorrow?
Remus proposed, looking over at Sirius from the corner of his eyes. Sirius didn't even bother asking when Remus and Lily had this conversation. He didn't need to know about the weird telepathic connection they had.
As if you had to ask, I would love to.
Sirius chuckled, leaning back against Remus when the other pressed in closer. Remus smiled and brushed back a stray lock of hair that had slipped free from his hair tie.
But I have to ask, what are we going to see? Because I can already tell you that if it is horror movies, I will become a feral koala.
Sirius could tell he had derailed Remus for a moment.
Feral koala.
He mused, and Sirius nodded, moving Remus so he was standing with his shoulder facing the rock, then wrapped his arms around the limb and hugged it close.
Cling like a koala, all night, possibly even try and climb you.
Sirius murmured, pressing his face against Remus's shoulder. Remus considered for a second before shaking Sirius loose.
You say this like it is supposed to deter me from taking you to a horror movie.
Remus hummed, wrapping his arms around Sirius, who just shrugged. He wasn't going to deter Remus from a movie.
Up to you.
Sirius responded. Remus leaned in and kissed him softly.
No, it's down to Lily, and knowing her, she's channeled her inner teenage girl self, who was on the dance team, and make it so we're going to see some cheesy Halloween-themed rom-com.
Remus seemed resigned to this fact. Sirius, however, was sidetracked this time.
Wait, Lily was on the dance team in secondary school. Oh, this I have to see.
Sirius responded. Remus met his eyes with a wary look.
And this is how I die, by giving the man I am seeing blackmail material against a very formidable ginger in my life.
Remus also seemed resigned to this fact.
Lily won't kill you?
Sirius said with absolute certainty, wrapping his legs around Remus.
She'll make you wish she had.
I really don't know how you handle it here. I'm so bored.
Regulus moaned as he plopped down at the breakfast table with a cup of coffee. Sirius glanced up from his laptop at his little brother.
I came here because London was too much for me. I like how quiet it normally is here. I have a book to write.
Sirius responded. Regulus gave him a scrunched-up face that Sirius returned with interest. There was a loud knocking that set off Padfoot, who had recently started barking at everything, including his own shadow.
I came because I thought it was going to be quiet, but between my nosy neighbor, annoying little brother, and exuberant puppy, I'm never going to get this done. I should hire a ghostwriter.
Sirius muttered, closing his laptop. He stood up and used a sock-covered foot to push Padfoot back from the door. He would soon be too big for Sirius to do that.
Lily has some choice words for you. I come bearing pumpkin cookies.
James smiled at Sirius when he opened the door.
Whatever it is, I am nearly positive it's either Remus or Regulus's fault.
Sirius shamelessly threw them under the bus while allowing in the couple and the small child. Padfoot immediately sat back on his haunches waiting for Lily to place Harry on the floor. The boy seemed delighted to be covered in dog slobber.
Rem mentioned he let it slip that I was on the dance team in secondary school. I thought I would come and tell you myself that I burned all the pictures, and only James gets to see me in the outfit anymore.
Lily flipped her long red hair over her shoulder.
That was more information than I ever wanted to know.
Sirius scrunched his face in fake disgust, taking one of the cookies from the plate James had set on the counter.
And yet we all have to hear about how amazing Remus is at all hours.
Regulus responded derisively.
You don't have to listen, little brother. Ignore him. He's bored and hasn't had his caffeine infusion yet.
Sirius waved him off dismissively. He probably deserved to be beamed in the back of the head with the bunched-up ball of paper. He leaned down and tossed it back at Regulus, hitting him in the face.
So it's going well with Remus then?
Lily asked, sitting at the counter and stealing one of the cookies. Sirius didn't even bother to try and stop her. He would never be able to eat all the cookies anyway. He should try and dissuade people from bringing them. He understood it was a nice thing done for people in a small town, but for him, it was just something sitting on his counter.
I've told you before, Lily dearest. A true gentleman does not kiss and tell.
He winked at her, finishing off the cookie.
I especially don't kiss and tell in front of your husband and my little brother. These are excellent, by the way.
Sirius complimented James.
Yeah, he just texts explicit things at me while badgering me.
Regulus responded, not rising from the table to join them. Sirius guessed he was scrolling through his phone.
If I don't hear it now from you, I will hear it from her later.
James supplied, nodding to Lily.
Have you been using my love life as a conversation starter?
Sirius pretended to be offended. Lily shrugged, unashamed. Sirius walked around James to get down a couple more mugs and poured them each a measure of coffee. He also topped off Regulus's mug but tugged on his hair as he walked past. It got him a low growl.
Oh, so sowy.
Sirius muttered at him. There was something so nostalgic about tormenting Regulus. It brought him back to an easier time in life. He returned the pot to the warmer and sat back next to Lily.
Not much to tell, he's sweet.
Oh, come on. One of you has to give me the naughty details. I might implode.
Lily demanded. James was looking at her a little concerned.
You act like we don't have sex regularly.
James gave her a look that was a mix of amused and disappointed. She waved him off, and Sirius allowed his grin to widen.
Oh, so I am not the only one holding back here. If you want details, I want details. What is James packing under that sweater?
Sirius asked, and James wiggled his eyebrows at Sirius. This made Sirius laugh. There were not many straight men that would play along with his leering.
He's a total hot dad, but that's not the point. Do you really want to hear about heterosexual sex?
Lily asked, and Sirius shrugged. He made his living on writing filth. He doubted anything she came up with could disturb him. He'd read a thirsty teen fan's letter to him.
A 15-year-old from Akron, Ohio, asked me to put my pork in her vulva. You're not nearly as cringe.
Sirius pointed out. All the adults in the room winced. Harry giggled loudly. James, Lily, and Sirius all glanced over. Regulus was on the floor with the baby and the puppy, amusing both of them with a rubber band. He would pull it tight and have Harry pluck at it. It made a little noise against the floor or Regulus's skin.
Well, last night Lily asked me to wear these pants that are tighter than I am used to.
James started.
James.
Lily cut him off, her face flushing a bright crimson. Her husband fell silent with a shrug. Sirius bit his lip to keep from grinning. It was clear she drew the line somewhere. She snapped a picture of Regulus playing with the baby.
Come on, I have been your biggest cheerleader since day one.
Remus is very respectful and kind. That is all I am sharing about my love life, following the theme of respect Remus and I are working on.
Sirius replied, crossing his legs and sipping at his coffee. Lily looked like she wanted to argue, but decided against it. She glanced back over at Regulus, interacting with the baby happily. Padfoot just seemed happy to have two people on the floor with him.
How did you two get so good with babies?
Lily asked.
I mean, the Black family always had babies around, but most of them were tended to by the nannies in each home. I learned about children from my Omega classes, and I don't know how Reg learned how to take care of babies.
Sirius shrugged, watching Regulus pick up the small boy and blow a raspberry into his chubby cheek.
I spent a lot of time with the families of people I met at university. Kids and babies were commonplace. Even weirder, some people I know from school are having babies. On purpose. I can barely take care of myself, let alone keep a whole other human alive.
Regulus tucked Harry into his arms. He stood up and started rocking the infant in his arms, making faces at him. Harry seemed fascinated by him. He reached for the short curls adorning Regulus's head. He couldn't catch them like he could with Sirius's curls. He continued to rock the small child in his arms.
Well, now I know which house to come to when I can't get him to sleep.
Lily commented as Regulus spoke to the small child.
If you are going to use me as baby melatonin, I expect to get paid.
Regulus pointed out. Sirius shook his head at him.
We don't charge friends for use as an infant sleep aid.
Sirius argued. Regulus made a face but didn't argue any further. Sirius watched as he continued to lightly rock Harry. He and his brother had never really talked about children or families. To be fair, when he left the house in Regulus's life, they had been young. He wondered if his brother wanted children. That would have to be a conversation for them at a later date. In the meantime, he enjoyed watching his brother play with the baby and spending some time with his other friends in the sleepy little town. Chapter 28, Pumpkin Pie. Later the following evening, Sirius led Padfoot to the bookshop, ignoring the closed sign and pushing open the unlocked door.
Did you not get my message? I'm running late tonight.
Remus asked, glancing up when the bell rang.
I did get your message and decided to come anyway. I can hang out or help with whatever.
Sirius informed, leaning down to let Padfoot loose. The rapidly growing puppy made his way over to Remus. Remus leaned down and rubbed his ears.
I appreciate it.
Remus's voice was soft. Sirius made his way over to the man at the counter. He gave Remus a gentle kiss and smiled as Remus tucked a strand of dark hair behind his ear.
I don't need any help, though. I'm just behind on some paperwork.
You do realize that spending time with you is not some torture method.
Sirius murmured and moved behind the counter. He sat in a chair right next to Remus. Remus gave him a look.
You are wholly distracting. I can smell the parchment scent suppressant, which makes me want to nuzzle into your neck until I can find the rich leather and tobacco I like far more.
Remus huffed gently. Sirius let his lips curve even as he felt his stomach clench in a good way. He didn't have to let on how much Remus affected him.
The sooner you finish up, the sooner we can head out. I will rinse off when we get in for the night.
Sirius responded. Remus sighed but turned back to his computer. Sirius grinned even further and pulled out his phone. As Remus clicked away on his computer, Sirius grew bored, so he made his way over to the donation pile and started sorting out books. Occasionally, he would flip through a book based on the title. Finally, Remus closed his computer and made his way over.
Thank you for sorting the books.
Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius from behind. Sirius tipped his head so Remus could nose at his neck. Gentle kisses were laid over his scent gland.
Are you ready to go?
Sirius asked, running his hands over Remus's arms and getting a nod. He linked Padfoot back up to his leash. Remus flipped off the lights and turned the sign to closed. Sirius zipped up his jacket against the cold night as Remus locked the door.
So, Halloween is next week, and you said your favorite holiday is Halloween. Any traditions you have?
Remus asked, and Sirius shook his head. Remus gave him a curious look.
I wasn't allowed to celebrate it as a child because my family was above such a common display of, fucking happiness and innocence. As an adult, I was dating an abusive ass. I ate copious amounts of candy and ice cream, always washing them down with booze, and watched Halloween movies.
Sirius shrugged. Remus wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him close. Sirius recognized Remus was trying to comfort him.
What have you always wanted to do?
Remus asked as they walked along. Sirius considered this. He had a million things he would want to do for the holiday he loved so much. He had always loved the idea of Halloween without actually doing anything to celebrate it. He should decorate his place.
I would love to dress up and hand out candy, or go to a haunted house, but barring all of that, carving a pumpkin always looked fun.
Sirius responded. He had seen pumpkin carving when he was younger and had always wanted to do it.
There is a haunted house the church puts on. I know it sounds lame, but they focus on sins and hell. It's very creepy.
Remus explained when Sirius shot him a look. He usually steered clear of churches. Being gay and an independent Omega meant the church didn't like him. Sirius was saved from having to decide whether or not to take this explanation seriously by his phone ringing. He frowned at the screen. It was a health clinic in London that he had used on occasion, usually after his ex cheated on him or shared him with others.
Hello.
He tried to keep his voice calm as he answered. They turned down the path at Remus's place.
Good evening, is this Sirius Black?
A professionally sounding man's voice on the other end asked. Sirius confirmed his identity.
I am calling to inform you that you have been exposed to HIV. A person who was recently identified as positive listed you as a partner.
Sirius felt his stomach drop. He stopped walking for a moment. Padfoot shot him an annoyed look at him as the leash suddenly went tense. Remus frowned and stopped.
Pardon?
He asked, praying he heard incorrectly. It was repeated and sounded worse. He swallowed.
Thank you. Have a good night.
He hung up, still being slightly polite even though he was not sure what he should say.
Are you okay?
Remus asked. Sirius felt his eyes sting. His ex couldn't keep doing this to him. He couldn't keep affecting Sirius's life like this.
No.
Sirius said shortly.
Let's go in. It's too cold and I know how small towns work.
Remus nodded and pulled out his keys to unlock the front door. They stepped inside. On autopilot, he kicked off his shoes and shed his jacket.
What happened?
Remus asked softly as they headed into the kitchen to feed Mooney. Sirius was still trying to wrap his head around what he had just heard. He was coming out of shock and getting pissed. His ex had never used condoms. Sirius had never thought to protest. After the first time they had sex, he'd been tested and come back clean. Why should he start having standards at that point? He should have been careful because his ex had been unfaithful, and now he had turned around and exposed someone else. If he was positive, he'd exposed Remus, the sweetest man he knew, to HIV. He had already guessed that Remus had some kind of immune system disorder from the comments about being very sick several times a year. He swallowed and cleared his throat. He had to tell Remus this had to be dealt with.
The call was from a clinic in London. It appears my ex recently tested positive for HIV and had the decency to list my name and his past partners.
Sirius didn't look at Remus as he spoke. He examined his nails against the counter. He heard the soft inhale and glanced up. Remus was looking toward the living room. Sirius guessed he was thinking about the blowjob on the couch. Sirius was more concerned about the rim job in the bedroom.
I'll take the day off tomorrow and we can go get tested.
Remus answered a moment later. Sirius lifted his head to properly look at Remus. He was feeling dirty and ashamed about the whole thing. Remus didn't even look upset.
You look like you're expecting me to blow up. This isn't your fault, Sirius. I could have been careful. I knew you had a rough past. We'll deal with what we have to.
Sirius felt his eyes sting. He was getting tired of crying all the time. It was wearing on his soul.
I don't expect you to be upset, but I am upset with myself. My past has put you at risk and is affecting my life. Again, I promised myself when I left London that I wouldn't let him have any power over me.
He hated that this was a thing he even had to think about. He hated that his ex had done this to him, and now Remus.
You're going to have to try harder to get rid of me.
Remus joked and came over to where Sirius was standing with his arms wrapped around himself.
We'll be okay.
Remus kissed his forehead and hugged him tightly. It helped, but only a little. Sirius didn't want to spend the day in a doctor's office. Though, at this point, he didn't have much of a choice. The sooner this was dealt with, the sooner they could figure out the next step.
Until tomorrow, though, we aren't going to worry over something that might not even be an issue.
Sirius picked at his nails as they sat in the waiting room. He was on edge already, and they hadn't even been here that long. He never liked the clinical smells of doctors' offices, hospitals, and clinics. A large tan hand settled over his, stopping him from picking at the skin. Sirius glanced over at Remus. Remus looked calm. Sirius was unsure of how he managed. Between the smell and what they were here for, Sirius was about to crawl out of his skin. He hated this. He hated that he and Remus had been exposed without a choice, without consent. If he had known he had been exposed, he never would have exposed Remus to that. He felt guilty about that more than anything else. He knew Remus would never blame him, but Sirius was blaming himself at this point. Remus moved his arm over Sirius's shoulders and pulled him a bit closer. The comforting smell that was Remus washed over him. It soothed the edges of his frayed nerves. He didn't care that he was grounding himself in Remus like they were a bonded couple. The scent worked, and Sirius needed it to get through this. Remus rubbed soothing circles on his back as they sat in the uncomfortable plastic chairs.
Lupin Black,
the nurse called. They stood up, Remus sounding a bit like dry wood crackling in a fire. Remus took Sirius's hand as they walked. The short walk across the waiting room felt like it took ages. Finally, they stood in front of the nice woman in lime green scrubs.
Hello, fellas. Come along. This won't take long at all.
She led them back to a private room.
Now, you can do this yourself, or I can do it for you. It's a finger prick and right into the little tube.
She held up the small plastic box that contained a lance and a small tube that looked like a clear coffee stirrer. Remus took his lance from the nurse. He disinfected his finger and confidently pricked the flesh. Sirius, ever the coward when it came to pain and blood, let the nurse do it for him. To his surprise, when she pricked him, he didn't really feel it at all, even when she squeezed the blood into the tube.
Alrighty then, so the little straw goes in here.
She demonstrated with Sirius's test for Remus to mimic.
And we should know the results in about 5 minutes. Now take this swab and run it along the inside of both cheeks and the gum line. We can test for everything else. These results will be emailed to you in about 24 hours. We are closed on Sunday, so they might not hit you until Monday, but nothing to worry about.
Her cheery attitude was admired, but Sirius wished she would tone it down a little bit. He was panicking, even though he knew he shouldn't. There was no point in worrying until the test results came back. He took the swab from her and ran it along his mouth like she told him and returned it to her.
Any risks either of you knows about?
She asked after washing her hands, picking up her clipboard.
The London clinic called me yesterday to tell me a previous partner had tested positive for HIV.
Sirius muttered, examining the flaking polish on his nails. Her face never changed expression. She just wrote this down.
With your permission, I will pass the results on to them so they can either conclude or continue their tracing.
Her voice was still chipper, but her expression was a bit softer now. Sirius recognized it as pity. He wanted to bristle, but the pity was tempered with kindness. He nodded and signed the agreement when it was offered to him.
Any partners we need to contact?
I brought the only other person I put at risk with me.
Sirius commented dully, pointing at Remus. He placed a hand on Sirius's shoulder. The warm touch helped ground him.
When was the last time you were with the ex that tested positive?
She hummed, writing down the information. Sirius didn't want to answer any more questions, but he knew this was the process to get HIV and AIDS under control in the Alphabet Mafia community.
About 2 or so months ago.
He responded, and she made another note on the clipboard. She went through a similar series of questions with Remus before finally setting down her clipboard.
Well, fellas, it is my pleasure to announce that your tests came back negative. These are fairly accurate, but I want you both to come back at the year mark and get tested again.
She pulled on gloves, showed them the tests, and then tossed them into the biohazard bin. Sirius felt his heart slow a bit. They were given a bit of advice on their risk factor. She said it was low. She would talk to the London clinic to see if there was any further information she could give them. They paid and made their way back outside. The wind whipped around them, carrying leaves through Sirius's hair and over Remus's shoulders.
See, city boy, easy peasy. And now we have the whole day to ourselves.
Remus smiled gently, pulling Sirius close. Sirius buried himself in the warm hold.
We should go to the Hogsheade. Aberforth should have some fresh pumpkin pie. If we get there now, it might still be warm.
Remus suggested, running his fingers through Sirius's hair.
You just want to see if your dating app is working.
Sirius accused and got a low chuckle and shrug. He pulled back just slightly and touched his lips. Remus smiled at him and leaned in. Their lips met in a gentle kiss.
You know, you could always ask if you want a kiss.
Remus pulled back. Sirius appreciated him not wanting to get sloppy in public.
Sometimes I can't verbalize. Besides, you understood what I wanted. Why would I verbalize?
Sirius replied. Remus considered this and shrugged. They made their way back into the center of town and into the Hogsheade. Sirius's eyes narrowed at the familiar form at the counter.
Oh, your brother is here.
Remus commented idly as they made their way up to the bar.
Why are you always here?
Sirius asked, sitting next to Regulus and nodding thanks to Aberforth when he placed a mug down and poured coffee into it.
Well, since you have abandoned me for Remus, I figured I still had to eat breakfast. The last time I tried cooking at the dorms, Pandora threatened to kill me. If I can nearly burn down a dorm room with a hot plate, can you imagine what I would do with an actual gas range and no supervision?
Regulus responded, wiping his mouth and thanking Aberforth for the refill.
I've seen you cook before,
Sirius commented.
How did you almost burn down a dorm room with a hot plate?
Remus asked at the same moment.
Before you get into this interesting conversation, what do you want to eat?
Aberforth gruffed out. Sirius realized they were holding him up.
I came to get pie.
Remus answered, and Aberforth glanced over at him.
You can't be eating only pie for brekkie. Lily'd have me balls. I'll bring you some hot cakes, and you can take the pie for afters.
Aberforth bemused. Remus sighed but nodded.
Same,
Sirius said. Aberforth walked away, muttering something that sounded like boring people under his breath.
You have not seen me cook before. You have seen me stir a pot of pasta and put away leftovers. As for the burning down of the dorm room, that wasn't my fault. I was cooking mac and cheese. One of the arseholes I was living with wandered over when I was in the bathroom and somehow managed to knock an entire roll of paper towels into the hot pot. He just stood there staring at it too. Drugs, man, they will fuck you up.
Regulus responded, crunching through a piece of bacon.
More interesting than my sordid days at university is Aberforth. All morning he has been on his phone and smiling.
Remus glanced over at the kitchen entrance.
Oh, look at that, you got Aberforth hooked up.
Sirius commented. Remus shot him an unamused look.
Did you hurt yourself?
Regulus asked, catching Sirius's hand and prodding the bandage on his finger.
Ow, you prat. No, we had to go to the stupid clinic because my stupid ex went and got his dick covered in HIV. Seriously, someone remind me that it's a crime to commit murder.
Sirius growled. Regulus frowned, but Remus smoothed the hand over his hair. Regulus finished his breakfast around the time they got theirs. He sat with them, drinking coffee and chatting.
So Aberforth got yourself a hot date.
Regulus probed when Aberforth once again pulled out his phone, typing away on it.
Nosy Baron. I do wit someone far more me age. His name is Rubius Hagrid. He's got some time off coming up, so he's gonna pop down here to meet.
Aberforth showed Regulus a picture on his phone. Sirius crowded against his brother to see. Remus waited patiently for his turn.
Good. I'm glad it's working out for you.
Remus responded when he saw the picture.
If I'd known you liked them so big, I definitely would have shown you my dick.
Regulus responded. Sirius pushed him off the bar stool.
His filter is permanently broken, and I apologize. I hope this guy is everything you're looking for.
Sirius responded.
Remember to use the extra-large Magnum condoms.
Regulus muttered as he stood up, brushing off peanut shells.
Don't objectify me.
Aberforth sounded offended, but he left the coffee pot when he went to greet some other regulars.
I hate you.
Sirius muttered. Regulus shrugged and sat back at the bar. He stole Sirius's little to-go box of pie. Aberforth gave Sirius another one before they left for the day. Chapter 29, Trust Me. The movie, a cheesy Halloween adventure, was long since over, and the slightly cold walk to the Potters was long behind them. With the babysitter now paid and sent home, the adults could have their fun. This fun turned out to be them sitting on the floor playing Uno with an increasingly drunk and giggly Lily, a James who seemed a little buzzed, and to Sirius's never-ending delight, Remus, who wasn't drinking.
Uno.
Lily shouted as she slapped down a blue 3. James placed a green 3, which Remus immediately covered with a blue 3. Sirius looked between the two of them.
Amateurs,
he commented, and in a move that had earned him a Card Shark title at home, he set down a draw 4 wild card.
Red and Uno.
He spoke mildly. Lily glared at him as she drew 4 cards and James set down a red one. Remus calmly set down a reverse. Sirius wrinkled his nose at him. James set down a red 4, and Lily cackled as she set down a skip. Remus played a red 5 like it was no big deal. It went around a few more times before Lily was able to regain her honor by slapping Sirius with a draw 4 and shouting Uno again. She won this time around, and they took their leave. It was getting late, and Harry was an early riser.
You know, as my boyfriend, you're supposed to let me win and perhaps even help me,
Sirius commented, zipping his jacket to his chin. Remus wrapped an arm around his shoulders indulgently.
Unless you have made a decision and not informed me, I thought the boyfriend label didn't apply yet.
Remus reminded him. Sirius flushed. He forgot that his revelation was just in his head, and he hadn't spoken to Remus yet.
Do you want to be boyfriends?
Remus asked, saving Sirius from having to voice his request. Sirius nodded, feeling a little shy. Remus smiled and leaned down to kiss him properly.
Good, because I want to be your boyfriend.
Remus responded and brushed back Sirius's hair. They resumed their walk after that, their hands linked together.
So see, as my boyfriend, you are supposed to let me win and help me vanquish my foes.
Sirius pressed, still convinced he was right.
No, if I let you win, that's just cheap pandering. I won't let you win when we race, and I won't let you win at card games. That way when you win, and I believe you will at some point, you'll know you did it on your own merit, not because I let you. As for vanquishing your foes, I will help you with that when the stakes are a little higher than a card game against a very drunk Lily.
Remus slung an arm over Sirius's shoulders and kissed the side of his head. Sirius felt his heart melt and drip into his shoes. It was really unfair of Remus to be that charmingly sweet. He leaned into him, and they made their way up to the house. Remus greeted Mooney and ran gentle fingers over her fur, speaking softly in Welsh. Sirius leashed up Padfoot and took him outside to do his business for the evening.
You know, you have dinner plates attached to your legs, right?
He told the dog as he sniffed a tree happily.
Are you going to grow into your dinner plates? What about those satellites you call ears?
Padfoot just looked up at him with all the love in the universe, his tongue lolling out.
Oh, I agree, you're very cute, but don't think you can just dodge the question.
They went around the block once before heading back inside. Remus was already in the shower. Sirius had a brief thought of perhaps leaving him alone in the shower and snagging one after. Then he decided he didn't want to wait that long, and they had seen each other naked before. What did it matter if they were now going to be naked in very close quarters? He made his way to the bathroom and stripped down. He stepped into the shower, and Remus blinked his eyes open when Sirius joined him under the spray.
This is a nice surprise,
Remus murmured. His arms were slick and warm as they came around Sirius.
Boyfriends can shower together.
Sirius chimed happily, cuddling close. He smirked against Remus's chest as hands ran briefly over his bottom before resting on his lower back. Even when naked in the shower, Remus was trying to make him feel like more than just a piece of meat. It was sweet. He tipped his head up and placed kisses along Remus's collarbone, getting a pleased hum. His own hands started to wander, tracing over scars, and then lower, until his hands found the prize they were looking for. Remus was slowly growing hard in his hands. Sirius gave a gentle stroke, enjoying the weight and the texture in his hand. The heavenly chocolate smell began to fill the small, steamed-up room. Sirius trailed kisses over the damp skin of Remus's chest before he sank gracefully to his knees. Normally, this position would have him panicking. He had never given a blowjob that he had enjoyed giving. However, he trusted Remus and wanted to taste him. He trusted that Remus wouldn't hurt him or force him down so deep he feared he would throw up or pass out. He trusted that Remus wouldn't want to come all over his face in a humiliating show of dominance.
Sirius.
Remus's voice was hesitant.
Rem, unless this is a matter of you not wanting me to or you're dying, shut up.
Sirius interrupted, recognizing the tone. He did glance up to make sure Remus wasn't unwilling, but all he saw was lust swirling in those green depths and a slight tremble that was Remus holding himself back. He looked down and swallowed his nerves. Remus was bigger than anything he'd ever had in his mouth before. What if it didn't fit, or he was unable to make Remus feel good? He took a deep breath through his nose, wrapping his fingers around the base. Soft fingers carted through his hair, which had been soaked down flat. Those lovely fingers never pulled or tensed. Remus wasn't forcing him down. He was giving him time and space to sort himself out. He took another deep breath and leaned forward. He ran his tongue over the tip. The water had washed away most of his initial taste, but just under the clean taste of the water was a musky flavor that had all of his thoughts turning to Remus. It was intoxicating, and he wanted more of it. He felt the low groan more than heard it. A simple pause confirmed there was no pressure from Remus. He would let Sirius stand up and leave the shower, even the house if he wanted to. He opened his mouth and took the mushroom tip in, swirling his tongue around the head. The texture and weight on his tongue were amazing. He gave a low groan and sank as far as he comfortably could. Having this level of control was amazing. He wasn't able to take all of Remus into his mouth, and his hands stroked the part he couldn't, but Remus wasn't forcing him down. The fingers in his hair had tightened, but weren't forced in any direction. He bobbed his head, flattening his tongue along the bottom of the shaft. He swallowed as best he could, already feeling a small ache in his jaw. Of course, Remus had to be fucking huge. Couldn't have made this easy on Sirius. He kept his hand wrapped around the shaft, running his hand along the part he couldn't reach with his mouth. As he continued to work his mouth over Remus, the clean water taste was replaced with something that caused a low fire to flare in Sirius's stomach. It was chocolate and desire, and this age-old urge to run through the forest, pursued by someone who desired him. It made his stomach clench, and he started gushing slick. He could smell the rich coffee that was himself, even through Remus's heavy chocolate scent. He swallowed around the hard flesh, eagerly running his tongue over the slit to catch every drop. Remus's breathing was ragged, and he was obviously working very hard at not thrusting into the stimulation. Sirius flattened his tongue again and relaxed before sinking down further. He kept his throat open until his nose touched the skin. He swallowed carefully around Remus, keeping his breathing steady. He slowly pulled back but set up a deep rhythm. He kept careful tabs on how he felt. There was no panic because he controlled the depth and the speed. It was easier to take on Remus's size the longer he did it. The ache in his jaw and his knees grew as he worked Remus over in the shower. With his hands free, he traced one over Remus's cute, tight little bottom. The other took Remus's balls in hand, weighing them carefully before rolling them gently. The low groan he got in response made it worth it. He kept up the gentle caresses as he increased his speed. The taste of Remus and the feeling of him experiencing such pleasure were intoxicating. Sirius wanted to see that expression and taste him every day for the rest of his life. He felt a small shudder run through the body pressed so close to him.
Sirius, my clothes.
Remus muttered. Sirius wouldn't be swayed. He sucked Remus down with a new determination. He wanted to feel him fall apart on his tongue.
Just don't knot in my mouth.
Sirius reminded him breathlessly before diving back in. His ex had knotted in his mouth before, and he hated it. It had hurt and had left him feeling very bruised and very objectified. Remus ran a hand over his cheek before dropping his head back. Sirius felt the second his control snapped because the low growl had shivers of delight and arousal chasing each other up his spine. A slightly salty substance coated his tongue and throat as Remus's cock pulsed in his mouth. He swallowed it all eagerly, gently licking the softening flesh clean. He only pulled back when Remus gave a small huff of overstimulation.
I knew I wouldn't find you lacking,
Sirius pointed out as he slowly stood up and straightened. Remus's green eyes were sated, and the smile on his face was dopey. This meant Sirius was unprepared to be pressed against the cold tile of the shower and be kissed within an inch of his life. His heart rate picked up slightly, but this was Remus. Pushy was fine. Pushy was exciting, at least, with Remus. When Remus was finished with his mouth heavy, kisses trailed over his jaw, and a bruise was sucked into his neck.
Your mouth is going to drive me insane,
Remus said against the skin. Sirius shivered, grateful for the steady wall and the strong body keeping him from sliding to the floor in a gooey, melted heap.
Want to touch you?
Remus's fingers ran up his crease, making it clear what he was talking about. Sirius had a moment of panic. What if he used this as a way to push Sirius into sex?
Well, you've already had fingers in you. How's that different for a cock?
He pushed that reaction away. Remus would never do that.
Do it,
he responded. Remus kissed him again. A moment later, arms were under him and his feet were lifted clean off the floor. Sirius dissolved into scandalized giggles, his legs immediately wrapping around that thick waist. Remus kept him pinned to the tile wall as his hands cupped Sirius's ass again.
You're so phenomenal,
Remus said against Sirius's skin as his fingers ran through the slick flowing out of Sirius at this point. He canted his hips back as much as he was able. He wanted those thick, talented fingers opening him up. When the first digit slid in, he couldn't help his response. He went tense in the carrying hold. Cold water rushed through him, stealing his reason for a moment. When he got a handle on it, he allowed himself to come back. He expected to feel that breach still happening, but he was empty. He opened his eyes. Remus had wrapped his arms around Sirius's waist and was watching him with concern.
Are you okay?
Got in my head for a moment. I'm okay. I want to feel you.
Sirius answered softly. He saw Remus thinking it through and prayed he wasn't about to be rejected. He removed his hand from his shoulder and placed it on Remus's face.
Please trust me. Show me how it feels with someone who doesn't want to hurt me.
Apparently, Sirius had gotten his words right for once. The hesitation melted off of Remus's face and out of his body. He adjusted his hold, and then his fingers were right there. Sirius worked hard at not tensing.
Look at me, pretty boy.
Remus's voice was so soft and loving. Sirius's mercurial eyes flicked to meet pools of peridot green. It was the intense look in those eyes that carried away his nerves. He felt a finger breach him and sucked in a surprised gasp. Before he could focus too much on it and perhaps send himself into a panic, Remus pressed against something inside of him. Fire licked through his body as arousal threatened to consume him. He tipped his head back against the tile and his whole body turned to liquid in Remus's hold. He moved his fingers carefully, but with sure movements. The insertion of the second one had Sirius reeling, but once again, a gentle press to that wonderful place inside of him, and he relaxed against the bigger intrusion. He couldn't remember a time anyone had been so gentle and slow with him. He couldn't recall a time it had ever felt this good. The warm water washed over them as Remus thrust his fingers into Sirius's body. When a third finger joined the other two, Sirius gave a small whine. Remus automatically slowed and rubbed carefully along the walls until Sirius's body had relaxed and his cock was up to full hardness again. Sirius leaned forward at that point, resting his forehead against Remus's shoulder.
Feels good.
He breathed as every movement from those talented fingers had him throbbing.
Touch yourself, love. Want to feel you come apart on my fingers.
Remus responded. Sirius gasped in response, tightening briefly. Remus had a truly filthy mouth when he wanted to. Sirius reached down and wrapped a hand around his cock, tugging on it. He tipped his head up so he could kiss Remus as he matched his rhythm. It was so good, and Sirius was so wound that he was painfully close.
Fuck Rem so close.
Sirius whispered. He bit his lip and let the next words fall from his mouth.
Can I come, please, Remus?
He expected it to make him feel sticky or weird, but it didn't. It heightened everything and felt so right as he said. His body hung on the edge, waiting for that permission, that approval.
Such a good boy for me. Come for me, Sirius.
Remus panted against his skin, his hands still moving delightfully. Sirius bit down on Remus's shoulder, carefully not breaking the skin, as he came. He spilled over his hand and his body tightened on the thrusting fingers. He spurted over tanned skin and the water washed over them. Every thrust of Remus's fingers forced a little more out of him. Sirius rode the waves blissfully until overstimulation rolled in. It only took one small sound from him for Remus to be removing his fingers. Sirius watched with tired eyes as Remus lifted the fingers to his lips.
You taste much better undiluted. Might have to spend all of Sunday relearning your taste.
Sirius shuddered and refused to unhook his ankles. Remus adjusted him, rinsing them off fully before carrying him to bed. Sirius bounced under Remus, not even caring that they were getting the bed wet. They exchanged long, languid kisses until Sirius released Remus. They dried and changed into sweats.
Did he knot your mouth?
Remus asked after a while.
Only once. It got caught behind my teeth. It hurt because he was in my throat, and the knot was pressed against my teeth. I was worried he was going to break my teeth, or that I would throw up and not be able to do anything about it.
Sirius spoke softly.
He might have tried it again had it not been for what I did next.
Remus gave him an inquisitive look, and Sirius just smirked, feeling a bit proud of himself for the moment.
My jaw locked up and I bit down hard.
He felt Remus wince.
The knot deflated immediately, and he practically threw me across the room. That was the first time he broke one of my bones.
Sirius tapped a rib that still ached sometimes. Remus stroked his hair back. He kissed Sirius's forehead. Sirius was beginning to recognize his silent sorrow for what Sirius had suffered. Chapter 30, Hagrid. Sirius joined Regulus at the bar.
You know, you could at least attempt to not look like you were banging right before you walked in.
Regulus snipped as Remus smoothed back his damp hair. Sirius shoved his brother's shoulder. He and Remus had been on a jog this morning, and unlike civilized individuals who blow-dry their hair after a shower, Remus does not see the need to do so.
And you could attempt to hide how in love with Aberforth you are. We all have our crosses to bear, baby brother.
Sirius shot back, sitting down on a stool. Regulus shot him a dirty look.
None to joking today, boyos. I's got a date coming in, and I won't be having ye scaring him off.
Aberforth admonished, setting a plate in front of Regulus and mugs in front of Sirius and Remus. Sirius mimed, zipping his lips shut. Regulus made the halo symbol over his head, and Remus snorted.
Asking the Black Brothers to behave, you have more faith in them than I do.
Remus picked up his coffee and sipped at it. Sirius poured sugar and cream into his. Aberforth checked that Sirius wanted his usual and made his way back to the kitchen.
Look at that. Remus got the bar wench a date.
Regulus was sarcastic in his congratulations.
I'm infinitely pleased with myself. Aberforth deserves to be happy.
Remus keened happily.
Oh, right. Do you want to come by the Potters with me this afternoon?
This question was directed at Sirius.
I hoped we would spend your day off together.
Sirius responded, but did glance at Regulus. He didn't want to abandon his brother completely. He already felt a little guilty about the time they weren't spending together.
She's asked me to invite baby Melatonin as well.
Remus correctly interpreted his look. Regulus sighed heavily around his eggs.
I've been known by many things over the years, some that were less than favourable, but I can honestly say I've never been referred to as a sleep aid for an infant.
Regulus bemused, looking at his meal.
If Aberforth's date gets here before we have to leave, I will go with you.
Sirius agreed he was curious about whom Aberforth had pulled. He had seen the picture, but meeting him in person would be a trip.
So when does your date get here? Because Remus is right. Holding in my personality for too long is impossible. I wouldn't want to end up exploding in a glitter and drama queen mess right as he comes through the door.
Should be walking in any time now.
Aberforth admitted, though he seemed to do so grudgingly. Sirius recognized the nerves under all of the gruffness. It was hard to agree to meet someone at the start of a relationship. All sorts of attitudes and intentions could be hidden on the internet after all. Sirius could see Aberforth had similar issues to some of the ones that held Sirius back from fully trusting Remus. He decided at that moment not to make it harder on Aberforth. They were friends and his support network. They had to give him something to fall back on if this didn't go the way he was hoping.
Are you closing early then?
Remus asked, cutting his pancakes into the perfect squares.
I might. I told him I ran his here pub. I has Rosmerta coming in to help out so I can chatter with him. But 'tis a public meeting for a reason. I just hope I don't just waffle on and bore him.
Aberforth looked both nervous and excited. It warmed Sirius up to see this man look genuinely happy about something.
I like that plan. Feels safer than just meeting him on the edge of town or something.
Sirius nodded in agreement.
What does he do for a living?
Bloke's a groundskeeper at a private school. Tay has some time off, well, that's what private education buys. If all goes well, he'll be spending a week here.
Aberforth explained the plan. So far, nothing about this seemed like a bad idea. It all seemed reasonable, which made Sirius all the happier. Hopefully this meant that Hagrid was treating Aberforth like a fully fledged human being.
He's also a beta, and I don't think has ever dated a beta afore. 'Twill be a bit of work.
Betas are nice. There's less of the instinct there to be a specific way with them.
Regulus chimed in. He shrugged as eyes focused on him.
I saw this girl for about 3 months. She was a beta, and like I said, they are nice. It was less about me being an alpha and just being a person. We didn't behave in a specific way, and I didn't have to actively fight my instincts. It was more about just hanging out. It gets easier the longer you spend around alphas and omegas, but it was just easier straight off with a beta.
Good, 'cause I'm far too old to deal with some knot-headed arsehole who thinks he can act like an aggressive, sex-addled teenager.
Aberforth visibly relaxed before looking up to the door as it swung open. The loud cowbell clanged over the door, alerting the entire building someone had arrived. It was so different from the dainty bell Remus had over his door, which always rang in a clear tone. It made Sirius think of the parody of Don't Fear the Reaper on SNL. Regulus glanced over, and Sirius could see the well-bred man have to work not to spray everyone with hot coffee. He glanced over as well, and saw what had drawn his brother up short. The picture had shown that Hagrid was a large man, which was perfect since Aberforth was not the typical Omega, but he simply looked too big to be allowed. His size combined with the wild curly hair and beard made him look like a wild man, but the fierceness of his look was offset by the open, amiable nature of his face, eyes, and posture. Sirius had met very few people he would say looked kind. Hagrid looked kind. When he saw Aberforth behind the bar, his face split into a wide grin, and he made his way over.
"Hello,"
he greeted, holding out a hand the size of a dinner plate. Sirius glanced at Aberforth, just in time to see him smile brightly. It was an earnest and genuine response that was so lovely to see. He glanced over at Remus and met a happy gaze.
Hello.
Aberforth parroted back and took the large man's hand. It was a cute moment where both of them seemed unsure of where to go from there. They dropped their hands as soon as they both seemed to realize it was awkward.
Well, if Ab isn't going to introduce us, I will do it myself. I'm Remus.
Sirius grinned as the tension shattered, and Hagrid glanced around as though suddenly realizing they weren't alone. It was odd for Sirius to see Remus's hand dwarfed by anyone else. Hagrid made Remus's hand look like a child's.
This is Sirius and Regulus.
"Chaperones,"
Hagrid asked, glancing over at Aberforth.
Friends,
Sirius corrected. He may not be as close to Aberforth as Remus or even his brother, but he could see the man had a good heart. Sirius wanted to fit in this town, wanted to be someone who was included in the group text and who knew enough of the gossip to hook Tonks up. The idea of not forming lasting relationships was out of the window. He wanted to be a part of the beautiful community he could see in this town.
"Well, 'tis nice to meet yas."
Hagrid beamed brightly. Sirius and Regulus's hands were even more dwarfed.
Would you like a cuppa or some coffee?
Aberforth offered, holding up the pot. Hagrid nodded and sat down on a stool, which whined under the man's immense size. He shed his huge coat. It looked to be made of moleskin and other leathers, and based on some of the rough stitching, Sirius felt it might be handmade. This rough around the edges man seemed like a good match for Aberforth, who seemed to have his own rough edges.
Sorry, Ab. Mum thought I was off this morning and wanted me to watch the baby. It took far too long to convince her I had a shift.
Rosmerta suddenly appeared behind the bar. She looked to be a college-aged curvy woman wearing open-toed glittery heels. Her blonde hair was curled as it fell down her back and was pinned back from her face.
Oh, you must be Hagrid.
Sirius bit back laughter as he was offered another hand. It was easy to see he was surprised by the number of people who knew who he was and what was happening here.
You should go, Chinwag. I can handle this.
She tied an apron around her waist and took the coffee pot from Aberforth.
You'd think she's the boss and not me.
Aberforth grumped, but undid his apron and swatted her lightly with it. She pretended to kick him in the butt with her glittery heel.
They're so cute together.
Rosmerta leaned on the bar across from Remus. Sirius had met her once. He knew she was in college online while she helped her mom look after some of her younger siblings.
I'm beginning to think this town has low-level telepathy. That is how everyone is in everyone else's business.
Regulus muttered, finishing off his breakfast.
Barmaid, more coffee.
He tapped his mug lightly. The dirty look Rosmerta gave him was justified.
We talk because there is nothing else to do in this town, and we all like each other. So we talk about what is going on in our lives. The next time you call me barmaid or summon me like a dog, I will pour hot coffee on your head.
Rosmerta walked away with the pot, not filling Regulus's mug.
Dude, we like Rosmerta. How do you have this ability to just alienate everyone?
Sirius groused. He glanced into his mug forlornly. His was also close to being empty. Now it didn't look like it was going to be filled anytime soon.
It's a gift passed down from our parents.
Regulus responded sarcastically. Sirius glared over at him. Regulus wasn't even looking at Sirius for the snipe fest. He was looking over at the booth in the corner.
You're so obvious in your staring,
Remus pointed out. Sirius turned back to his plate, but Regulus didn't.
If they don't want people staring, they should have met somewhere else. Besides, I'm not the only one staring.
Regulus pointed out. Everyone else was more subtle, but Sirius would be surprised if an announcement wasn't printed in the Evening Prophet.
Or we could respect their privacy. Aberforth will tell us what he wants us to know when he wants us to know it.
Sirius pointed out. He sometimes felt like he and Remus were under a very bright spotlight as the town stopped to watch their relationship play out. Now, Aberforth was under that spotlight. Relationships didn't always work, and hurdles were easier to handle without outside entities keeping score.
You're so boring.
Regulus responded but turned back to the bar and picked up his mug before remembering it was empty. He sighed and set it back down. They ate breakfast as Aberforth chatted with Hagrid in the dark corner of the pub. They heard a laugh from one or another man occasionally.
I don't think Rosmerta is going to acknowledge us this morning,
Remus mentioned when he cleared his plate. He pulled out his wallet before Sirius could even think to, and counted out several bills, setting them on the polished wood surface.
I covered it, Sirius.
Sirius immediately removed his hand from the pocket containing his wallet.
I did not cover the meal that got us ignored, however.
Sirius tried not to snicker at the scowl on Regulus's face. He didn't carry paper money. He would have to convince Rosmerta to take his card.
We'll meet you outside,
Sirius informed his brother. He and Remus shrugged back into their coats and stepped outside. Their breath fogged in the air as Sirius lit up a cigarette.
Do you feel accomplished?
For getting Aberforth a date? Absolutely. Like I've said, he's a lovely man, and he's been alone for far too long.
Remus replied. Sirius let out a long stream of smoke before turning back to Remus.
He has a kind of complicated family history that I am not going to tell you about. It's his business who knows about it.
So it's everyone's business if I do or don't want to date you, but it's no one's business that Aberforth has a tragic backstory.
Sirius mused, feeling a little ornery. Remus shrugged and leaned against the wall.
Yours was a case of misplaced distrust. Aberforth's is from a deeply rooted family issue, which is his business on who knows about it or not. It really sucks since most of the town already knows about it. I mean, it was played out in the papers when he was younger. I know he's worked hard to rehabilitate his image from that troubled teenager. I won't help the rumors spread, especially with his dates here.
Remus responded.
Just like whatever you tell me stays with me, and I hope the things I tell you stay with you.
Sirius felt his stomach tense slightly, in a good way. The remainder of their conversation the other day, and that Sirius's secrets would always be safe with Remus, was a lovely thing to think of.
Why would I share the piece you've given me with anyone else?
Sirius asked, taking another drag of his cigarette.
Why does anyone share secrets given to them by an intimate partner?
Remus returned and stole Sirius's cigarette.
They're assholes.
Sirius shrugged. Remus gave him an indulgent smile as he let out his plume of smoke. He pressed the cigarette back to Sirius's mouth.
We'll need to wash our hands and faces before holding and kissing Harry.
Remus didn't respond to Sirius's asshole comment. He figured he had hit the nail on the head, though his response did cause Sirius to stop and think. He hadn't considered the consequences of the nicotine and tobacco they were inhaling with being around a child later. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and shoved it into the nearby butt catcher.
I should quit anyway, it's bad for me. Causes wrinkles.
Sirius had been thinking of quitting for a long time. Maybe being around people who didn't smoke could be good for him. He didn't want to make Harry or the fur babies sick.
If you want to quit, I will support it, but it has to be for you.
Remus nuzzled against Sirius's neck. Sirius tipped his head slightly. All Remus would be able to smell right now was old books. Sirius much preferred the parchment scent blocker to his floral one. It still wasn't perfect, but it was nice to have a partner that didn't want him to smell like a flower shop.
I don't understand why everybody takes everything so bloody seriously all the time. The barmaid thing was clearly a joke.
Regulus griped as he let himself out of the pub with a deep scowl on his face.
Had you said that to me, I would have ignored you.
Remus pointed out, taking a step away from Sirius so they were more socially acceptable.
I would have punched you in the face, but that goes for really any alpha talking to me like that these days.
Sirius shrugged, taking Remus's hand in his own as they headed for the Potter residence.
Is she not a barmaid?
Regulus countered, looking at his brother and Remus. Sirius made a derisive sound in the back of his throat.
It doesn't matter if she is or isn't, which, by the way, no, her job title is server. While she does work at a pub, she is not owned or defined by that job. She is, Rosmerta, a good friend and a smart young woman who is going to make a mark on this world. We treat her with the inherent dignity due to all humans, regardless of their job, social status, or subgender.
Remus's voice was firm. Sirius glanced up at him.
If you're trying to seduce me, that is the way to do it.
Sirius ducked under Remus's arm. The way this beautiful man looked at the world made him feel so blessed to have met Remus. Remus kissed the top of his head. Regulus mimed vomiting. Chapter 31, Jack-o'-lantern. Sirius stepped out of the bathroom after washing his hands and face to join the others out back on the deck.
That pumpkin is bigger than the baby you claim will be carving it.
Sirius pointed out as Lily settled on the tarp with baby Harry in her hold.
That one's not for Harry.
She hummed, smirking, nodding to James, who had stepped out behind Sirius. He was carrying a more reasonably sized pumpkin.
It's for you.
Sirius paused as Remus and Regulus stepped out with prepared cookie sheets.
Rem told me you've never carved a pumpkin before, so when James was at the store getting pumpkins.
James was halfway home from getting pumpkins when Lily called. James, you need to get Sirius a pumpkin, but I'm nearly home. If you come home without a pumpkin for Sirius, I will be severely cross with you. So James turned around and went back to the store to get Sirius a pumpkin.
James snarked, cutting a circle around the stem of the pumpkin and giving it a firm tug. The slightly mocking tone in his voice had Remus grinning as he sat next to Sirius.
I don't know how deep some of your OCD issues go, but the slime has always bothered me.
Remus offered him a pair of gloves, which he took gratefully.
It wasn't that bad.
Lily argued as James trimmed the top and handed the guts to Regulus. Regulus made a face but started popping the seeds out of the orange flesh onto the sheet pan.
I assure you, love, it was.
James deadpanned, handing Harry a handful of the orange goo. Harry was immediately fascinated by it, squealing happily, crushing it in his hands, and lifting it to his mouth. No one seemed overly concerned about the baby eating the raw pumpkin, so Sirius tried to ignore it while he looked at his own pumpkin. Picking up the small carving knife, he tried to replicate what he had seen James do, though it was harder than he thought, as he couldn't even get the knife through the shell.
May I help you?
Remus asked, looking over the struggling Sirius, who glanced over at him. He could see Remus practically vibrating with his desire to help. It was sweet and kinda cute. Instead of simply taking the knife and doing it himself, he offered to help Sirius. Sirius passed the knife to him. Remus showed him how to puncture the skin and cut the circle for Sirius.
Pull.
Sirius gripped the dried stem and pulled at the top. It took a minute for it to let go, but eventually he was successful. Watching it come free with an orange stringy mass attached to it, Sirius made a face.
Now trim the bottom.
Remus handed back the knife, and Sirius trimmed off the grossness before handing it to Regulus.
Why am I designated pumpkin seed finder?
He asked.
You're the one who didn't sit at the other pumpkin there.
Lily pointed out, gesturing to another large pumpkin.
I thought it was for Remus.
Regulus protested.
I don't usually carve a pumpkin. I am helping Sirius, but that is the extent of my involvement.
Remus handed Sirius the orange scooper for the inside of the pumpkin.
Just scrape until you can't.
Sirius glanced inside the pumpkin before reaching in with the scooper. Even with gloves, it was slimy and cold.
Oh, thank you.
Regulus looked down, slightly embarrassed, but also a little thankful.
Doing something nice for the Black Brothers is like pulling teeth, I swear.
Lily rolled her eyes as she held Harry so he could reach his pudgy arms into the pumpkin to grab at the sticky guts. The kid seemed thrilled. James abandoned Lily and Harry to disembowel their pumpkin on their own to help Regulus, who seemed even less keen on the guts than Sirius, but dutifully scooped out the slimy orange insides. James supplied Regulus with a pattern book, and after a few false starts, Regulus started punching the holes in the pumpkin. Sirius went with the more traditional route, or at least he thought. Soon a lopsided jack-o'-lantern sort of half smiled at him.
Well, it certainly is creepy.
Regulus offered. Sirius looked over and laughed. The sight of his well-bred little brother covered in pumpkin guts with messy hair sitting on a blue tarp on the ground was epic.
I should send that to you. It's perfect.
Lily said from where she was still wrestling with Harry. Now that he had eaten it and felt it in his hands, it seemed he wanted to live in it. She turned her phone so Sirius could see the picture she had taken. Sirius was laughing, Regulus looked disgruntled, and Remus was looking between the two of them with a fond smile. Regulus went back to punching holes in his pumpkin until he had the whole design punched out. After showing him how to cut into the pumpkin and move the blade without breaking it, James went back to help Lily. He wrangled the baby while she finished cleaning out the pumpkin and carved out a smiling jack-o'-lantern. Hers was much nicer than Sirius's. Remus and Sirius set about liberating the seeds from the gooey orange guts and arranging them on the baking sheets.
I'm going to go bathe the baby and put him down for a nap.
Lily murmured, taking Harry and kissing James. James took the pumpkin seeds inside and Regulus disappeared to go wash his hands.
You carved a pumpkin today?
Remus murmured, and Sirius nodded, looking down at his pumpkin. It made him feel warm and floaty. He had spent the afternoon with Regulus, Remus, and his friends carving a pumpkin. The lopsided design made him very happy. Remus came over and wrapped his arms around Sirius.
I am glad to have done something like this for you.
Remus kissed Sirius softly. Sirius cuddled in closer to Remus, enjoying the gentle hold.
Hey, pretty boy,
Remus said as Sirius, Regulus, and Padfoot stepped into the shop the next night. Sirius flushed slightly at the compliment, but made his way over to the counter. He leaned over and kissed Remus softly. In the background, Regulus mimed vomiting into the trash can.
You almost done?
Sirius asked, and Remus nodded. He turned back to his computer, and Sirius ducked behind the counter to take his usual seat next to Remus. He pulled out his phone after feeling a vibration. He wrinkled his nose. Dorcas had texted him.
I don't know what your problem is, but this is not acceptable. Do I need to come to Hicksville and kick your ass?
What is unacceptable about what I sent you this morning? That character arc is perfectly reasonable.
Siri, my dear sweet lunatic, you are a smut writer, and so far you have sent me 20 chapters of the most boring, vanilla, soul-searching bullshit you have written in your whole career. You don't even have a love interest for Nathan, so it doesn't even feel like a slow burn.
Sirius tapped his phone against his leg as he considered how to answer this. He didn't have a plan for a romance of any sort. He knew it was a big deviation and likely a risk, but he wasn't sure he would even know where to start. The breakup had been a huge risk for him at the beginning of the last book of the series. Should he tell Dorcas he didn't have a plan for a romance, or would he be better off lying?
It doesn't feel like a romance because it isn't. Nathan is working on finding himself. I could include a jerk-off scene if it would help.
He saw the typing symbol in the corner. He glanced over at Remus, who was frowning at a spreadsheet. Regulus was sitting on the floor rolling a rubber ball across the floor for Padfoot. The ding of his phone brought his attention back.
Could I ask you to put it on vibrate?
Remus asked softly, glancing up from his spreadsheet.
Sorry.
Sirius murmured and silenced his phone. Remus reached over and placed a hand on his leg. Sirius enjoyed the warm hand on his thigh. It told him Remus wasn't upset by the noise, it had simply interfered with his ability to focus.
Are you insane? I have spent years building you a brand and a fan base. You can't just write whatever you want. Pull your head out of your arse. If you have to have Nathan and Damien break up, fine, but you have to give Nathan a hot sailor to soothe his aching heart and fill him up with all the love and shit.
That is legit the grossest thing you have ever said to me. Hot sailor.
I had a date this weekend. He was a hot marine, but dumb as a box of rocks and as dull as high school math class. I am seriously thinking of keeping his number in case I have trouble sleeping.
Why would you want me to model the new romance after your failed date?
He was hot and a beta.
Sirius understood this. Dorcas had similar issues as he did with dating alphas. She usually preferred betas or even other omegas.
Besides hot sailors, you could do all sorts of cliched boat-type things. Sailing out and kissing under the stars, vigorous cuddling in the middle of the ocean, and the flying thing from Titanic.
Face vomiting. When did you turn into such a girl? And a cringy fangirl on top of that. I'm not going to put Nathan with some hot dumb sailor. He deserves better, and the fans deserve better than some tried-out cliché.
Okay, what about a hot, smart beta? That could be the healing he needs after such a harsh relationship with Damien.
Sirius knew she was just being kind, but it was grating to explain his process. He usually just wrote and to hell with the editing. Working this closely with an editor made him want to lose his mind occasionally.
Why does he need a relationship? Shouldn't we, as omegas, work on stories that advocate for our right to be a person outside of a relationship? Nathan doesn't need another relationship. He needs to spend some time getting to know himself again.
The typing icon appeared and disappeared. Sirius was sure he was about to get chewed out. Dorcas was likely trying to figure out what to tell him exactly. He had a feeling he was about to get a phone call from her. Honestly, he stressed her out so much. He would deserve nothing better than to be chewed out.
Sirius Orion Black, you are a romance writer. You can't just write whatever you want, and while soul-searching shit is hip right now, it isn't you. You have to write a romantic ending, or your fans are going to drop you like a hot potato.
Oh, my full name. Very droll. I don't like this box you want me in.
You are a pain in my ass. Do your job. I know where you live.
Your eyebrows pinch together when you are concerned about something.
Remus commented, startling Sirius out of his preoccupation.
My editor is an intimidating person, and apparently my career and reputation are on the line.
Sirius responded, locking his phone and shoving it back in his pocket.
Are you ready?
Remus nodded, and Sirius stood putting his coat on.
Would you have picked up my books if they weren't romance?
Remus considered this as he chivied them to the door.
I don't typically read romance anyway, especially not, forgive me, bodice rippers. I had seen your name come across my shelves a few times before the Dark Prince series, and I shelved them as appropriate. Then I read an article about the Dark Prince series BDSM combined with consent and such, so I picked up the first one when it landed. Aside from some of Damien's more concerning aspects, it was well written.
Yeah, I find it weird reading smut written by my brother, but the book club on campus picked the Dark Prince series. I tried some of it with someone I was dating. We both were so sore the next morning.
Regulus commented as Padfoot wound his way through the three men's legs.
Nothing wrong with a straight-line pup.
Sirius commented as he untangled his legs and took the leash from Regulus.
Right, perhaps we should not discuss romance novels and various partners in the same conversation. It's odd with Regulus here.
Remus commented, looping an arm over Sirius's shoulders.
I wouldn't have picked your book up if it wasn't a romance, and you likely wouldn't be as popular as you are if not for that. You should honor that start and give Nathan and the fans the ending they deserve.
Sirius made a face at him but let the point go. Chapter 32, Hell House.
Where are we going?
Sirius asked as they walked along the path. He had never gone this way in the town. They had dropped Padfoot at the house with Mooney before Remus indicated he should layer a little.
You are really bad at surprises.
Regulus commented. Remus had kindly invited him to join them this evening.
I am determined that you two do not miss anything about Halloween. We're going to the Hell House.
Remus answered, wrapping his fingers up with Sirius's. He leaned down and nuzzled against Sirius. This helped soothe the part of him that hated not knowing.
Not as good as a conventional haunted house, but it's the best I can do. Next year we'll hit one of the professional ones in London.
Sirius was momentarily stunned. Not only was Remus already thinking of the future, but that future included Sirius. He saw them being together for at least a year. This made Sirius's heart melt. He was going to have to stop doing that. Heart stains were impossible to get out of shoes. The cross on the top of the church was visible above the hill before the rest of the building. It was a small white church with blue shutters. There was a large crowd in the parking lot. Sirius recognized most of the people in the parking lot. There were Aberforth and Hagrid, who waved across the parking lot, but the two men were near the front of the line by the front door of the church. Tonks was also in line with her parents and a girl Sirius had seen around town.
I think they might be dating.
Remus murmured after they had a brief conversation.
Remus, how are you?
A Scottish brogue asked, and Remus broke into a bright smile. He turned toward the voice, which turned out to belong to an imposing black-haired woman. The hair was drawn back into a tight bun. Sirius immediately knew this was not a person to get on the wrong side of.
Minnie.
Remus greeted warmly.
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm vexed at the moment. Have you seen Poppy? She was meant to get the tickets, and now she has vanished.
Her mouth went thin. Sirius was reminded of a teacher he had in primary school. She would often purse her lips when she was upset.
I have not seen your lovely wife, but we only just arrived.
Remus squeezed Sirius's fingers and gestured to him in Regulus.
This is Sirius and his brother Regulus.
Sirius offered his free hand to her.
Ah, yes. Aberforth was telling me about the two good-looking boys you were hanging out with. Remus, it's scandalous.
She responded before turning to Sirius properly.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Minerva McGonagall.
She shook Regulus's hand as well.
Of course, he would spin a tale of debauchery. Sirius and I are dating. I have a feeling my company is secondary to Regulus, spending time with his brother.
Remus responded. Minerva's sharp eyes traced over Sirius in their linked hands.
Good. I'm glad you have found someone,
Minerva replied. She did seem genuinely happy for him. Sirius felt flush with happiness.
Take care of him, okay?
This was directed at Sirius. Usually, alphas were left in charge of taking care of someone, but for her to talk directly to Sirius and ask him to look after Remus was spectacular. She saw him as someone capable of looking after someone as amazing as Remus.
We take care of each other,
he answered, leaning his head on Remus's shoulder. Remus slipped his hand free and wrapped his arm around Sirius instead. It was wonderfully warm and close. Sirius was surrounded by that lovely laundry scent that always seemed stronger when Remus was content.
Sorry, Kitty, that line was a mess.
Poppy bustled over to them. Where Minerva looked like a prim and proper schoolmarm with her dark hair pulled back into a severe bun and her etched features, Poppy was the opposite. She had soft blonde curls framing a round face. Minerva was thin and tall. Poppy was short and stout. She had flushed cheeks and a bright, happy smile. All of her features were beautifully soft.
Kitty.
Remus snickered as Minerva wrapped an arm around Poppy and buried her nose in the blonde curls. It was a wonderfully sweet thing. It was even more surprising when she lifted her head from the blonde halo and leveled Remus with a look that would have sent even Hercules running for the hills.
Remus John Lupin, you will put that out of your mind and never mention it again.
Minerva scolded. Sirius wasn't sure what exactly she was threatening, but he was sure he didn't want to find out.
It's only fair that I have dirt to stop you and Aberforth from gossiping about my love life.
Remus shot back. Sirius met Poppy's eyes. She rolled her eyes fondly and made a motion with her hand that gave the impression of the two of them arguing. Sirius grinned and gave Remus a side eye. This was another side of the world that he had never experienced. He didn't like to let subgenders define them, but it was well known that Omegas, especially happily mated Omegas, had a whole way of communicating that was never seen anywhere else. He failed to notice that he had placed himself in the happily mated category as he continued to communicate with Poppy.
I think we are being mocked.
Minerva seemed to tune into the two at their sides. Sirius flushed and Poppy giggled.
We're always mocking our alphas, my love.
Poppy pointed out. She leaned up and kissed Minerva's cheek, and this seemed to placate her.
Come along, let's go get in line so the church can scare us straight. Bye, guys. It was nice to meet you.
They walked away.
This town, I swear. I'm going to go insane.
Regulus muttered as they made their way over to the ticket booth. It was being run by James and Lily, who had a sleepy Harry swaddled against Lily, and wrapped in a few blankets to keep the cold out.
Isn't he a bit young for Hell House?
Remus asked as he paid Lily for 3 tickets, ignoring Regulus, who said he could buy his own. He passed one to Regulus and one to Sirius.
Which is why we are selling tickets and will be heading home as soon as the night girl is here.
Lily commented, placing the cash in the little beige lockbox on the table.
We considered crashing your date with the Black brothers and making one adult stand outside and watch the baby, but we'll go home and make Harry a big brother.
Giving up haunted houses for banging? How respectable.
Remus sounded like a snob, but fist-bumped James.
We are so naming this one proof I had sex with Lily Evans.
James commented, and Lily shoved him.
I'm not so sure Harry is yours. Are you sure someone didn't sneak in their prongs?
Remus asked. James shot him a dirty look.
Could have been Sirius.
Oh yes, because I knew Lily 2 years ago and convinced her to step out on her husband. Even if that was true, I can't make one of those with a female beta.
Sirius reminded everyone.
Are you trying to make babies with my wife?
James asked, and Sirius made a face that had Lily making an offending sound.
Oh, no offense, babe. You are a red-headed goddess, but you have boobs and a twat. I am fascinated by the boobs, as are most gay men, but the twat is where I draw the line. On that note, yes, James, I am trying to have babies with your wife. Lils, are you pregnant yet?
Sirius asked, and now Lily was trying to hold back her laughter.
I find talking with him just gets more disturbing.
James commented.
That doesn't go away.
Regulus chirped helpfully. Remus steered them away toward the line for the entrance. The doors opened just as the sun set, and they ushered in groups of people. Regulus, Remus, and Sirius got lumped with Augustus Longbottom and one of her old biddy friends. Thankfully, this encounter was less handsy. Sirius hung back slightly as they entered the house to get some distance. It was cutely decorated with red and black flames cut out of paper and attached to make them look like they were climbing up the walls. The pathway was narrow. Remus let Sirius walk in front of him, keeping their hands linked. Regulus was also in front. When the first monster jumped out, setting both Regulus and Sirius off into high-pitched screams that dissolved into delighted giggles, the reason was clear. He was giving them the jump scares. Sirius knew it was a serious attempt from the church to scare patrons back to the godly path, but it was so funny. He loved the aesthetic and the monsters. They wandered through what seemed to be a condemnation of sin. It was all more funny than horrifying. They wandered into another room, and the pheromones hit Sirius in the face. Cold sweat broke out over his skin immediately. In the room were several taller people, surrounding one figure in the middle of the room. She was marked with the Omega symbol across her chest. In the corner, 2 people dressed as demons spoke, explaining the situation.
If only she had remembered her place.
Obedient and well-behaved. Omegas always end up in paradise.
The other demon spoke.
She traded that because she believed she wanted rights and freedom.
Sirius felt bile rise in his throat as one of the taller figures grabbed her. Either she was a really good actor or she was a bit scared. The smell and the sudden screaming had Sirius cold and panicking. His eyes found the illuminated exit sign, and he immediately pulled free of Regulus and Remus and pushed open the door. He was led out into a church hallway. He ignored the concerned people around him and followed the green light signifying another exit. This one let him out into the cold night air. He made it to the end of the parking lot before falling to his knees and getting sick in the grass. That had been the worst thing he had ever seen. The pain and fear on that girl's face, the smell of lust and heat in the air. Was that all there was for Omega's freedom and pain, or submission and abuse? His breath was coming in short gasps, and he realized he was sobbing. The crunch of shoes on gravel alerted him that he wasn't alone.
It's just me. Regulus is waiting by the front door. I am not going to touch you or crowd you, and I will keep people away until you can stand. Let me know if you need anything.
Remus's voice was low and soothing. Sirius could smell the clean laundry and forest scent. He wiped his mouth and reached out for Remus. A warm hand slid into him, and that wonderfully warm body settled on the ground nearby.
I know I'm a mess, but it would help if you would hug me.
Sirius managed to force out. Remus shifted, and he was suddenly enveloped in strong arms and cuddled against his chest.
You can be covered in literal poop or blood, and I would still hold you until we could get you cleaned up. A little bit of sickness and snot is not going to drive me away.
Remus murmured into his hair. Sirius clung to him, using his scent to ground himself, and relaxed into him. Tears still ran down his cheeks, but he was able to catch his breath.
Nothing that happened to you was your fault, and that was not appropriate. I'm sorry, I should have prescreened it.
Sirius didn't respond. He didn't need anyone to look after him, but Remus offering it made him feel safe. It helped him work through some of the panic. Eventually, the tears stopped, and he was able to sink into Remus's hold even further.
Thank you for coming out and checking on me.
Remus sighed heavily and shifted the hair back. Some of the strands stuck to his face from the tears, but Remus carefully cleared his face.
My brain clicked right before you bolted. I was trying to think of how to get you out without it being a trigger, or me being an alpha asshole.
Remus admitted, brushing the stray tears away with gentle fingers. Sirius sniffed and smiled when Remus offered him one of those monogrammed handkerchiefs. He wiped his face and blew his nose. He offered the fabric back to Remus and grinned when Remus gave him a look.
If you notice something that might trigger me, you have my permission to use pheromones, or simply start chivying me out the door, as long as you explain later, and don't use the alpha voice or pressure points.
Sirius offered, folding the handkerchief and tucking it into his pocket. He would wash it and return it. He didn't bother to think about the fact that his laundry was being done at Remus's and slowly mixing with the other man's. Remus stroked his thumbs gently over Sirius's cheeks.
Can I kiss you?
Remus asked, and Sirius made a face.
I just got sick. My breath is gross,
he answered. The rejection was not about Remus. It was about the vile taste lingering on his tongue. Remus pressed a kiss to his forehead.
You might have a point, but I come prepared.
Remus dug into his pocket, unearthing breath mints. Sirius took one gratefully. Even if it wasn't to kiss Remus, it helped clear his mouth of the nasty taste.
Why do you have mints in your pocket?
Sirius asked. Remus tucked them back into his pocket.
'Cause my boyfriend likes garlic.
Remus teased, but sobered up as he gently ran his fingers through Sirius's dark hair.
I always have. Turns out to have a use after all.
Sirius leaned into him, pressing their lips together. He was glad Remus had asked and respected the no. Now that the reason for the no was dealt with, he wanted to be close to Remus at that moment. He curled a hand into Remus's soft sweater and anchored them together as their lips pressed sweetly together. He didn't hesitate to part his lips against Remus's. The mint of their breath felt almost cold. He shivered. Strong arms tightened around him automatically. Warmth suffused every part of him, chasing away the last of the cold from the panic.
Are you going to be okay?
Remus asked when they pulled back, and Sirius nodded. They separated, and Remus stood. His knees popped loudly, and Sirius stood brushing the dirt off his jeans.
I didn't mean to turn you into a human glow stick.
Sirius apologized. Remus smiled gently, brushing dirt off his clothes.
Did I help you?
Remus asked, and Sirius nodded.
Then I will take stiff joint any day of the week.
Sirius wrapped an arm around his waist. He was so thankful for Remus. He made the panic attacks and the trigger moments easier to deal with. They walked to the front of the church where Regulus was standing stiffly with two people standing next to him. Sirius pulled Remus to a stop a few meters away. He could tell they belonged to this church, and he didn't want anything to do with people who thought their Omega scene was acceptable.
We would love for you to come to the service on Sunday,
one of the girls said, offering Regulus a pamphlet.
No, thank you.
Regulus spoke with the icy formality of years of high society and obscene wealth. One of the girls seemed deterred, the other pressed on.
Oh, come on. It's an hour of your life. We have lots of beautiful girls in the church looking for a big, strong alpha.
A hand was placed on his arm. Regulus gave her a haughty look and shook the touch off.
I want nothing to do with a church that defines people by their subgender. The scene in your hell house was the most disgusting display I have ever seen in my life. Omegas are not pieces of meat, and alphas are not the masters of the universe. We are all humans with rights and choices. It's places like this church that are trying to turn people, like my brother and a very dear friend, into walking incubators, with no right to their bodies and no right to say no. I will not be part of that.
Regulus stalked away, stopping at the bottom of the steps when he spotted Sirius and Remus. He came over, not even seeming to mind the proximity of Remus, and wrapped his arms around Sirius, hugging him tightly. Sirius patted his shoulder, a little perturbed. Displays of affection were not even in the realm of normal for the Black family. The last time Regulus had hugged him, they had been children, not even in the double digits.
Reggie, what are you doing?
Sirius asked after a moment.
It's called a hug, you uncultured piece of burnt toast.
Regulus sniped back, hugging Sirius tightly.
I'm sorry for whatever happened to you, and for anyone making you feel like your worth was in being obedient and silent.
The sniping was normal, but the apology was unusual. It was earnest and filled with sorrow and pain for the part Regulus had unknowingly played. Sirius wrapped his arms around his younger brother.
It wasn't your fault.
Regulus, allowing himself to be hugged, healed a part of Sirius he hadn't even realized was broken. For the first time in years, their subgenders didn't matter. Regulus was his little brother, and that was all that counted. Chapter 33, Limits.
Let's head to bed.
Remus came up behind Sirius to rub his shoulders, trying to help him distress from the day's earlier events. Sirius slowly glanced up from his computer to look over at Remus.
Unless you're in the middle of something.
The middle of beating my brain into submission.
Sirius grumbled, looking back at his screen and sighing. He rubbed his eyes and closed his laptop. He was going to have to deal with Dorcas soon. He was not living up to his deadline. They had sat down and discussed it and said it together. This wasn't his editor pushing him. This was him losing all motivation for the story he had been so in love with for so long. Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius's waist after he stood up.
It'll come to you. I have no doubt you will finish the series with the ending it deserves and the closure you need to heal.
Remus reassured him, kissing Sirius gently. They moved upstairs, and after a shower, Sirius changed for bed. He was lying on his side of the bed waiting for Remus, still feeling the after effects of being triggered so hard earlier. As a result, he couldn't help but tense when the bed dipped. Remus seemed to notice and hesitated.
Would you like me to sleep somewhere else?
Remus asked after a moment. Sirius took a deep breath and felt his body relax. He rolled onto his back so he could look at Remus.
Sorry,
he answered. Remus leaned down and pressed a kiss to Sirius's cheek.
Would you like to cooch?
Remus asked, lying next to Sirius. Sirius tipped his head in confusion at the odd word falling out of Remus's mouth. Every time Remus spoke Welsh to him, it made him all warm and fuzzy, which led to his stomach tightening slightly. He wasn't even sure why. It was just a lovely moment for him.
I don't know your strange magic words.
Sirius pointed out, and Remus's lips twitched.
It means to hug or cuddle. Come here.
Remus opened his arms to Sirius. Sirius came over and cuddled into Remus's hold. He adjusted the blanket to rest over them comfortably. Sirius ran his fingers through Remus's chest hair.
You make it hard to remember that you had a rough evening, and I should behave myself.
I don't want you to behave yourself.
Sirius answered, tracing his finger over a nipple and getting a low groan. Remus caught his wrist, and Sirius giggled as he rolled onto his back. His trapped wrist was pinned to the bed.
You brat.
Remus's voice was warm and teasing.
You brute.
Sirius responded, not even struggling against the hold. It didn't cause him any anxiety. His other arm was still free, and the hold was gentle enough that Sirius knew he only had to tug slightly to be let loose. He leaned up and scented Remus like a lovesick teenager. That lovely scent helped clear some of the remaining tension from Sirius. When he leaned back, Remus did the same to him. It made Sirius's breath catch slightly. He had never been scent-marked by anyone. Most of the others in his past didn't bother with something so gentle. Scent marking was intimate and gave Remus more of a claim over Sirius, but it was still short-term. Scent marking could wear down in a day, but that didn't matter at the moment. It was still the action and thought that counted. Soon enough, the smell of the forest with hints of leather and tobacco began to fill the room, followed by a mix of chocolate and coffee. He settled against the bed, relaxing fully under the comforting weight of Remus. Slowly, the hand restraining his wrist moved up so as to tangle their fingers together, his other hand moving to copy the movement, effectively pinning Sirius down to the bed, but not enough to cause him any stress. This didn't stop Sirius's heart rate from kicking up, causing him to slightly panic. He was able to push this away quickly, though, because he kept reminding himself that this was Remus, and Remus was safe. He was so safe that he waited until he noticed Sirius's tension melt out of his body before leaning down to kiss him. Their tongues tangled wetly, and Remus moved to cover Sirius a little more. Sirius wrapped his legs around Remus since his arms were pinned. Remus lowered himself down so their bodies were pressed together. Sirius felt his head go a little floaty from the small show of power and the heavy scent of pheromones. He felt like with anyone else, he would panic trying to get away, or trying to force his brain to surrender. But he didn't have that with Remus.
Hold me tight and help me out of my head.
Sirius whispered against Remus's lips. Remus pulled back slightly to look at Sirius. He examined his face and those bright gray eyes. He couldn't ask for what he wanted in any clearer language. He knew if he gave control to Remus, it would help him sink into the feelings for a while. He wouldn't have to think. He also knew Remus would give the control back to him whenever he asked.
Let me know if you don't like something, even just a little bit.
Remus seemed intrigued and turned on. Sirius nodded. They were brushing limits here, but he needed out of his head tonight. He was also curious about surrendering to someone who deserved it, whom he trusted. Lips were back on him with a hot kiss. He felt his hands being released, but warm hands slid back to his wrists, and they were collected back up in one gentle hand easily. The fact that Remus could so easily hold him was exhilarating. That free hand traveled down his body and unhooked his legs from Remus's waist. He could smell the scent of his arousal. Remus seemed pleased with the scent. He pulled away from the lips and pressed a kiss against Sirius's neck.
Keep your hands up.
Remus's voice was soft, not a trace of Alpha's tone to be found. Remus's hand loosened on his wrists, and Sirius stretched up enough to wrap his fingers around the slats of the headboard. Remus seemed pleased with this. He hummed against Sirius's shoulder as his hand slid under the shirt Sirius was wearing. The hands over his skin had him squirming slightly, but he kept his hands in place. Fingers slid over his nipples and lightly traced them before pinching them. Sirius gave a low moan as he arched toward those fingers. His hold on the slats was broken when Remus pulled his shirt over his head. He wound his fingers back around the slats as soon as the shirt was clear of his hands.
So pretty, spread out so sweetly for me like this.
Remus breathed against his skin. Lips and the occasional nibble traveled over and mapped his skin. Remus sucked one of the nipples into his mouth. His hands traced over Sirius's torso, finding every sensitive spot, every erogenous zone on his body. He shivered under those careful fingers and groaned as Remus's tongue worked over his nipple. The smell of chocolate and coffee mixed sinfully heavy in the dark bedroom. He kissed across the defined chest and over to Sirius's other nipple. Sirius shivered as Remus's tongue traced over the other nipple. Every touch, stroke, and lick sent pings of pleasure up his spine and stoked the fire burning in his stomach. Every touch sent him deeper into the waves of pleasure and further from the rational and panicked thinking of the day. He cooperated with the removal of his pants. The smell of his slick was heavy in the air, but he didn't even flush. There was no need. He was able to feel and smell Remus's approval. Lips and hands traveled down his stomach, and Remus gave his cock a familiar lick over the leaking tip.
Roll on your side.
Remus's voice was still soft, but rougher now. Sirius rolled onto his side, facing the same wall as earlier. A moment later, a very naked Remus was pressed against his back. He grasped Sirius's wrists and trapped them against Sirius's chest. Remus wrapped an arm around him, trapping him in place and keeping his wrists pinned as well. His legs were carefully shifted, and Sirius felt Remus's heavy cock come to rest against his crease and the inside of his thighs.
Squeeze your legs together for me, please.
Remus released his other leg, allowing them to close. His heavy cock was trapped between Sirius's thighs. The air was heavy, and Sirius could feel Remus's cock nudging the back of his balls and rubbing along his slick, damp thighs. He swallowed and squeezed his thighs together. He got a soft sigh from Remus and a slow, languid thrust. It caused him to whimper immediately as it pressed Remus against all the sensitive spots he had. Remus's breath was heavy in his ear as he thrust between Sirius's thighs.
Such a pretty boy. You're so good for me.
Remus's voice held the softest suggestion of a growl. Instead of pulling him out, it pushed him deeper. The slick flowed faster. His whole body shuddered against Remus, and he could practically feel his omega rolling over and handing over his soul. He was sure later the vulnerability would cause him to retreat, but for now, he welcomed it. He curled back into Remus as close as two people could get without fusing together. Remus held him tightly, but his hold was never painful. Sirius only had one bruise to worry about, the one Remus was sucking into his shoulder. There would be no bruises on his wrists, neck, or face the next morning. Despite the hold, Remus was still incredibly tender and gentle with Sirius. Every pass of his cock pressed it against Sirius's balls and up against his shaft. He moved with Remus as much as he was able to. The slick smoothed the slide between them. He didn't even tense when one finger traced around his hole. His groans were constant as Remus started fingering him at the same pace as his movements.
More please, Rem.
Sirius breathed his whole body screaming. He knew what his body wanted, but he prayed Remus would know he meant more fingers. He couldn't handle more than that. A second finger pressed into him, and he sagged with relief.
You close, baby boy.
Remus asked against his ear, sucking on the soft earlobe. Sirius jerked at him and nodded. His cock hurt as it bopped heavy and hot, continually touched by Remus's cock. His hand released Sirius's wrists and wrapped around his cock.
So hard for me. Do you want to come?
Fuck Remus, please.
Sirius babbled. His hair stuck to his skin with sweat, his hole spasmed around those talented fingers, and his cock was throbbing. Remus's mouth was on his neck, his shoulder, and even over his scent gland. All he could do was lay there in those strong arms, completely at the mercy of this beautiful man.
Ask me again.
Remus ordered, his voice strained. His thrusts had become more erratic, and thrusts from his fingers were a bit rougher. Sirius didn't mind Remus's rough nature as much as he probably should have. He knew why. He had absolute faith that if he told Remus to stop, he would. No matter what, Sirius's consent was always listened to.
Please, baby. Want to come for you so bad.
Sirius's voice held the edge of a whine. He felt Remus shudder behind him.
Siri.
His name was rasped out like a prayer and curse all at once.
Come for me.
Sirius had been gone as soon as his name had left those lips, so the permission was gratifying. He spilled over that talented hand. His hole tightened around fingers, and Remus thrust twice more before he was spilling over Sirius's cock and balls and along his thighs and crease, not swelling against Sirius's leg. Sirius made a tiny little noise, and immediately the fingers and strokes driving him to oversensitivity stopped. He was pulled against Remus. He felt himself being scented again, and tipped his head.
Down.
Remus murmured and tipped Sirius's head slightly, so his scent gland was more protected.
Feeling a bit more possessive than usual and don't want to spook you.
Thank you.
Sirius murmured as fingers tangled with his. He could feel Remus coming down slowly until his breathing had eased and the knot had deflated. He adjusted the blankets when Remus got up. A moment later, warm hands were cleaning up the cum on his skin. He curled against Remus's chest when he returned to bed.
I didn't upset you?
Remus asked. Sirius shook his head and sat up on his elbow so he could see Remus's face. He traced over a scar that ran the length of Remus's chest.
No, as crazy as my past would suggest. I trust you. I actually liked it. I wouldn't mind exploring it in the future.
Sirius admitted. His cheeks flushed red. Remus examined his face for a moment and stroked over his red cheeks with amusement on his face.
All the things you wrote about in your books, and this makes you blush.
Remus asked. Sirius shoved at him gently.
I was alone in front of my computer when I wrote most of those scenes. You were the first partner who ever bothered to check with me.
Sirius admitted. Remus's face became a bit sad at this, and Sirius touched his lips.
Please don't apologize. Every touch and kiss from you heals years of damage. I don't want to think about that anymore. I want to think about you and what I want to explore.
And you want to explore what exactly?
Remus asked curiously, kissing Sirius's fingertips gently. Sirius bit his lip. It was easier to say when he was turned on and a little anxious. Now sated with his omega resting, it was harder to face. His rational brain was still terrified.
Within limits, whatever you like. I don't want you to hold back from me. I want to feel the world slip away. Your alpha side doesn't scare me.
Sirius answered honestly. He wished he could be more articulate, but he wasn't even sure what he wanted. He didn't want Remus to order him about or just use him, but he liked being held in place. He liked his pleasure being held by Remus. He liked the comforting scent of Remus's arousal and pheromones.
Do you want to enlighten me as to those limits, so I don't accidentally walk all over them?
Remus asked, and Sirius paused as he tried to get his thoughts in order.
I didn't mind your hands holding me in place, but I don't know how I would feel about something more.
Sirius started. His cheeks were never going to return to their normal color. Remus seemed to consider this.
Have you ever been tied up?
Remus asked, and Sirius shook his head. His ex much preferred to bodily hold Sirius while forcing his submission.
If you want to explore that, let me know. I know a bit of rope work, and we can start with a simple cuff tie with a silk rope.
Remus smirked when he saw Sirius's breathing speed up. They could both smell the fresh slick. At least he knew with Remus, his arousal did not mean consent. His body was ahead of his brain.
I also don't want my breathing hindered or my sight taken away.
Sirius wondered if he was being too demanding. With all these conditions, he was leaving Remus with nothing to work with. He bit back more limits, but a simple eyebrow raise had him letting out a breath.
I don't want to be...
Sirius's voice faltered, and he looked down at his hands. Remus sat up and guided Sirius's eyes up to his. Those green eyes held such warmth and affection in them. Sirius felt that horrible vulnerability claw out of his stomach and open his soul up.
I'm not going to have fully penetrative sex with you. Until we talk about that, you tell me when you're ready for that conversation, and we will make a decision from there. And I want to be very clear with you, Sirius. If we have that conversation and decide to go that route, you can say no at any point.
Sirius held his gaze and felt the wall crumble.
I'm scared. I felt you're not. I don't want to be hurt again.
It felt shameful and came out in a tiny whisper, a whisper barely heard over the fan. Remus's thumb traced his cheekbone.
Sweet baby boy,
Remus murmured. His voice was full of such affection. It wrapped around Sirius like a wool blanket, along with the lovely scent of laundry. Something close to love pinged through his system. It was slightly shocking. Usually, another scent only caused such deep feelings if they were mates. Were he and Remus so compatible that their subgenders were already falling into chemical balance with each other?
I'm not right now because I am not in you. I know how you feel about the knot, and after hearing about your past, I wouldn't call them partners. I wouldn't feel comfortable knotting you. I have control over that aspect, and I don't need to knot to come.
Sirius examined his face for the lie and frowned when he didn't find it.
Where the hell were you when I was in college? The first alpha that got his hands on me after high school told me that the knot was needed for completion.
Sirius felt tears sting his eyes again. His whole painful past just got more ugly and painful as he learned more.
Kicking my alpha side into compliance with a gentler nature,
Remus murmured.
We found each other when we were meant to. I would have loved to have saved you from your past, but you pulled yourself out, and that makes you the strongest man I know. Strong and brave and beautiful. We'll table penetrative sex and knotting for now. I'm also going to add water sports, scat, blood, needles, and any sort of medical roleplay to the no pile.
No rape or forced roleplay.
Sirius murmured, agreeing with all Remus had said. The hand came to rest between them, and Sirius took it immediately.
I will stop any time you say no, stop, or even tense, but if you go nonverbal, and I don't notice I want you to tap anywhere.
Remus demonstrated the tap on the back of Sirius's hand. Sirius repeated the gesture and got a nod.
Do we need a safe word?
Sirius shrugged and bit his lip. He was unsure.
Maybe.
He hedged.
No isn't necessarily a word my hormones will let me access with your pheromones clouding my judgment. My body is ages ahead of my mind. We could use the ones I wrote in my book. Red for stop, yellow for check-in, and green means all good. That was through careful research, not because he ever gave me that lifeline.
The traffic light system is very common. Are you okay with everything that happened? The pet names and getting permission for your release?
Remus asked and Sirius nodded.
It's hot.
Sirius responded, and Remus rolled his eyes slightly before leaning forward and kissing him properly.
I appreciate the trust you are placing in me. I won't break it, and if you want to revisit anything or talk about new things you want to try, just let me know. I want to know all your fantasies, and I want to make all of them a reality.
The dark promise had Sirius melting into him.
You're going to kill me. I should not be hard again.
Sirius complained. Remus gave a low chuckle as his hand found the hard shaft. Chapter 34, Dog Envy. The next morning, Sirius went to the Hogshead for breakfast after his jog. Upon entering, he noticed his brother sitting at the bar, so he decided to go and sit with him, nodding to Aberforth, who greeted him.
Who's Remus? Could at least shown up and asked me about the date.
Aberforth grumped.
He had to head into the shop this morning. I guess a delivery order for the shop came early. From what I heard, the driver was already irate.
Sirius answered as his mug was filled with coffee.
How was your date, Ab?
Sirius hummed, looking over the man expectantly, an impish smile pulling at his lips.
'Twas good.
Aberforth seemed pleased to have an audience. Regulus grinned down into his mug. It was clear he had already heard about it.
Hagrid's very respectful.
Did he at least give you a kiss and a grope?
Regulus winked and Aberforth huffed at him.
Come on, don't give me the whole gentlemen don't kiss and tell bull. You're not a gentleman, and Sirius and I only play that role in the movies. You have to share all the details or we might fall behind in the town gossip.
Aberforth filled Regulus's mug with coffee and sighed, which caused his mustache to flare slightly. He leaned on the bar, and the two brothers leaned toward him, as though they were all school kids, swapping secrets over the lunch table.
He's a very good kisser, and no, he didn't cop a feel 'cause we're both too old for that kind of behavior to be acceptable. We had a long chat about how the approach the physical side of things.
Sounds like that was the thing to do last night.
Sirius murmured. Regulus glanced between the two of them.
Well, I would be surprised if any Omega was in the mood after that display. I can't believe anyone thought an assault scene was appropriate, let alone a way to push Omegas down the right path. I felt sick, and I've seen that narrative played out in 100 movies.
Regulus scrunched his nose, shaking his head at the memory. Sirius felt his stomach turn just at the thought. Instead of steering into that feeling, he leaned closer to Regulus. His scent wasn't as good as Remus's, but it allowed his rational mind to take over.
That's the problem, 'tis an airy movie. Omegas ain't human. Knot 'em up in a chomp, even against her will, until roll over and fall in love. I wanted to make sure Tat wasn't what Hagrid wanted. I mean, we else would a beta want to date an Omega.
Aberforth pointed out. Sirius furrowed his brow. He hadn't considered that.
Did you ask him?
Sirius asked curiously, and Aberforth nodded.
He didn't sort his results by subgenders. He went with blokes' profiles and bios he liked. He said that he didn't know I was an Omega till he met me, and I believe him.
Aberforth informed the brothers.
The only thing better is an Alpha who don't want to meek Omega like your boo, Remus. Your usual 'tis morning.
Straightening up, Aberforth pulled out a pad of paper and looked over Sirius.
And Remus is packed to go, please. I want to make sure he eats something this morning.
Sirius responded. Aberforth nodded and moved away.
You okay?
Regulus asked, and Sirius nodded.
Remus looked after me and we talked. He kept me from spiraling, as did my brother standing up to the church people.
Sirius knocked his shoulder into Regulus's, who just picked up his coffee to help distract his hands while he looked anywhere that wasn't his brother, a slight flush creeping up his neck.
I like spunky people regardless of their subgender. Pandora made sure that I had the idea of a submissive Omega beaten out of my head by the end of first semester. She was bright and fascinating. I can never imagine that woman belonging to anyone, let alone someone who doesn't cherish her as she deserves. And every decision that Riddle and his politicians make, eroding yours and Pandora's rights, makes me sick. I can't imagine what it would be like to have to stay with someone who is hurting you because of a quirk in biology. I can't imagine what it would be like to be assaulted and have to carry the resulting child to term because some alpha politician thought he knew Omegas better than they know themselves.
The contempt and disgust in Regulus's voice had Sirius smiling genuinely at him.
And you are no longer the heir apparent of the Black Legacy. I can't see a father being too happy about this development.
Sirius responded, and Regulus shrugged.
I don't want to inherit that twisted legacy anymore. I want to be more like my brother, walk away from them, and make my path in the world.
Regulus responded instead. Sirius felt his respect for Regulus grow. He was trying to be better and different. It was a hard path for anyone, but it was impossible to be on the inside of that family and believe in a better world. As far as he had heard, the Black family and all the branches in good standing were rallying behind Riddle. The cowbell clanged and the stool next to Sirius creaked as an enormous girth was deposited in it. Hagrid settled next to Sirius.
Good morning, gents.
Hagrid spoke gruffly, unwrapping a canary yellow hand-knitted scarf and pulling off a pair of fuzzy gloves.
Morning,
Regulus said with the tip of his mug.
Is it snowing out?
Sirius asked, more concerned about the weather than morning pleasantries. It had been cold all morning, but had not looked like it would snow. He wasn't wearing the right clothes for a snowstorm.
It's not snowing at the moment, no.
Hagrid answered, shrugging out of his coat. Sirius glanced toward the small, dingy window, unable to see out to the street beyond. Not for the first time, he wished Aberforth's cleaning extended past the kitchen, floors, and tables. The man in question returned with 2 platters of food and set one in front of each of the 2 men. He greeted Hagrid happily.
Coffee or a cuppa?
He asked.
Cuppa with a bit of brandy, please.
Hagrid asked.
Switch seats with me.
Sirius nudged against Regulus's side gently. At the sight of brandy being added to hot tea, Regulus did as he was asked.
No offense to you. I'm a recovering alcoholic and don't want to risk relapsing.
Sirius explained to Hagrid.
And yet he comes to a bar for a meal or 2 a day.
Aberforth commented, setting the cup in front of Hagrid.
I'd come in just for the view.
Hagrid commented, and Sirius held back a giggle by sheer force of will when Aberforth blushed. Regulus sniggered into his cup. Aberforth cleared his throat.
Thank you. I'll go throw something at the plate for you. Shut it.
He smacked Regulus with a towel and noticed Sirius was holding back laughter, so smacked him as well.
Assholes,
he muttered as he disappeared.
See, you need to get into the town chat now. How are we supposed to add to the gossip if you continue to be antisocial?
Regulus asked, sipping his refreshed coffee.
I left London for a few reasons, Reg. I am going to give them to you again. 1, I needed the quiet which you, Lily, and Rem continue to disturb daily. 2. I needed space to just exist. I can't do that if I am trying to get in with all the social groups. 3. I needed time away from the very bright light of public life. That means not getting involved in all the gossip, drama, and publicity. If you want in on the group chat, figure out who runs it and seduce them.
Sirius suggested idly.
You told me in no uncertain terms to keep my dick in my pants.
Regulus reminded him, and Sirius scoffed.
When have you ever listened to me, and why on earth would you start now?
Sirius remarked, covering his pancakes and bacon in syrup.
Well, 10. Ab did warn me that his friends were colourful. Perhaps I should have asked what tat meant.
Hagrid muttered to himself.
Don't worry, Hagrid, my man. We're an acquired taste.
Regulus clapped the man on the shoulder, and even though he had to reach up to do it, he still made it look natural and easy. Hagrid didn't look convinced. Aberforth returned with a plate for Hagrid and a box for Sirius.
Thanks.
Sirius responded. They ate, exchanging idle chit-chat, and Sirius paid for the food before making his way to the bookstore. Remus was standing in the middle of the floor with a pile of boxes nearby as he read what looked like the receipt.
Something wrong?
Sirius asked, setting the styrofoam container on the counter and placing his bag over the back of the chair. Remus glanced over as Sirius shed his coat.
No, it's just a lot.
Remus responded, showing Sirius the 2 pages printed on both front and back.
Do you want help?
Sirius asked, reaching for one of the sheets. He tried not to be offended when Remus removed it from his hold.
Control freak, my dear. Even the thought of surrendering half of it to you has me itching. The most I would feel comfortable with you doing would be watching the register and sorting the used books.
Remus reminded him. Sirius tamped down his immediate response. They talked. They didn't get upset over personality quirks.
This isn't because you don't trust me.
Sirius asked, needing confirmation to keep the hurt from taking root in his heart.
I trust you with everything. This isn't because I don't think you can do this. This is literally my brain saying, if I let you do this, I will end up just double-checking it to the point of absurdity, or I'll upset you with my overbearing ways.
Remus responded, and Sirius nodded. He could handle that answer.
Show me how to use the register.
Sirius asked, and Remus seemed surprised by this. He led Sirius over and started going over the functions of the machine. It wasn't a complicated system. He had worked on a similar system for a bit before his big break. So he settled at the register, and after confirming that Remus was okay with it, he pulled out his computer. In between checking out the few customers that came in, he wrote up a character outline and began the process of revising 30-plus chapters to include a love interest. He ignored the part of his brain that told him modeling his new character after Remus was going to cause the same problem if they broke up. Remus was the only alpha that didn't make Sirius's blood run cold. He was the alpha Sirius thought everyone should know about. He was the alpha that allowed Sirius to hope and trust again.
You look cute when you're focused.
Remus's voice suddenly broke his groove, and Sirius glanced up. He was shoving collapsed boxes into the recycling bin. He was in a t-shirt, having shed his sweater, and his hair was messy. Sirius also noticed the sheen of sweat on his face and arms.
You look cute, all sweaty and mussed.
Sirius commented, closing his laptop in favor of the conversation. The store was currently empty. Remus gave him that easygoing smile, and Sirius mirrored it immediately.
I would like for you to meet my parents. They are flying in this weekend.
Remus requested, as if he hadn't just dropped the biggest bomb in Sirius's lap. They were silent for a few moments before Remus looked at Sirius expectantly. Sirius felt his brow wrinkle. Remus wanted him to meet his parents. The traditional ones that had put Remus into military school and then into the military. The same parents, with the generations of male alphas and female omegas. They would never approve of Sirius. He swallowed his nerves and looked at Remus. Remus cared about him and wanted to show him off. If it meant Sirius behaving traditionally for one night, he could do that. He could do that for his loving, wonderfully gentle boyfriend.
Of course. Just let me know the details.
Sirius responded, forcing a smile onto his face. If Remus noticed anything odd, he didn't comment.
Mam will be thrilled. I've told her all about you.
Remus hummed happily, going back to sort through the rest of the boxes, while Sirius stared preoccupied at his computer for the remainder of the morning. Remus took him to a little sandwich shop for lunch, and Sirius packed up afterward. He gathered Padfoot and wandered about the neighborhood as he tried to get on top of his fear.
Remus wouldn't lead me into a bad situation.
Sirius muttered as he lit up. Padfoot glanced back at him before returning to his appraisal of the land.
Of course, they are his parents, so he might have blinders on.
He wasn't talking to himself, he reasoned. He was talking to Padfoot. It didn't matter if the dog couldn't understand English. Babies couldn't understand English, and yet people still talked to them.
What if this is some sort of test? What if meeting his parents is the next step? If they don't like me, he'll move on.
Padfoot looked back at him again before sticking his nose against the base of the next tree.
Who could want me as a partner for their kid, especially with their traditional values? I have tattoos and piercings. I am no one's idea of a good Omega. Don't even get me started on my career. Could you imagine any respectable family wanting to introduce their son-in-law to the family as the gay smut writer? Oh, hello, Aunt Kathy. This is Remus's partner, Sirius. Oh, he is the author of the gay BDSM series, The Dark Prince. His character Conry is based on Remus.
Sirius knew his rambling was starting to sound a bit crazy. He should have talked to Remus about all this. Instead, he had fallen back on old habits, pulled away, and offered agreement even as his instincts wanted to say no. Perhaps if he had brought it up, Remus would have realized it was a bad idea. Sirius was too loud and opinionated. He would never fit the quiet, meek, homemaker stereotype. Sirius knew why he hadn't spoken up. He didn't want Remus to think about all the ways he wasn't like a traditional Omega, all the ways he fell short. If he put those thoughts in his head, he wouldn't have to meet Remus's parents. He also wouldn't have Remus. Sure, the things he did that weren't traditional were fine now, but what about when Remus wanted kids and a family? Sirius was years away from wanting kids. He wanted to finish the Dark Prince series and perhaps put out a few others, maybe even distance himself from the bodice ripper genre and into something with a bit more meaning.
Why did I agree to meet with them, Pads? Am I stupid?
He asked the rapidly growing dog. Padfoot didn't even bother to look back at him this time. He was firmly committed to the bare patch of packed dirt next to the lamppost. Sirius watched him snuffle at the patch of frozen dirt.
How simple life is for you. You get all your information through your nose and 2 meals a day along with being walked a few times. No pesky editor, no subgenders, and no boyfriend who is going to drop you like a potato when his parents end up not liking you. I'm envious of a dog's life.
Sirius mumbled, rubbing his eyes harshly. He shouldn't be standing out here in the cold, telling his dog about his problems. He should be at the bookstore talking to Remus about this. He should be at home getting some revisions done so he had something to send to Dorcas. He should talk to his brother about it. Perhaps this would be one of those times Regulus managed to pull good advice out of thin air. He didn't do any of this. He ignored the ping from Dorcas. He followed Padfoot down the street, letting him stop and sniff nearly every tree on the way. He wasn't sure where he was going until he was in front of the familiar house. Of course, he would seek her out. She was the one person who never made him feel stupid or humiliated, aside from Remus. Without conscious permission, he was climbing the stairs. He made sure to stub out his cigarette and rang the doorbell. It was only when he heard the response of Harry squawking, he realized he should have knocked softly, or even sent a text. The door opened not to reveal an irritated redhead, but James holding Harry, who had bright green on his face. Sirius had interrupted lunch.
You're not Lily,
he blurted, and James's brow furrowed.
No, Lily is in London with Marlene. She'll be back later tonight so we can take Harry trick-or-treating.
James informed. He took in Sirius's appearance and frowned.
Sirius, I am married to her, and we have a child together, so I am fairly sure I'm at least partially Lily at this point. She tells me everything. Come in. You can warm up and tell me what has you looking like that. I offer advice and cookies.
James stepped back to let Sirius and Padfoot in. Sirius hesitated but eventually stepped in. It was either talk to James or keep muttering to Padfoot as if the dog understood him. Sirius didn't need to start down the path to mental illness. He was a black. Mental illness would hit him over the head one day. Until then, he could tell James what had him all wound up. Chapter 35. James was looking over Sirius from the oven, trying very hard not to laugh at the man, while also taking in the information presented to him. Sirius had gotten himself all wound up over what James thought to be nothing, and it was a little bit cute.
Do you really think Remus would lead you into something bad like that?
James finally asked after having calmed down enough to speak. Sirius just stared down at the hot cocoa in his hands, frowning. James glanced over as Harry gave a happy scream. He was tossing his blocks, and Padfoot would retrieve them one after the other and return them to the small baby. Harry continued to throw them. Sirius was glad they were soft foam.
We all have blinders on about our families, James. Maybe he doesn't realize how big of an issue it'll be.
Sirius finally answered after having been in his head for a bit too long. This is why he was so surprised when James reached over and took his hands. It was such a Lily move, a physical touch to help ground the soul. Sirius looked up, silver eyes meeting warm, open, hazel eyes.
You need to talk to Remus about it, but at this moment, I can tell you I have met Hope and Lyle.
James spoke quietly and wrinkled his nose slightly.
And yay, they are very traditional even now, but they temper that with the love for their son. Lyle asked me about my relationship with Lily. He had assumed we were a typical Alpha and Omega couple, and before I could respond to a very inappropriate question, Remus shut him down. You two just need to work out a system of how you can let him know if you don't like the conversation.
Sirius swallowed and took a deep breath. The next thing was hard to ask. He would be able to give voice to it in front of Lily with no problem. In front of James, though, it was a bit harder. He didn't want to get laughed at.
What if they don't like me? And as a result of not liking me, Remus decides I'm not worth it.
Fear had robbed his volume. James squeezed his hands gently.
Lily wants us to butt out and let you two figure this out for yourselves. And while she is right, as always, I'm going to tell you one thing. This stays between us. Understood? You are never to tell Lily.
James raised an eyebrow at Sirius. There was some teenage mischief dancing in those compassionate eyes, so Sirius was unsure whether he was about to get advice or get pranked. But he nodded regardless, hoping whatever James told him was actually useful.
Remus is crazy about you. After you bolted.
Sirius winced at the bitterness of the past, but James was the kind of person who didn't mince his words. Sirius had run away. Everyone else danced around the subject or called it something else. James just called it as he saw it.
When you bolted, he was devastated. He was here with Lily nearly every day, asking how to fix it, and just about everything else. He's not going to up and leave you for his parents. He keeps his father at arm's length for a reason.
He said he was close to his parents.
Sirius protested. It made him a bit jealous, honestly, to know Remus had such a close relationship with his parents.
He's close to his mum, and Hope is a wonderful woman. Lyle is a bit set in his ways.
James responded.
I also got the impression that Lyle was a bit disappointed in Remus. He's turned his back on most traditional alpha traits.
That's because traditional alpha traits make people jackasses.
Sirius pointed out, and James nodded.
We know why Remus isn't like that. I can't prove it. I've only met the man once. But it seems like he considers Remus leaving the military and working on being kind as a form of weakness. If he was a strong and proper alpha, he would have buckled down and figured it out. He didn't, so he's weak.
James released Sirius's hands to pick up 2 cookies, offering one to Sirius. They tasted like a pumpkin spice latte. It made him want Greg's.
Wouldn't it have been a bigger weakness to continue doing something he found wrong, almost cowardly?
Sirius hedged, taking a sip of his cocoa. It warmed him through the core as he swallowed. James shrugged.
Probably, but our parents want what they think is best for us. Sometimes that doesn't match what we want. His parents, or at least his father, wanted a military man. Lily's parents wanted her to marry a doctor, not me. I'm sure your parents wanted something different for you too.
James pointed out, dumping the mixing bowl in the sink.
As soon as I presented, I was written off. I was only to be a homemaker, birthing parent, and submissive servant to my family.
Sirius muttered.
I have never understood this need to make Omegas less than a person. We've been hearing about all of the shit regarding the Omega scene in the Hell House last night. It makes me glad we didn't go, and we won't be volunteering our time there anymore. Shit like that needs to stop.
James fumed, washing the bowl harder than necessary. Sirius had expected Remus to be furious about the scene, and had even been pleasantly surprised when Regulus was outraged, and now James was standing there, not even having seen it or the mess Sirius had been in last night, and was still against it. It made Sirius very happy, to say the least. Very few betas took sides in the Omega rights conversation. He was glad to see James at least was not a sideline kind, though that might have something to possibly do with his wife.
I have the power to bring forth life. Of course, a bunch of assholes who don't have this power want to legislate it.
Sirius responded. This was his theory on why Omega issues were such a hot-button topic. The power of life was a heady thing.
We're getting off topic. Anyways, his dad wanted him to be a military man, and instead, he owns a bookshop. Hope, on the other hand, just wants him to be happy, and I think she is grateful to see attitudes change toward Omegas.
James worked on bringing the conversation back on topic. James seemed to realize he wasn't as convincing as he wanted to be.
Honestly, Sirius, he's not going anywhere. The man loves you.
Sirius let himself into the bookstore that evening, and Remus glanced up as he came around the counter and hugged the other man tightly.
Hey, you.
Remus murmured, and Sirius tipped his head so they could kiss.
Sorry about the short notice. I just want to leave early to make sure we are at the house when Harry comes by.
I don't mind.
Sirius answered honestly. He really didn't mind. Spending more time with Remus was always a good thing, even with the bombshell James had dropped this afternoon. He should have just left it at that and assumed James was just guessing, but he'd had to ask for a follow-up. How did James know? Of course, James with no poker face had proceeded to spill that Remus had told him and Lily over a cuppa. Remus was ready to leave almost immediately. He locked up carefully, double-checking everything. It was a small town, so things didn't get too crazy, but he didn't want to tempt any young vandals. They made their way through the town. Kids were already rushing around in costumes. Remus texted Lily while Sirius fed the fur babies.
She's going to kick our butts for not being dressed up,
Remus mentioned while setting a bowl of candy by the door.
You are dressed up. You're a professor.
Sirius declared, looking his boyfriend up and down. Remus looked at him amused.
And what are you?
Remus asked, hooking his fingers into Sirius's belt loops to pull him close.
Hot for teacher?
Sirius responded, looping his arms over Remus's neck. Remus grinned and Sirius leaned in. Their lips brushed, and he was about to push in for a deeper kiss when the doorbell rang. Remus laughed at the annoyed huff Sirius gave and moved away from him.
Come on, we have to greet my honorary nephew. Then we can set the candy bowl outside and go to bed.
Remus promised. Sirius knew that wasn't true. They should eat something first. Remus opened the door to reveal Lily and James holding Harry. They were all dressed in warm-looking onesies. James was a stag with full antlers on his head and his nose painted. Lily was a doe, her nose painted as well, and Harry was in a cute little deer onesie with smaller antlers on his head and his face painted.
I open the door to see my friends and nephew, and all I find are a family of deer.
Remus feigned shock, taking the baby off of them. Lily glared at him.
And where is your costume?
She demanded. Remus gave Sirius a side-eye before shrugging.
Miss Evans, if you take that tone with me again, you will be in detention until your children are taking my class. That is no way to speak to a professor,
he said in a mock stern voice. Lily's face smoothed, and she gave Remus an exasperated look. She glanced over at Sirius and made a face.
And your explanation?
She huffed, gesturing to him. Sirius grinned and reached over to nuzzle the baby.
Is not appropriate in the company of minors.
Sirius spoke in a gooey voice that was directed at Harry. Lily just groaned, making a face. The soft pudginess of the baby in his arms, combined with the scent of Remus, had his Omega whining. He quickly shoved it away. Knowing what he did about Remus, the possibility of having his children wasn't very far off.
Of course it's not. You should come with a parental warning label.
Lily griped. Sirius just gave her a lecherous smile.
I do, babe. It's not my fault if you ignored it. All I can do is warn you of inappropriate content ahead. If you continue to associate with me, that's your problem.
Sirius pointed out. He took the infant out of Remus's hold and cuddled him.
Your mum is a bit dense sometimes.
He glanced over and caught the expression on Remus's face. It made his heart flutter, his stomach tighten, and his face flush. The open affection and desire there made him feel fluttery. He turned back to the baby, ignoring the way he wanted to rip off Remus's clothes and try for a baby right away. While his biological clock and his Omega might want this, his upper brain was well aware of what it would take and was less keen. They returned the infant to Lily and James and dumped some candy in the plastic pumpkin. Remus then placed the candy bowl with a sign outside and locked the door. He leaned against it and gave Sirius an easily affectionate smile.
I have to admit, seeing you hold a baby makes my alpha restless,
Remus admitted, his arms crossing over his chest.
Honestly, holding a baby makes my Omega restless as well.
Sirius agreed. He was grateful for the space. Remus was clearly exercising a great deal of control as he got his instincts and hormones back into place. Sirius knew if Remus crowded against him and made him foggy on pheromones, he would let him in. It would tear his brain apart later. The lack of pressure in pheromones was nice.
So you want kids someday?
Remus asked. Sirius could see the moment he got himself under control because he moved away from the door. He ran a gentle hand over Sirius's cheek, and they made their way into the kitchen.
I think so. I wanted them when I was younger. My ex didn't, and made me feel Terrible, stupid, and needy for wanting them, so I pushed it down. I've kind of pulled the crumpled mass out, and I'm currently examining it to see if it's still something I want.
Sirius admitted. After the first time that desire had welled up holding baby Harry, Sirius had been carefully examining it. He wanted to make sure he actually wanted children, and that it wasn't just a leftover desire or a result of his hormones.
Do you want children?
Yes.
Remus answered confidently, starting to prepare dinner.
I would like a few, but once I started working on everything, I took that answer apart and examined it. As much as I would like a few children, it is not my body that has to undergo the strains of childbirth, so I promised myself that I would defer to my partner. If they would like only one child or were only able to have one, then I would be happy with that. If they wanted to adopt versus carrying, I would also accept that. I also came to the conclusion that I would most likely be with a beta rather than an omega, since males are so rare, so the adoption route was more plausible.
His answer was so forthcoming and right there. It was clear he hadn't made it up on the spot to please Sirius. He had considered the fact that someone else would have to carry the babies, and decided that it wasn't for him to dictate what his family looked like.
You can't just go around saying things like that.
Sirius pointed out. Remus looked up and gave Sirius a quick smile.
And why not?
Remus asked, as though he couldn't smell the emotions breaking through the scent suppressant.
It makes you too good to be real. I worry I'm going to fall for you, and find that one thing that makes you undesirable as a partner.
Sirius confessed. Remus paused his blade and wiped his hands on a nearby towel. He reached over and cupped Sirius's face.
I'm not going to turn around and become an asshole if you decide that this relationship is the end game. I will be pleased to be your partner, and we can figure out our life together. I want your input on everything from the color of the curtains in the kitchen to how many children we have. Sort out your pretty little head first and get back to me.
Remus kissed Sirius's forehead. Sirius once again wondered if he should be offended. From anyone else, it would have been condescending. From Remus, it almost seemed like a compliment.
You're pretty but also smart, so think on it with that pretty brain while I admire the face.
If I decide I don't want any kids,
Sirius asked,
or I want kids when we make the decision to become a mated pair but then decide I don't later, or I can't.
This part was whispered.
The Black family has a long history of fertility issues.
Remus's hand rested on the side of his neck, right over the pressure point, but there was no intent or force. It felt incidental, not intentional.
Would I get to stay with you?
Remus's reply had his brow furrowing. Sirius shifted slightly, and Remus catalogued the response. His eyes moved down Sirius's neck, and he seemed to realize where his hand was. Immediately, it was away from that dangerous spot. It rested on his upper arm instead.
I don't think I can walk away from you anymore. You mean too much to me.
Sirius was scared of revealing so much so soon. What if Remus thought it was too much? What if he thought Sirius was being too clingy or needy? Sirius had to remind himself that he knew what Remus felt because of James, not because Remus himself had confessed to him. There had to be a reason Remus was holding back.
When I asked you out, I didn't do it under the assumption that you would give me access to your body or children. I asked because I liked you. I asked because I wanted to see if we could make a go of it. I would like children someday, but I'm not going to force my partner to have children. And the metaphorical children I might miss don't outweigh the real, beautiful, amazing person I already have in my life.
Remus murmured. Sirius burrowed into his hold, curling against him.
You have to stop making me cry. It's not nice.
Sirius murmured, twisting the soft fabric of Remus's sweater in his hands. Remus wrapped his arms firmly around Sirius, holding him close and shielding him from the world.
As much as I think you have shed more tears than anyone should ever have to in a lifetime, I am glad to add happy tears to the mix.
Remus reassured. His hands were soft even as his hold was tight. It made Sirius feel so safe and loved.
They are happy, right?
They're happy.
Sirius breathed. He inhaled that comforting scent and looked up at Remus.
I don't know what I want my future to look like yet. I've only recently been able to think about it without wanting to crawl into a hole and die to avoid the pain. You're a big part of that.
Remus's face was so handsome, and the compassion in those expressive eyes had Sirius curling in close again. He wasn't sure he was worthy of such a look, but he was grateful for it all the same.
I look forward to my future because I keep seeing you in it.
Remus sighed against Sirius's curls. Sirius sighed and decided to voice his biggest concern right now.
Even if your parents don't like me.
It was hard to get the words out. Remus was being so kind, it felt selfish to ask for more. Still, he needed reassurance. Most parents wouldn't want their kid to end up with Sirius Black, or if they did, it wouldn't be for love. He was used to being undesirable or a meal ticket, but never someone's beloved. Plus, he was in no way traditional, and he wasn't going to pretend to be. Remus eased him back and examined his face.
I can't guarantee how my parents are going to feel about you, and I'm not going to lie about it. I don't think they will dislike you.
Remus mused. His hands were so warm and gentle as they cradled Sirius's face.
They know I am not traditional, and they have worked to accept that. Beyond that, this is about us. They will be cordial if that is all they can manage, because I make the decisions about my romantic life, not them.
Sirius leaned up and kissed Remus. It was sweet and chaste, but also damp and a little sloppy. Remus's hand shifted so he could tip Sirius's head a bit. The kiss was less sloppy, and Remus was prying his lips open. The chocolate from stolen Halloween sweets and the cigarette smoke from earlier swirled with the taste that was uniquely Remus. Sirius sighed when Remus pulled back and scented his neck.
I love making you smell like us. It smells like home.
Sirius shuddered. He never wanted to smell like anything else. Chapter 36, Conry. Sirius squeaked happily when strong arms were wrapped around his waist. Remus was scenting him again. Their scents mixed as Remus walked them into the bedroom. His hair was damp as it brushed over Sirius's shoulder. That wonderful mixed scent of theirs was starting to fill the house, which was amazingly intoxicating. They reached the bedroom, and Remus kept walking until Sirius was tipped over the bed. Anyone else tipping him over the bed would have had him panicking, but he stayed relaxed under Remus. Gentle fingers swept his damp hair aside and were followed by gentle lips on the back of his neck, making him do a full-body shiver. Remus kissed his way down his spine. Sirius realized what was about to happen right before it did. Remus's hands parted his cheeks, and he could smell the rich coffee aroma that was his slick fill the air. Remus's own chocolate scent permeated the room in equal measure. Neither overwhelmed the other. They mixed in a wonderful balance. It made Sirius think of a mocha. That delightful tongue ran up the length of his crease.
You taste divine.
Remus murmured before returning his tongue to that warm, wet space. Sirius squirmed against the appendage and gripped the thick blanket. It was absolutely wonderful to have someone so focused on his pleasure for once. Remus pointed his tongue and pressed it carefully against the ring of muscles. Sirius relaxed against him, and the tongue slid past the muscles and into his body. A hand came up to rest on his hip to hold him in place when he tried to buck back into that wonderful feeling. Remus wiggled his tongue in the tight, slick space. His other hand moved to stroke Sirius's cock. Sirius could do little more than hold on to the blankets and try not to let his knees buckle.
Rem.
He breathed, trying to move his hips restlessly. Remus pulled back and kissed one of the pale cheeks. He nibbled and gave a light bite to the pale skin. Sirius groaned slightly and swayed his hips enticingly.
You make me want to sink my teeth in and leave a mark.
Remus breathed, running his finger along the crease and pressing a finger into his hole.
Don't say that to me now. I'll say yes to just about anything.
Sirius murmured, enjoying the sensation of Remus's finger pressing into his body. Remus leaned over and kissed his back again.
Wasn't meant as an ask or a pressure, pretty boy. Just that I like how responsive you are to my touch.
Remus curled his finger, getting a low gasp.
My mouth.
He nibbled on the back of Sirius's neck.
And my tongue.
Sirius enjoyed the sloppy kiss he received. He didn't even care that he could taste himself. Sirius sank back into the sensations, enjoying the feel of Remus slowly working fingers into him. He was surprised when the hand was withdrawn and the hand around his cock moved away. He glanced back at Remus with hazy eyes. He shifted when he noticed the other man undressing. Remus being naked was always something to admire. He let his eyes trace the muscles coiled tightly under the tan skin, the scars tracing stark lines over him. The way his sandy hair fell over his green eyes made him look younger than he was. The heavy cock between his legs still made Sirius nervous. Remus reached out and pulled Sirius to stand. He pulled him close and kissed him heavily, stealing his breath and reason. Remus moved to sit on the bed and leaned against the headboard.
Climb on up, cowboy.
Remus teased.
Don't ever say that to me again.
Sirius responded with an eyebrow raised but moved to straddle Remus. Remus gripped his own hard cock and tilted it down to avoid accidental penetration.
Face away and lean against me.
Remus murmured. Sirius clambered over him and settled like he was asked. Remus shifted his hand and the hard rod stood between Sirius's legs. He swallowed as it rubbed against his cock. An arm wrapped around him and held him close.
Doing okay.
Feels good but strange.
Sirius breathed and leaned back to kiss Remus. Sirius reached down and took Remus in hand. The man under him gave a low groan, and Sirius used the precum to smooth his strokes. He twisted his hand as he stroked, Remus's lips stilled against his as he lost himself to the touch. He felt Remus's hand slide down his side and wrap around his cock. It felt good. He thrust it into the hand and broke the kiss. Remus stroked Sirius, matching the pace Sirius set. The arm moved off his chest and trailed back. He groaned when Remus pushed 2 fingers into him.
Fuck Remus,
he muttered, rocking back against the intrusion. Remus curled his fingers into Sirius's prostate, and Sirius arched against him.
Feel good?
He asked, and Sirius nodded. His hair tickled his shoulders and fell splayed over Remus's shoulder. Sirius tightened his hand around Remus and stroked him faster. Remus matched his pace. It felt amazing. He panted, his pleasure filling the heavy air of the room. Remus kissed his shoulders and his neck. Sirius worked his hand over the hard flesh, thrusting into Remus's fist and feeling his legs tremble.
Gonna come for me, pretty boy?
Remus asked.
Am I allowed to?
Sirius asked as Remus twisted his fingers in Sirius, causing another spiral of pleasure to shoot up his spine. He rocked in that hold, torn between thrusting up into the tight hand and riding those talented fingers right to the end.
Perhaps if you ask politely.
Remus whispered right against his ear before sucking the earlobe into his mouth. Sirius whimpered, feeling more slick leak out around Remus's fingers. His thighs shook as he rocked in Remus's lap, stroking the infuriating man until they were both coated in sweat and so close.
Wanna come, please?
Sirius managed to gasp out as Remus's fingers danced over his prostate. Remus gave a low growl from where he was sucking small marks into Sirius's collarbone.
Yes, wanna see you fall apart?
Remus responded. Sirius gasped as his insides tightened around Remus's fingers. His eyes opened, and he noticed the mirror hanging over the dresser gave the perfect view. Remus's fingers wrapped around his leaking prick. His own thin fingers wrapped around Remus's heavy cock. The way his body arched and the flush spreading over his skin. He locked eyes with Remus in the mirror. Lust, affection, and desire swirled in those green depths, and he spilled over Remus's hand. Somehow his eyes stayed open. He watched the ropes of cum spurt over their hands and over his stomach and thighs. Remus groaned, and pleasure covered his features. Sirius drank in the expression greedily as thick ropes joined the mess already on his thighs and stomach. Remus carefully removed his fingers, and Sirius slid from his lap. Remus climbed out of bed and went to the bathroom. Sirius let himself be cleaned up and manipulated under the blanket.
That was good. I like that you realized the mirror was there.
Remus spoke against Sirius's head. Sirius curled into him.
It was very nice, Perv.
He needled and Remus huffed.
I like you watching me.
This was true. He could feel the smile against his forehead.
Might have you wank in front of me someday?
Remus responded, and Sirius made a noise.
If it wasn't physically impossible for me to get up so soon, I would be offering to do it now.
Sirius mentioned. This was also true. He had never really liked being watched before, mostly because of the demeaning way it was done. With Remus, he didn't feel the need to worry. Nothing they shared in an intimate moment would change the respect they had for each other. Sirius pulled open his door the next morning, expecting it to be Lily pulling him out for coffee or just to talk. He should have checked the peephole. Standing in front of him was Dorcas. She wasn't very tall, maybe 157 to 160 centimeters, but in her anger, she seemed to tower over everything. Her normally warm and happy brown eyes were hard and angry. Her kind face was pulled into a frown. The severe expression was only accented by her hair being pulled back from her face. The style had her hair smoothed severely, with curls fluffed out behind her. It reminded Sirius of a halo.
Hello,
he greeted brightly, still lingering awkwardly in the door. She narrowed her eyes at him.
Don't you start with me, Sirius Orion Black. You cannot just ghost me because you disagree with what I say about your work.
Dorcas scolded, pushing her way past him. Regulus looked up from where he was folding laundry and dancing about, a little like he was being electrocuted.
My brother Regulus. Regulus, this is my editor and good friend Dorcas.
Sirius made introductions when Regulus removed an AirPod from his ear. He gave her a small wave and returned to his laundry. Padfoot gave a half-hearted bark from the couch. but seemed to think Dorcas was not enough of a threat to investigate.
Is this why you haven't sent me anything in a few days? Fucking around with your brother.
She demanded, and Sirius frowned at her.
You gave me criticism and I took it to heart and started reworking everything.
He gestured to the computer and the mess around it. He had been editing for days now. He was through chapter 5. Nathan had just met Conry, and they got on like a house on fire. He had based it loosely on when Remus had snuck up behind him on the trail and nearly got pepper sprayed.
Besides, I am not the boy he is fucking around with.
Regulus muttered, pushing past Sirius to take his now folded laundry to the bedroom. Dorcas was shedding her coat and seemed not to hear him. Sirius was grateful. He didn't have the energy to explain Remus to Dorcas, maybe when he finished his book. Dorcas sat down at his computer and immediately pulled the device toward her. Normally, Sirius would be annoyed at someone reading his work before it was ready for public eyes. It was Dorcas, and if it was horrible, she would help him work it out. In the earlier books, he had spent hours on the phone with her until the wee hours of the morning working out canon and plot holes. Some of his best scenes had started in that woman's mind. He retrieved a mug of tea for her and sat across from her and drew while he waited for her. He was shit at the drawing. Orion had never allowed them to take art classes, worried it would turn them into poofs. Too bad it couldn't change nature. Sirius was into Dick, and Regulus was bi.
You really turned it around.
She was appreciative of what she saw on screen. Sirius had worked hard to turn it into a proper romance. The first chapter was about the abuse and the breakup, and the second through fourth was soul-searching. The fifth was that all-important rapport. If Conry looked, sounded, and acted like Remus, well, who could blame him?
Is Conry based on anyone? You seemed pretty down when you left London.
He sexually assaulted me so badly, he perforated my bowels and threw me down the stairs. Down was an understatement. I needed an escape, and this turned out to be perfect.
Sirius didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to think about it. However, Dorcas had been there when Sirius had woken up in the hospital. She had helped keep his move out of the papers and mostly unknown. He didn't need that man following him to his hideout.
You dodged the question, Siri. It was an artful dodge, but a dodge nonetheless. Is Conry based on someone you met here? I mean, the name is different from usual.
She pressed, closing the lid of the laptop and sipping her tea. Sirius sighed. Dorcas was never one to give up on a topic.
Conry is Welsh. It means wolf. Remus also means wolf. He's Welsh, and smells like a forest when he's close.
Sirius muttered mutinously. Dorcas's smile became downright devious.
Am I going to meet him?
Dorcas cooed dangerously, leading Sirius to just shake his head.
Not if you want to get back to London by nightfall.
He lied. He was meeting Remus for lunch and Dorcas wouldn't have to leave until 2. He wondered if he should cancel with Remus. Could he slide away from Dorcas for a secret rendezvous with his beau? Probably not.
I am not leaving you alone until you get back to your goal. I'm staying at that little inn just outside of town, the Room of Requirement. I had low hopes for a no-star motel in the middle of BFE, but it's clean and cozy.
Dorcas responded. Sirius felt annoyed at her. Of course, she was staying in town. Everyone was determined to make him crazy these days. So this is how he found himself leading Dorcas to Remus's bookstore at lunchtime. Remus claimed he was excited to meet the infamous editor. Sirius was annoyed that his afternoon with Remus was being interrupted. Still, Dorcas wasn't just an editor. She was a good friend.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I stopped drinking.
Sirius admitted. It was easier to tell her than it would have been even a week ago.
Good. You were a shit writer when you were drunk, and an even shittier person.
She wasn't unkind and bumped her shoulder with his.
Honestly, I am proud of you. That's a hard thing for anyone to give up.
Sirius smiled at her, and they stepped into the bookstore. Remus looked up immediately, smiling at Sirius. Sirius gave a smile back, feeling the familiar tightening of his stomach and a low, swooping sensation he refused to examine too closely.